The Uchiha clan, Nanha Shrine. If this continues, there will be no place for the Uchiha clan in Konoha. We must retaliate. We cannot sit idly by. Indeed, we must counterattack. Inaction is not an option. A coup d'etat is our only path to survival. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the fervently debating clan members on either side, a dull ache forming in his head. Did they truly believe that with such meager strength, they could instigate a coup? Were they courting death? He was not the original Uchiha Fugaku. He had recently transmigrated into his body. Before he could gather his thoughts, he was thrust into the role of Uchiha Fugaku at this clan meeting. Confronted with the impassioned Uchiha members, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What was the current state of the Uchiha clan? Aside from a few rebellious spirits and his own concealed Manjiki Sharingan, their remaining strength was barely enough to contend with the Hokage's elite Umbu. With such scant power, they dared to plot a coup? Had they lost their senses? If their intellect was lacking, perhaps they ought to consume some walnuts. Alas, it seemed walnuts were not produced in this region. No wonder so many appear to be devoid of common sense. Silence. Considering he was impersonating the Uchiha clan's patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, he could not remain silent at such a moment. He feigned calmness and commanded attention. At his call, the raucous discussion quieted, and all eyes turned towards him. Some gazes were laced with derision, while others held contempt. Evidently, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was not well liked. This was hardly surprising since Uchiha Fugaku had taken command. The clan's circumstances had only deteriorated. How could he expect the clan members' support under such conditions? What insights do you have, clan leader? A gaunt elder with a scarred right cheek scrutinized Uchiha Fugaku, his voice laced with mockery. He was Uchiha Shana, the clan's elder and the instigator of the coup d'etat. He held Uchiha Fugaku, who had consistently retreated in the face of Konoha's pressures, in utter disdain. Thus, he often paid lip service to Fugaku's commands, occasionally even opposing him outright. Under Uchiha Shana's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill creep up his spine. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person now. Confronted by Uchiha Shana, seasoned jonin who had emerged from the carnage of countless battles, she instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, having inherited Uchiha Fugaku's memories made him almost indistinguishable from the original. Moreover, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, he was superior in power to Uchiha Shana, thus allowing him to maintain his composure. With a serious expression, he stated, "Given the current strength of the Uchiha clan, initiating a coup would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Such an action is utterly inadvisable, at least for now. To suggest a coup is akin to striking a rock with an egg is a perspective I cannot endorse," a gaunt elder with a hooked nose retorted coldly. He was Uchiha Shur, the clan's third elder and a staunch supporter of the coup. "Speak plainly, third elder," Uchiha Fugaku replied, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards him. Like Uchiha Shana, he too had emerged from the shadows of battle. Since the clan leader has voiced such sentiments, I shall be frank, you underestimate the Uchiha clan. We are the foremost clan in Konoha, our strength unmatched. With such power, I do not see a coup as an act of folly. The foremost clan in Konoha, strength unmatched? Third elder, I did not realize you were still living in the glory of the past, to such an extent that you fail to perceive the current reality. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Shur with a stern gaze. That it was precisely because of the older generation's incitement, clinging to past glories, that calls for a coup had proliferated, ultimately leading to the Uchiha clan's downfall. What do you mean by living in the past? How can I be blind to reality? It seems you have forgotten the glory of the Uchiha clan, opting for repeated compromises and concessions, leading only to further oppression. Uchiha Shur scoffed. He was utterly disillusioned by Uchiha Fugaku's years of weakness. It was precisely Uchiha Fugaku's persistent concessions that had led the clan to its current plight. I admit that my repeated compromises and concessions have cost the Uchiha clan dearly. Nonetheless, whether you acknowledge it or not, the fact remains that the Uchiha clan is no longer what it once was. The three shinobi world wars have depleted much of our strength, while we still cling to the title of Konoha's foremost clan. Our actual power does not surpass that of other clans by much. Should we instigate a coup, the Uchiha clan would face not only the Hokage's faction, but the might of the entire village. You believe we possess the strength to contend with that? Uchiha Fugaku asked solemnly. Our targets are Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzō Shimura. Along with their clans, we do not need to oppose all the clans. In Konoha, Uchiha sure countered, claim we need not oppose all the clans in Konoha is, don't you think, a form of self-deception? Uchiha Fugaku responded with a mocking gaze towards Uchiha Sure. Given the Uchiha clan's relations with the other clans, they will never permit us to rise to power or allow our coup to succeed. If the Uchiha clan were to initiate a coup, the only possible outcome would be being besieged by all the clans of Konoha. This, Uchiha Sure, was momentarily a loss for words in response. He was aware of the Uchiha clan's poor relations with the other clans. If forced to choose between the Hokage's inner circle and the Uchiha clan, the other clans would likely side with the Hokage. Does that mean, clan leader, that we should abandon the notion of a coup and continue to allow the Hokage's faction to oppress us? Uchiha Shana asked with a cold laugh. No, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction is not our fault, but rather the result of their oppression of us. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. While it was indeed foolish for the Uchiha clan to continually speak of a coup, it must be acknowledged that the blame lay with the Hokage's faction, that it was their relentless oppression that ultimately fueled the calls for a coup within the Uchiha clan. Then what do you propose we do? Uchiha Shana pressed. Addressing the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction through negotiation is indeed unfeasible. I support the notion of a coup or adopting more forceful measures, but not at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed all the clan members present. Currently, the Uchiha clan is witnessing the emergence of prodigies. Shisui and Itachi are akin to the geniuses of the past, like Minato. If we allow them the time to develop, the Uchiha clan will gain 2 more individuals of their caliber. What is there to rush? He was aware that both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had become dissidents. However, this matter cannot be made public at present. Rather, it must be concealed. It is essential to leverage the expectations of the Uchiha clan regarding the 2 individuals, temporarily suppressing the coup d'etat and proceeding with caution. The clan leader asserted that this is not the most opportune moment to instigate a coup. It is only after Shisui and Itachi have matured that the ideal time will arrive. An elderly man, with a fair complexion and a distinctive mole on his left brow, spoke. He is Uchiha Sho, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, one of the few rational voices amidst the incessant clamoring for a coup within the Uchiha. Indeed, while Shisui and Itachi possess exceptional talents, they are still too young, their powers yet to reach their zenith. Consequently, it is accurate to conclude that now is not the most favorable moment for a coup. In a few years, once the 2 have matured, that will be the optimal time for action. Persuaded by Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning, many members of the Uchiha clan expressed their agreement, their anticipation growing. In just a few years, Shisui and Itachi will have developed their strengths. Once the clan produces 2 formidable warriors akin to Minato Namikaze, how powerful will the Uchiha clan become? At that point, even if faced with the entirety of Konoha, the Uchiha clan will stand fearless. Hearing the consensus among the clansmen, Uchiha Shiranai and Uchiha Simo remained silent. Despite their ongoing opposition to Uchiha Fugaku and their disdain for his perceived weakness, they could not deny the validity of his previous statements. The Uchiha clan is currently experiencing a renaissance, their strength burgeoning at an extraordinary pace. It is indeed not the right time for a coup. Let us conclude today's clan meeting here. Remember, the matters discussed today must remain confidential. Do not speak of them to anyone. Uchiha Fugaku announced with a sigh of relief, having finally persuaded the assembly to postpone the coup. As for future affairs, they would have to be addressed as they come. It is unfortunate that he has the misfortune of being reborn as Uchiha Fugaku, the last head of the Uchiha clan. Departing from the South-He Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku returned to his residence. You're back? A beautiful woman greeted him warmly at the entrance. Clad in a kimono, with long black hair cascading down her back, her gentle smile evoked a sense of spring's tender embrace. She is Uchiha Makoto, the wife of this body. Though a mother of 2, her figure remains remarkably well preserved, a testament to her ninja heritage, rivaling that of a youthful maiden. Moreover, she possesses a mature allure that a girl cannot match, akin to a resplendent peony in full bloom. Uchiha Fugaku responded somewhat sheepishly. Although he occupies Uchiha Fugaku's body, His essence is that of a soul from another world. In the presence of Uchiha Makoto, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. After acknowledging Uchiha Makoto, he mimicked Uchiha Fugaku's usual demeanor and made his way toward the study. Closing the door behind him, he let out a sigh of relief, finally finding a moment to untangle the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He never anticipated being reborn as Uchiha Fugaku. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Unexpectedly thrust into this life, and to be in the body of one destined to perish on the night of the Uchiha clan's downfall, is indeed a dismal beginning. If the initial difficulty of traversing realms can be classified into 3 tiers, easy, moderate, and challenging, then his beginning is undoubtedly of the challenging variety. A transformation is imperative. Without it, death is inescapable. He sighed, contemplating this grim reality. The severity of the beginning cannot be altered. Acceptance, however reluctant, is necessary. What he must now endeavor is to alter this fate, to avert the fatal conclusion. He cannot afford to succumb passively. Uchiha Itachi. The mere thought of the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Uchiha Itachi sent a chill through him. Were he in the same position, he would never allow himself to be slain without resistance. Although he occupies the body of Uchiha Fugaku, it must be acknowledged that he does not share a father-son bond with Uchiha Itachi. The moral burden of fratricide does not weigh heavily on him. Furthermore, even if such a bond existed, it would not justify complete passivity. It can only be said that the original Uchiha Fugaku was exceedingly foolish, failing to resist merely because the assailant was his own son, Uchiha Itachi. However, even with resistance, if no changes are made, the Uchiha clan is likely to face obliteration. While the Leaf Village publicly declared that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for the clan's downfall, the truth is that he was not the sole perpetrator. Alongside Uchiha Itachi, there was also Uchiha Obito, a shadowy figure orchestrating chaos from the dark. Given his current capabilities, he doubts he could stand against such formidable foes. A frown creased his brow. Like Uchiha Itachi from several years hence, this body, too, possesses a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. In terms of power, he is not necessarily inferior to Uchiha Itachi in the years to come. Yet, the adversaries he must confront are not limited to Uchiha Itachi alone. Uchiha Obito lurks in the shadows, complicating matters further. With his present strength, he is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. To level the playing field, he must devise a means to enhance his abilities, to cultivate greater power. Regrettably, the coveted golden finger has yet to materialize, leaving him uncertain of its eventual arrival. He feels a pang of disappointment. Hours have passed since he traversed into Uchiha Fugaku, yet the essential boon that all travelers should possess remains absent. It seems he is not endowed with the protagonist's privileges, lacking the requisite golden finger. Without this advantage, he must rely on foresight to bolster his strength. His fingers instinctively tapped as he pondered. Presently, he wields the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power residing at the level of a shadow. To further elevate his prowess, there are 2 potential avenues. The first involves transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a closely related individual, thus transforming the overused eye, which risks blindness, into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which ensures perpetual sight and greater might. Acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. The second method entails the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, which possess the ability to prevent the blindness associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even without achieving the eternal variant, he would retain his sight post-transplantation. Uchiha Obito was able to freely wield his Mangekyo Sharingan without fear of blindness due to the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. With no restrictions on the usage of his Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength naturally saw an enhancement. Both methods could amplify my power, and if employed in tandem, it might even allow me to evolve into a Rinnegan, akin to Uchiha Madara. A sharp light glimmered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Having arrived in this world and become Uchiha Fugaku, there was no reason to await death. He must leverage foresight to enhance his strength and ensure his survival. The Rinnegan. The mere thought of the Rinnegan ignited a fervent desire within Uchiha Fugaku. As one of the most formidable ocular techniques, the Rinnegan is exceedingly advanced. This is evidenced by Nagato's ability to obliterate one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha, with a single strike using his transplanted Rinnegan, leaving Konoha utterly defenseless. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the Rinnegan's true potential. Being an implanted eye, it could not perfectly integrate with the host's body, and its power was not on par with that of its original owner. Let us observe the capabilities of this Mangekyo. He delved into the memories of his predecessor, confirming the abilities of this Mangekyo. This Mangekyo would become his greatest trump card, and he must thoroughly understand its powers. The right eye's technique is reality illusion. His gaze brightened slightly. Reality illusion, a power akin to Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyami, can create an illusionary space. However, unlike Tsukuyami, which manipulates time, location, and quality, his illusionary space can translate the damage inflicted within the illusion back to the real world. For instance, if he were to strike an adversary with a blade within the illusion, the adversary would bear a wound in reality as well. The ability to transfer damage from illusion to reality is precisely why this ocular technique is termed reality illusion, a jinjutsu surpassing Tsukuyami. In his estimation, reality illusion undoubtedly possesses greater power than Tsukuyami. While Tsukuyami inflicts merely psychological harm, reality illusion delivers physical damage, marking a distinctly higher echelon. The left eye's technique is corpse fusion. After savoring the intricacies of the right eye's technique, he turned his attention to the left eye's capability, and in an instant, his gaze ignited with fervor. Corpse fusion is an exceedingly unique ocular technique. It allows the user to meld the recently deceased body into their own, thus acquiring the individual's talents in jinjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and more. If the individual possessed a bloodline limit, the user might even assimilate that bloodline into their own. To his satisfaction, the left eye's technique was no less formidable than that of the right eye. In fact, in certain aspects, its value far exceeded that of the right eye's technique. How foolish it is to possess a treasure trove, yet fail to exploit it. Upon reviewing Uchiha Fugaku's memories regarding the development and application of the left eye's technique, he could not help but feel disdain, despising the antiquated notions of his predecessor, who possessed a treasure trove yet failed to utilize it wisely. In the eyes of his former self, as the head of the Uchiha clan, his talents in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were unparalleled. He believed that his clan's bloodline limit was the strongest, far surpassing that of any other clan. Thus, he regarded the fusion of corpses as superfluous and had never employed it, deeming such an attitude foolish. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan ultimately faced extinction. Their downfall was closely tied to the weakness and antiquated thinking of Uchiha Fugaku. With the ability to fuse corpses, the prospects of obtaining the Rinnegan became markedly brighter. He was filled with exhilaration. The two prerequisites for acquiring the Rinnegan involved the transplantation of a pair of closely related Mangekyo Sharingan, which was quite feasible. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi was particularly suitable for him. Given their blood relation, the likelihood of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan post-transplantation was substantial. As for the superficial father-son relationship between him and Uchiha Itachi, who sought his demise, he cared little for their familial ties. Allowing Itachi to live would already be a gesture of mercy. The more troublesome condition was the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. This procedure bore immense risks. A single misstep could result in adverse effects or even lead to obliteration by the Hashirama cells. Moreover, even if the transplantation succeeded, perfect integration with his body was not guaranteed. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara spent decades after transplanting Hashirama's cells, only achieving the Rinnegan shortly before his demise. He believed this sluggish progression stemmed from the imperfect fusion of Hashirama's cells with Madara's physique. However, if he were to employ the method of corpse fusion to incorporate the body of one whose cells had perfectly integrated, he would not only acquire Hashirama's cells, but also achieve flawless compatibility. Consequently, the time required to evolve into the Rinnegan would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Not only the Rinnegan, but he could also acquire other bloodline limits of comparable strength. Without corpse fusion, he mused, his foresight and premonition would ultimately confine his achievements to merely obtaining the Rinnegan. While possessing the Rinnegan would afford him a measure of self-preservation, it would be inadequate to contend with the Ten Tails or the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet, with corpse fusion, he could gain other bloodline limits that rivaled the Rinnegan, such as the Rebirth Eye, a dojutsu passed down from the Sage of Six Paths brother, Otsutsuki Himura. He was aware of the principles for acquiring this dojutsu. The eyes of the Hyuga clan combined with the Otsutsuki clan's Himura were the means to attain this ability. By utilizing corpse fusion on the bodies of both the Hyuga clan and Otsutsuki Himura, it should be possible to give birth to this dojutsu. If he could possess both the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye simultaneously, even Kagaya Otsutsuki would not be beyond his reach. He could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Whether it is the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye, both are extraordinarily potent ocular techniques. The thought of possessing both forms of ocular prowess is enough to elicit awe at their combined might. In the past, the Sage of Six Paths and the Otsutsuki brothers managed to seal away Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, he could not fathom why he would be incapable of achieving the same feat with the powers of two. It is indeed a pity to possess such a treasure, yet remain ignorant of its utilization. He could not help but lament the foolishness of his former self. Holding the powerful technique of corpse refinement, yet failing to harness it for his own ascendance, was a glaring oversight. Of course, this was also due to the former self's lack of foresight, unaware of the connection between the origins of the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. The technique of corpse refinement could only reach its full potential in the hands of one with prophetic insight like him. In the hands of another, it would merely yield multiple bloodline limits. While this could enhance strength, it would not equate to the transformative acquisition of the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. Fugaku, dinner is ready. A gentle knock on the door was followed by the voice of Mikoto Uchiha. Understood, Fugaku Uchiha replied, stepping out of his study. Armed with methods to elevate his strength, he felt a sense of calm replace the anxiety that had plagued him since his arrival. The future was not shrouded in despair. He had discovered a golden opportunity to navigate through adversity. However, this golden opportunity was not a gift from his transmigration, but rather an innate endowment of his predecessor. As he approached the dining table, he noticed not only Mikoto, but also a young boy of 4 or 5 years. The child, with his raven hair and dark eyes, was exquisitely crafted. Despite his tender age, his features hinted at a future of remarkable potential. He would undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man, captivating the hearts of many. This child was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. To his relief, the bothersome Itachi Uchiha was absent, having departed with Shisui Uchiha on a mission outside the village. Father. Upon seeing Fugaku, Sasuke exclaimed with a bright, cheerful voice. Fugaku affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair and settled down cross-legged. Sasuke, rewarded with this gesture, beamed with joy. Having not endured the tragedy of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke's disposition remained normal, devoid of the cold aloofness depicted in the original narrative. He exhibited a hint of the pride characteristic of a genius from the Uchiha clan, but this semblance of arrogance was insignificant in the face of his current identity. This boy was a potential asset, one to be carefully nurtured and kept close. Observing how easily Sasuke's spirits lifted with a mere pat on the head, Fugaku mused. Compared to the predatory nature of Shisui and Itachi, Sasuke was undoubtedly more approachable, at least prior to the massacre that awaited him. With proper guidance, he would surely become a formidable ally in the future, especially considering his heritage as a reincarnation of Indra. However, before any of that could come to fruition, he needed to lead the Uchiha clan through the impending night of tragedy. Otherwise, all would be for naught. After dinner, he made his way to the training grounds in the courtyard. Although he had acquired the memories of Uchiha Fugaku, he was not the original person. Thus, he needed to ascertain whether he had inherited Uchiha Fugaku's combat experience. Should he lack such inheritance, possessing mere strength without the accompanying experience would undoubtedly diminish his capabilities, posing a significant disadvantage to his goal of surviving the night of the massacre. He retrieved 8 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, gripping them between his fingers as recalled from his predecessor's memory. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over him. With a surge of determination, he exerted force through his hands and swiftly launched the 8 shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken flew rapidly, yet their velocities were not uniform. The front ones lagged slightly, while those at the rear surged ahead. Clink, clink, clink. The shuriken collided with one another, producing a series of resonant sounds. Their trajectories altered, scattering in various directions toward the training ground. Each shuriken struck a target, all landing squarely within the red bullseye. Phoenix Fire Technique. Without pausing, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, then cupped his right hand to his mouth. A torrent of flames erupted forth, assailing the 8 targets. In the wake of the fiery onslaught, the targets exploded, scattering embers in every direction. It appeared that the former combat experience remained intact. He halted, nodding in satisfaction. The ability to strike all 8 shuriken precisely at the bullseye, as well as the adept use of ninjutsu to accurately hit the targets, indicated that his predecessor's combat knowledge had indeed become instinctual within him, sparing him the need to start from scratch in practice. Shadow level prowess. The amalgamation of his predecessor's combat experience, coupled with this body's physical abilities and the Mangekyo Sharingan, assured him of such formidable strength. However, mere shadow-level power was insufficient. Further enhancements were imperative. He recognized that possessing such strength alone would make thwarting the massacre exceedingly challenging. After all, the adversaries were not limited to Uchiha Itachi, but also included Uchiha Obito. Confronting two foes endowed with Mangekyo Sharingan would undoubtedly be beyond his current capabilities. Although there existed the option to eliminate Uchiha Itachi before he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was reluctant to pursue this unless absolutely necessary. It was not merely due to their overt father-son relationship, but rather because he required a pair of genetically related Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve his own eyes into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Killing Uchiha Itachi prior to his awakening of the Mangekyo would be a most unwise choice, as Itachi's Sharingan had yet to evolve, making it impossible to enhance his own eyes through transplantation. At this stage, the optimal method to augment his strength was to transplant Hashirama's cells, a procedure fraught with risk. Nevertheless, he considered such risks non-existent for him. He mused inwardly. With the ocular technique known as corpse fusion at his disposal, the dangers associated with transplanting Hashirama's cells posed no threat to him at all. He merely needed to merge the corpse of a person who could perfectly integrate the cells of Hashirama into his own body through the process of fusion, thereby acquiring Hashirama cells without any risk. After all, the essence being amalgamated was that of an individual whose body could flawlessly blend with Hashirama's cells, ensuring a perfect synergy. Presently within the ninja world, only Yamato and the clones of White Zetsu had achieved such an impeccable fusion. He recalled memories from his past life, where Yamato, as the sole survivor of Orochimaru's experiments with Hashirama's cells, had fortuitously attained a flawless integration, gaining would-release abilities without any side effects. The White Zetsu clones, on the other hand, were created by Uchiha Obito utilizing the Outer Path Golem, having perfectly assimilated Hashirama's cells as well, also free from adverse effects. Regardless of which corpse he chose for fusion, it should alleviate the drawbacks associated with the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby enhancing his prowess. Currently, Yamato was likely stationed within the direct service of the Hokage's Umbu, and any attempt to target him would undoubtedly provoke scrutiny from the Hokage's faction, risking exposure. Conversely, the White Zetsu clones were numerous. Even if one were to perish, it would likely go unnoticed. Uchiha Fugaku had made his decision. Compared to the potential troubles that targeting Yamato might incite, the abundant and inconspicuous White Zetsu clones were far more suitable as targets. After practicing in the courtyard for a while, night had fallen. He left the training ground, took a shower, and entered his bedroom. Inside, Uchiha Mikoto was seated cross-legged on the tatami, adorned in a delicate nightgown that scarcely concealed her alluring figure, her fair skin peeking through the fabric. Her long, lustrous black hair flowed freely, emanating a subtle fragrance. Upon witnessing this enchanting sight, the realization that this captivating woman was his wife ignited a fervent warmth in his gaze. The following day, Uchiha Fugaku awoke, gazing at the fair-skinned beauty beside him and inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from her, confirming that this was no dream. He had indeed traversed into another world, becoming Uchiha Fugaku, the last head of the Uchiha clan, inheriting the dire predicament of a family on the brink of extinction. If changes were not made, in 3 years, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation, and he would perish on the night of their demise. The sole stroke of fortune was his beautiful wife. He lifted the covers, preparing to rise and dress. "Let me help you get dressed." The rustling of the covers stirred Uchiha Mikoto from her slumber. As she awakened and saw Fugaku getting up, she offered a gentle smile, standing to assist him in dressing. Clad only in her nightgown, a generous expanse of her fair skin was revealed, her splendid figure subtly discernible beneath the sheer fabric. Experiencing being dressed by another for the first time, Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound sense of happiness. With a wife like her, perhaps the beginning was not so grim after all. As for the looming crises ahead, it was not necessarily a dire fate. The fusion of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and his prophetic foresight has bestowed upon him an extraordinary power, enabling him to surpass his predecessor and possess the capability to avert crises. After partaking in breakfast, he departed from the Uchiha clan's residence, accompanied by 2 clan members serving as his guards, making his way toward the security department. As the captain of the guard, he does not engage in routine patrols. However, he is tasked with adjudicating and addressing numerous documents concerning public order incidents. Thus, it has become a daily ritual for him to visit the security department. An Uchiha, the infamous clan? Shoo, lower your voice. If they hear us, we will surely face repercussions. And if they do they dare to kill us? While they may refrain from public executions, they can easily fabricate a reason to imprison us. Surely, the Uchiha would not act so recklessly? You are too naive. A friend of my neighbor's acquaintance was imprisoned for such a reason and remains incarcerated to this day. As he traversed the streets, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but sense the icy, indifferent, fearful, and distant gazes of those around him, with his heightened senses befitting a figure of his stature. He could even discern the hushed conversations of the bystanders. It was evident that the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha was exceedingly tarnished. What a clever maneuver. He could not suppress a cold scoff within. The Uchiha clan's notoriety stemmed not only from the arrogance of its members, who looked down upon common ninjas and other clans, but also from the deliberate manipulation of public opinion by Konoha's higher-ups, who spread falsehoods about them. For instance, the mere act of discussing the Uchiha clan had led to the imprisonment by the security department, a scenario that was utterly implausible. Though the Uchiha were indeed proud, it was precisely this pride that rendered them incapable of engaging in such slanderous acts against others. As proud members of the Uchiha clan, they would never stoop to such behavior. The rumors circulating were, without a doubt, orchestrated by Konoha's elite in a bid to ostracize the Uchiha clan. It must be acknowledged that this strategy has proven effective. The Uchiha clan today could rightfully be considered the public enemy of Konoha. To resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, it is imperative to eliminate the sources of discord, he mused. He found himself in agreement with the notion of employing force to alter the Uchiha clan's marginalized and oppressed status. However, he firmly opposed the use of a coup d'état as a brutish means to achieve this, for such an action would pit them against all of Konoha. Given the Uchiha clan's current strength, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding such opposition. The Uchiha clan had long since lost the glory of the Warring States period and lacked the formidable power necessary to confront the entirety of Konoha. Thus, a coup d'état was not a viable option. The most prudent approach would be to resort to bounties, ambushes, and assassinations. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. To eliminate the antagonistic higher-ups of the Uchiha clan within Konoha, a coup is not a necessity. Rather, instigating a coup would be the most foolish course of action. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly attract excessive attention, and the likelihood of success remains quite low. Given the notorious reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, should they attempt a coup, other clans would inevitably oppose them. In his estimation, the most effective strategy would be to employ bounties and assassinations to discreetly eliminate those within the higher echelons of Konoha who harbor hostility towards the Uchiha clan. This method would create minimal disturbance, allowing them to avoid enmity with all the clans in Konoha. As Uchiha Fugaku delved into contemplation, 3 individuals approached him. The foremost among them was a middle-aged man of average height, yet possessing a robust physique, exuding an aura of formidable strength. This was a powerful jonin, an elite shinobi. No less. Isn't this Captain Fugaku? The middle-aged man remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. It was Shimizu Raijin. As Fugaku's gaze fell upon him, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Shimizu Raijin, one of the elite jonin of the Shimizu clan, held considerable influence within his family. As a member of the clan led by Danzō, who harbored intense animosity towards the Uchiha clan, Raijin was one of the most aggressive proponents of this enmity. Captain Fugaku, are you heading to the security department? Maintaining peace in Konoha must be quite taxing for you. Raijin smiled, clearly mocking Fugaku. The maintenance of order involved handling trivial matters, and such trivialities hardly warranted any claim to hardship. His words were a blatant derision of the Uchiha clan, now reduced to managing insignificant affairs. Your concern is unwarranted. Fugaku replied coldly. The original responsibilities of the security department included not only maintaining order, but also patrolling the village perimeter and capturing spies. However, due to the suppression and diminishment imposed by the higher-ups of Konoha, these duties had been gradually stripped away, leaving only the superfluous task of maintaining order. The primary instigator of this situation was none other than Danzō of the Shimizu clan. Isn't this just a gesture of concern for you, Captain Fugaku? Do take care not to overexert yourself. Your health is important. Raijin taunted. Much appreciated, Fugaku retorted coldly. The concern of an upper echelon member from a clan opposed to the Uchiha was nothing more than a farce. With the hostility between Fugaku and Raijin evident, there was no possibility of halting for a friendly exchange. The two parties passed by each other. Fugaku and his companions proceeded towards the security department, while Raijin and his group headed towards the Shimizu clan's domain. Such remarkable restraint. Raijin mused inwardly on his way back to the Shimizu clan. The encounter with Fugaku Uchiha was not a mere coincidence. Rather, it was a deliberate act, meticulously calculated to ensure that Fugaku would appear at that specific moment on that particular street. The intent behind this design was to test Fugaku Uchiha. He sought to ascertain whether, after the relentless oppression of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku could still maintain his composure. To his disappointment, Fugaku did not easily succumb to provocation. He remained steadfast in his characteristic restraint. The question lingered, would he continue to endure? Contemplating the clan's forthcoming plans, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. As long as the Uchiha clan existed, the higher-ups in Konoha would not relent in their suppression of them. Not long ago, under the directive of Danzō, the Shimura clan covertly contacted other clans, preparing to strip the Uchiha clan of their oversight of the village's entrances and exits, further intensifying the pressure on them. The Uchiha clan, responsible for monitoring the village's passageways, wielded significant control over the merchant convoys entering and leaving the village. Historically, they had profited from their regulatory power over these convoys, receiving substantial dividends. Should the Uchiha clan lose their oversight of the village's entrances, such dividends would undoubtedly become unattainable. With the Shimura clan and other families poised to seize this opportunity for themselves, if the authority over the village's passageways were to be rescinded, the Uchiha clan would find themselves severed from a considerable portion of their economic sustenance. He found it hard to believe that, under such circumstances, Fugaku could still maintain his composure. Anticipation grew within him for the next village council meeting, where the Shimura clan would ally with others to propose the removal of the Uchiha clan's oversight. He was eager to witness Fugaku's reaction once the proposal was passed. Would he be unable to contain his fury and erupt, or would he choose to endure once more? In previous instances, Fugaku had opted for restraint, but this time it would strike at the very core of the Uchiha clan's interests. He doubted that Fugaku could remain composed in the face of such provocation. Should Fugaku lose his patience, the objectives of the Shimura clan and the Konoha leadership would be realized. For Konoha, the Uchiha clan, which had once produced the rogue ninja Madara, represented a perilous threat that needed to be eradicated. The calamity of the Nine Tails had only solidified this belief among the higher-ups. However, it was unacceptable to act against an innocent clan outright, as such actions would only incite suspicion among other clans. After all, no family could guarantee that they would not be the next target. Thus, a scheme was devised to apply pressure on the Uchiha clan, compelling them toward rebellion. If the Uchiha clan could no longer endure the suppression and chose to revolt, then the village would have justifiable grounds to act against them. One must commend Fugaku Uchiha for his remarkable restraint. Time and again, he faced the village's oppressive tactics, yet managed to suppress both his anger and the internal dissent within his clan. Indeed, the murmurs of rebellion within the Uchiha clan have long been known to the higher echelons of Konoha. One might even assert that they have been eagerly anticipating this moment. He believes that this time, the Uchiha clan will inevitably succumb to the pressure and erupt in defiance. Even if Uchiha Fugaku can endure, the clan itself will not tolerate the oppression and will compel him to rebel. Since the inception of this plan, the fate of the Uchiha clan has been sealed. Is it Shimizu Ryoma? As he strides toward the security department, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickers in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. To alter the current state of oppression faced by the Uchiha clan, it is imperative to address those in positions of power within Konoha who harbor animosity towards them. Shimizu Ryoma is evidently one such individual. Moreover, while this person holds a prominent position within the Shimizu clan, his status does not rival that of Shimura Danzō, rendering him a more suitable target due to his limited protection. Having reached a decision, he resolves to make Shimizu Ryoma his first target. How shall he proceed? There are two methods to eliminate Shimizu Ryoma. The first method involves issuing a bounty on the underground black market, enticing rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi to assassinate him through a substantial reward. This approach is discreet and allows for the Uchiha clan to distance themselves from the death of Shimizu Ryoma. The only drawback is the financial burden it entails. As an elite jonin, The cost of placing a bounty on such a ninja would undoubtedly be considerable. One can reference the bounty placed on Asuma Sarutobi, which reached a staggering 35 million ryo. Of course, Asuma's unique status as a protector of the 12 guardian ninjas and the son of the third Hokage justified a higher bounty than that of an ordinary elite jonin. Nevertheless, to place a bounty on Shimizu Ryoma, a sum of at least 20 million ryo would be required. The second method involves covertly mobilizing the elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan to carry out the assassination. This approach is less costly but lacks the same level of discretion. Should the assassination fail or leave behind any traces that the Umbu of Konoha might uncover, it could expose the entire plot. Such exposure would undoubtedly provoke severe repercussions, providing the higher-ups of Konoha with ample justification to act against the Uchiha clan. While the bounty method is concealed, its cost is exorbitant. The assassination, though risky, could be executed with sufficient secrecy to avoid detection. Ultimately, he decides to adopt the assassination strategy against Shimizu Ryoma. Issuing a bounty of 20 million ryo is certainly feasible given the financial resources of the Uchiha clan. However, Shimizu Ryoma is not the only adversary he must confront. Within Konoha, there exists a multitude of individuals who harbor enmity towards the Uchiha clan. After addressing Shimizu Ryoma, he will inevitably have to deal with these individuals in succession to alleviate the current crisis facing the Uchiha clan. Given the sheer number of targets, employing the bounty method would be unfeasible, even for a clan as affluent as the Uchihas. Thus, in the end, he will also resort to mobilizing the elite forces of the Uchiha clan for targeted assassinations. Since it is inevitable that assassination methods will ultimately be employed, it is perhaps wiser to adopt them from the very beginning. While assassination carries inherent risks of exposure, such dangers can be effectively mitigated through meticulous secrecy. He has resolved to personally undertake the task of assassination. With someone of his caliber, of shadow-level prowess, taking action, the likelihood of failure diminishes significantly, and the chances of exposure become even slimmer. The Konoha Security Department, established by the second Hokage, is a division whose members are exclusively drawn from the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the emblem of the security force is a shuriken adorned with the Uchiha clan's crest, the fire fan. Their methods are remarkably sophisticated. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the emblem of the Konoha Security Department as he stepped into the building. Rather than feeling a sense of pride in this organization deeply intertwined with his clan, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of malice. The second Hokage's intentions in founding the Konoha Security Department were undeniably sinister. By confining all Uchiha clan members within a single department, he severed their connections with other clans, effectively isolating them. Moreover, by assigning the department law enforcement duties, he ensured that the Uchiha clan would inevitably offend other clans, leading to their ostracization. This situation parallels the notorious reputation of city management officials in a past life, where the group's infamy stemmed not from the inherent malevolence of its members, but rather from their opposition to the majority of the populace. Any misstep, however minor, would be magnified, resulting in a tarnished reputation. Lastly, by concentrating all Uchiha clan members within a single department and restricting their activities to the village, he facilitated constant surveillance over them. Among the 4 Hokages of Konoha, the first Hokage stands unrivaled in strength, while the second Hokage is unparalleled in cunning and intrigue. In comparison, even the third Hokage, who inherited his ideologies, appears overly inexperienced. Had it not been for his unexpected demise during a peace negotiation with the Cloud Village, the Uchiha clan might well have been eradicated by now. Upon arriving at his office, Uchiha Fugaku commenced his day's work, addressing the accumulation of security cases from the previous day. There were instances of brawls, reports of lost wallets, and disputes over damages caused by drunkenness, all trivial matters. The members of the security force handled these issues with fairness and impartiality. After a brief review, he swiftly affixed his signature, endorsing the resolutions put forth by the security personnel. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Uchiha Fugaku called out, and shortly thereafter, a man entered the room. Clad in a green ninja uniform, the man wore a black armband emblazoned with the security department's emblem on his left arm. His hair was dark with hints of brown, and his presence was formidable, rivaling that of the previously encountered Shimizu Ryojin. This was Uchiha Yakumo, a staunch supporter of Fugaku's predecessor, regarded as a right-hand man within the clan. Like Shimizu Ryojin, he too was an elite jonin, having awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. and his prowess surpassed that of Shimizu Ryujin. Captain, there is a rather unique case that requires your prompt adjudication. Upon entering the office, Uchiha Yaoi respectfully stated. What case? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, mimicking his predecessor's customary tone. Last night, a conflict erupted between two factions at the tavern. Both parties have been apprehended and brought back to the security department, but how to adjudicate the matter still requires your discretion, Uchiha Yaoi explained. Are the identities of the two factions particularly notable? Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. It is merely a brawl, according to the public order regulations. It should suffice to manage it without your specific intervention. The only reason it would be brought forth for adjudication is likely due to the special identities involved. Indeed, one faction comprises members of the Hitaki clan, while the other consists of the Sarutobi clan. So it is these two clans. No wonder, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, understanding Uchiha Yaoi's concerns. The Sarutobi clan, to which the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs, is undoubtedly a powerful family in its prime, with considerable influence in the village. Conversely, though the Hitaki clan has never produced a Hokage, they have given rise to the formidable Konoha White Fang. To cultivate such a powerful figure, the Hitaki clan must also possess significant strength and status within the village. A conflict between members of these two clans, if mishandled by the security department, could exacerbate the already precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. Have inquiries revealed which party bears greater responsibility? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku asked. According to the investigation, the first to strike was a member of the Sarutobi clan, while the Hitaki clan's involvement was largely defensive and retaliatory, Uchiha Yaoi replied. The situation is quite clear. According to the public order regulations, we shall proceed accordingly, Uchiha Fugaku declared. Following the regulations, those from the Sarutobi clan who initiated the altercation will face 10 days of imprisonment. However, considering they belong to the Sarutobi clan, the family of the third Hokage, if we proceed with this action, Uchiha Yaoi hesitated. The Uchiha clan's relationship with the higher echelons of Konoha is already strained. If this further antagonizes the third Hokage, the Uchiha family's position will become even more precarious. Rest assured, as long as we provide a reasonable justification, that esteemed and just Hokage will not intentionally target the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku thought with a cold smirk. The third Hokage has branded himself as the just and benevolent hero of Konoha. Having established such a reputation, he would not easily contravene it. Thus, as long as we present a reasonable rationale, the third Hokage will not deliberately act against the Uchiha clan. After all, once a label is affixed, violating it can lead to severe repercussions. Moreover, the third Hokage does not need to actively suppress the Uchiha clan. Such underhanded tactics that tarnish his image are typically delegated to Shimura Danzō. Shifting all the blame onto Shimura Danzō allows the third Hokage to maintain an appearance of justice and benevolence in the public eye, a strategy he has consistently employed. Go ahead. This case shall be handled in accordance with the public security regulations. Uchiha Fugaku gestured for Uchiha Yakumi to leave, yet after a moment's contemplation, he added, from now on, any public security cases involving the Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Uchiha clans shall be reported directly to me for adjudication. Uchiha Yakumi, somewhat taken aback, complied and exited the office. Since the management of public security, which can easily offend others, has been entrusted to the Uchiha clan, one should not be surprised if I turn this to my advantage. In the solitude of his office, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort. Indeed, public security management can easily irritate others, but if wielded skillfully, the benefits could far outweigh the drawbacks. He could deftly utilize the authority of public security to suppress the Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Uchiha clans, families that are unlikely to be swayed, and extend goodwill towards other clans. Projecting an image of amicability between the Uchiha clan and those outside the four aforementioned families. This would create rifts among the Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Uchiha clans and internally dismantle the large coalition opposing the Uchiha clan. With adept maneuvering, he might even attract a few allies for the Uchiha clan. In a chamber of the security department, for members of the Sarutobi clan, suspected of brawling, were temporarily detained. Brother Keisuke, will we face punishment? Sarutobi Asuka paced restlessly in the room, his brows furrowed with concern. The one he referred to as Brother Keisuke was a young man, just over 20, whose countenance bore an air of ease, devoid of panic. Upon hearing the inquiry, he confidently replied, Rest assured, nothing will happen. But we initiated the provocation this time. Another member of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Yoshihito, expressed his worries. So what? Sarutobi Keisuke replied nonchalantly with a smile. The current third Hokage is from our Sarutobi clan. The personnel of the security department would not dare take the risk of offending him by punishing us. Not daring to punish us for fear of offending the third Hokage? Upon hearing Keisuke's words, the other three felt a spark of hope and a profound sense of pride surged within them. The third Hokage hails from the Sarutobi clan, and as Keisuke said, who in the village would risk incurring his wrath? Not even the personnel of the security department would possess such audacity. It wouldn't be long before the security department releases us, and then the four of us will collectively pressure them to take action against the Hitaki clan, Sarutobi Keisuke declared. Is that feasible? We instigated the provocation this time. Even if we are exonerated, it seems unlikely that the Hitaki clan would face repercussions, Sarutobi Yoshihito remarked in surprise. The personnel of the security department will act accordingly. After all, we are members of the Sarutobi clan, Keisuke asserted confidently. In another room, 3 members of the Hitaki clan were confined within. I was impulsive this time. I should not have acted so rashly. Kikuchi Uchiha sighed, remarking that it was not his fault. Rather, the opposition had gone too far in their baseless slander against Uncle Hakuba. Kikuchi Junichi shook his head, agreeing that it was indeed the 4 from the Sarutobi clan who had overstepped by maligning the deceased Uncle Hakuba. Kikuchi Takumi clenched his fists in indignation, asserting that Uchiha need not bear any guilt, as it was the adversaries who initiated the provocation and struck first. Once the security department completes its investigation, they should release us. Kikuchi Junichi concurred, believing that their release would come swiftly. However, upon observing the untroubled expressions of Kikuchi Junichi and Kikuchi Takumi, Kikuchi Uchiha shook his head in dismay. You are thinking too simplistically. Ordinarily, we should be acquitted without blame. Yet, this situation is markedly different. As our accusers belong to the Sarutobi clan, descendants of the third Hokage, do you think the security department will be impartial in their judgment? The expressions of Kikuchi Junichi and Kikuchi Takumi shifted to concern. It is highly probable, Kikuchi Uchiha stated gravely. The Kikuchi clan, though considered a prominent family within the village, had seen its status wane since Uncle Hakuba's demise. Conversely, the Sarutobi clan, bolstered by the third Hokage's influence, held a position of remarkable significance in the village. The security department personnel might very well favor the Sarutobi clan, resulting in punitive action against the 3 of us. How could this be? Kikuchi Junichi and Kikuchi Takumi's faces darkened. It was the Sarutobi clan that had instigated the conflict, yet they found themselves facing potential repercussions. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a guard adorned with the security department insignia entered, stating, "Follow me. A decision regarding your fate has been reached." The 3 followed the guard into a chamber that also housed the 4 members of the Sarutobi clan. Their demeanor was relaxed, adorned with faint smirks, their gazes laced with mockery. Upon witnessing the expressions of the Sarutobi quartet, the hearts of the 3 sank. Their previous apprehensions were likely to materialize. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence with the verdict, Uchiha Yaume declared, his gaze sweeping over the 7 individuals. The 4 of the Sarutobi clan are charged with instigating trouble and will face 10 days of confinement as stipulated by the Public Safety Management Regulations. In contrast, the Kikuchi trio, having acted in self-defense, are hereby acquitted. At the announcement of the verdict, the previously nonchalant faces of the Sarutobi quartet transformed drastically. Sarutobi Kyu glared furiously at Uchiha Yaume, exclaiming, "What? How dare you?" He was utterly taken aback by the security department's audacity to disregard the third Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi's standing and impose punishment upon them. Recalling the assurances he had made to Sarutobi Asuka and the others, he felt a burning shame wash over his face, realizing he had grossly misjudged the security department's stance. The penalties for your 4 are in accordance with the Public Safety Management Regulations. Should you have any grievances, you may lodge a complaint against the security department once the punishment concludes, Uchiha Yaume remarked, his gaze dispassionate as it fell upon the quartet. From the captain's handling of the situation, he gleaned a subtle understanding of the captain's attitude toward the Sarutobi clan, though the captain's motives remained inscrutable. As a member of the Uchiha clan and the guard division, his sole recourse was to obey the captain's orders. Just you wait. I shall certainly bring this matter before Lord Third Hokage, declared Sarutobi Keisuke, his face ashen with fury. "Take them away," Uchiha Yaomi commanded with a wave of his hand. Members of the guard division stepped forward, escorting Sarutobi Keisuke and his 3 companions from the room, releasing Kikiyuki and his 2 allies from the guard division. It appeared that the guard division was not as deficient as rumored. Upon exiting the premises, Kikiyuki could not resist casting a glance back at the imposing doors of the guard division. Initially, he had anticipated that they would face punishment, but to his surprise, the guard division rendered a fair judgment. The instigators from the Sarutobi family were penalized, while the 3 of them were acquitted. This development somewhat improved his perception of the guard division. Contrary to the rumors, it seemed that the guard division did not cower before authority and upheld the principle of justice. Indeed, it was not as the whispers suggested. Kiki Jinichi and Kiki Takashi nodded in agreement. There were tales of guard division members abusing their status to oppress civilians and members of other clans. Yet this instance clearly contradicted such narratives. What they witnessed was a guard division committed to justice, even at the cost of offending the Sarutobi family. Could a guard division that adheres to principles of fairness truly be as inadequate as the rumors portrayed? They began to harbor doubts. The existence of such rumors likely stemmed from forces deliberately steering perceptions against the Uchiha clan, Kikiyuki mused, given the clan's current predicament. In an office within the Hokage Tower, an elderly man stood by the window, gazing into the distance. His visage bore age spots, and he was of modest stature, exuding no overtly formidable aura, appearing merely as an ordinary elder. However, the intimidating depth of his gaze, which few could meet, revealed his extraordinary nature. He was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A dark-clad Umbu ninja, masked with a canine visage, knocked on the door and entered upon receiving permission. "What brings you here?" inquired Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Last night, Sarutobi Keisuke, Sarutobi Yashiro, Sarutobi Kakeru, and Sarutobi Shinichi provoked Kikiyuki, Kiki Takashi, and Kiki Jinichi, resulting in a skirmish. The guard division has issued a ruling. The 4 Sarutobi members will be detained for 10 days, reported the Umbu ninja with utmost respect. Upon hearing the report, a cold glint flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, which were turned away from the masked ninja. Despite the wrongdoing of the 4 Sarutobi members, they were still his kin. The guard division's unwavering punishment towards them was evidently intended to undermine his standing as Hokage. The coldness in his expression vanished as he turned to face the Umbu. Replaced by his customary affable demeanor, he began to speak. "Since a mistake has been made, punishment is undoubtedly warranted. The actions of the security department in this instance were entirely justified. The village requires such diligence from its guardians. Convey a message to Sarutobi Keisuke and his companions, urging them to reflect earnestly upon their errors and to refrain from abusing their lineage as members of the Sarutobi clan to act recklessly, thereby tarnishing the family's reputation." Indeed, the gaze of the Inuzuka mask-wearing Umbu ninja towards Sarutobi Hizashi was imbued with a deeper sense of reverence. The Hokage continues to embody unwavering justice and righteousness, treating even his own kin with impartiality, refusing to leverage their status for leniency. If only the other high-ranking officials in the village could emulate the Hokage's fair-mindedness, perhaps there would be fewer disputes within the community. Responding respectfully, he exited the office, carefully closing the door behind him. Once he departed, Sarutobi Hizashi took a seat at his desk, his eyes reflecting a contemplative demeanor. Was this truly just law enforcement, or was it an act of targeting the Sarutobi clan? Accompanied by 2 clan members, Shimura Ryujin hastily left the Hidden Leaf village. His purpose for this departure was to visit the main encampment of the largest trading company in the Land of Fire. According to the information he had received, this significant trading company was set to arrive at the Hidden Leaf village in a few days. At present, the village council had yet to convene, and the Uchiha clan's authority over the village's entrances had not yet been revoked. Should this trading company come to the Leaf, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly reap substantial profits from the venture, a situation he wished to avoid yet also coveted. Thus, upon learning the news, he promptly departed the Hidden Leaf village with the intent of persuading this trading company to delay their arrival. "Lord Ryujin, I have heard that the proprietor of this trading company shares a strong rapport with the Uchiha clan. Will they heed our counsel, or will they insist on proceeding to the Hidden Leaf village regardless?" one of the accompanying clan members inquired. The young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, sported short hair with brown irises and bore a hint of arrogance upon his face. His name was Shimura Ichiro, a prominent talent among the younger generation of the Shimura clan. However, due to the illustrious reputations of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, his own brilliance had not received the recognition it deserved in the village. This disparity vexed him greatly, and he had long sought an opportunity to compete against Shisui and Itachi, but to no avail thus far. They will certainly assess the situation. Shimura Ryujin replied with a light chuckle. To have cultivated the largest trading company in the Land of Fire, the proprietor must possess a keen intellect. The Uchiha clan's influence has waned, and their oversight of the village's entrances is on the verge of being revoked. I trust that the proprietor will make a prudent decision. As for their connections with the Uchiha clan, it is merely a strategic alliance formed while the Uchiha held dominion over the village's entry points. Now that their power is diminished, the proprietor will surely not hesitate to sever ties. And what if they refuse to listen? Shimura Ichiro furrowed his brow, concerned. Then we shall have to assume the role of brigands. Shimura Ryujin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. He was confident that the proprietor of the trading company would heed their counsel and postpone their visit to the Hidden Leaf village. However, if the opposing party disregards the counsel, they will have no choice but to assume the role of bandits and plunder the merchant caravan, compelling compliance. Assume the role of bandits? Ichiro Shimura exclaimed in surprise, casting a worried glance at Ryoma Shimura. If we are discovered acting as bandits, we will undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the village. Not even Lord Danzō could shield us. As long as we remain undetected, replied another member of the Shimura clan, a man in his 30s named Sasuke Shimura. In contrast to Ichiro's astonishment, his expression remained composed, clearly familiar with such matters. Indeed, as long as we remain undetected, Ryoma Shimura remarked, his gaze profound. If executed with sufficient secrecy, even if the Uchiha clan, known for their amicable relations with the merchant caravan, harbored suspicions, the Shimura clan would be unscathed. Furthermore, within the Land of Fire, rogue ninjas are plentiful. It is not unusual for a merchant caravan to be besieged by bandits. A few hours later, the three appeared in a secluded area far from the Hidden Leaf village, swiftly maneuvering between the trees. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken and kunai rained down upon them, dense as falling raindrops. This is bad. The sight of the incoming projectiles caused their expressions to change. However, the trio possessed formidable skills and promptly executed the appropriate evasive maneuvers. As they dodged swiftly, they drew their kunai, deflecting the projectiles that they could not evade. As the barrage ceased, a masked figure clad in black silently materialized behind Ichiro Shimura, thrusting a kunai toward his back. In an instant, Ichiro's instincts kicked in, and he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Yet, just as he sidestepped the attack, another masked assailant leapt down from a tree, wielding a kunai aimed at him. With no time to evade, he was struck, a deep wound appearing on his body. Simultaneously, Ryoma and Sasuke Shimura were also under attack, each confronted by a masked assailant. Like Ichiro, Sasuke suffered injuries during the ambush. Only Ryoma, possessing the strength of an elite jonin, managed to fend off his attackers without sustaining any wounds. "Who are you?" Ryoma demanded, glaring at the two assailants. The simplicity of their mission had unexpectedly turned into a treacherous ambush, igniting both surprise and fury within him. The two assailants, however, remained silent, closing in on Ryoma with their kunai drawn. The palpable intent to kill hung in the air like a chilling wind, causing the temperature to plummet. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Sensing the murderous intent, Ryoma's expression darkened. The intensity of their malice indicated that these attackers were no ordinary ninjas. Glaring at the two assailants rushing towards him, he swiftly formed hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of concentrated chakra erupted from his mouth, each orb possessing the lethal force akin to bullets, assaulting the duo like a relentless machine gun fire. Among the attackers, one swiftly executed hand seals and pressed his hands against the ground. With a resounding boom, a sturdy earthen wall surged upwards, effectively shielding against the onslaught of chakra orbs, which left numerous craters upon its surface. Meanwhile, the other adversary, seizing the cover provided by the wall, swiftly maneuvered to flank Shimizu Ryujin. As he circled to Ryujin's side, a kunai was viciously aimed at his throat. Clang! Ryujin narrowly parried the kunai with his own, narrowly escaping a grievous wound. Yet, the threat was far from over. The one who had summoned the earthen wall was now advancing towards him, launching a kick aimed directly at him. Faced with this combined assault, he hastily retreated. In that moment, The individual wielding the kunai, who he had just deflected, suddenly revealed a pair of crimson eyes. Within those eyes, 3 black tomos spun rapidly. The Sharingan. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Sharingan, a hallmark of the Uchiha clan, ambushed by members of the Uchiha family, no less. Although his relationship with the Uchiha clan was notoriously strained, he never anticipated they would dare to launch a covert attack against them. Did they not fear being discovered by the village? At that moment, he clearly forgot the words he had uttered not long ago. As long as they remained undetected, all would be well. If today's ambush were to be uncovered by the village, the Uchiha clan would find themselves in dire straits. But that depended on whether the village could indeed discover it. As long as they remained unnoticed, everything was permissible. Alas, being an elite jonin, despite his shock at the identity of his attackers, he swiftly resolved to take the most prudent course of action. He lowered his head, evading the gaze of the Sharingan, thereby avoiding the potential genjutsu that could ensnare him. He must not fall victim to an illusion. In this precarious situation, succumbing to genjutsu would undoubtedly seal his fate. Boom. He successfully evaded the illusion cast by the 3 tomo Sharingan, yet he could not escape the kick from the earth manipulator, which struck him forcefully. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, crashing into a tree large enough for several people to embrace, which trembled violently, shedding numerous leaves. The pain from the kick to his chest and the impact against the tree was searing, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen shuriken raced towards him. He hurriedly dodged, but still, one shuriken found its mark, inflicting a wound from which blood began to seep. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Without granting Raijin a moment of respite, one of his attackers rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a vast torrent of flame. This conflagration dispersed in midair, enveloping each shuriken, transforming them into blossoms of fire that surged towards Raijin from various directions. In the face of the approaching perilous flames, Shimura Raijin's expression shifted dramatically. With swift movements, he formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that sliced through the air like razor-sharp edges, countering the onslaught of fiery blossoms. The sounds of impact echoed as the dangerous flames were repelled, yet before he could exhale in relief, a figure with 3 swirling tomo emerged from beneath the ground. Reacting quickly, he attempted to evade to the side, but the formidable perception of the Sharingan detected his movements. In an instant, a kunai was thrust sideways, inflicting a deep wound that extended from his chest to his abdomen. Blood splattered, painting the earth beneath him with vivid crimson droplets. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hurled a handful of shuriken at the assailant who had just injured him. The foe hurriedly dodged and defended, allowing Raijin a fleeting moment to clutch his wound and retreat, creating distance between them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the chaos, drawing his gaze to the source of the cry. To his horror, he beheld Shimura Ikaru, who had accompanied him, pierced through the chest by a kunai. Blood gushed forth, dimming the light in his eyes. A wave of anger washed over Raijin's face. Ikaru, a prodigy of the Shimura clan, had the potential to become an elite jonin, or even the clan leader one day. Now, he lay lifeless, a casualty of what should have been a mundane mission. The weight of despair settled heavily upon Raijin, knowing that with Ikaru's demise, 2 more adversaries would join the assault against him, worsening his dire predicament. Raijin-sama, flee! A commanding voice rang out. Shimura Sasuke, gravely wounded, faced the incoming attack without hesitation, hastily forming hand seals. A kunai sliced through Sasuke's throat, yet simultaneously, he completed his seals. Wind release, cyclone. A violent tempest erupted around Sasuke, swirling with dead leaves and debris, obscuring the vision of all present. The air was filled with a whirlwind of foliage and dirt, rendering everyone blind to one another. Fear not, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. Elated by the opportunity presented by the obscured vision, Shimura Raijin seized the moment to flee in a singular direction. He had anticipated a grim fate today, but he had not expected Sasuke would fight to secure his escape with such valor. Evidently, the bonds forged in quieter times bore fruit, granting him a chance at survival when it mattered most. I must escape, he urged himself fervently. If he could evade capture and report back to the village, the Uchiha clan would meet its doom. The sacrifices made would not be in vain. The Uchiha clan would pay the ultimate price. After sprinting for several hundred meters, he heard no sounds of pursuit behind him. A surge of hope filled his heart. They must have lost his trail. though he had yet to completely elude danger. The prospect of escape appeared promising. With the speed of an elite jonin, he knew that once he broke free from the encirclement, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to catch him. But in the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted. Before him stood a masked figure clad in black, as if they had been patiently awaiting his arrival. From this enigmatic individual, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, one that far surpassed the threat posed by the two assailants he had previously encountered. In a swift motion, he altered his course, veering away from the masked figure, and sprinted to the side. Yet, almost instantly, a cold sweat broke out across his body, and he felt an icy chill envelop him. The masked figure effortlessly intercepted him, their eyes transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. And this was not the end. The three-tomo swiftly morphed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, forming three-tomo embedded within a circular ring, each delineating a region that contained a single black dot. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shimura Ryo gazed in astonishment at the eyes of the masked figure, disbelief etched across his face. As a member of the esteemed Shimura clan from the Hidden Leaf Village, he was well aware that beyond the three-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan lay an even more formidable power known as the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, it was rumored that the awakening of such eyes was exceedingly rare, and the Uchiha clan had not seen one for many years. To his shock, a wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan stood before him. The emergence of someone with this extraordinary ability within the Uchiha clan was unfathomable. The mere thought of the legends surrounding these eyes sent shivers down his spine, and he felt his back dampen with sweat. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In the face of impending doom, he found himself remarkably composed. In an incredibly brief moment, he completed the necessary hand seals with a speed surpassing any previous occasion. One by one, massive orbs of breath, akin to cannonballs, were unleashed, hurtling toward the masked figure blocking his path. This was the most potent jutsu he had mastered. Yet even so, he doubted it would inflict any harm upon his opponent. The tales surrounding the kaleidoscope Sharingan within the ninja world were exceedingly exaggerated. Many ninjas who had never encountered it deemed the accounts mere hyperbole. However, as a high-ranking member of the Shimura clan, he understood that these rumors were not unfounded. The kaleidoscope Sharingan possessed a terrifying power that matched the most sensational of tales. He did not hope to injure his adversary. His sole desire was to buy himself a moment's respite to facilitate his escape. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannonball-like orb struck the ground, it erupted, sending dust soaring into the air. The rising clouds of dust enveloped the area where the masked figure stood, rendering it obscured from view. Seizing this opportunity, he turned to flee, but in the next instant, his escape was abruptly halted. Before him, the masked figure materialized, untouched by a speck of dust. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon appeared before the masked figure, radiating an intense heat and roaring like a fiery beast as it surged toward him. In its wake, trees ignited, and the ground bore a straight path of charred remnants. With a resounding crash, he was unable to evade in time, and the sudden appearance of the fiery dragon engulfed him in flames, sending his body hurtling backward. Under the searing heat, he let out a harrowing scream, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, leaving no part of his body free from agony. After being flung several dozen meters away, he was left with burns all over. His face was charred black, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Struggling to extinguish the flames that clung to him, he gazed in astonishment at the masked figure in black, his eyes wide with terror. There were no hand seals. If one is exceedingly proficient in a particular ninjutsu, they can simplify the hand seal process, reducing dozens of seals to just a few. However, achieving a complete absence of hand seals is utterly impossible unless the ninjutsu itself is inherently a non-seal technique. Yet, the opponent had clearly executed the fire release, great dragonfire technique, which necessitated hand seals, without any visible signs of performing them. This left him bewildered and filled with dread. The masked figure had no intention of explaining. Following the great dragonfire technique, he unleashed another non-seal ninjutsu. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Flames erupted forth like a tidal wave, rolling and advancing relentlessly, engulfing a vast area as they surged toward Shimizu Raijin. Wherever the flames passed, it resembled a forest ablaze, with every tree ignited in a fierce inferno. Seeing the overwhelming flames approach, Shimizu Raijin's heart raced with panic. Such an extensive fire ninjutsu would have been impossible to evade even before his injuries, let alone now, when he was incapacitated. Hastily forming hand seals, he barely managed to execute the earth release. Earth flow wall, just before the flames engulfed him. A towering wall of earth rose up, shielding him from behind. However, the earthen wall he had conjured was insufficient to withstand the terrifying onslaught of flames. With a thunderous explosion, the wall shattered, and he, positioned behind it, was swept away by the waves of fire, carried forward as if by a violent tide. The inferno spread for over 100 meters before finally dissipating. At this moment, Shimizu Raijin lay utterly charred, his body transformed into a lifeless husk, devoid of any trace of life. Surrounding him was a forest ravaged by flames, trees reduced to ashes, the ground scorched black, and the air thick with lingering heat. Suddenly, all signs of the conflagration vanished. The dense trees of the forest reappeared. The charred marks on the ground disappeared, and the residual heat in the air dissipated. Only the body of Shimizu Raijin remained, lying on the ground, still highly carbonized, resembling charcoal, utterly devoid of life. Indeed, the repercussions would manifest in reality. As the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan faded, Uchiha Fugaku removed his mask and gazed upon the charred remains of Shimizu Raijin. The previous battle had not transpired in reality, but had merely been an illusion. The moment Shimizu Raijin beheld his Sharingan, he had succumbed to the true Jinjutsu of Fugaku's right eye, engaging in combat within the confines of the illusion. Because it is a genuine illusion, any injuries inflicted upon an individual within the illusion are reflected upon their physical body in reality. During combat, the reason he is able to execute jutsu without hand seals, which defies logic, is due to the nature of the illusion, allowing feats unattainable in reality. Not only can he perform jutsu without hand seals, but within the realm of this authentic illusion, he can also achieve other extraordinary capabilities. These include infinite resurrection, boundless chakra, and the ability to instantaneously appear anywhere, among other remarkable techniques. However, the true strength of Shimizu Ryo is insufficient to wield such powers. After all, he is merely an elite jonin, while his opponent has already attained the level of a Kage. Furthermore, with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his prowess is far beyond that of an ordinary Kage, renowned for his formidable strength even among his peers. The only drawback is that each use incurs significant strain on his eyes. He rubbed his aching right eye, and without needing a mirror, he could surmise that it was already bloodshot. Moreover, he sensed a decline in vision, indicating that this activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan had brought him closer to blindness. His predecessor, in an effort to avoid such a fate, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan but seldom utilized it. Fortunately, he possesses a solution, otherwise, he might have to seal away such a powerful ability, much like his predecessor did, to prevent blindness. Lacking a bloodline limit and possessing no special talents in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, he was not suited for body refinement. Approaching the corpse of Shimizu Ryo, he shook his head. The remains were ill-suited for use as materials for body refinement, especially given the extensive damage inflicted, rendering them nearly useless. Patriarch. 6 figures clad in black approached, respectfully addressing Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku responded. These individuals were utterly loyal to his predecessor, each possessing at least jonin-level strength. The leaders, Uchiha Hoshi and Uchiha Min, were among those who previously besieged Shimizu Ryo and were elite jonin themselves. Were it not for Shimizu Sosuke's selfless sacrifice to provide Ryo with an opportunity to escape, he might not have needed to intervene. Those two alone could have overwhelmed Ryo. Fortunately, the Patriarch intervened. Otherwise, Ryo would likely have evaded capture. Upon seeing Ryo's lifeless form, Uchiha Min let out a sigh of relief, expressing his shame. After all, the opponent was an elite jonin, with assistance provided to create an escape opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, not assigning blame. As the strongest ninjas below the Kage level, elite jonin naturally possess a robust ability to survive. It is only reasonable that, with assistance, one could evade the encirclement of 2 ninjas of equal rank. He had considered the possibility of such unexpected outcomes, which is why he chose to personally lead the ambush. The corpse bore severe burn marks, yet the surroundings showed no signs of fire. Could this be the kaleidoscopic ability of the clan leader? Observing the charred remains of Shimura Raijin intently, Uchiha Seishi felt a pang of envy. As a trusted confidant, he was aware that the clan leader had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he remained oblivious to the specific abilities residing within the leader's eyes. From the evidence provided by the scorched body, it could be inferred that the clan leader's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed the unique characteristic of acting directly on the target without causing damage to the surrounding environment, igniting only the intended victim. Given these deductions, it was not difficult to conclude that this was undoubtedly a profoundly mysterious and powerful ocular technique. This filled him with longing, wishing he could awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan like the clan leader, clear away the corpse and any traces of the battle, leave no evidence behind. Commanded Uchiha Fugaku. Understood. The six replied in unison. Some knelt to erase the surrounding traces, while others approached with a container filled with liquid, pouring it over Shimura Ryujin's body. With a hissing sound, as the liquid drenched the corpse, it melted away like snow under the sun, vanishing rapidly. By the end, not even the hardest bones remained, leaving only a dark, humanoid silhouette behind. In a brief moment, all signs of the battle were obliterated, and even the lingering scents were masked by a special potion. Even the keenest of ninja hounds would be unable to track them by scent, once they confirmed that no traces remained to expose them. Uchiha Fugaku led the six back to Konohagakure. Upon their return, it was already evening. Earlier, the duties of the security department included patrolling outside the village, which allowed them to master the methods of evading the village's barriers to infiltrate it. Without alarming anyone, they slipped back into the village, returning to the Uchiha compound and swapping places with their shadow clones. No one was aware that they had ever left the village, nor did they know that Shimura Ryujin and his companions had perished at their hands. In a dimly lit underground chamber, a solitary candle flickered, casting a wan glow. Inside, an emaciated old man sat cross-legged. His right hand and eye were both wrapped in bandages, and a cross-shaped scar marred his chin. He exuded a chilling aura, making him appear quite unsettling. This was Shimura Danzō, one of the 3 advisors of Konoha. Furthermore, he was the former leader of Root. Although Root had been forcibly disbanded by the 3rd Hokage, it remained under his control. He bound all Root members with the curse of the Cursed Seal of Root, compelling them to serve his interests. Lord Danzō, the Shimura clan leader, wishes to report an important matter, announced a Root ninja clad in a leopard mask, kneeling on one knee. Bring him in, commanded Shimura Danzō. Shortly thereafter, guided by the masked Root ninja, a man in his 40s entered the room. He wore wooden clogs and a brown kimono. Tall but not overly robust, his overall silhouette was rather slender. This was Shimura Daisuke, the current clan leader of the Shimura family. Upon entering the room, Daisuke Shimura removed his wooden sandals and knelt down. Lord Danzō, he began. Shinra Shimura has been missing for a day. Missing? Danzō Shimura furrowed his brow. The fact that an elite jonin like Shinra had gone missing immediately alerted him to the gravity of the situation. Yes, he left the village yesterday with Ichiro Shimura and Sosuke Shimura, heading towards Shirakawa town within the Land of Fire. However, since then, they have cut off all communication and have not reported their whereabouts as scheduled, Daisuke explained. What was their mission in Shirakawa town? Danzō inquired. To persuade the largest merchant convoy in the Land of Fire to postpone their arrival in Konoha until after the village meeting, Daisuke responded. The profits from the largest merchant convoy were indeed tempting for the Shimura clan, so upon learning of Shinra's intentions, he had readily agreed. After contemplating Daisuke's words, Danzō called out into the hallway. Soon, a Root ninja wearing a leopard mask entered the room and knelt on one knee. Lord Danzō, take a team and search along the route to Shirakawa town for Shinra Shimura, Ichiro Shimura, and Sosuke Shimura, Danzō commanded. Understood. The leopard-masked ninja replied before swiftly exiting the room. Before long, he returned with 3 additional Root ninjas, leaving the Root base and exiting the Hidden Leaf village. Undetected by the village, as members of Root, they possessed the same knowledge as the Uchiha clan on how to evade the village's barriers when entering and exiting. Several hours later, they arrived at the location where Fugaku Uchiha and others had engaged in battle with Shinra and his companions. A battle has occurred here, the leopard-masked ninja declared, tracing his fingers over scratches on a tree. Although the signs of combat had been erased, it was nearly impossible to completely eliminate all traces. For instance, the marks on this tree could not be concealed unless the entire tree were uprooted, which would leave an abnormal clearing and disturbed earth in its wake. He turned to a Root ninja wearing a bug mask and asked, Insect, can you attempt to track the scent? I have already tried. The scents are too mixed and cannot be traced, the bug-masked ninja replied. There are traces of corpse dissolution fluid here. A female root ninja wearing a butterfly mask remarked as she dug through the soil, revealing a scorched human-shaped mark. She was quite familiar with such traces, as they were left behind when Root disposed of bodies. A battle must have taken place here, followed by a killing and the dissolution of the corpse. The leopard-masked ninja stepped forward, scrutinizing the charred human-shaped mark. "Captain, what shall we do now?" The bug-masked ninja inquired. "Shinra and his companions are likely dead, and the enemy is untraceable. We must return and report this to Lord Danzō." With that, the four of them departed swiftly. At the Uchiha clan's residence, two boys, one tall and the other short, returned from outside the village, entering the Uchiha compound. The tall youth, adorned with a forehead protector and clad in a green jounin vest, sported short hair and a prominent round nose. A katana was sheathed at his back. The slightly shorter youth, similarly wearing a forehead protector, was dressed in black attire beneath a gray vest, his medium-length hair framing his handsome features, which bore a faint resemblance to Uchiha Fugaku. These two individuals were none other than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, returning from a mission. As they journeyed, members of the Uchiha clan greeted these two prodigies warmly, swelling with pride at the accomplishments of their kin. Unbeknownst to them, these were two wolves in sheep's clothing. One, a staunch loyalist brainwashed by the third Hokage, sought to control his clansmen with the Kotoamatsukami. The other, destined to turn against his own clan, would become the harbinger of the Uchiha clan's demise. Clan leader. Father. They proclaimed upon arriving at the clan leader's residence at the heart of the Uchiha compound, respectfully addressing Uchiha Fugaku. "Ah, you two have returned from your mission?" Fugaku inquired, an unbidden surge of murderous intent welling up within him as he regarded them. These two wolves had played pivotal roles in the eventual downfall of the Uchiha clan and had brought him perilously close to death. If given the chance, he would have swiftly eliminated them to avert future calamities. However, reason restrained him. To attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he must wait for Uchiha Itachi to awaken his own. Furthermore, Uchiha Shisui had undoubtedly already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Given that they both possessed this powerful ocular ability, he lacked the confidence to confront them. Additionally, the Kotoamatsukami technique they wielded filled him with trepidation, as it could permanently alter one's will without the need for eye contact. "Indeed, we have just returned from our mission," they replied. In truth, their task remained unfinished. They had been urgently recalled by the third Hokage, and their mission had been handed over to other Anbu ninjas. Yet, this was a detail they would never disclose to Uchiha Fugaku. Although they were Uchiha clan members, their hearts had long since severed ties with the clan, believing themselves to have attained a vision and stature that transcended familial bounds. To them, Fugaku and others like him, who prioritized clan interests above all else, were lacking in perspective and ambition. "I assume you must be weary. You may go and rest," Fugaku suggested. While he lacked the power to read minds, he could surmise their thoughts with a fair amount of accuracy. Aware that they had become traitorous wolves, he refrained from exposing them for now. Growing tired of the charade, he exchanged a few words with them before dismissing them, choosing to avoid the turmoil they represented. Yes, they acknowledged, departing together, for they still needed to report to the third Hokage. As the two departed, Uchiha Fugaku stood in the courtyard, his demeanor calm, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The return of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi instilled within him a sense of impending peril. Although Uchiha Itachi had yet to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan and posed no immediate threat, Uchiha Shisui was a different matter entirely. The ability to permanently alter one's will through the ocular technique Kotoamatsukami loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. He had no desire for his will to be usurped. If that occurred, he would cease to be himself and become nothing more than a puppet. How could he evade the alteration of his will by Kotoamatsukami? Uchiha Fugaku pondered. The most effective method to avoid such manipulation was, of course, to eliminate Uchiha Shisui, thereby destroying or seizing his eyes. However, as a fellow wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he lacked the assurance of defeating and killing Uchiha Shisui. Even a surprise attack would likely not guarantee success. Shimura Danzō had prepared extensively, nearly emptying out his entire root organization, yet still allowed Uchiha Shisui to escape. Were he in the same position, the outcome might very well mirror that. Not to mention, in terms of personal strength and the influence he wielded, he fell short of Shimura Danzō as a clan leader who did not command widespread loyalty. The number of individuals within the Uchiha clan who were utterly devoted to him was but a small fraction. With the option of eliminating Uchiha Shisui impractical, he resolved that the only alternative was to develop the capability to resist Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Fugaku mused. Though Kotoamatsukami was a terrifying and seemingly insurmountable ocular technique, there must exist means of resistance and immunity. Truly invincible techniques do not exist. Even Obito Uchiha's Kamui had its countermeasures. Otherwise, he would not have faced defeat in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Fugaku believed that Kotoamatsukami was no different. Essentially, Kotoamatsukami was an illusionary technique reliant on ocular power. As long as one's ocular strength was sufficiently potent, they should be able to resist it. He recalled the fierce battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. During their confrontation, Uchiha Itachi had employed the illusion Moon Reader, embedded within his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet Uchiha Sasuke had managed to break free from its grasp through the strength of his ocular power, while Itachi had perhaps intentionally withheld his full strength. It nevertheless demonstrated that with sufficient ocular power, one could escape from even the most formidable illusions like Moon Reader. By extension, Kotoamatsukami could also be resisted, provided one possessed formidable ocular strength. With my Mangekyo Sharingan, my ocular power is already exceptional. If I were to merge with Hashirama's cells, rendering my Mangekyo Sharingan unrestricted in its use, I should be able to withstand Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sparkled with determination, and the more he contemplated, the more he felt that resisting Kotoamatsukami through overwhelming ocular power was a highly feasible prospect. The fusion with Hashirama's cells would grant him a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan free from usage limitations. Though the enhancement may not rival that of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost, augmenting his ocular power to a considerable extent. With the enhancement of his ocular power, his ability to resist the illusions of the otherworldly deity naturally strengthened, granting him the capacity to withstand such enchantments. It appears that my immediate task is to procure a body of white Zetsu, which I can subsequently refine and merge to acquire the cells of Hashirama. Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts have crystallized, and he has devised a plan for his next steps. It is certain that within the Rain Country, the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization, White Zetsu must exist. His subsequent objective is to infiltrate the Rain Country and seize a body of White Zetsu. Above, the sky echoed with cries. Uchiha Fugaku looked up to see a messenger hawk circling while calling out. This signal indicated a gathering of the village, summoning the mid-level and high-ranking members. A village meeting? It seems my actions have been discovered. Observing the hawk circling overhead, Fugaku mused to himself. He was not surprised by the convening of the village meeting. Shimizu Ryo was indeed a remarkable elite jonin. Achieving such a rank was rare, not just within the Shimizu clan, but also among the ranks of Konoha. The death of such an elite jonin would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval within the village, warranting a meeting. Fortunately, it seems they have not linked Shimizu Ryo's demise to him. Otherwise, elite Umbu operatives would likely be at his doorstep by now. Swiftly, he vanished from his position and hastened towards the Hokage Tower. The Uchiha clan resided at the village's edge, and he did not rush recklessly. By the time he arrived at the Hokage Tower's conference room, many had already gathered. Among them were clan leaders akin to himself and elite jonin from the ranks of the common ninja. Upon his arrival, the assembly merely glanced at him before returning their gaze elsewhere. No one made an effort to greet him, clearly indicative of the strained relations between the Uchiha clan and the others. This was an inevitable consequence of the Uchiha clan's long-standing control over the security department, which oversaw the village's order and, in doing so, had to impose penalties on those who transgressed the law. This, in turn, had fostered animosity between their families, resulting in a distancing from the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage's intention in establishing the security department had, it must be said, been achieved. Captain Fugaku, finding an unoccupied seat, Uchiha Fugaku settled in. At that moment, someone from a few seats away beckoned to him. He was somewhat taken aback. He had expected today to unfold like any other, with no one acknowledging him. Yet here was someone reaching out. Turning his head, he recognized a man clad in a black kimono with silvery hair, appearing to be in his 30s. A brief flash of information about this individual raced through his mind. Hitachi Shinhiro, the current head of the Hitachi clan, and, in addition, the younger brother of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Shinhiro. As someone called out, he naturally could not feign indifference and responded politely. I apologize for any trouble my clan's members may have caused, Captain Fugaku, Hitachi Shinhiro stated. He initiated conversation with Uchiha Fugaku to express his gratitude. The previous conflict between the Hitachi clan's offspring and the Sarutobi clan's descendants did not stem from the Hitachi side. Yet the opposing party was comprised of members from the esteemed Sarutobi clan, home to the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku managed to withstand the pressure and handled the situation impartially, not showing favoritism due to the adversary's lineage, which left him deeply appreciative. Not at all, Uchiha Fugaku replied, his spirits lifted. Receiving thanks from the head of the Hitachi clan indicated that his efforts had not been in vain. He had effectively utilized his administrative authority to address the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans, those deemed uncooperative, while fostering goodwill with other families. In the conference room, attendees began to arrive. Ultimately, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with advisors Shimura Danzō, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Kaze, entered the room in a formation of 1 in front and 3 behind, taking their seats. The arrival of these 4 individuals captured the attention of all present, for they were the most powerful figures within the Hidden Leaf Village. The purpose of convening everyone today was to address a matter of grave concern. Clad in the Hokage robes, Hiruzen emanated a formidable aura, rendering his otherwise slender frame imposing and grand. As he surveyed the room, his gaze swept across the assembled shinobi, and he continued, 2 days ago, elite Jonin Shimura Ryzen, Jonin Shimura Sosuke, and Jonin Shimura Ichiro departed the village and subsequently lost contact. In our search along their route, we discovered signs of a struggle in a forest, suggesting that they may have met with foul play. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, the expressions among the shinobi varied. Some revealed astonishment, while others remained composed, indicating that some were unaware of the news while others had already been informed. Given the Uchiha clan's standing within the village, it was unsurprising that no one had divulged this information to them. Thus, while Uchiha Fugaku was aware, he still displayed a hint of surprise. Lord Hokage, can we ascertain the identity of the assailants? Inquired a man clad in a gray high-collared trench coat and dark sunglasses. His name was Aburame Shibi, the current head of the Aburame clan. The Aburame family maintained a close relationship with the Shimura clan, evidenced by one of Shimura Danzō's personal guards being a member of the Aburame family. Hence, upon learning of the tragedy befalling Ryzen and his companions, he was quick to inquire. No, all traces have been obliterated, leaving no clues to identify the attackers. The third Hokage responded with a shake of his head. Do we know what mission they were undertaking when they fell victim? Asked a man with a pineapple hairstyle and 2 scars on his right cheek. He was Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, renowned for his exceptional intellect and often referred to as a strategist. His clan is part of the trio known as the Inoshikicho alliance with the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. They were dispatched to Shirakawa town for a mission, but the specifics cannot be disclosed due to confidentiality, replied Shimura Daisuke, the head of the Shimura clan. Understanding the exceptional intellect of Nara Shikamaru, he harbored a fervent desire to leverage this brilliance to unveil the perpetrator behind the murder of 3 individuals. However, the nature of the mission undertaken by these 3 was far too sensitive to disclose. On one hand, the matter was inherently disreputable. On the other, it was complicated by the presence of Uchiha Fugaku, whose deep connections were undeniable. Contemplating the mission of the 3, a sense of gloom enveloped him. Originally, the village meeting was intended to strip the Uchiha clan of their oversight of the village's entrances and exert further pressure upon them. Yet, unexpectedly, Shimizu Ryujin and his companions met their demise during what should have been a routine assignment. Consequently, the agenda of the meeting shifted to the announcement and investigation of the deaths of Shimizu Ryujin and his associates. Upon hearing the name Shirakawa town, a fleeting glimmer passed through Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He was no stranger to Shirakawa town, for it served as the base of the largest merchant convoy in the Land of Fire, known for its amicable relations with the Uchiha clan. The revelation that Shimizu Ryujin and his companions were headed to Shirakawa town could hardly be regarded as mere coincidence. It seemed highly probable that their mission was intricately linked to that merchant convoy, potentially plotting something detrimental to the Uchiha clan. However, the information at hand was scant, rendering any conclusions difficult to ascertain. Yet, he noted that several clan heads instinctively cast their gazes towards him upon hearing the name Shirakawa town. This further solidified his suspicion that the trio's journey to Shirakawa town was likely aimed at undermining the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, The ambush that resulted in their deaths momentarily spared the Uchiha clan from scrutiny. Otherwise, dire consequences might have ensued. Could this be the work of rogue ninjas? Inquired a rather rotund man, markedly unique among ninjas. With his crimson locks and donned in suspender-style armor adorned with a red emblem on his chest, he was Akimichi Choza, the head of the Akimichi clan. Despite his clan's members being notably corpulent, they were part of the Inoshikacho trio, representing the butterfly. Unlikely. While the Land of Fire does host rogue ninjas, their overall strength is generally subpar, with few elite jounin among them. To successfully ambush a trio comprising an elite jounin and 2 jounins would require at least 2 elite jounin leading the attack, which rogues are unlikely to achieve. Nara Shikamaru replied, shaking his head. Could it have been the work of renegade ninjas? Queried Aburame Shibi. It's hard to say. Renegade ninjas typically refrain from assaulting ninjas from other villages unless there is a bounty on them in the black market, Nara Shikamaru remarked, his gaze shifting to a man with long yellow hair. Yahiko, is there a bounty on Shimizu Ryujin in the black market? None. To my knowledge. There is no bounty on Shimizu Ryujin in the black market, replied the man named Yamanaka Yahiko, the head of the Yamanaka clan, which was also part of the Inoshikacho trio, representing the boar. Due to the family's secret techniques, he held a position in the village responsible for intelligence matters. It was for this reason that Nara Shikaku sought his counsel. Thus, the possibility of betrayal by a rogue ninja could be dismissed, leaving only the actions of other ninja villages as a viable explanation. This scenario was indeed the most plausible. After all, only another ninja village could dispatch a formidable team comprised of 2 elite jonin and numerous skilled shinobi without difficulty. Nara Shikaku remarked that the deaths of the 3rd Hokage, an elite jonin, and 2 other jonin represented one of the rare significant losses following the 3rd Shinobi World War. It was imperative to swiftly ascertain the responsible forces and respond appropriately. Otherwise, Konoha's prestige would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's analysis, Shimura Danzō turned his gaze toward the 3rd Hokage. Had it been members of other clans who had perished, he would have remained indifferent. The fates of those from other clans held no consequence for him. Even the lives of fellow villagers did not qualify them as true comrades in his eyes. However, the deceased belonged to the Shimura clan, making the situation markedly different, as they were his kin and subordinates. Consequently, he fervently urged the 3rd Hokage to allocate more personnel for the investigation. That is indeed the case, the 3rd Hokage replied, casting a glance at Shimura Danzō. He was all too aware of Danzō's motivations. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in Danzō's words. If this matter was not handled properly, it could lead to a significant decline in Konoha's reputation. Hence, not only must an investigation be conducted, but it must also be thorough. He began issuing commands. Yamanaka clan head, contact the spies hidden within the other 4 great ninja villages to investigate the movements of their elite jonin in recent days. Inazuka clan head, dispatch a team of skilled trackers to join the search party in pursuit of the enemy. Hyuga clan head, send a team to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water to investigate if any ninja have crossed illegally in recent days. One command after another was issued, and most clans were mobilized, either to participate in the search or to partake in border investigations. The Uchiha clan, however, received no orders, remaining one of the few clans not summoned. This was not due to any special consideration from the 3rd Hokage towards the Uchiha. Rather, it stemmed from his desire to prevent their involvement in collective actions, as it would disrupt the planned isolation of the Uchiha clan, which was detrimental to that very isolation. Uchiha Fugaku was not surprised by this situation. He regarded it as the norm. Should the 3rd Hokage have included the Uchiha in the operation, he would have suspected a hidden agenda. In former times, he would have chosen silence in such circumstances. However, he was not inclined to remain silent now. Instead, he wished to explore the possibility of joining this operation to shatter the atmosphere of isolation. Hokage-sama, Shimura clan head. The Uchiha clan is deeply saddened by the deaths of Shimura Ryo and his companions, and we are willing to contribute by sending personnel to participate in this operation. The 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Uchiha Fugaku, who typically opted for silence, surprisingly chose to break his reticence. However, it was inconceivable to involve the Uchiha clan in the endeavor and disrupt their isolation. He spoke, expressing his delight at the Uchiha clan leader's intentions. Nevertheless, The Uchiha clan bore the grave responsibility of maintaining the village's security, and during such times, it was crucial not to diminish the number of patrolling personnel. Transitioning from 3 shifts to 2 could ensure that the number of patrollers remained unchanged. Although it would be arduous, it was reasonable to assume that they would comprehend the necessity for the fallen comrades. Despite being rebuffed, Uchiha Fugaku was not inclined to concede easily and continued, asserting that the village had not yet reached a point of hardship that would necessitate exhausting duty schedules. However, he could empathize with the Uchiha clan leader's earnest desire to contribute. I shall appoint Uchiha Shisui to represent the Uchiha clan in this operation. Surely, this will meet with approval. The third Hokage deftly diffused Uchiha Fugaku's advances with a few words, symbolically compromising by including Uchiha Shisui in the undertaking. In truth, Uchiha Shisui's involvement had long been a foregone conclusion, as he had already aligned himself with the third Hokage. All shall adhere to the Hokage's arrangements. Uchiha Fugaku ceased his insistence, fully aware that Uchiha Shisui had already sided with the third Hokage and, strictly speaking, was no longer considered a member of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, his advocacy bore its own merits. Even if Uchiha Shisui had inclined towards the third Hokage, as long as he bore the Uchiha surname, his actions would inevitably evoke associations with the Uchiha clan. Moreover, if his suspicions proved correct, the third Hokage had initially intended for Uchiha Shisui to operate under a concealed identity, participating in missions under an ANBU codename. Now allowing Uchiha Shisui to partake in the mission under the Uchiha clan's banner was indeed a form of success. That is well. The Uchiha clan is willing to lend its support. I trust that the Shimura clan leader will be most appreciative. The third Hokage nodded, swiftly finalizing the matter to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from retracting his stance. Thank you, Uchiha clan leader, Shimura Daisuke replied begrudgingly, compelled to express gratitude. What relationship existed between the Shimura clan and the Uchiha clan? To describe it as antagonistic would not be an exaggeration, given the dire nature of their relations. How could Uchiha Fugaku be so proactive regarding the deaths of Shimura Ryzen and his companions? It was evident that Uchiha Fugaku sought to leverage this incident to shatter the Uchiha clan's isolation, using the deaths of Shimura Ryzen as a pretext. Thus, the gratitude expressed was reluctant. No need, no need. After all, they were fellow villagers, and aiding one another is only natural, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a pleasant demeanor. Nothing could be more gratifying than having one's adversary express gratitude after having slain their kin. As the meeting concluded and attendees dispersed, Nara Shikaku subtly furrowed his brow. Concerning the deaths of Shimura Ryzen and his companions, there existed another possibility. The individuals responsible for the demise of Shimizu Ryo, Shimizu Sasuke, and Shimizu Ichiro belonged to a family that harbors animosity toward the Shimizu clan. However, such matters must remain unspoken until irrefutable evidence surfaces. To voice such suspicions prematurely would inevitably breed distrust among the clans. Hence, he refrained from disclosing this possibility. Upon exiting the conference room, the third Hokage returned to his office, where 2 ninjas, one tall and one short, awaited him, both adorned with umbu masks. These 2 were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Lord Hokage, they greeted him with utmost respect, their gazes filled with admiration and genuine reverence. The third Hokage responded, satisfied by their demeanor. Although he had been lauded as the strongest Hokage of all time due to promotional efforts, he was acutely aware that his prowess paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Nonetheless, he possessed aspects of pride. In terms of strength, he could not rival the first Hokage, and in cunning, he fell short of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, when it came to the art of persuasion, he undoubtedly surpassed both. This was evident in the way he had managed to influence Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Remove your masks, he commanded. Yes. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi complied respectfully, unveiling their true faces. The reason for this request was that their forthcoming mission required them to operate under the guise of ordinary ninjas. The third Hokage provided a brief explanation before focusing his gaze on Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, I trust you are aware of the news regarding the murders of Shimizu Ryo, Shimizu Sasuke, and Shimizu Ichiro? He inquired. Yes, I have heard from my seniors in the Umbu, Shisui affirmed. Good. You will now participate in the investigation of this matter. The third Hokage instructed. Indeed, Itachi and I will commit ourselves fully to the investigation, Uchiha Shisui replied promptly. No, your involvement suffices. I have other plans for Itachi. The third Hokage stated, shifting his attention to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, your task is to remain at the Uchiha clan's residence and monitor their movements. Monitor the Uchiha clan? Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were taken aback by the assignment. Despite their unwavering loyalty to the third Hokage, the directive to surveil their own clan left them astonished. Lord Hokage, may I inquire about the rationale behind monitoring the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shisui asked, his expression shifting with concern. While Itachi did not voice his question, he too regarded the third Hokage with keen intensity. A few days ago, the Uchiha clan convened a family meeting during which the clan leader expressed support for a coup. The third Hokage revealed slowly. What? The clan leader actually supports a coup? How could this be? The faces of both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi betrayed their utter shock. Within the Uchiha clan, murmurs of a coup have long been acknowledged, and they did not hesitate to report this matter to the third Hokage. However, the clan leader has always been a staunch opponent of such upheaval, vehemently opposing any attempts at insurrection. What they did not anticipate was the leader's sudden shift in stance, now unequivocally supporting the coup. Lord Hokage, could this news possibly be erroneous? Uchiha Itachi inquired hastily. The source of this information is exceedingly reliable. There can be no mistake, the third Hokage replied, shaking his head. His greatest triumph was the successful indoctrination of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Yet this did not imply that they were the only ones within the Uchiha clan to fall under his influence. In truth, aside from these two, there were others within the clan who had also been successfully brainwashed. There are clan members, aside from us, who have secretly allied themselves with Lord Hokage. Realizing the source of the third Hokage's information, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were taken aback. They had never imagined that others in the Uchiha clan had clandestinely joined the ranks of the Hokage. Ever since the death of the fourth Hokage, the other four great ninja villages had harbored intentions to encroach upon Konoha. Should a coup or rebellion arise within the village, it could potentially invite the other ninja villages to exploit the situation, escalating into the fourth great ninja war. The third Hokage, from his moral high ground, lamented gravely. He never considered that the voices of dissent within the Uchiha clan had arisen from the repeated pressures exerted by the Konoha elite, spearheaded by himself. It was the oppression from the higher-ups of Konoha that had fueled the rising calls for a coup within the Uchiha clan. Even if he had thought of this, it would not have prompted any change in his actions. The suppression of the Uchiha clan had been a policy since the second Hokage. It was one of the most critical decisions. Would it serve as the spark for the fourth great ninja war? Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi felt a tightening in their hearts. Uchiha Shisui had been on the battlefield and witnessed the brutality of the third great ninja war. Although Uchiha Itachi was too young to participate, he had seen the horrors of war. During that time, the bodies of fallen ninja were frequently returned to Konoha, and funerals were held often. Such occurrences must never be allowed to transpire again. Both felt a profound disdain for their clan. Why did the other members of their family possess such a narrow worldview, confined solely to their clan, incapable of rising to the village's perspective? Why were they so foolish as to contemplate instigating a coup? We must thwart the coup within the Uchiha clan. Itachi, the task of surveillance must fall to you. The third Hokage stated with gravitas. I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded solemnly. For the sake of peace and the village, he would not permit his family to become the catalyst for the outbreak of the fourth great ninja war. To that end, he would not hesitate to eradicate his own clan. For the first time, such a terrifying thought arose within him. Once this notion took root, he found himself unable to suppress it, feeling an impulse to annihilate the Uchiha clan and prevent the coup from occurring. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn eternally. Excellent, you have not disappointed me. A look of gratification emerged in the eyes of the third Hokage. Upon witnessing this gaze, Itachi Uchiha's resolve grew even stronger. After a considerable time, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha stepped out of the Hokage's office with unwavering determination. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, yet their faith remained steadfast. For the sake of their beliefs, they were prepared to betray their clan and face utter destruction. As the office door closed, the compassionate yet sorrowful gaze of the third Hokage faded, leaving only a profound stillness. Despite their prodigious talents, they were still merely two adolescents, their mental maturity lacking. Although they possessed a high level of awareness, their perspectives were limited, easily ensnared by the grand ideals they had constructed. The question of whether family or village held greater significance should have been a contentious debate. It is the existence of the family that gives rise to the village. And conversely, it is the village that protects the family. He deliberately emphasized the village's importance while diminishing that of the family, and evidently, the two did not perceive this distinction. In a courtyard within the Uchiha clan, a young boy of about 4 or 5 years, exquisitely delicate, held a shuriken, his face striving to display a serious demeanor. However, his tender age rendered this serious expression not imposing, but rather endearing. With a swish, he hurled the shuriken towards a nearby target. Thud! The shuriken landed squarely on the target, hitting the bullseye. His face lighting up with joy. The boy retrieved another shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw it at an adjacent target. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, shurikens flew out, striking the bullseyes of various targets in the courtyard, producing a series of crisp sounds. In a moment, every target, placed at different angles around the yard, bore a shuriken embedded in its center. Hooray! The boy, brimming with excitement, clenched his small fist and exclaimed to an adult man beside him, "Father, I did it." "Indeed. Well done," the adult man replied, ruffling the boy's hair in reward, as the boy delightedly basked in the affectionate gesture. This father and son duo were Fugaku Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Initially, Fugaku held little faith in Sasuke's talent, believing it to be far inferior to that of Itachi. Thus, he devoted more care and expectations to Itachi, maintaining a rather indifferent attitude towards Sasuke. Yet, possessing foresight, he recognized that Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, was destined to surpass Itachi in the future. For such a promising potential, it was essential to nurture him closely. Therefore, whenever he had the opportunity, he would take time to teach Sasuke and foster their bond. With their inherent father-son relationship, coupled with his personal guidance, Fugaku and Sasuke grew exceedingly close. "Father, you promised me that if I could hit all the targets, you would teach me ninjutsu." Sasuke looked up at Fugaku with hopeful eyes. "Rest assured, I shall not falter in my promises. Today, I will impart to you the technique of the Great Fireball." Uchiha Fugaku chuckled as he began to elucidate the hand seals and nuances of releasing the Great Fireball technique to Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, his keen senses, honed by his status as a shadow-level powerhouse, detected an unsettling sensation of being observed. He turned his gaze towards the source of this scrutiny and, to his surprise, found Uchiha Itachi quietly standing in the corridor adjacent to the courtyard. Itachi lingered in an inconspicuous corner, silently watching them. Had it been his former self, he would have thought nothing of it, for Uchiha Itachi was his proud eldest son. However, knowing the true, treacherous nature of Uchiha Itachi, a sense of wariness began to stir within him. "Is Itachi monitoring me?" To verify his suspicion, he inquired nonchalantly, "Itachi, have you had no missions recently?" "Indeed, father," came Itachi's calm and respectful reply, though a fleeting moment of tension gripped him upon being discovered by Fugaku. Quickly, however, he regained his composure. "You have been quite busy with missions lately, so it is good to take some time to rest." Although Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, his conjecture grew more certain. Itachi had likely received orders to keep him under surveillance. Since Itachi's induction into the Umbu, it was rare for him to have any free time. Often, days would pass without a sight of him. This indicated that the Umbu was exceedingly busy. While there could be a chance for unexpected downtime, the village had recently mobilized a significant number of Umbu personnel to investigate the deaths of Shimura Danzō and his companions, leading to an inevitable shortage of available operatives for routine assignments. Under such circumstances, how could Itachi not be assigned a task? The only plausible explanation was that Itachi was indeed engaged in a mission of a particularly sensitive nature, either to monitor him or to observe the movements of the Uchiha clan. "I will," Itachi replied obediently, revealing no hint of defiance. Had he not possessed foresight, he would have never suspected that Itachi had become the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. Betraying the family. "Splendid. Brother, come train with me," exclaimed Sasuke, his spirits lifted upon learning of Itachi's newfound availability. "Very well," Itachi responded, a genuine smile gracing his face as he acquiesced. Within the family, only Sasuke could evoke such heartfelt joy from him. Itachi rarely finds time to rest. "Do not disturb him. I am here to train with you," Fugaku interjected. "All right then," Sasuke replied, somewhat reluctantly but still obediently. "Brother must be very tired. With father accompanying me, I shall not trouble him. Go on." Take a stroll and relax. Fugaku urged Itachi. Father, I shall do so, Itachi replied. Knowing he had to maintain the guise of normalcy, despite his surveillance duties. He turned and departed. After his exit, Fugaku resumed his instruction of Sasuke. The reason for preventing Uchiha Itachi from training with Uchiha Sasuke was to minimize their contact. Uchiha Itachi had already betrayed the clan and become a traitor. He did not wish for Uchiha Sasuke to have excessive interaction with him, lest he be indoctrinated. Although Uchiha Itachi lacked the mind-altering abilities of the third Hokage, the risk of Uchiha Sasuke falling under his influence, albeit small, warranted caution. After imparting the hand seals and techniques for the Great Fireball Jutsu to Uchiha Sasuke and allowing him to practice, Uchiha Fugaku began to ponder the nature of the surveillance imposed by Uchiha Itachi. Why would the third Hokage suddenly assign Uchiha Itachi to observe me? It was inconceivable that the third Hokage would arbitrarily place Uchiha Itachi in such a position. There must be a compelling reason behind this directive. Could it be that the deaths of Shimura Kanzin and his companions were connected to me? His initial thought was that the ambush resulting in the demise of Shimura Kanzin and his two allies had been exposed, but he quickly dismissed this notion. If the ambush had indeed been unveiled, he would not be facing mere surveillance, but rather an investigation. Was it due to the recent family meeting? Having ruled out the ambush, the only other possibility he could conceive was the family meeting that had taken place not long ago. It was likely that the content of that meeting had come to the attention of the third Hokage, prompting his vigilance. How could the third Hokage have learned about the absence of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi from that meeting? It appeared that, aside from those two, there were other traitors within the clan. A cold snort escaped his lips. He had not anticipated that besides Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there would be additional betrayers within the family. It must be said that his predecessor had been a dismal leader, allowing traitors to emerge one after another. Aside from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there were hidden traitors. He was determined to uncover their identities, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, and a murderous intent blossoming in his heart. In the dead of night, within the confines of the bedroom, the freshly bathed Uchiha Mikoto's skin glowed with a faint blush, exuding an alluring charm. She languidly nestled in Uchiha Fugaku's embrace, reminiscent of a ripe peach, emanating a sweet fragrance that was irresistible. "Fugaku, guess what I saw today?" she purred. Since returning in the evening, his mood had been remarkably buoyant, suggesting he had encountered something fortuitous. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled the scent of her shampoo as he tenderly caressed her flowing black hair, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, it seems you've stumbled upon something delightful." Uchiha Mikoto smiled softly. "Today, I saw Itachi out shopping with a girl, a very beautiful girl." "Oh, did you manage to find out her name?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired with growing interest. He recalled that Uchiha Itachi had a close relationship with a certain girl, though he could not recall her name, as she was merely a minor character. "I found out. Her name is Uchiha Izumi. Her father is from a different clan, while her mother is from our Uchiha family." Uchiha Mikoto explained. "It is evident that she shares a close bond with Itachi. What do you think their relationship is?" "You are worrying too soon. Itachi is merely 11 years old. What kind of relationship could he possibly have?" Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly. The minds of ninjas often display a maturity beyond their years. Yet, even so, discussing romantic relationships at the tender age of 11 is rather premature. Currently, they share no such connection, but perhaps in the future, it may blossom into something more, Uchiha Mikoto retorted with discontent. "Indeed, my dear, you are correct. However, before we entertain such notions, let us first consider giving Itachi and Sasuke a little sister." Uchiha Fugaku extinguished the lights, and a series of rather embarrassing sounds filled the bedroom. Had Uchiha Itachi not been indoctrinated by the third Hokage into becoming a traitor a few years hence, he might have developed a romantic relationship with Uchiha Izumi, enjoying a sweet childhood romance. Alas, it is regrettable that Uchiha Itachi has succumbed to the third Hokage's manipulation, betraying his clan, and, in the future, will wield the blade against them. Their fate is inextricably doomed. The following day, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the security department. "Captain, did you call for me?" Uchiha Yukumi, dressed in a green ninja outfit adorned with a black armband of the security department, knocked and entered the office. Uchiha Fugaku did not respond immediately. Instead, he formed hand seals to cast a soundproof barrier. Once the soundproofing was established, he turned his serious gaze towards Uchiha Yukumi. "I recently received news that there is a traitor within our clan." "What?" A look of astonishment and skepticism crossed Uchiha Yakumi's face. The sudden revelation left him in shock. A traitor within their esteemed clan? He could not help but doubt the veracity of such news. Members of the Uchiha clan possess an immense sense of honor. How could a traitor emerge among such individuals? Captain, is this information reliable? I have personally verified it. It is absolutely credible, Uchiha Fugaku affirmed. Who is it? Who among the clan has betrayed us? Uchiha Yakumi's voice rose in anger, unable to contain his emotions. Had Uchiha Fugaku not preemptively set up the soundproof barrier, his voice would have surely carried outside, overheard by others. It is Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku stated gravely. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to share this crucial information about the betrayal of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi with Uchiha Yakumi, whom he regarded as his right hand. What? How could it be those two? Uchiha Yakumi's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, both proud members of the Uchiha clan, were regarded as prodigies with lofty expectations placed upon them. It was initially thought that the clan would reach its zenith through their prowess. Yet, to his utter astonishment, these two had turned out to be traitors. Such news was too incredible to accept, even when uttered by Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Captain, could there be a mistake? As for Shisui, that can be debated, but Itachi is your eldest son. How could he betray you and the clan? I wish it were not true, but this is the reality. Itachi has betrayed his father and has allied himself with the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. If the two of them were indeed traitors, then the whispers of a coup within the clan must have already reached the third Hokage. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yaumi felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Indeed, the matter of the coup had been brought to the attention of the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly. What should we do? Uchiha Yaumi was filled with anxiety and dread, feeling as though the sky were collapsing around him. Knowing that the Uchiha clan harbored intentions of insurrection, the third Hokage would undoubtedly take action, possibly striking preemptively against the Uchiha clan. With Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi having turned traitor, the current strength of the Uchiha clan would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. Do not panic. The situation has not yet reached that dire an extent. Uchiha Fugaku spoke soothingly. However, Uchiha Yami's face was etched with alarm. The third Hokage was already aware of the Uchiha clan's plans for a coup. And how could he not be frightened by such a revelation? I only recently learned of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's betrayal. Yet the voices of dissent have long been simmering within the Uchiha family. The fact that no action has been taken against us thus far suggests that the third Hokage is not yet prepared to strike. Moreover, we are not without our chances. With my Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is not devoid of the means to resist. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes transformed into the blood-red patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon witnessing Fugaku's awakened Sharingan, Uchiha Yaumi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was aware of Fugaku's awakening, but his earlier panic had clouded his judgment. With a clan leader possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would not be easy for the third Hokage to deal with the Uchiha clan. What shall we do now? Should we circumvent Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi and secretly convene a clan meeting to discuss our strategy? No, we cannot hold a clan meeting. Nor can we inform anyone else of this news. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Why not? Because within the clan, besides Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there are other traitors. Other traitors? Uchiha Yaumi's face turned ashen, his fists clenching involuntarily. The revelation that there were indeed additional traitors within the clan, aside from Shisui and Itachi, was alarming. I already have a plan to address the knowledge of the coup being known to the third Hokage, so you need not concern yourself with that. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was icy. I entrust you with a task. Covertly investigate who within the clan is qualified to participate in the clan meeting and root out the traitors. Rest assured, Captain, I will unearth them all. Uchiha Yaumi's eyes burned with fury. He would spare none of these traitorous individuals, determined to expose them all. For the time being, the third Hokage was unlikely to act against the Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Yaumi departed, Uchiha Fugaku remained seated in his office, deep in thought. From his deductions, despite the third Hokage's awareness of the Uchiha clan's coup intentions, it seemed he would refrain from taking immediate action. Dispatching Uchiha Itachi to monitor him and the Uchiha clan further confirmed this assumption. Had the third Hokage intended to take action against the Uchiha clan, he would not have dispatched Itachi Uchiha to surveil him and the clan. Instead, he would have immediately deployed forces to encircle and eliminate the Uchiha. At present, there exists only murmurs of a coup within the Uchiha clan, devoid of any actual insurgency. Should action be taken against the Uchiha at this juncture, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the other clans. It seems the third Hokage plans to wait until the Uchiha clan genuinely instigates a rebellion, thus acquiring tangible evidence and a moral high ground. The whispers of insurrection within the Uchiha are likely anticipated by the third Hokage, or perhaps they were even orchestrated by him. The Konoha leadership, headed by the third Hokage, has been systematically suppressing the Uchiha clan, presumably to compel them towards rebellion, thus providing a legitimate rationale for purging the clan. You shall not have your way. Uchiha Fugaku sneered. Had he been his former self, he might have unwittingly facilitated the third Hokage's scheme, ultimately being driven to instigate a coup and ensnared in the web woven by the third Hokage, only to be eradicated under the guise of righteousness. But he is not his former self. He will not allow the plans of the Konoha leadership, led by the third Hokage, to come to fruition. When the time comes for them to close their net, they will discover that the fish within are not so easily ensnared by their trap. The reason the Konoha leadership has persistently oppressed the Uchiha clan, compelling them towards insurrection, is their misguided belief in their own strength to subdue the Uchiha. However, with him in the fray, the plans of the Konoha leadership, led by the third Hokage, are destined to falter. His power has ample room for growth, a significant potential indeed. By the time the Konoha leadership is ready to ensnare the Uchiha, his strength will far surpass what it is now, possessing the formidable ability to tear through their net. Half a month later, various teams dispatched by Konoha to investigate the deaths of Shimura Ryo and his companions gradually returned to the village. The search and inquiry yielded no results, as the direction taken was flawed from the outset. With considerable manpower devoted to this matter, success was impossible. Following the fruitless investigation, the village chose to abandon the inquiry, leaving the incident as an unsolved mystery. Although the Shimura clan was deeply dissatisfied, they had no choice but to acquiesce, as there were no findings to support further action. In the morning, Uchiha Fugaku departed from the Uchiha compound, but instead of heading to the Konoha Guard Division, he made his way to the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving at the tower, Uchiha Fugaku announced his presence and entered the Hokage's office. Uchiha clan leader, what brings you here? The third Hokage sat at his desk, holding a pipe, puffing a cloud of smoke. His gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku was calm, yet authoritative, tempered with approachability. This was a notably deceptive facade. Were it not for Uchiha Fugaku's keen understanding of the third Hokage's true nature, he might have felt an involuntary admiration for this charismatic leader. I wish to request permission from Lord Hokage to leave the village for a period of time, Uchiha Fugaku stated. After a fortnight of discreet observation, he became certain of his judgment. The third Hokage would not take action against the Uchiha clan in the near future. With this affirmation, he resolved to initiate the plan he had long since devised, which involved departing from the village to obtain the corpse of White Zetsu in the Land of Rain. He had contemplated a clandestine exit from the village. However, considering the considerable duration of his absence and the surveillance by Itachi Uchiha, a discreet departure was utterly implausible. Thus, he chose not to conceal his intentions and directly approached the Hokage Tower to request permission from the third Hokage for an open leave from the village. Leaving the village? Is there a matter at hand? The third Hokage's eyes widened in surprise. He had speculated on the reasons behind Fugaku Uchiha's visit, but had not anticipated that Fugaku would seek permission to leave. I have some personal matters to attend to, Fugaku replied, refraining from elaborating further, as it was unnecessary. For an ordinary ninja, departing the village without a mission would require substantial justification. Should the rationale fail to persuade, a prohibition on leaving could ensue. However, for the clan leader and other high-ranking individuals within the village, the management was considerably more lenient, affording them the privilege to leave as they deemed fit, just as Jiraiya and Tsunade, who, despite their prolonged absences from the village, had never been subjected to a manhunt. What of the security department? Noting Fugaku's reluctance to divulge the reasons for his departure, the third Hokage refrained from further inquiry, recognizing Fugaku's entitlement to such privileges. During my absence, Uchiha Yakumi will oversee the security department. He has assisted me for many years and possesses ample management experience, Fugaku stated. Since there are no issues with the security department, then it is settled. The third Hokage nodded in agreement to Fugaku's request. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Fugaku expressed his gratitude before exiting the Hokage's office. He was reluctant to linger in the office, finding the third Hokage's insincerity quite distasteful, making his presence there uncomfortable. Sooner or later, he would deliver a punch to that old man who perpetually wore a hypocritical smile. Not long after Fugaku's departure, the door of the Hokage's office swung open once more. Shimura Danzō, with his right hand and eye bandaged, entered the office and addressed the third Hokage. Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha's departure from Konoha surely serves some purpose. Upon learning of Fugaku's visit to the Hokage Tower, he hurried there and, while waiting outside the office, had overheard the conversation between Fugaku and the third Hokage. I am aware, but as the clan leader, Fugaku possesses this degree of authority, and I have no grounds to impede him, the third Hokage replied, furrowing his brow. Danzō, being astute, had deduced this as well. I will dispatch personnel to follow and monitor him to ascertain his true intentions. He was keen on ensuring that no disturbances arose concerning the Uchiha clan's plans. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage ultimately consented. To send someone to track and surveil the clan leader is a grave transgression. However, considering the murmurs of a coup within the Uchiha clan, he acquiesced to Shimura Danzō's request for surveillance. Of course, the primary factor was that the operatives dispatched belonged to the Root Division, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to easily deflect any discovery of surveillance onto Shimura Danzō. After departing from the Hokage office, Uchiha Fugaku returned to the Uchiha compound. Despite having resolved to leave the village today, certain preparations were imperative beforehand. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags are essential tools frequently utilized in a ninja's combat, constituting indispensable gear for any journey. Moreover, should he need to spend the night outdoors, storage scrolls would prove invaluable, capable of sealing tents and provisions to enhance travel comfort. Prior to his departure, he had instructed Uchiha Mikoto to seal the tent and food within the storage scroll, which should now be adequately prepared. Upon reaching the patriarch's residence at the heart of the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Fugaku was slightly taken aback. Uchiha Itachi stood in the courtyard, accompanied by another individual, a youth with short black hair and a short blade slung across his back. It was Uchiha Shisui. Patriarch. As Uchiha Fugaku noticed Uchiha Shisui in the courtyard, Shisui, in turn, immediately sensed Fugaku's presence and turned to address him. Ah, are you here to see Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly, he felt a slight tension. As a ninja, concealing one's sound and presence is almost instinctual. He had instinctively masked his approach. Yet, Uchiha Shisui had detected him at once, indicating his extraordinary perceptive abilities. Not a sensory-type ninja, yet possessing such acute awareness. Uchiha Shisui's prowess must have reached the level of a Kage. If previously there had merely been speculation regarding Shisui awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was now an undeniable certainty. Indeed, it has been a while since I last saw Itachi, so I came to check on him, Uchiha Shisui replied respectfully. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly and proceeded inside to retrieve his ninja tools and storage scrolls. Patriarch, may I trouble you for a moment? Observing Fugaku's retreating figure, Uchiha Shisui's gaze flickered, as if in hesitation, before he finally spoke. What is it? Upon hearing Shisui's voice, Uchiha Fugaku turned to face him. I have some questions I wish to pose, and I seek your counsel, Patriarch. What do you believe constitutes a family? What defines a village? Fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Uchiha Shisui inquired. Since learning of the Patriarch's supportive stance regarding the coup over a fortnight ago, he could no longer suppress his urge to question him. This meeting provided the opportunity he had been waiting for. A family is a collective formed by bonds of blood, while a village is a community forged by numerous families. Uchiha Fugaku replied, meeting Shisui's gaze with unwavering intensity. From the inquiries of Uchiha Shisui, he keenly perceived a sense of dissatisfaction. Previously, Uchiha Shisui had adeptly concealed such emotions, yet now they were laid bare. The clan leader pondered whether the family or the village held greater significance. Uchiha Fugaku continued, stating that both were equally important. The existence of the clan was essential for the village, and the village, in turn, was vital for the protection of the clan. I understand. Thank you, clan leader. Uchiha Shisui bowed respectfully to Uchiha Fugaku, not waiting for a response as he turned to leave the courtyard. The leader's answer left him disheartened. The importance of the village should supersede all else. Even the clan could never compare to the village. However, The clan leader equated the significance of the family with that of the village, a notion he could not accept. He touched his eyes contemplatively. If one day the clan truly intended to instigate a coup, he would utilize these eyes to thwart it. Shisui. Observing Uchiha Shisui's sudden departure, Uchiha Itachi called out, hesitating momentarily before hastily following. Like Shisui, he too was disillusioned by their father's response. His father's vision was far too limited, lacking the foresight of the third Hokage. If everyone in the village possessed the same foresight as the third Hokage, harmony would prevail, and disputes would diminish. Utterly hopeless. Watching the two depart, Uchiha Fugaku scoffed inwardly. Both had been profoundly indoctrinated by the third Hokage, incapable of considering alternative perspectives, and there was no possibility of rectifying their views. With no intention of altering his plans, he gathered his ninja tools and sealing scrolls, making his way toward the entrance of Konoha. Presently, the village's entrances were still monitored by the guard division, and in his capacity as the captain, he passed through without question. Exiting the village, he journeyed towards the land of rain. Meanwhile, at the root base, Shimura Danzō returned from the Hokage Tower. Wind, he called out, and soon a man with orange hair and a mask appeared. Lord Danzō. The man knelt respectfully. Track Uchiha Fugaku's movements since his departure from the village, noting everyone he encounters. Leave nothing unrecorded, Danzō commanded. Yes, the orange-haired man replied before vanishing swiftly. Although monitoring a clan leader did not conform to village regulations, the man exhibited no hesitation or inquiry regarding the rationale for the surveillance. As a member of Root, he had been indoctrinated with absolute obedience, unwaveringly following the leader's every command. Not only would he monitor a clan leader, but he would also execute an assassination order if given. After the orange-haired man departed, only Danzō's exposed left eye revealed a contemplative expression. Moments later, he spoke again. Insect. Lord Danzō, another masked man appeared in response to his call. A man donned a pair of black gloves, with a short blade strapped to his back. He knelt on one knee, appearing reverently before Shimura Danzō. Is there a bounty on Uchiha Fugaku in the black market? Danzō inquired. Indeed. The current bounty on Uchiha Fugaku stands at 20 million, replied the man, codenamed Insect. Uchiha Fugaku had once graced the battlefields of the Ninja World War and served as the head of the legendary Uchiha clan. Thus, the black market held a bounty concerning him, increased the bounty by 10 million, and also informed the black market that Uchiha Fugaku has departed from Konoha, Danzō commanded. Understood. The man, without questioning the rationale, acknowledged and swiftly vanished. Watching the direction of his departure, Danzō's expression darkened. Although murmurs of a coup circulated within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, the clan leader, was not a staunch supporter of such upheaval. This reluctance had stymied any tangible actions against the Uchiha clan thus far, much to his dissatisfaction. Should Uchiha Fugaku perish and a more radical individual assume leadership, the likelihood of a coup within the Uchiha clan would escalate, presenting an opportune moment for decisive action against them. Previously, Fugaku had remained in the village, leaving no room for confrontation. Now that he had voluntarily left, it presented an excellent opportunity to deal with him. A tall figure strode into the underground black market, clad in a red cloud-patterned black cloak. His forehead bore the scratched headband of Takigakure, and his face was obscured by a black cloth. His eyes glowed a peculiar green, resembling two eerie flames, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. It was the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. Within the underground black market, numerous individuals sought bounties. Some were wandering ninjas, others rogue ninjas, all exuding a fierce and defiant aura. As they roamed from country to country, these ninjas lived on the edge, quick to draw their blades over the slightest provocation, often evoking fear in others. However, upon witnessing the entrance of the towering figure, they instinctively recoiled, parting like the Red Sea to grant him passage. Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue from Takigakure, possessed formidable strength, potentially rivaling that of a Kage. He frequently accepted high-reward bounties from the black market, boasting an impressive success rate of 90%. The remaining 10% failure rate did not stem from failed assassinations, but rather from the absence of targets to eliminate. Lord Kakuzu, welcome to our establishment. The only individual to greet Kakuzu with enthusiasm was a diminutive man with two thin whiskers and small eyes, named Mishima Yoshiyuki, the overseer of this black market. While others viewed Kakuzu as an undeniable monster, he perceived him merely as a lucrative opportunity. With Kakuzu's exceptional task completion rate, Once a mission was undertaken, failure became a rarity. To understand that every completed task brings substantial commissions for the black market, one cannot help but feel elated upon encountering an S-rank rogue ninja with an exceptionally high task completion rate. Are there any high-reward bounties recently? Kaku inquired. Having recently eliminated his noisy team members, he found solace in the absence of distractions and decided to explore the black market for new bounties. Indeed, there is a bounty that has just reached 30 million, Mitsubishi replied with a smile. 30 million? Kaku's eyes gleamed with fervor upon hearing the staggering amount. What is the bounty for? It targets Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Mitsubishi respectfully presented a bounty notice. Kaku took the notice, glanced at the image of the target, and his gaze fell upon the reward amount, which indeed was a remarkable 30 million. Such a high bounty was rare and piqued his interest. Is there any recent news about this individual? He has recently left the Hidden Leaf Village. His last appearance was yesterday evening near the town of Fanya within the Land of Fire, Mitsubishi responded. With the bounty notice tucked away, Kaku turned and made his way out of the black market. As he departed, Mitsubishi watched him with anticipation, hoping he would succeed in eliminating Uchiha Fugaku and fulfilling the bounty. A day later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Ahead, ominous clouds loomed, casting a shadow over the landscape, obscuring sunlight and enveloping the area in dimness. The Land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in clouds and known for its frequent rain, lies nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Due to its geographical position, it has become a battleground in several shinobi world wars, contested by Iwagakure and Konohagakure. As Uchiha Fugaku advanced, preparing to enter the Land of Rain, he suddenly squinted, his gaze fixed ahead. A figure emerged before him, a man clad in a black cloth mask, his piercing emerald eyes glinting with intensity. Tall and robust, he donned a red cloud-patterned black robe. It was Kaku, the S-rank rogue ninja, with the memories of his past life. Uchiha Fugaku recognized Kaku at first glance and confirmed his affiliation with the Akatsuki by the distinctive attire. Little did he expect to encounter a member of the Akatsuki so soon. He had presumed that their paths would cross years later when the organization began collecting tailed beasts. You recognize me, Kaku remarked with interest upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku speak his name. How could one not recognize an S-rank rogue ninja, so renowned in the shinobi world? Fugaku replied. Are you not afraid of me? Kaku asked, somewhat taken aback. As a famous S-rank rogue ninja, he was accustomed to seeing individuals flee in terror upon recognizing him. Even elite jonin would not hesitate to escape at the sight of him. Since he became an S-rank rogue ninja, encounters with individuals who do not flee or exhibit fear upon seeing him have become exceedingly rare. Why should one fear? Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a calm demeanor. Intriguing, Kakazu remarked, taken aback by the apparent authenticity of Fugaku's tranquility, suggesting an underlying confidence. Nonetheless, there had been others who stood before him with equal assurance, yet their fates had invariably led them to the black market, where they were exchanged for bounties. He retrieved a bounty notice he had scrutinized numerous times, comparing Fugaku's visage with the image on the notice, before inquiring, You are Uchiha Fugaku, I presume? It seems you have set your sights on my bounty. Upon seeing the bounty notice in Kakuzu's hand, Uchiha Fugaku comprehended the reason for Kakuzu's interest. Yet, how did Kakuzu ascertain his whereabouts? Throughout his journey, he had taken great care to conceal his tracks, making it improbable for him to be discovered. This indicated that he had not been mistaken. Kakuzu's gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku shifted, akin to that of a predator regarding its prey. Moreover, a terrifying aura emanated from him, akin to a boulder cascading down a hillside, delivering a profound impact. At a distance of several hundred meters away, a man with orange hair and a mask observed from a tree. He was a member of the Root, codenamed Wind, and his name was Yamashiro Kaze, a member of the Yamashiro clan. Like the Oil Girl clan, the Yamashiro clan maintained a close relationship with Danzō Shimura, which is why he had joined the Root and became a member. How could Uchiha Fugaku encounter the infamous S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu? As a member of the Root, he was well acquainted with Kakuzu's notorious reputation. What perplexed him was how Kakuzu had learned of Fugaku's concealed movements. Could it be? A thought flickered in his mind, leading him to a conjecture. Every so often, he would report Uchiha Fugaku's whereabouts, suggesting that Kakuzu's knowledge of Fugaku's movements might stem from information leaked by the Root. Danzō-sama likely intended to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku using Kakuzu's hand. Although taken aback by this conclusion, he felt no inclination to intervene. Members of the root were tasked merely with executing missions, devoid of unnecessary emotions. I shall claim your head. Kakuzu, radiating a terrifying presence, abruptly lifted his hand, resembling a cannon aimed at Uchiha Fugaku. In the next moment, a striking transformation occurred. His hand surged forth like a cannonball, targeting Uchiha Fugaku, who stood several dozen meters away. Numerous sinister black tendrils connected his hands and arms. The ground was deeply penetrated as Kakuzu's hand thrust into the very spot where Uchiha Fugaku had been. However, Fugaku evaded just before Kakuzu's hand could reach him. Jigaku no Yo. He swiftly appeared over 10 meters away, gazing at Kakuzu's hand, now connected by countless tendrils. Jigaku no Yo, a forbidden jutsu, birthed numerous black tendrils within the body after undergoing transformation, enabling the user to perform many actions that defied common sense. For instance, imagine detaching your hand from your body, merely connected by a tendril. Swiftly, Kakuzu retracted his outstretched hand, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Fugaku. The previous assault had been exceedingly sudden. Many of those targeted had been pierced through in the blink of an eye. Yet Uchiha Fugaku effortlessly evaded the attack, recognizing that his opponent was no weakling. However, he was not surprised. Despite the decline of the Uchiha clan, it was still the lineage that once produced Uchiha Madara, a formidable figure capable of rivaling the first Hokage. As the head of this clan, it was only natural for him to possess considerable strength. With a swift motion, he propelled his robust frame off the ground, rapidly closing the distance to Uchiha Fugaku. In the midst of his charge, his hands came together to form seals. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Upon completing the hand seals, his hands transformed into obsidian appendages, as if tainted by dark ink. This was a technique of earth release that reinforced the skin, rendering the body as resilient as steel. It boasted formidable defensive capabilities while simultaneously providing tremendous destructive power, making it a powerful ninjutsu adept in both offense and defense. Understanding the potency of such a technique, Uchiha Fugaku had no intention of withstanding the onslaught head-on. His eyes morphed into the three-tomo Sharingan, spinning rapidly. Without the need for hand seals, he unleashed the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. Even with Kakuzu's shadow-level mental fortitude, he could not resist being ensnared within the illusion. Nevertheless, Kakuzu was a shadow-level powerhouse. Given time, he could likely break free from the Genjutsu, using his formidable will. No Genjutsu was truly inescapable, and even the Sharingan's illusions were not without their vulnerabilities. Yet Fugaku clearly had no intention of granting Kakuzu that luxury. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. He swiftly completed the hand seals, conjuring a colossal dragon of flames that surged forth, radiating intense heat as it charged toward Kakuzu. The ground scorched beneath its path, leaving a charred trail in its wake. With a thunderous roar, the massive fire dragon engulfed Kakuzu, dragging his form along in a fiery embrace. After several dozen meters, the dragon dissipated as its power waned, revealing Kakuzu within. His unique attire, resistant to flames, lay in tatters. However, remarkably, Kakuzu emerged unscathed by burns. The formidable defense granted by the Earth Release, Earth Spear had shielded him from the dragon's fierce assault. Impressive power. Kakuzu, now free from the Genjutsu, assessed his slightly scorched body with intrigue, directing an interested gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku. Is this the renowned Genjutsu of the ninja world? Even I, a shadow-level warrior, fell victim to it. The subsequent fire technique demonstrated by Fugaku was equally commendable. The same ninjutsu could exhibit varying degrees of power in different hands. He had previously witnessed such a fire technique, but in the hands of that Konoha ninja, its potency had clearly paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Fugaku. However, such a level of power would not pose a threat to him. The skin, hardened by the earth release technique, rendered him akin to a warrior clad in steel armor. Each step he took left a crater in the ground as he charged violently towards Uchiha Fugaku. Such formidable defense. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly as he observed Kakuzu's onslaught. Remarkably, Kakuzu emerged unscathed from that fierce attack, revealing the profound mastery he possessed over the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique. After all, he was a being that had existed since the era of the first Hokage. Over such an extensive period, his comprehension and insight into various ninjutsu had evidently reached an extraordinary level. Thoughts raced through his mind as he formed increasingly intricate hand seals. In that fleeting moment, His hands moved with such swiftness that they left afterimages. Fire release, great fire destruction. With a surge of chakra gathered in his throat, a colossal fireball, reminiscent of a meteorite, surged forth, exuding a terrifying heat capable of instantaneously evaporating the moisture from any living being. The ground blackened, trees ignited, and the very air seemed to ignite in flames. Fire release, great fire destruction, one of the most potent fire techniques mastered by the Uchiha clan. Wielded in intensity several times greater than that of the fire release, great dragon fire technique. Kakuzu was engulfed by the enormous meteor-like fireball, shrieking amidst the flames that erupted from the explosion, only to be abruptly silenced. Even with Kakuzu's reinforced defenses, he appeared gravely wounded beneath the onslaught of such a formidable fire technique. Suddenly, from the very spot where Uchiha Fugaku stood, a figure erupted from the earth, its hand resembling a sharp spear, lunging toward Uchiha Fugaku. This figure, emerging from the ground, was none other than Kakuzu. While he held unwavering confidence in the defense granted by the Earth Release, Earth Spear, he certainly did not wish to endure the wrath of the Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Thus, before the meteor-like fireball could strike him, he utilized a shadow clone to substitute for his true self, which burrowed underground, approaching Uchiha Fugaku from below. With a piercing thrust, Kakuzu's pitch-black, spear-like hand penetrated Uchiha Fugaku's body. Blood gushed forth from Uchiha Fugaku, and a bloodthirsty grin spread across Kakuzu's face. This prey was stronger than those he had encountered before, yet he had succeeded in subduing it. 30 million Ryo successfully credited. However, in the next instant, the bloodthirsty grin on his face transformed into shock as the Uchiha Fugaku he had pierced dissipated into a plume of white smoke. He was certain that the Uchiha Fugaku he had just impaled was no mere shadow clone, for the tangible sensation he had felt could not be replicated by a clone. Yet, why had the severely injured Uchiha Fugaku suddenly vanished? Before he could ponder this question further, a massive fireball, akin to a burning meteor, plummeted downward, consuming him entirely. Faced with such a sudden assault, this time, he had no opportunity to evade. Not far away, perched upon a tree, Uchiha Fugaku's crimson eyes glowed fiercely, intricate black patterns swirling within them. It was not the pattern of the three tomo, but rather a unique design formed by 3 tomo encircled by a ring, accompanied by 4 black dots. In truth, Kakuzu had long since fallen into the genuine illusion of his right eye's ocular technique, oblivious to this fact. The sudden disappearance of this severely injured individual becomes comprehensible under the veil of the authentic illusion, where he possessed boundless life and infinite chakra, enabling him to perform feats that defy logic. As the flames extinguished, Kakuzu's form was revealed. His garments had vanished, exposing numerous severe burns across his body, pitch black and ghastly. Despite the enhancement provided by the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, he was unable to withstand the devastating effects of one of the most formidable fire release techniques, the Great Fire Annihilation. Coughing, Uchiha Fugaku, your concealment is indeed profound. He awkwardly braced himself with his hands, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Fugaku. Intended as the predator, he unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage, having failed to inflict harm on Fugaku and sustaining injuries himself. The ability to inflict such damage on someone of his caliber, possessing shadow-level strength, unequivocally attests to Uchiha Fugaku's prowess. The so-called declining noble Uchiha clan leader was merely a facade, a disguise that belied his formidable power, hidden from everyone. It was too late to realize this now. Uchiha Fugaku spoke coldly. As he spoke, a colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, appeared without the need for seals, hurtling towards Kakuzu with incredible speed. Boom. Severely injured, Kakuzu had no time to evade, and was once again engulfed by the searing flames. Moments later, as the fire subsided, Kakuzu lay on the ground, charred and motionless, resembling a lifeless corpse, yet the slight rise and fall of his body indicated that he was not dead. Whoosh! Uchiha Fugaku appeared beside Kakuzu as if teleporting, thrusting a kunai into the heart's position of the battered Kaku. Thud! With the sound of blade piercing flesh, a gaping wound appeared in Kakuzu's chest. The feeble movement of his body ceased entirely. Swish! The surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. Initially, after 2 assaults of the Great Fire Annihilation, a vast area had been reduced to ash, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and flame. Yet, in an instant, all of this vanished. The charred earth disappeared, leaving no trace of the burning. Only Kakuzu, blackened and clutching his chest, collapsed to the ground with a thud. What transpired? The two had only just encountered each other, with no time to engage, yet Kakuzu had suffered a grievous blow. Hundreds of meters away, the wind in the mountains bore witness to Kakuzu's sudden fall. He could not comprehend how Kakuzu had been injured, from their confrontation to Kakuzu's abrupt collapse. Merely a few breaths had passed. During this interval, he had only witnessed their exchange of words, entirely missing any signs of combat. As for illusion techniques, he dismissed that notion immediately, for the injuries Kakuzu sustained were undeniably real, beyond the capability of mere illusion to inflict. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and acquired the eye technique known as reality illusion. As for the brief interval between the meeting of the two and the injuries sustained by Kakuzu, this was due to the fact that, although reality illusion could not manipulate time to the extent of Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi, transforming a fleeting moment into 24 hours, it could still exert a degree of temporal control. Once the target perished, did they automatically exit the reality illusion? Gazing thoughtfully at the lifeless body of Kakuzu, Uchiha Fugaku pondered. With Kakuzu's demise, the reality illusion that had ensnared him was dispelled. The traces of destruction caused within the illusion vanished, yet the injuries inflicted upon Kakuzu remained. However, while others may not comprehend the peculiarities of the Earth Grudge Fear technique, I am certainly not ignorant of them. He regarded Kakuzu's corpse with a mocking glint in his eyes. Kakuzu had indeed been slain, but merely once. Through Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, theoretically granting him 5 lives. To truly extinguish Kakuzu's existence, he must be vanquished 4 more times. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. With swift hand seals, a colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, materialized and hurtled towards Kakuzu's fallen form. Water Release, Water Shield. Just as the enormous fireball was about to strike, Kakuzu, who lay motionless, suddenly sprang to life, crouching and forming hand seals. A torrent of water surged forth, rising and crashing like a tidal wave, countering the meteoric fireball. The two collided with a deafening sound. The fireball extinguished while the rushing water evaporated. How did you know I was not dead? Kakuzu inquired in a low, gravelly voice, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. With Earth Grudge Fear, he possessed 5 hearts and 5 lives. Some formidable foes had fallen victim to his cunning after believing him slain, only to be ambushed in their moment of complacency. To his surprise, Uchiha Fugaku had discerned that he was still alive, avoiding the fate that befell his previous adversaries. Unfortunately, I have a modicum of understanding regarding Earth Grudge Fear, Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. It is regrettable that your ambush failed. Had it been successful, damaging one of Kakuzu's hearts would have spared me considerable effort in the ensuing battle. Regrettably, Kakuzu had been exceedingly vigilant. Upon sensing something amiss, he had abandoned his act of death, thwarting the attempt at surprise. No wonder, Kakuzu rasped, realization dawning upon him. The opponent's awareness of the characteristics of Earth Grudge Fear explained why he could not deceive him. As for how the opponent was knowledgeable about such an esoteric forbidden technique, it was likely that someone from his clan had previously encountered this technique, possessing some relevant records. Earth Grudge Fear was not of his own invention. Others had utilized it before him. He felt somewhat aggrieved. A shadow-level powerhouse was only worth a bounty of 30 million. Regret washed over him. Having already initiated an assassination attempt against Uchiha Fugaku, even if he were to withdraw now, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. In a distant land, he would not easily relent. He firmly believed that Uchiha Fugaku would be equally unyielding. Thus, the only course of action left was to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. With a swift flick of his crimson cloud-patterned cloak, he revealed a robust physique clad in a black vest, marred by visible stitches. Suddenly, a series of ominous sounds echoed as 4 peculiar masks embedded in his back began to detach, as if 4 monstrous entities were emerging from within him. Ultimately, 4 bizarre creatures, formed of masks and dark tendrils, materialized. Except for one mask that lay shattered and lifeless upon the ground, the remaining 3 exuded a terrifying aura, each surpassing the strength of elite shinobi. Sensing the formidable presence emanating from the 3 masked monstrosities, Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew tense. One was already a formidable challenge. The addition of 3 more beings, each at least as powerful as elite shinobi, would prove to be exceedingly troublesome, with an intense murderous intent radiating from him. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed an assault upon Uchiha Fugaku. From his mouth, a colossal water dragon surged forth, roaring and clawing as it lunged toward Uchiha Fugaku. With a swift movement, Uchiha Fugaku evaded the oncoming water dragon, which crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in its wake. Just then, a masked creature appeared above him. Lightning release, false darkness. The airborne entity opened its mouth, unleashing a spear-like bolt of lightning aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Crack, crack, crack. A multitude of trees fell victim to the lightning spear, sliced as if by a razor, leaving behind unnaturally charred stumps. Uchiha Fugaku hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the perilous strike. However, before he could catch his breath, another masked creature materialized in a diagonal position above him. Wind release, pressure damage. From the creature's mouth, a swirling mass of wind erupted, rapidly expanding as it surged toward Uchiha Fugaku. The vast area was engulfed, the power of the onslaught immense. Trees, earth, and stones alike were torn asunder and sent flying. Faced with such a sweeping attack, Uchiha Fugaku could not evade in time. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. No longer retreating, Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals, exhaling a torrent of flames that surged like a tidal wave, meeting the oncoming tempest. With a tremendous clash, the gale was intercepted mere moments from him. Yet, his peril was far from over. As he halted to conjure his ninjutsu against the approaching spherical wind, a masked creature appeared behind him, mouth agape. Fire release, fire style, hard work. A fire release ninjutsu, reminiscent of the technique he had just deployed, erupted forth. An expansive sea of flames cascaded from the heavens, surging towards him with relentless ferocity. There was no escape, no opportunity to invoke a defensive jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Even as a shadow-level ninja, today would mark his demise. Through the perspective afforded by the masked monster, Kakuzu could discern Uchiha Fugaku with clarity. His emerald eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and a cold smile graced his lips. In an instant, the flames enveloped Uchiha Fugaku, much like they had ensnared Kakuzu moments earlier. As the flames gradually subsided, the once vibrant landscape had been reduced to ashes. Trees turned to cinders, the ground charred black. The devastation was starkly evident, unclouded by any illusion. Uchiha Fugaku had fallen. Several hundred meters away, foam, witnessing the engulfment of Uchiha Fugaku in flames, mused silently about the abrupt turn of events. Kakuzu, previously gravely wounded, had suddenly regained his vigor. Moreover, he unleashed 3 additional masked monstrosities, which joined in the assault against Uchiha Fugaku. Under the relentless onslaught of Kakuzu and the trio of masked beasts, Uchiha Fugaku was besieged by the terrifying flames of ninjutsu, his chances of survival diminishing rapidly. Truly, he was formidable, rumored to possess shadow-level strength, and Feng felt a deep-seated trepidation, striving to conceal his own presence from Kakuzu. Uchiha Fugaku was no match for Kakuzu, and Feng harbored no illusions about his own capabilities against him. If discovered, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Suddenly, a wave of shock coursed through him as he beheld the spot where the flames had vanished. There, a colossal entity materialized, composed of numerous black bones. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, resembling the upper half of a monstrous figure that stood over 10 meters tall. Within this massive skeletal form, a silhouette could be discerned. Unmistakably that of Uchiha Fugaku. He had not perished. Instead, he had withstood Kakuzu's fire-release ninjutsu through some arcane technique, emerging unscathed. What manner of jutsu is this? Kakuzu regarded the Uchiha, ensconced within the black skeleton, with a grave expression. While he was surprised that Uchiha Fugaku had countered his fire release, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, Fugaku was a shadow-level powerhouse, likely possessing unique defensive jutsu that did not astonish him. What truly unsettled him was the overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the massive black skeletal figure, compelling him to resist the instinct to flee. He had been forced to resort to the use of Susanoo. With blood tears staining his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze turned frigid. Susanoo, a powerful ocular technique residing within his eyes, could only be manifested when both of his Mangekyo Sharingan were united. Its might was formidable, yet it exacted a heavy toll on his vision, more so than authentic Jinjutsu. If given a choice, he would prefer not to invoke Susanoo. However, Kakuzu's overwhelming strength left him no alternative but to summon it. A swift resolution was imperative. Susanoo incessantly strained his eyes, compelling him to conclude the battle with utmost urgency. He turned to behold the masked monstrosity that had just unleashed a fire-based ninjutsu. With a swift motion, Susanoo's colossal hand ascended, reaching for the skybound creature. Sensing Uchiha Fugaku's intention, Kakuzu hastily maneuvered the masked entity to evade. However, Susanoo's velocity was unparalleled. Before the creature could escape, it was ensnared in the Titan's grasp, bound as if by iron chains, rendering it utterly immobile. Witnessing the creature's failure to evade capture, Kakuzu reacted with remarkable speed, commanding the masked being to unleash a fire-based attack to incinerate Susanoo's hand. Regrettably, even under the might of such a formidable ninjutsu, Susanoo's hand remained unscathed, impervious to any damage. Susanoo epitomized a seamless amalgamation of offense and defense, possessing formidable striking power while exhibiting remarkable resilience, far beyond the reach of ordinary techniques. With a decisive squeeze, Susanoo's hand crushed the masked creature's body, reducing it to mere fragments. The creature's fervent struggles ceased as its form, composed of dark tendrils, dissolved into a viscous substance, leaving only the shattered mask to fall to the ground. "You wretched creature." Kakuzu's expression darkened at the sight of the creature's demise. Each masked entity represented a life, and with this loss, he mourned yet another. With a commanding gesture, Kakuzu directed the remaining masked creature to unleash a ball of turbulent wind, resembling a sphere composed of countless razor-sharp blades, aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Did he truly believe such a technique could breach Susanoo's defenses? Enveloped within the dark embrace of Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku exuded an eerie, chilling aura. As the spherical tempest approached, Susanoo's enormous hand extended, effortlessly grasping the whirling sphere. Clang, clang, clang. The captured vortex spun furiously, attempting to slice through Susanoo's colossal hand. Alas, though not metallic, Susanoo's hand possessed a hardness several times that of steel. Despite the onslaught, it sustained no damage, only resonating with the sound of crisp impacts. With a decisive motion, Susanoo applied pressure, shattering the sphere into nothingness. Simultaneously, his other hand lunged towards the masked creature that had conjured the wind attack. Anticipating the assault, Kakuzu commanded the creature to retreat swiftly, distancing itself beyond Susanoo's reach. With dwindling reserves of vitality, he could not permit Uchiha Fugaku to wreak further havoc. Otherwise, he feared dire consequences awaited him. Did he believe such evasion would suffice? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly. Escaping Susanoo's strikes was no simple feat in an instant. Susanoo's already extended hand surged forward with renewed vigor. The arm extended over 10 meters, effortlessly grasping the mask-wielding monster that had unleashed the wind-release technique. Susanoo, composed of materialized chakra, could extend its limbs by amplifying the chakra infusion, surpassing its original reach. Moreover, it possessed the remarkable ability to mend its previously damaged form. With a resounding crack, Susanoo's colossal hand exerted its force, crushing the mask-wielding monster to death. At this point, only one mask-wielding creature remained. Damn it! Another mask-wielding monster had been slain, and Kakuzu's expression turned exceedingly grim, filled with intense trepidation. Uchiha Fugaku's formidable strength had far surpassed his expectations. Not only had he reached the level of a Kage, but he also exceeded the typical Kage by a significant margin. Among all the opponents he had encountered thus far, Fugaku would rank as the third most powerful. Although only third, this ranking already indicated the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Fugaku. It is noteworthy that the two individuals ahead of him included Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi and the leader of the Akatsuki, who was said to possess the legendary Rinnegan. With Kakuzu's control, the remaining lightning mask-wielding monster swiftly returned, reintegrating into his body and manifesting as a head positioned on his left shoulder. Water release, water pillar technique. Lightning release, false darkness. His original form unleashed a water release technique, forming a powerful water column. Meanwhile, the remaining lightning mask creature infused the water column with lightning, causing it to shimmer with electric brilliance as it surged toward Uchiha Fugaku. This was a combined ninjutsu, formed from the fusion of two techniques. It boasted a power level of 112, far surpassing that of the individual techniques, serving as his trump card. An interesting ninjutsu. Yet to think one could contend with Susanoo using such an ability? Utterly futile. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained cold as Susanoo's enormous hand unfurled, resembling a massive millstone, striking down upon the approaching lightning water column. With a splatter, the lightning water column was obliterated, while Susanu's hand remained unscathed. As Uchiha Fugaku had stated, a mere combined ninjutsu could not breach Susanu's defenses. Perhaps a bloodline limit technique might hold some possibility. Not even this could succeed. Witnessing the combined ninjutsu being effortlessly dismantled, Kakuzu's countenance darkened, and an unmistakable wariness flickered in his eyes. Even his most powerful technique could not inflict the slightest harm upon this black skeletal creature, let alone the Uchiha Fugaku shielded by it. This was no longer a prey he could hunt. Thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind. Water release, water pillar technique. Lightning release, false darkness. Once more, he executed the combined ninjutsu in an attempt to strike Uchiha Fugaku while he himself swiftly turned to flee. Trying to escape, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold chuckle. One of Susanu's immense hands shattered the incoming lightning water column, while the other hand reached forward, aiming to strike down upon the fleeing Kakuzu. Not good. A whistling sound echoed behind him, and as Kakuzu hurriedly retreated, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Just as he stepped back, Susanu's colossal hand crashed down upon the spot he had just occupied. With a thunderous sound, a colossal palm print emerged upon the ground, radiating cracks in every direction from its center. Had he not halted and evaded backward moments ago, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere flesh under the force of that strike. Nevertheless, the threat to his safety remained unabated. The gigantic hand of the Susanu, which had shattered the thunderous water column, elongated and struck towards his location. Boom! Another immense palm print manifested on the ground. He narrowly avoided the impending blow, barely escaping the grasp of that titanic hand. However, though he evaded the palm, the violent gust produced by its strike destabilized him, causing him to stagger. As a shadow-level powerhouse, his control over his own body was formidable. He quickly regained his balance, but in that fleeting moment, the first massive hand swept toward him once more. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself upward, narrowly dodging the sweeping blow. Yet, an ominous feeling gripped his heart. Suspended in midair, he found himself without leverage, caught in a perilous situation. Indeed, as he leaped, another giant hand reached out to seize him, stranded in the air. He was aware of the risks of jumping. However, evading the sweeping hand necessitated that very action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From his body, numerous black tendrils extended, wrapping around a tree several meters away before rapidly constricting. As the tendrils tightened, his body shifted laterally through the air, narrowly escaping the grasp of the black giant hand. The intensity of the situation induced a profuse flow of cold sweat from him. His survival instincts surged, but it was time to bring this to an end. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned frigid as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled, intensifying the infusion of chakra into the Susanu. Boom! From the shoulder of the Susanu, a third black giant hand sprouted, reaching for Kakuzu, who had leaped onto a tree. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this third hand, Kakuzu had no time to evade. Crunch! The third hand seized Kakuzu along with the tree, crushing the wood while binding him tightly within its grasp. Under the pressure of the Susanu's enormous hand, a significant portion of Kakuzu's bones shattered. Even as a shadow-level powerhouse, renowned for his exceptional pain tolerance, he could not suppress a groan of agony. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened, his face contorted in pain. Kakuzu stared in shock at Uchiha Fugaku within the Susanu, his gaze fixated on those eyes adorned with strange patterns. Having witnessed the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he was well aware that within the Uchiha clan existed a superior form of the Sharingan known as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, beyond the ordinary. With such eyes, Uchiha Madara wielded power nearly equal to that of Senju Hashirama, a formidable force feared in that epoch. Had he known earlier that Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would never have considered him as prey. Having endured that era, he understood more than others the terrifying nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Appreciation for knowledge does not equate to reward. Without secret techniques or bloodline limits, one is unworthy of leaving behind a complete corpse. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with indifference. As he spoke, the colossal hand of Susanu exerted tremendous force, utterly crushing Kakuzu's body into a pulp. Both of his hearts shattered simultaneously, extinguishing any hope of resurrection. Had Kakuzu possessed secret techniques or a bloodline limit, there might have been value in his remains, warranting the preservation of a complete corpse. Unfortunately, Kakuzu lacked such attributes. As for Kakuzu's forbidden technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, Fugaku had no interest in transforming his body into a grotesque amalgamation of man and monster like Kakuzu. Dead. Hundreds of meters away, Kamizuka's face was one of sheer shock. The notorious S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu, famed throughout the ninja world, had perished at the hands of someone he had never expected. Kakuzu was said to possess the strength of a Kage. Does that not imply that Uchiha Fugaku does as well? The thought left him profoundly shaken. Rumors spoke of Kakuzu's Kage-level prowess. However, as a member of the Root organization, endowed with extensive intelligence resources, he was aware that the rumors were not mere tales. Kakuzu truly possessed such strength. And yet, this formidable Kakuzu had fallen to Uchiha Fugaku, suggesting that Fugaku's power not only matched but surpassed that of an ordinary Kage. What of that massive half-skeleton? Could it be? He contemplated a shocking possibility. Since Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan had gradually declined, lacking the emergence of any notable strong figures. The reason lay in the absence of any Mangekyo Sharingan wielders akin to Uchiha Madara within the clan. The extraordinary strength exhibited by Uchiha Fugaku, along with that eerie half-skeleton, led him to suspect that Fugaku had similarly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, just as Madara once had. This information must be conveyed to Lord Danzō immediately. With this thought in mind, he produced a slip of paper and swiftly inscribed his observations and deductions. He then retrieved a carrier pigeon he kept on hand, affixing the note to its leg before releasing it into the sky. The pigeon soared upwards, heading toward the location of Konoha. Suddenly, thud, a kunai struck the airborne pigeon, piercing deeply into its body. The bird plummeted from the sky, landing with a dull thud on the ground. Who? Kamizuka's quickly glanced in the direction from which the kunai had come, breaking into a cold sweat. There, Uchiha Fugaku had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Blood tears stained his eyes, giving him a disheveled appearance. Yet the aura radiating from him sent chills down Kamizuka's spine. Indeed, a little mouse had followed him. Uchiha Fugaku cast a cold gaze upon Kamizuka's. Upon departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, he sensed, albeit faintly, the presence of someone trailing and observing him. He was not a sensory-type ninja, and the surveillance employed various animals, which rendered it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of his pursuer. However, during his earlier confrontation with Kakuzu, he had witnessed the shock that enveloped the latter upon encountering Susanoo, causing a momentary lapse in his aura. This revelation allowed him to successfully ascertain the position of his observer. Was this figure clad in the attire of the Umbu or the Root? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell upon the mask of Yamashiro Kaze. The garb of the Root members was largely indistinguishable from that of the Umbu, save for the fact that the former's masks encompassed a wider array of designs beyond just animal motifs, including various demonic visages. Alarmed by the realization that Uchiha Fugaku was the very target of his surveillance, Yamashiro Kaze sprang into action. He abruptly pressed his feet against the sturdy branch beneath him. Agile as a monkey, weaving through the forest in a desperate bid for escape. The mission of tracking and monitoring had failed. His only recourse now was to flee and relay the information concerning Uchiha Fugaku. Futile indeed. A cold smirk graced Uchiha Fugaku's lips. If even a shadow-level powerhouse like Kakuzu could not evade his grasp, how could this mere rodent hope to escape? In an instant, he appeared before Yamashiro Kaze, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. With urgency, Kaze raised his hands to defend against the blow, managing to block Uchiha Fugaku's powerful strike. He performed a backward roll, dissipating the force of the kick, and regarded Fugaku with caution. "Who sent you to surveil me?" he inquired, refraining from immediate aggression. Without replying, Yamashiro Kaze swiftly formed hand seals to execute his clan's secret art. Aware of the perilous secret he possessed, he doubted Uchiha Fugaku would allow him to escape unscathed. His only option was to exploit Fugaku's unfamiliarity with him, employing his clan's technique to seize control of Fugaku, thereby facilitating his own escape. A surge of mental energy invaded Uchiha Fugaku's being, attempting to usurp his bodily autonomy. With a derisive snort, Uchiha Fugaku, a shadow-level warrior endowed with formidable mental prowess, countered the intrusion with the enhancement of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the weight of his overwhelming mental force, the invading energy was repelled, forcibly ejected from Fugaku's body. Yamashiro Kaze, in the throes of executing the secret technique, let out a sudden cry of agony as blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and ears, his body stumbling violently. The technique he attempted to wield had been shattered by Uchiha Fugaku, resulting in severe backlash. The heart-transforming clone technique? So, you hail from the Yamashiro clan. Uchiha Fugaku observed the severely afflicted Yamashiro Kaze with keen interest. The Yamashiro clan, part of the renowned trio of boar, deer, and butterfly, was notable within Konoha for their mastery of secret techniques. This clan possessed a unique physique endowed with heightened sensory capabilities, a subject of considerable intrigue for him. Compared to Kakazu, the individual from the mountain clan before me is far more suitable as a subject for the art of corpse melding. Utilizing Kakuzu's hand to dispose of me is indeed a clever strategy. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze bore a mocking glint. The only reason Kakuzu is aware of my whereabouts is undoubtedly due to this person reporting my movements to his superiors. The one behind him intentionally leaked my location to the underground black market, which led to Kakuzu's assassination attempt against me. However, it remains uncertain whether this individual is the third Hokage or Danzō Shimura. Of course, this distinction is inconsequential. Both the third Hokage and Danzō Shimura are adversaries who seek to suppress and annihilate the Uchiha clan. Hence, it matters little who it is. Without responding to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Yamashiro Kazekage endured the excruciating pain in his head, forcing his body to flee. He could not fall into Uchiha Fugaku's clutches. Once captured, death would be inevitable. Still hoping to escape? Just as Yamashiro Kazekage took a step forward, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly advanced, appearing at his side in an instant. With a quick draw, he wielded a kunai and aimed it at Yamashiro Kazekage. The mere sight of Uchiha Fugaku activating his Mangekyo Sharingan made it clear that he would not let Yamashiro Kazekage escape. Furthermore, he was quite intrigued by Yamashiro Kazekage's sensory abilities. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no way he would allow Yamashiro Kazekage to evade him. With a swift motion, Yamashiro Kazekage attempted to dodge, but in his current state, evading Uchiha Fugaku's assault was next to impossible. The kunai in Uchiha Fugaku's hand sliced through Yamashiro Kazekage's neck, severing his throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and Yamashiro Kazekage clutched his neck in agony, his eyes filled with resentment as his body collapsed in weakness. Avoiding the splatter of blood, Uchiha Fugaku wiped the blade clean and stowed the kunai away in his ninja tool pouch. He crouched down and removed Yamashiro Kazekage's mask, gazing upon his face. To his surprise, it was a familiar visage. He recognized this individual as one of the two bodyguards who accompanied Danzō during the 5 Shinobi Conference. Being qualified to serve as Danzō's personal guard, this person naturally possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Yet, it was unfortunate that he encountered me. The technique he had employed backfired, and without expending much effort, I had dispatched him. Now, it was time to witness the effects of the corpse melding technique. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Due to the foolish pride of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, he had never previously utilized the technique of corpse melding, making this his first attempt. The left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and before him, a bizarre black vortex manifested. He grasped Yamashiro Kazekage's lifeless body with one hand and cast it into the dark whirlpool. The body vanished, and the vortex dissipated, leaving him sensing a space merely a few meters wide, filled with black liquid. Yamashiro Kazekage's corpse materialized within this realm, floating amidst the inky depths. The inky liquid seemed to possess a terrifying corrosiveness, rapidly dissolving and obliterating the remains of Shan Zhongfeng beneath its surface. In this process, a substance resembling biological tissue, yet not quite cellular, with characteristics akin to bloodlines, flowed from his left eye towards his brain. Upon contact with the brain, this biological matter induced a transformation, as if it were undergoing a metamorphosis. During this state of change, he felt an intense heat in his head, akin to a fever, causing him to sweat involuntarily. After an indeterminate period, the remains of Shan Zhongfeng vanished, leaving no trace, not even bones. As the biological tissue was expended, the sensation of heat and fever in his brain dissipated, and his body returned to normal. Suddenly, a black vortex reappeared, spitting out Shan Zhongfeng's clothing and personal belongings. His senses had sharpened. As he examined his body, he realized his perception had become remarkably acute. Typically, ninjas possess a degree of sensitivity to killing intent, aura, chakra fluctuations, and breath, yet such perception is often dull. If the target conceals their presence, detection becomes impossible. The ninjas classified as sensory ninjas are distinguished by their heightened awareness, enabling them to perceive one or multiple aspects of killing intent, aura, chakra fluctuations, or breath. Though he was a powerful figure at the shadow level, his sensitivity was still far from that of a sensory ninja. However, now he felt his ability to sense chakra had amplified several times over, becoming exceedingly sharp. Evidently, the dissolution of Shan Zhongfeng's body had bestowed upon him the physical capabilities of the Shan Zhong clan, endowing him with heightened perception. If he were to acquire the clan's secret techniques, he mused, he should be able to wield them as well. Generally, secret techniques can only be executed by those possessing the requisite special constitution. Without such traits, even if one obtains the techniques, they remain unexecutable. Yet, he felt that he was now indistinguishable from the members of the Shan Zhong clan. If he were to obtain their secret techniques, he should indeed be able to use them. Given the opportunity, he was determined to acquire the clan's secrets. He had no disdain for secret techniques, especially considering the practicality of those belonging to the Shan Zhong clan. Thus, he resolved to seize any chance to obtain them. For others, acquiring techniques from another clan would typically pose a significant challenge. However, for him, it presented no difficulty. Possessing the Sharingan, he held the ability to replicate the techniques of others. There was no need to see the scrolls of secret techniques. Merely witnessing a member of the Shan Zhong clan execute their art would suffice for him to learn it. Great Fireball Technique. A fireball manifested, landing upon Shan Zhongfeng's garments and belongings, which ignited and were swiftly reduced to ashes. Disregarding this, he approached the dismembered body of Jiao Do. The corpse could not be left behind. As far as he knows, Orochimaru and Kabuto possessed the ability to utilize corpses to perform a forbidden technique known as the impure world reincarnation. This arcane art allows for the resurrection of the deceased, granting control over them. The resurrected individuals, unless sealed, are nearly impervious to destruction. Kakuzu, being formidable in strength, is someone he would prefer not to see revived through this forbidden technique. Such an occurrence could not only prematurely reveal his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but also potentially augment the strength of his adversaries. Therefore, leaving Kakuzu's corpse behind is not an option. With a swift motion, he executed the Great Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Forming the necessary seals, a colossal fireball, reminiscent of a meteor, descended upon Kakuzu's remains. A vast expanse ignited in flames. Moments later, the fire subsided, and Kakuzu's body had vanished. The might of the Great Fire Release technique is tremendous, capable of reducing even bones to ashes. Although a brief delay ensued, the outcome proved satisfactory. His gaze shifted toward the perpetually rainy land of rain. Uchiha Fugaku donned a straw raincoat retrieved from a sealing scroll and stepped into the territory. The sensory abilities of the mountain clan were merely an appetizer for him. His true focus lay in acquiring the perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells with the white Zetsu. Obtaining the corpse of white Zetsu and refining it to acquire Hashirama's cells was his fervent aspiration. Within a dark cavern, an enormous entity loomed. Its form resembled that of a rock sculpture, exuding the texture of stone. With hands raised skyward, each finger was ample enough to support a person. Suddenly, figures began to materialize atop its fingers. Some bore faces split between black and white, their heads enveloped by a pitcher plant. Others carried massive, oddly shaped blades on their backs, each featuring a peculiar hollow circle at the tip. Some appeared diminutive, resembling an elderly man in a crouched position. Others had hair of bluish-purple and adorned a light blue flower. Some wore expressions of indifference, their eyes exhibiting strange ripple patterns. All were clad in black cloaks with red clouds, adorned with rings that signified their status. They were the members of the Akatsuki organization, destined to leave an indelible mark on the ninja world and ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. "Kakuzu is missing," exclaimed the figure with a half-black, half-white face. "Missing? That cannot be. Given Kakuzu's strength, aside from a select few, no one in the ninja world should possess the capability to kill him," responded the man with the large blade, astonished. His name was Haiden Juzo, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist before joining Akatsuki as a rogue ninja. Not necessarily dead, he could have defected, rasped the diminutive figure. Known as Sasori of the Red Sand, he was a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, renowned for his exceptional mastery of puppet techniques, often hailed as a genius puppeteer. If he has indeed defected, can I turn him into a puppet? His gaze shifted to the man with ripple-patterned eyes, his expression betraying a hint of apprehension. Confident in his own prowess, he had even defeated the strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage, to transform him into a puppet. However, he possessed no confidence in overcoming the individual before him. Rather, it was more accurate to assert that he was destined for defeat in this encounter. Where did Kakuzu make his final appearance? The man with eyes resembling rippling water maintained an unwaveringly indifferent, or perhaps cold, gaze throughout. He was none other than Nagato, the nominal leader of the Akatsuki organization, and his rippling eyes were rumored to be the Rinnegan, akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. He turned to Zetsu and inquired. It was in an underground black market within the Land of Fire, where he accepted a bounty to assassinate Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. The black half of Zetsu's face spoke. Uchiha? Upon hearing this name, Nagato's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart stirred with unease. Possessing the Rinnegan endowed him with unparalleled strength, yet there was one whom he regarded with trepidation, an individual who referred to himself as Uchiha Obito. Although uncertain if this person was indeed Obito, the spatial abilities displayed by the adversary proved to be quite formidable. What is the status of the investigation? The white Zetsu clone I dispatched is still en route, but results should be forthcoming shortly, replied the white half of Zetsu's face. At that moment, a figure of extreme pallor emerged from the earth, appearing at the site of the battle between Uchiha Fugaku and Kaku, his white Zetsu clone. Soon, the clone made a discovery amidst the ashes, unearthing a ring that had been charred and deformed. Results are in. A battle occurred at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, and remnants of Kakuzu's ring were found at the scene. A conflict transpired, and remnants of Kakuzu's ring remain. Has Kakuzu truly been slain? Pai Pa Shirzong exclaimed in astonishment. Despite having harbored suspicions in this regard, the revelation still elicited surprise. It is likely that the one who killed him is none other than his intended target, Uchiha Fugaku, remarked the white half of Zetsu's face. It is hard to believe that Kakuzu met his demise at the hands of his quarry, to have slain Kaku. Uchiha Fugaku must possess strength at least on par with that of a Kaguya, mused Pai Pa Shirzong. It is not necessarily Uchiha Fugaku. He may have encountered other formidable foes prior to this, interjected a woman adorned with a light blue flower. She, known as Konin and the sole female member of the Akatsuki, continued. Regardless of who it is, anyone capable of slaying Kakuzu would certainly hold value as a potential puppet. Shall I take charge of dealing with this individual? Chiyo, the scorpion, expressed keen interest. He reveled in the act of slaying powerful ninjas to transform them into human puppets. And this person, capable of defeating Kakuzu, evidently possessed significant worth for such a purpose. If fortune favors, he might even acquire Kakuzu's corpse, thus obtaining two formidable puppets. Very well, Nagato replied with an indifferent tone. While Kakuzu's strength was commendable, it was of little concern to him. Suddenly, Zetsu emitted a sound of surprise. The remnants of 5 distinct elemental ninjutsu, fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, were undeniably present at the site of the battle, and Kakuzu was certain of this. Upon analyzing the traces left behind, White Zetsu reached a conclusion. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, particularly one skilled in intelligence gathering, he was well aware that Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, enabling him to wield techniques of all 5 elemental natures. Was he facing Uchiha Fugaku in this confrontation? A hint of doubt clouded his expression. Although Kakuzu's target was indeed Uchiha Fugaku, he could not ascertain with certainty that it was Fugaku who stood against him. Kakuzu was an S-rank rogue ninja, with a substantial bounty in the underground market, having undertaken numerous assassination missions against key figures from the 5 great ninja villages. Should his whereabouts be discovered by these villages, he would inevitably face a coordinated assault. Yet, if it truly was Uchiha Fugaku, then the latter's strength was a matter of concern. Kakuzu's prowess was undoubtedly at the level of a Kaguya. To engage him in combat and potentially slay him would suggest that Uchiha Fugaku's abilities also reached Kaguya level, or perhaps even exceeded it. If that were the case, Uchiha Fugaku had concealed his true power exceptionally well. It was also plausible that he had orchestrated his own disappearance to evade enemies. He contemplated this in silence. Most members of the Akatsuki, aside from a select few, were defectors from various ninja villages. The very act of becoming a rogue ninja indicated underlying issues in their character. It was entirely feasible for someone to feign their own disappearance to elude the Akatsuki's pursuit. At least I am not kept waiting. From the dense foliage of a nearby tree, a solitary eye peered through the leaves, observing White Zetsu's presence. This individual was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. He had initially intended to enter the Land of Rain to seek out White Zetsu. However, upon further reflection, he realized a more advantageous course of action. As a member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu's disappearance would trigger an investigation by the organization. By remaining here, he could await White Zetsu's arrival. Of course, this strategy carried its own risks. If he encountered not White Zetsu, but rather other Akatsuki members, particularly in greater numbers, he would find himself in peril. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. It was indeed White Zetsu who approached, and no one else appeared to be in attendance. Concerned about the arrival of additional Akatsuki members, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from acting hastily. He lay in wait atop the tree for a moment longer, and upon confirming that only White Zetsu was present, he resolved to make his move. Suddenly, just as a murderous intent began to stir within him, White Zetsu became acutely aware of his surroundings, swiftly descending toward the ground. Possessing sensory abilities, he had initially failed to detect Fugaku's presence due to the latter's exceptional skill in concealing his aura and chakra. However, as Uchiha Fugaku's murderous intent intensified, it finally registered with White Zetsu. As an ordinary White Zetsu clone, he possessed little combat strength. Thus, upon sensing the presence of someone with murderous intent, he instinctively chose to flee. He had been discovered. Witnessing the White Zetsu sink into the earth, Uchiha Fugaku immediately comprehended that the clone had indeed sensed him. Each use of the Mangekyo Sharingan inflicted damage upon his eyes, ultimately leading to blindness. To avert such a fate, the acquisition of the White Zetsu's corpse became imperative. He could not allow this clone to escape. Whoosh! In a swift motion, he descended from the tree and lunged towards the White Zetsu. Due to the proximity, he closed the distance in an instant. With a thrust, his kunai pierced the clone's chest, embedding itself deeply within. The sinking White Zetsu let out a cry. Its lower body buried in the earth, collapsing weakly. Its pallid form resembled a parsnip half submerged in soil, eyes wide with the shock of impending death. Although it had sensed the enemy, it could not have anticipated such swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the adversary had approached, leaving no time for the clone to submerge itself. The White Zetsu's corpse was now in his grasp. The objective of this endeavor had finally been achieved, and a barely concealed joy illuminated Uchiha Fugaku's face. Despite encountering some setbacks, including an assassination attempt by the S-rank rogue, Kakuzu, he had ultimately secured the White Zetsu's remains. He hastily used his kunai to excavate the lower half of the corpse from the earth, intending to refine it immediately. However, he quickly abandoned this notion, opting instead to seal the corpse within a scroll. Now was not the time. He must leave. The entity he had slain was, strictly speaking, a clone of White Zetsu, not the original. Yet, unlike typical clones, this one had a tangible form and would not dissipate upon death. Nonetheless, there should be a connection between the clone and its original. Upon the demise of this clone, the original would likely be aware. The Akatsuki would soon dispatch someone to investigate, making it unwise to refine the corpse at this juncture. He needed to depart immediately. Whoosh! Carefully stowing the sealing scroll, he propelled himself from the ground and leapt onto a nearby tree before hastening away. Within the shadowy confines of a massive cavern, a commotion arose. What transpired? Nagato inquired, his gaze fixed on Zetsu. The White Zetsu clone I dispatched to investigate Kakuzu's disappearance has been eliminated. Zetsu replied. Has any information been relayed back? Nagato asked. As far as he knew, Zetsu and the various clones could communicate rapidly through some means, and he had just received the latest intel regarding Kakuzu through this method. No, they did not have the chance to send word before they were killed. This assailant is likely quite formidable, Zetsu responded, shaking his head. The clones he created were not particularly strong, ranking merely at the level of a lower ninja. However, the formidable individual who managed to slay his white absolute clone without even allowing a message to be relayed must undoubtedly possess considerable strength. It is likely that they are the one who has taken the life of Kakuzu, inferred Conan. How audacious! To have killed Elder Kakuzu and yet remain in ambush, exclaimed Haiden, his voice laced with fury. I shall make my way there. Nagato's tone remained as cold as ever, yet beneath that icy exterior simmered a hint of anger. He did not regard the slayer of Kakuzu with much concern, for with his extraordinary strength, only a peak ninja could pose any real threat to him. However, this individual not only killed Kakuzu but also remained on the scene, eliminating the white absolute sent for reconnaissance, undeniably challenging the Akatsuki organization. As the most powerful member of Akatsuki, he could not afford to remain silent. Konan wished to intervene, while others were oblivious. She was acutely aware that although the Rinnegan granted Nagato terrifying power, it also imposed dreadful side effects. Each battle inflicted tremendous strain on his body, shortening his lifespan. Yet, before she could voice her concerns, Nagato interrupted her. No need to elaborate. The one who has slain Kakuzu possesses formidable strength, and only I have the certainty to eliminate him. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the colossal finger upon which he stood. Upon witnessing Nagato's departure, the others swiftly followed suit. There was no doubt regarding who was stronger between the slayer of Kakuzu and Nagato. They all believed that the fearsome Nagato would not be defeated. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, with sporadic droplets of rain falling. A figure soared through the high heavens, racing through the sky at a speed far surpassing that of any bird. From the ground, only a minuscule black dot was visible. So even in daylight, no one noticed someone flying above. This individual was none other than Nagato, or more precisely, one of his 6 avatars, the Deva Path. As the possessor of the Rinnegan, Nagato wielded the powers of the Deva, Asura, Animal, Human, Preta, and Naraka paths. These 6 powers were divided among 6 avatars, each embodying one path's strength. The Deva Path avatar, holding the power of the Deva, was the mightiest of the 6. Clearly, in response to the provocation, Nagato was taking matters seriously. Shortly thereafter, the Deva Path avatar descended from the heavens, landing at the site where Kakuzu was battling Uchiha Fugaku. With his orange hair and numerous black rods protruding from his body, his gaze was as indifferent as ice. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking the enemy responsible for Kakuzu's demise, yet found no trace of them. After all, Uchiha Fugaku did not aim to provoke the Akatsuki, but merely used the corpse of White Absolute as a target. Shinra Tensei, unable to locate his adversary and suspecting they were lurking in the shadows, he opted for the most brute force method to unveil the enemy. A powerful repulsive force emanated from him, radiating outward. Underneath this immense power, nearby trees were uprooted and sent flying, while stones hurtled through the air like cannonballs. Ultimately, a clearing with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared in the forest. This is an exceedingly exaggerated scene, compared to the might of his ninjutsu. Even Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo pales in comparison. It appears he has departed. He scoffed softly, realizing that under such circumstances, the enemy remained undetected. Which could only mean one thing: the adversary had retreated. Those who dare to provoke the Akatsuki shall inevitably regret their decisions. With a swift motion, he soared towards the land of fire. After attending a meeting with the Akatsuki, Zetsu, with his Inyang visage, arrived at a subterranean space. Here, he encountered a man adorned with a spiral mask. This individual was none other than Uchiha Obito, a figure whom even Nagato regarded with trepidation. The man's true identity was that of the deceased Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Obito, a soul that should have long since perished. One of the Akatsuki's members had fallen. Kakuzu was the one who met his demise. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, Zetsu's black half spoke up. Who was responsible? Uchiha Obito inquired, his voice chilling. While the Akatsuki ostensibly operated under Nagato's leadership, the true mastermind was him. Each member had been meticulously selected for their prowess, each possessing strength that surpassed that of elite jonin. The loss of any one of them was a source of profound sorrow. It is likely Uchiha Fugaku. Though we cannot be certain, replied Zetsu's white half. Uchiha Fugaku. As a former member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito was well acquainted with him. To his knowledge, while this individual was formidable, he had merely awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Logically, such power would not suffice to contend with Kakuzu. Could it be that he has unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan? Having experienced a surge in strength himself, the thought immediately crossed his mind. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a capability of the Uchiha clan that could be deemed almost unfair. Once awakened, it granted immediate power on par with that of a shadow. If Kakuzu was indeed slain by him, the implications could be significant. This could potentially impact our plans. We must investigate this matter thoroughly, Uchiha Obito declared. I have dispatched numerous clones to gather intelligence and investigate. I am confident we will have results soon, responded Zetsu's white half. What of Nagato? Has he adhered to the plan? Uchiha Obito further inquired. He is currently executing the plan without deviation, Zetsu's black half replied. That is reassuring. Keep a vigilant watch on Nagato's movements. Should he deviate from the plan, inform me at once, Uchiha Obito instructed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku traversed the forest, making his way back to Konoha. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying presence rapidly approaching. Having assimilated the body of a mountain dweller, he had acquired the clan's unique physique and possessed remarkably acute perception. A sense of dread washed over him, sending a chill through his body. Judging solely by the aura, he understood that the approaching individual was beyond his capacity to confront. Almost instinctively, he concealed himself, suppressing all traces of his presence, transforming oneself into a lifeless stone, withholding even the faintest breath. Just as he accomplished this, a figure clad in dark clouds and a crimson robe, with hair like the hue of tangerines, glided through the low skies. As the figure flew, it sensed the surroundings, evidently in search of something. It was Nagato's Deva Path. Upon sighting this figure, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted slightly. While most would fail to recognize it, he was well aware that this individual was the most formidable of Nagato's 6 paths, the Deva Path. Given his current strength, should he be discovered by this Deva Path, his chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. To think he had been lured out. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Killing a member of the Akatsuki had inadvertently drawn out the formidable Nagato, a development he had never anticipated. Fortunately, he had acquired the sensory abilities of the mountain clan. Had it not been for this newfound capability, the distance would have rendered him oblivious to the imminent danger, and he would likely have been discovered. This realization filled him with relief, grateful for his prior decision to fuse the corpse of a member of the mountain clan. Unlike his predecessor, who deemed the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit unparalleled, dismissing the unique capabilities of other clans, he recognized that while the Uchiha's bloodline limit was indeed powerful, the abilities of other clans should not be underestimated. One must never belittle the bloodline limits and unique traits of other clans simply due to the Uchiha's might. Possessing the ocular technique of corpse fusion, allowing the absorption of other clans' bloodline limits and unique traits into oneself, was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After remaining motionless for an hour, he resumed his journey. To avoid potential ambushes, he did not return directly to Konoha, but rather took a lengthy detour, spending several days before finally arriving at Konoha's entrance. Captain, the members of the guard division, tasked with safeguarding Konoha's entrance, greeted him with utmost respect. During my absence, has anything transpired in the village? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. There have been no significant events, but a few days ago, a squad of elite ninjas from the root suffered casualties, replied Uchiha Masashi, a jonin from the Uchiha clan. A squad from the root suffered losses? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He had indeed killed a member of root, but only one, and the numbers did not align. They had encountered an unknown adversary of immense strength, possessing the ability to fly, whose power likely reached the level of a Kage. Of the 6-man team from root, all but one exceptionally skilled at concealing his presence had been slain, and they had been vanquished without the slightest resistance. Uchiha Masashi spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzō, the leader of root, was notoriously fraught. Naturally, he took delight in the misfortunes suffered by root at the hands of an unknown foe. Having attained a level of strength akin to that of a shadow, and possessing the ability to fly, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but recall Nagato's Deva Path. Undoubtedly, Nagato's Deva Path satisfies these two conditions, prompting him to entertain the suspicion that root's members encountered Nagato's Deva Path. Could it be mere coincidence? He felt a sense of astonishment. The death and loss of contact of those sent by root to monitor him would surely lead root to dispatch personnel for a search. If his conjecture proved correct, those sent to investigate would inevitably have encountered Nagato's Deva Path. Not only was Nagato searching for the individual responsible for Akatsuki's loss of Kakuyu, but even without this motivation, encountering root members would compel Nagato to act decisively. After all, Shimura Danzō had once allied with Hanzo of the Salamander to deceive the Akatsuki organization, causing them significant losses and leading to the death of Nagato's dear friend. With such animosity, Nagato would surely not let the opportunity slip. It was even conceivable that root would be scapegoated, being regarded by Akatsuki as the true perpetrator behind Kakuzu's death. As he entered Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku traversed the streets of the village. Pedestrians bustled about, both ninjas and civilians, embodying a scene of harmony and prosperity. Yet who could fathom the darkness and filth lurking beneath this facade of tranquility? Suddenly, A masked Umbu ninja appeared before Uchiha Fugaku, obstructing his path. Clan leader Fugaku, Lord Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower, the masked Umbu declared. What matter does the Hokage wish to discuss? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Having just returned to Konoha without even reaching his clan's residence, the Hokage's summons felt rather unusual, instilling in him a sense of foreboding that what awaited him was far from favorable. The Hokage did not specify the reason. The masked Umbu replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall proceed, Fugaku said, altering his course to follow the masked Umbu towards the Hokage Tower. The journey was silent, and upon reaching the Hokage Tower and entering the Hokage's office, his sense of dread intensified. Within the office stood the third Hokage, clad in his Hokage robe, alongside a man whose right eye and hand were bandaged, leaning on a cane. This man, with a dark complexion and a chilling aura, was none other than Shimura Danzō, known as the Darkness of Konoha. Despite having borne much of the blame for the third Hokage, Danzō was no stranger to nefarious deeds. With Danzō's presence, Fugaku harbored no illusions that the forthcoming discourse would be pleasant. Uchiha Fugaku, you dare to collude with ninjas from other villages to murder our own? Before the third Hokage could utter a word, Danzō launched an accusation at Fugaku. In an instant, he was labeled with the grave accusation of conspiring with foreign ninjas to slay the village's own. Danzō, you are exceedingly bold, without evidence. How can you dare to slander the leader of our clan? Upon hearing Danzō's damning accusation, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of alarm and immediately retaliated. He had only recently learned of the significant loss of elite ninjas under Shimura Danzō's command. However, he never anticipated that Danzō would unjustly attribute this loss to him. Although there was indeed a connection, as Nagato's actions were incited by him, he had no direct ties to Nagato. On the contrary, they harbored considerable enmity towards one another, particularly since Kakuzu, a formal member of the Akatsuki organization, had met his demise at his hands. An expression of anger etched upon his face. He directed his gaze towards the third Hokage. Honorable Hokage, Shimura Danzō has slandered me without evidence. I implore you to uphold justice for me and the Uchiha clan. Just moments ago, Advisor Shimura visited me, claiming to have matters concerning you to report, and I was taken aback by his words. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed slander, I shall ensure that Advisor Shimura offers you an apology. The third Hokage's countenance radiated sincerity and fairness, exuding a magnetic charisma that compelled trust. He turned his attention to Danzō. Advisor Shimura, might you possess any evidence? 8 days prior, when Uchiha Fugaku departed from Konoha, I dispatched one of my subordinates to covertly follow him. However, this individual lost contact several days ago, and furthermore, the team I sent to investigate was ambushed by a shadow-level ninja. Danzō's gaze turned icy as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, the individuals who were tracking you and those sent to investigate have met with fatal assaults. This matter undoubtedly pertains to you. Without any justification, you dispatched individuals to surveil me, he retorted, recalling Danzō's own words. Honorable Hokage, I beseech you to address this. Uchiha Fugaku, disregarding Danzō's remarks, addressed the third Hokage. To monitor the clan leader is indeed quite inappropriate. The third Hokage cast a reproachful glance at Danzō, his tone laced with mild admonition. Advisor Shimura, this matter has exceeded acceptable bounds. The old fox. Observing the third Hokage's demeanor, Danzō scoffed inwardly. Sarutobi was as crafty as ever, feigning ignorance about the situation despite his clear understanding. This matter has become irrelevant. What remains significant is that those who followed and investigated have perished because of Uchiha Fugaku. There must be a connection between him and their demise. In terms of importance, the inexplicable deaths of these individuals indeed warranted scrutiny. Clan leader Fugaku, how do you account for these fatalities? The third Hokage maintained a facade of impartiality, yet secretly leaned towards Danzō's perspective, dismissing Uchiha Fugaku's concerns while probing into the deaths and their association with him. Witnessing the third Hokage's actions, Uchiha Fugaku silently scoffed. The two were evidently the best of collaborators. One took the blame for the other, while the other utilized the Hokage's position to alleviate troubles. He spoke. Shortly after leaving the village, I sensed that I was being followed and monitored, assuming it was ninjas from another village intending to do me harm. I employed a shadow clone to evade them. As for what transpired thereafter, I remain unaware. Although the incident was abrupt, he swiftly concocted a narrative. This is merely your account. What evidence do you possess to prove that this matter is unrelated to you? Shimura Danzō spoke coldly. And what evidence do you have to substantiate that I am involved in this affair? Uchiha Fugaku replied, casting a frigid glance at Shimura Danzō. The fact that these individuals are all connected to you, yet have been ruthlessly slain, serves as the most compelling evidence. Shimura Danzō's left eye also radiated a chilling intensity. It is merely a coincidence. Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze towards the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, as the leader of my clan, if you wish to condemn me, you must provide substantial justification. To accuse me based solely on a coincidence is unlikely to persuade anyone. Ahem, the reasoning is indeed inadequate. Such grounds are insufficient to condemn a clan leader. The third Hokage coughed and addressed Shimura Danzō. Advisor Shimura, I understand your anger stemming from the loss of your subordinates, but without evidence linking this matter to clan leader Fugaku, we shall leave it at that. Shimura Danzō remained silent, his expression icy. He indeed lacked concrete justification, yet to dismiss it as mere coincidence felt too fortuitous. Hence, he pressed Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage, I am fatigued from my journey. Since there is nothing further for me here, I shall take my leave. Uchiha Fugaku cast a cold glance at Shimura Danzō before departing. After his exit, Shimura Danzō spoke up. Third Hokage, this matter is far too intricate to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Uchiha Fugaku is undoubtedly connected to that formidable ninja. I am aware, yet you possess no definitive evidence. It is impossible to undermine Uchiha Fugaku under such circumstances, the third Hokage replied, lighting his pipe and taking a puff. In the realm of ninjutsu, there are few techniques that grant the ability to fly. We shall use this as a starting point to see if we can uncover anything. I will instruct the root organization to investigate thoroughly. Leaning on his cane, Shimura Danzō turned to leave. Fugaku, you have returned. Upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Fugaku was greeted at the entrance by Uchiha Mikoto, adorned in a kimono, her face illuminated by a gentle smile. Her raven hair elegantly styled. She exuded grace and beauty. Even in traditional attire, her remarkable figure could not be concealed. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Having encountered Danzō's hostility upon his return had dampened his spirits, but seeing Uchiha Mikoto suddenly uplifted his mood. At the entrance, he removed his wooden sandals, and Uchiha Mikoto tenderly stepped forward to assist him in shedding his outer garment that shielded him from the elements. He relished the warmth of Uchiha Mikoto's gentle touch as her soft hands caressed him. The familiar, delicate fragrance emanating from her calmed his restless heart. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor, a small boy with black hair and dark eyes, a veritable gem, came running. It was none other than the young Uchiha Sasuke. Father. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed joyfully. Uchiha Fugaku smiled as he affectionately ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair and inquired. During my absence, you haven't been slacking off, have you? The previous incarnation had devoted the majority of its attention to the esteemed Itachi Uchiha, neglecting the younger Sasuke. However, recognizing Sasuke's potential for future growth, he intensified his focus on the boy and consciously endeavored to nurture him. No, you can ask mother if you don't believe me. Sasuke replied with a cheerful tone. I can attest that Sasuke has been quite diligent these past few days. Uchiha Mikoto chimed in with a gentle smile. That's good to hear, Fugaku nodded, lifting Sasuke into his arms as he and Mikoto entered the house together. Casting a glance around the room, he noted with surprise. Where's Itachi? I don't see him. He received a mission a few days ago and has left the village, Mikoto explained. He promised to train with me. Yet he broke his word, Sasuke pouted. He has responsibilities to attend to. It's unavoidable, Fugaku reassured him. While maintaining a calm demeanor, thoughts raced through his mind. A few days prior, the timing of Itachi's mission coincided closely with the recent annihilation of the root team, suggesting that Itachi's assignment must involve investigating the enemies behind that incident. Meanwhile, the surveillance task on the Uchiha family's side should have concluded. Without Itachi's watchful eye, Fugaku would find it considerably easier to operate, which was advantageous for him. After engaging in light conversation with Mikoto and training briefly with Sasuke, Fugaku retreated to his study. Locking the door behind him, he pushed aside a bookcase, revealing a trapdoor leading to a staircase that descended underground. This was the secret chamber of his predecessor, designated for the storage of significant items. Lighting a lamp, he descended the staircase into a subterranean space spanning several hundred square meters. In the basement, a bookshelf stood against the right wall, sparsely populated with precious scrolls. To the left, a weapons rack displayed 3 exquisitely crafted ninja blades. At the far end, a substantial area was laid with hard stone slabs, serving as a small training ground. Upon reaching this training space, he retrieved a sealing scroll containing the body of White Zetsu and released the seal. With a puff of smoke, White Zetsu's corpse materialized, lying flat on the training ground. Finally, he could address the threat to his eyesight. Gazing at the body of White Zetsu, anticipation flickered in his eyes. After engaging in a fierce battle with Kakuzu using his Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, his vision had suffered considerably, and he feared that if he continued to exert himself in such high-intensity confrontations, he might risk blindness. Fortunately, with the body of White Zetsu now in his possession, he could swiftly eliminate this peril. As the body began to dissolve, his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, with the pattern of his left eye rapidly spinning. Accompanying the swift rotation of the Mangekyo pattern, the ocular technique known as body melting activated within his left eye. A dark, impenetrable vortex materialized in the air. Uchiha Fugaku seized the lifeless form of White Zetsu and thrust it into the swirling abyss. The body of White Zetsu vanished, reappearing in a space several meters wide, filled with a viscous black liquid. Upon immersion in this substance, White Zetsu's form began to dissolve rapidly. A biological tissue, reminiscent of cells, yet possessing distinct bloodline characteristics, was extracted, flowing outward from his left eye. After emerging, this tissue coursed throughout his body, reacting with the cells within. What had transpired once before occurred anew. A sensation of searing heat enveloped him, but this time, the warmth spread beyond his head, radiating throughout his entire being. As the heat intensified, perspiration began to bead on his skin, quickly soaking his garments. His cells underwent swift transformations, their forms and structures subtly altering. After a while, White Zetsu's body had completely dissolved, the generation of biological tissue concluded, and the fervent sensation subsided. He perceived a notable difference in his body compared to before. His cells appeared more vibrant, and his regenerative capabilities had markedly improved. Before he could fully appreciate this newfound vitality, a refreshing coolness began to flow steadily towards his eyes from various parts of his body. This icy sensation brought a sense of comfort to his weary, bloodshot eyes, akin to the soothing relief experienced when a gentle eye drop is applied to fatigued vision. He keenly sensed that the damage to his eyes was gradually being restored. Such injuries, even the most skilled medical ninja Tsunade would struggle to mend, were now undergoing repair. Although the process was slow, likely requiring a month, it was indeed in progress. Not only was it preventing blindness, but it was also rectifying existing damage. Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of joy. The benefits reaped from the assimilation of White Zetsu's body exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed the outcome would merely halt further deterioration of his eyesight, yet unexpectedly, it also facilitated the repair of prior injuries. Upon reflection, this was not entirely unfathomable. It was said that Senju Hashirama possessed the sage body, an extraordinary constitution ideal for cultivating sage mode, endowed with formidable self-healing abilities. By melding White Zetsu's body, he had acquired characteristics akin to Hashirama's cells. While attaining the sage body itself might be improbable, he had undoubtedly gained a degree of regenerative power. With a meticulous examination of his physical state, he confirmed the absence of the typical erosion associated with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Relieved, Uchiha Fugaku concluded that White Zetsu was indeed a perfect specimen for the integration of Hashirama's cells, demonstrating an exceptional compatibility with them. Through the melding of the White Zetsu's remains, he acquired the characteristics of the Hashirama cells, which seamlessly integrate into the body without causing any erosion. Having fused the White Zetsu's body, he pondered whether he could now wield the wood release ninjutsu. Approaching the bookshelf to his left, he retrieved a cerulean scroll, upon which the character for wood was boldly inscribed. This was the scroll of wood release ninjutsu, renowned as the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama's mastery of wood release was the stuff of legends. The Uchiha clan, having long regarded the Senju as their rivals, harbored a deep yearning for the wood release techniques and had endeavored to collect them. The scroll contained the wood release techniques that the Uchiha had amassed. With a specific hand seal, he unlocked the scroll's seal and unfurled it. The first jutsu that caught his eye was the wood release cutting technique. This technique allows a sharp branch to sprout from the palm, capable of penetrating the human body. Once it pierces the enemy, it can continue to bifurcate and grow within. impaling the foe from the inside, with the quantity determined by the user's chakra. In terms of rank, this technique is not particularly high, yet its practicality is substantial. He recalled how Uchiha Obito had utilized this technique in battle, vanquishing numerous mist ninja. Continuing to peruse the scroll, the next technique that came into view was the wood release, wood clone technique. This ninjutsu employs wood as its medium to create clones, which are so lifelike that they are more challenging to distinguish from the real thing than shadow clones. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. Wood release, arrival of the flowering trees. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As he continued to examine the scroll, he found several wood release techniques he had heard of, many of which boasted immense power, sufficient to reach the level of a Kage. However, upon seeing these techniques, his heart remained untroubled. The crux lies not in the wood release techniques themselves, but in the wielder of such abilities. The scroll of wood release ninjutsu is held by few clans and factions, yet it is not an insubstantial number. Nevertheless, in the years following Hashirama's time, only a handful of individuals have possessed the capability to perform wood release, and only Uchiha Madara has attained the might of a Kage through it. Despite having melded with the white Zetsu's remains, he was uncertain of his ability to manifest wood release. Turning back to the section containing the wood release cutting technique, he meticulously studied it, noting the hand seals and chakra manipulation required. After a brief moment of concentration, having committed it to memory, he attempted to practice this technique. Wood release cutting technique. With the commencement of his training, a verdant sprout emerged from his palm, transforming into a branch. Yet, before he could revel in his success, the branch withered and shattered instantaneously. Failure. His initial attempt at the wood release cutting technique had ended in disappointment. Was it due to lack of proficiency? No. It should not be attributed to a lack of skill. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Regarding the talent in ninjutsu, he may not rival Uchiha Itachi, who possesses the extraordinary ability to master techniques at an exceptionally high level from the very first attempt. However, even with lesser talent in ninjutsu compared to Uchiha Itachi, it should not lead to immediate failure upon initial practice, especially considering that this is a relatively low-level wood release technique. Under normal circumstances, even if its power is somewhat diminished, one should be able to successfully execute it. There must be other underlying reasons for the failure in execution. With the activation of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he observed the fluctuations of his chakra and commenced the wood release, wood clone technique once more. A slender green branch extended from the palm of his hand, yet, as before, it withered and shattered almost instantaneously. The realization dawned upon him. I lack the ability to generate sufficient wood release chakra. Through his vigilant observation with the Sharingan, he discerned the underlying issue. Wood release techniques belong to the bloodline limit. Thus, to perform a wood release technique, one must amalgamate earth release chakra with water release chakra to create wood release chakra. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he inherently possessed the clan's characteristic fire release, devoid of earth and water attributes. However, after fusing with the cells of white Zetsu, his body had begun to produce both earth and water release chakra, enabling him to merge these two attributes into wood release chakra. Yet, the quantity of wood release chakra he could synthesize was exceedingly limited, insufficient for executing even the less demanding wood clone technique. This deficiency stemmed from the concentration of his bloodline. Considering the circumstances of the Uchiha clan, he formed a hypothesis. Among his kin, some were unable to even awaken a single Tomo Sharingan, while others could attain the Mangekyo Sharingan. The vast disparities in their abilities were attributable both to their experiences and, more significantly, to the concentration of their bloodline. A low bloodline concentration makes it exceedingly difficult to awaken the Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyo Sharingan. The same principle applies to the wood release bloodline limit. Insufficient fusion of Hashirama's cells equates to a low concentration of the wood release bloodline, which is why he was unable to perform wood release techniques effectively. As for why Uchiha Obito could execute the wood clone technique, it is likely due to the higher concentration of Hashirama's cells he had integrated compared to those within white Zetsu. A thought crossed his mind. If the concentration of the wood release bloodline derived from fusing a single white Zetsu body was inadequate, would fusing several bodies enhance the bloodline concentration? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If he could acquire an ample supply of white Zetsu bodies, he might be able to elevate his bloodline concentration to a level akin to that of Senju Hashirama. potentially even acquiring the legendary sage body that Hashirama was said to possess. A sense of anticipation arose within him. If he could indeed elevate his bloodline concentration to rival that of Senju Hashirama and, with time and effort, develop and enhance his abilities, he should also be able to perform the formidable wood release techniques that Hashirama once wielded. If he could obtain the body of an immortal, he would be capable of cultivating a flawless sage mode. This mode would not resemble that of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, which requires the assistance of toads. Instead, it would be an instantaneous activation, possessing extensive duration, a perfect sage mode. Having experimented with the least chakra-consuming wood release techniques, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately discovered that he could not perform any of them. His current concentration of wood release bloodline limit was insufficient for executing any wood techniques. Nevertheless, he did not feel overly disheartened. Although he could not manifest the legendary wood release, his original goal had been achieved and even surpassed. It was indeed regrettable that he could not wield the awe-inspiring wood release, but he had successfully refined the body of White Zetsu. He had prevented the blindness of his eyes, and furthermore, the damage already inflicted upon them was in the process of healing. Within a month at most, the restoration of his vision would be complete, returning his eyes to their original state. The techniques that White Zetsu could perform should be within his capability as well. Though their power was not formidable, they were exceptionally practical. Unfortunately, time had been of the essence then, and he had no opportunity to capture White Zetsu alive for interrogation. The next time he encountered White Zetsu, he would seize the chance to acquire those techniques. He mused to himself. The situation had been exceedingly urgent. Had he hesitated to eliminate White Zetsu and instead attempted to capture him for questioning, he could have faced an encounter with Nagato's Deva Path. Even capturing the White Zetsu clone would have been unfeasible, for carrying such a burden would hinder his escape from the Deva Path search. The clone would not willingly suppress its presence, and being accompanied by a clone incapable of concealing its aura would inevitably lead to detection by Nagato's Deva Path. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, who lay sleeping and revealing a hint of springtime beauty, before quietly rising to dress and leave the bedroom. After breakfast, he proceeded to the security department. "Captain, Captain," called the members of the department as he entered the office. The desk was already piled high with documents accumulated during his absence. He meticulously reviewed and processed each one. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed, and after he responded, a man with dark hair tinged with brown stepped into the office. This man was Uchiha Yakumi, who had been regarded by his predecessor as his right hand. The department had functioned smoothly during his absence, largely due to this individual. "Captain, I have important matters to report," Uchiha Yakumi said, casting a wary glance toward the door, his expression serious. Noticing Yakumi's grave demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku understood that the forthcoming report would be of great significance. He cast a soundproof barrier, establishing a closed-off space within the office to prevent any leakage of their conversation. "You may proceed," he said. "Captain, I have made discoveries regarding the family traitor you asked me to investigate," Uchiha Yakumi stated solemnly. Upon receiving the investigation order from Uchiha Fugaku, he had been discreetly probing the family for traitors and had recently made a significant discovery. "Have you truly found something? Who is the traitor?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired urgently. This hidden traitor within the Uchiha clan was like a thorn lodged in his throat, causing him immense distress and unrest. Thus far, one suspect had emerged, Uchiha Chi, however. The possibility of other traitors could not be dismissed. "It is he," Uchiha Yaomi replied, his expression darkening with an unusual display of anger. Hearing that name took Uchiha Fugaku by surprise. Uchiha Chi, who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and possessed the prowess of an elite jonin, was one of the few rational members within the Uchiha clan, much like the second elder, Uchiha Mamoru. He never anticipated that this individual could be the hidden traitor within their ranks. "Can you be certain?" he asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Without a doubt. He possesses a summoning scroll used for transmitting messages to the Umbu, which I have witnessed firsthand while lurking in the shadows," Uchiha Yaomi asserted. "I cannot believe it. The traitor is indeed him." Uchiha Fugaku sighed heavily. An elite jonin, and one of the rare members of the Uchiha clan who did not incessantly speak of coups. He initially felt a sense of reassurance, only to find that the individual was, in fact, a traitor, an insidious thorn in the throat of the Uchiha clan. According to the investigation, Uchiha Chi's father was an outsider, while his mother belonged to the clan. After his father's death in battle, he returned to the Uchiha clan and adopted the Uchiha surname. It is likely that he had prior contact with the third Hokage, which led him to join the Umbu and secretly become a traitor buried within the Uchiha family, Uchiha Yami explained. His father was an outsider, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Chi carried such a background. Given this identity, Uchiha Chi's sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan was likely minimal, and with the influence of the third Hokage, a master of mind manipulation, it was no wonder he had succumbed to becoming a traitor. Captain, how should we deal with Uchiha Chi? Uchiha Yami inquired. Since he has become a traitor, he cannot be spared. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He would not show mercy to such a traitor who betrayed his own. As for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, they were mere exceptions. Uchiha Shisui, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, was someone he did not feel confident in defeating. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were essential for his attainment of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. For now, he could not be eliminated. To avoid arousing the third Hokage's suspicion, it was imperative that Uchiha Chi's death appeared unrelated to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku added, we must ensure that Uchiha Chi's demise seems disconnected from our family. Uchiha Yami contemplated this. Captain, perhaps we could strike while he is on a mission, allowing him to perish in the line of duty, thus making his death seem unrelated to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, that is an excellent plan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Although the young and vigorous members of the Uchiha clan may join the security department and become part of its ranks, they also seize opportunities to hone their combat skills by accepting village missions during their leisure time. It is during one of these missions that they could ambush Uchiha Shin, disguising the act as the work of hostile ninjas. This way, Uchiha Shin's demise would appear unrelated to the Uchiha clan. Remain vigilant regarding Uchiha Shin's movements. As soon as he is observed undertaking a mission outside the village, inform me immediately. Furthermore, it is essential to continue investigating the potential traitors within our clan, as Uchiha Shin may not be the only one. He commanded. Understood, Uchiha Yami respectfully replied. Near the border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Rain, teams of ninjas from the Umbu and Root divisions dispersed to conduct their investigations. They were dispatched by the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzō to probe the recent annihilation of the elite Root ninja team. If this continues, the location of the Akatsuki's base may be prematurely revealed. Amidst swirling chaos, a figure clad in a spiral mask appeared abruptly. Uchiha Obito, masquerading as Uchiha Madara. Casting his gaze toward a nearby investigative team from Konohagakure, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He deemed Nagato's previous actions rather impulsive. However, with events having transpired, there was no point in lamenting what could not be changed. What needed to be done now was to divert Konoha's attention and prevent the exposure of the Akatsuki's hideout. With that thought in mind, he fixed his eyes on the investigative team, a glimmer of malice flickering in his gaze. In an instant, he materialized beside one of the ninjas from the team. Before the ninja could react, Obito pierced through his body with a sharp branch. Would release, cutting technique. Under his control, the branch that had penetrated the ninja's form burgeoned into numerous offshoots, erupting from various points of his body. The wretched scream never had the chance to escape his lips before he succumbed to death. Who goes there? The commotion startled the remaining 3 members of the team, who turned in alarm toward the source of the noise. They beheld their comrade's body, grotesquely pierced by countless branches, collapsing to the ground. Mune, witnessing the tragic demise of their longtime companion, ignited a fire of rage within the trio. 2 of them hurled a flurry of shurikens at Obito while signaling for reinforcements, while the 3rd seized the opportunity to swiftly form hand seals and unleash a ninjutsu. With ease, Obito evaded the shurikens hurled by the 2, closing the distance to them and effortlessly dispatching them with his sharp branch. The prowess of these search team members was commendable, boasting the strength of special jonin. However, such ability paled in comparison to the might of Uchiha Obito, who surpassed even typical Kage-level ninjas, rendering them easily slain. Wind release, vacuum wave. Witnessing the brutal deaths of his comrades, the last remaining member's face contorted with fury. As he completed the hand seals, dozens of razor-sharp blades of wind surged toward Uchiha Obito. Perish. He gazed at Uchiha Obito with a seething hatred, yearning for the whirling blades of wind to rend the enemy into mincemeat. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck with horror. All the swirling blades passed through the enemy without causing even the slightest injury, as if he were merely an illusory specter devoid of substance. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the enemy approached him, piercing his body with a sharp branch. Numerous gaping wounds appeared across his form, and with a look of unwillingness in his eyes, he collapsed. He could not fathom why his ninjutsu had failed to touch the adversary. In a flash, a figure rushed towards him at an astonishing speed, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. It was a youth adorned with a mask and carrying a katana on his back, known as Uchiha Shisui, the master of the body flicker technique. Upon receiving the signal for aid, he had momentarily detached himself from his squad and hastened to the scene. Upon arrival, he beheld Uchiha Obito driving a branch through the last of the fallen adversaries. The wood-release Kekkai Genkai of the first Hokage. He stared in shock at Uchiha Obito, who wielded the branch. There was no mistaking it. This individual was indeed employing the wood-release technique. The ability to perform such jutsu indicated that he possessed the same wood-release Kekkai Genkai as the first Hokage. Who are you? How do you possess the wood-release Kekkai Genkai? Why have you slain them? He inquired, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the 4 Konoha ninjas, an aura of menace emanating from him. It was evident that this person, sharing the same abilities as the first Hokage, was an enemy, not a friend. What incredible speed! Uchiha Obito observed, slightly taken aback by the newcomer. To divert the Konoha investigation team, he had intentionally refrained from stopping the previous ninja from sending the distress signal. But he had not anticipated that aid would arrive so swiftly. A cold smile crept beneath his spiral mask. What does it matter now? After all, you are about to meet your demise. With that, he drew his katana, initiating the body flicker technique. In an instant, he closed the distance to Uchiha Obito, swinging the katana towards his abdomen. What? The next moment, Uchiha Shisui was astonished. The blade seemed to slice through the air, failing to touch his opponent in the least. Obito's form appeared as a mere phantom, lacking any physical presence. Wood release, cutting technique. A branch extended from Uchiha Obito's hand, aiming for the heart of the astonished Uchiha Shisui. As the branch threatened to pierce his heart, Shisui pushed the body flicker technique to its utmost limits, narrowly evading the strike. The speed displayed in that fleeting moment was undoubtedly among the pinnacle even within the ranks of Kage. With a piercing sound, the branch grazed Uchiha Shisui's body, leaving a wound at his waist. The two figures passed each other, and Uchiha Shisui turned, glancing at the injury on his side. His expression grave as he regarded Uchiha Obito. Who are you truly, and what was that ninjutsu you just employed? In terms of the body flicker technique, only the 4th Raikage could possibly surpass you. I never expected such a presence to exist within Konoha. Uchiha Obito turned around, equally taken aback as he gazed at Uchiha Shisui. The instantaneous technique displayed by Uchiha Shisui earlier made him realize that this individual was far from ordinary. Such a person should have been eliminated preemptively. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. This sentiment was reciprocated by Uchiha Shisui, who also radiated a formidable killing intent. Kotoamatsukami. His eyes manifested 4 blade-like patterns as his ocular technique activated. Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito's face, concealed behind his mask, bore an expression of astonishment. This individual was indeed from the Uchiha clan and, like him, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instinctively, he averted his gaze to avoid direct eye contact, yet he soon discovered it was futile. A bizarre force infiltrated his mind, sending chills down his spine. He hastily employed Kimui to shift his body into another dimension. It was ineffective. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. Initially, Kotoamatsukami had taken effect on his opponent, but it soon lost its potency. The other party must have utilized a certain ability to nullify Kotoamatsukami's influence. This perplexed him. What power did the adversary possess that could render Kotoamatsukami ineffective? A descendant of the Uchiha clan, I shall remember you. Casting a wary glance at Uchiha Shisui, Obito vanished into a vortex. Although he did not believe himself incapable of facing Shisui, he preferred to avoid confrontation at that moment. Each Mangekyo Sharingan harbored enigmatic abilities, and understanding the ocular technique contained within Shisui's Mangekyo would undoubtedly increase his odds in a future encounter. Moreover, a thought crossed his mind about whether he could recruit Shisui into the Akatsuki. After all, an individual with a Mangekyo Sharingan would significantly bolster the Akatsuki's combat prowess. News of the search team's encounter with a formidable foe possessing the wood-release bloodline limit swiftly reached Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Konoha was shaken. The wood-release bloodline limit, possessed by the first Hokage, is an immensely powerful Kekkai Genkai. The first Hokage had once utilized this ability to capture the nine-tailed beasts, instilling fear throughout the ninja world and establishing the village of Konoha. During that era, Konoha stood as the unrivaled foremost ninja village. Even the combined forces of the other four great ninja villages could hardly contend with it. They trembled in fear, unwilling to oppose Konoha. Regrettably, since the time of the first Hokage, Konoha had lost this dominion, as the bloodline limit had been severed after his generation. Even the descendants of the first Hokage failed to inherit this Kekkai Genkai. Yet, unexpectedly, this bloodline limit re-emerged, manifesting in an enemy opposed to Konoha. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, an urgent village-wide meeting was convened. Lord Hokage, is it true that the search team encountered a formidable enemy with the wood-release bloodline limit? Inquired Nara Shikaku, known as Konoha's strategist, his pineapple hairstyle accentuating his serious demeanor. The news is indeed true. The search party has encountered a formidable adversary possessing the wood-release bloodline limit, resulting in the demise of one of the search teams. The third Hokage, clad in his Hokage robes, bore the marks of age upon his face, with pronounced wrinkles and age spots. Upon receiving inquiries, he pondered for a moment before responding. It is astonishingly true. Who could this individual be? And how could they possess the wood-release bloodline limit? How is it possible for an outsider to wield such power? Upon hearing the third Hokage's confirmation, the assembled ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. Despite having heard the rumors, many remained skeptical, for the wood-release bloodline limit was a legendary ability, once unique to the first Hokage. Now, with the third Hokage's validation, even the most doubtful had to concede its existence. The wood-release bloodline limit had manifested. Yet it did not belong to Konoha, but rather to an enemy. Hokage-sama, could this individual with the wood-release bloodline limit be a lost member of the Senju clan? Inquired a brown-haired kunoichi adorned in a green ninja outfit, her cheeks marked with red triangular paint. She was Inuzuka Tsume, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, one of the few female clan heads in Konoha. I have already commissioned an investigation into the Senju clan's genealogy, and there are no records of any lost members. The third Hokage replied, shaking his head. Moreover, since the time of the first Hokage, there have been no indications of any ninja from the Senju clan possessing the wood-release bloodline limit. Like Inuzuka Tsume, his initial suspicion pointed towards this person being from the Senju clan. However, upon reviewing the clan's records, he found little evidence to support this theory, diminishing the likelihood of such a connection. If this individual were not from the Senju, then who could they be? Many attendees furrowed their brows in contemplation, struggling to comprehend how anyone outside the Senju could wield the wood-release bloodline limit, an ability that was inherently tied to Konoha, now turned against them. It must be Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fugaku, who had not engaged in this discussion, considered the implications. Identifying the enemy possessing the wood-release bloodline limit was not overly challenging. Within the current ninja world, only a scant few could claim such power. Coupled with the fact that this individual was opposing Konoha, it became apparent that they were likely Uchiha Obito, who had transplanted cells from Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Shisui seemed to have also participated in this search. It was uncertain whether the two had crossed paths. This thought intrigued him. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito were his adversaries, and their encounter would be most fortuitous for him. Should that be the case, he could absolve himself of any suspicion regarding Kakuzu's death, shifting the blame onto Uchiha Shisui instead. Furthermore, the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Obito would likely focus their attention on Uchiha Shisui, for in comparison to the latter's Mangekyo Sharingan, he, as the Uchiha clan leader, held little significance. Reflecting upon the matter, his gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the third Hokage, eliciting a cold smirk within him. For an extended period, it had been the upper echelons of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, who had posed challenges to him. Today, he would turn the tables and confront them. With a newfound determination, he spoke. Hokage-sama, I wish to inquire about something. Uchiha Fugaku, what is it that you wish to ask? The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Fugaku with a serene expression. Despite harboring deep-seated prejudices against the Uchiha clan, he expertly concealed such sentiments, feigning impartiality. While Danzō Shimura preferred to display his treachery openly, the third Hokage cloaked his insidious nature beneath a veneer of hypocrisy. This approach proved remarkably effective. Though most villagers held disdain for the duplicitous Danzō, they revered the third Hokage. It is widely acknowledged that Orochimaru became a rogue ninja after his forbidden experiments on fellow villagers were exposed. Yet, what precisely were the clandestine experiments he conducted? Fixating his gaze upon the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Uchiha Fugaku, we are presently discussing an unknown adversary possessing the wood release, Kekkai Genkai. The matter of Orochimaru is irrelevant. What is your true intent in bringing it up? Before the third Hokage could respond, Danzō Shimura interjected, clearly impatient. As Orochimaru's collaborator, he was acutely aware of the nature of the experiments. The details must remain concealed. Otherwise, they would incite a scandal of monumental proportions, hence his hasty interruption. Is it truly of no consequence? Uchiha Fugaku directed a scornful glance at Danzō. From the intelligence I have acquired, the two matters are not only intertwined, but are indeed profoundly connected. Uchiha Fugaku, cease your unfounded allegations. Danzō bellowed, striving to curtail Fugaku's discourse. Although the information regarding Orochimaru's forbidden experiments had been meticulously sealed, one would assume that Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of it. Yet, an ominous premonition gnawed at Danzō. It was plausible that Fugaku had discovered the details of Orochimaru's experiments through some channel. Whether my claims are baseless or not shall be discerned once I reveal the contents of Orochimaru's forbidden experiments to all present. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze traversed the assembly. As I understand it, the forbidden experiment conducted by Orochimaru involved artificially creating the wood release Kekkai Genkai using the cells of the first Hokage. What? Artificially creating the wood release Kekkai Genkai? Where did he obtain the first Hokage's cells? Has he desecrated the first Hokage's grave? The revelation regarding Orochimaru's forbidden experiment left the assembly in shock. Aside from a few already in the know, the rest were astounded. The audacity of Orochimaru's actions was alarming, and they were equally displeased with the third Hokage and Danzō for concealing such matters. The first Hokage was a figure they revered, and their families had joined Konoha due to the first Hokage's charismatic persona. Little did they expect that after the demise of the first Hokage, he would be subjected to such indignities. His corpse was unearthed and employed for inhumane human experimentation, in which the missing children of his clan perished. The veracity of this matter is undeniable. The initial decision to suppress this information was to prevent public unrest. The third Hokage explained with a somewhat stiff expression. He had not anticipated that the tightly sealed information would be unearthed. Simultaneously, he harbored doubts. How had Uchiha Fugaku come to know of the experimentation, when all records had been obliterated and information meticulously concealed? Was there an insider within the Umbu from the Uchiha clan? Or had Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi merely pretended to be brainwashed, while secretly acting as informants for their clan? Could this formidable foe, endowed with the wood release bloodline limit, be a product of that very experiment? Narashikaku inquired with a troubled countenance. He was astonished to learn that Orochimaru had conducted such a taboo experiment, which could only be described as utterly deranged. According to my sources, it is very likely that Orochimaru had indeed achieved successful results in his experiments. The formidable adversary possessing the wood release bloodline limit that has recently emerged is likely a creation of Orochimaru following his defection from Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku stated. Although he was aware that the Hashirama cells implanted in Uchiha Obito were unrelated to Orochimaru, he deliberately guided the narrative to implicate the third Hokage, who had knowingly let Orochimaru escape. The third Hokage undoubtedly bore significant responsibility in this matter. How could they possibly know this? Damn it. The information must have leaked from Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo's face was grim. The fact that there remained a successful test subject from Orochimaru's experimentation was a tightly held secret, known only to the third Hokage recently. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku seemed privy to this information. If there were no informants within their ranks, he would find it hard to believe. All members of his root organization were under the control of the reanimation seal, making it impossible for information to escape. The only potential source of a leak could be Umbu members, most likely Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. When he had requested the third Hokage to hand over Shisui and Itachi to him for control under the reanimation seal, the third Hokage had firmly refused. Now, the repercussions had finally manifested. If this individual was indeed a product of Orochimaru's experiments, it would mean that all the blame lay with him. Damn it. Orochimaru had the audacity to desecrate the grave of the first Hokage. He should never have been allowed to escape. In the conference room, Many wore grim expressions. They were either clan leaders or elite jonin among the common ninja, and their positions indicated they were not simple-minded individuals. It was evident to all that the pursuit of Orochimaru had been woefully inadequate. Any discerning observer could see that the third Hokage had deliberately allowed Orochimaru to slip away. Had it not been for the third Hokage's decision to release Orochimaru, Konoha would not currently face such a formidable adversary possessing the would-release Kekkei Genkai. While this incident may not drastically alter their long-standing perception of the third Hokage, it undoubtedly tarnishes his image, diminishing its former brilliance. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku exited the conference room in good spirits. This was his act of retribution, a response to the years of suppression directed at the Uchiha clan by the third Hokage. Although he could not topple the third Hokage, he had succeeded in undermining his authority. This was evident from the reactions of those present at the meeting. Furthermore, this maneuver served to instill a sense of suspicion within the third Hokage, leading him to speculate about the presence of Uchiha clan sympathizers within his ranks. In the clandestine underground space bustling with the activities of numerous white zetsus, the identity of his opponent had been thoroughly investigated. This individual was named Uchiha Shisui. Although he was a member of the Uchiha clan, he had not joined the security department, but rather became part of the directly subordinate Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen. The dark half of his face remarked, he did not join the security department, but instead aligned himself with the Umbu directly under the third Hokage. Uchiha Obito, donning a spiral mask, expressed surprise. The purpose of establishing the security department was to confine the Uchiha clan within a single entity, thereby minimizing their interactions with other clans. It was unexpected that Uchiha Shisui had managed to evade such restrictions and join the Umbu directly under the third Hokage. In addition to him, there was another Uchiha, named Uchiha Itachi, who had also joined the Umbu directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. The pale half of his face continued, there is indeed another. Uchiha Obito found it increasingly astonishing that members of the Uchiha clan were permitted entry into the Umbu, as this contradicted the original intent behind the establishment of the security department. This is where Hiruzen Sarutobi's brilliance lies. The dark half of his face sneered. According to my investigation, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are exceptionally talented individuals within the Uchiha clan. By integrating these two into the Umbu, he effectively removed the clan's most gifted members. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. How could the Uchiha clan allow such a situation to unfold? The Uchiha clan seeks to break Konoha's constraints, which is why they consented to the two joining the Umbu, believing that their blood ties would ensure their loyalty to the Uchiha. However, regrettably, the Uchiha clan miscalculated. After joining the Umbu, they were subjected to Hiruzen Sarutobi's indoctrination and have fully become members of the Umbu, the dark half of his face explained. Uchiha Shisui possesses remarkable talent. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, could he be the one who killed Kakuzu? Uchiha Obito inquired. It is quite possible. Not far from where Kakuzu was slain, Nagato encountered a team of Konoha Umbu. From this, we can deduce that it was likely Uchiha Shisui who confronted Kakuzu, rather than Uchiha Fugaku. The pale half of his face stated, a ninja wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan would indeed be a significant asset. Is there a possibility of enticing Uchiha Shisui to our side? Uchiha Obito inquired. You might attempt to recruit under the guise of Uchiha Madara. The pitch-black half of his face spoke. A month later, the damage to his eyes had been completely mended. Gazing upon the clear world before him, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of joy. After refining the body of white Zetsu and acquiring the properties of the Senju cells, a refreshing aura had consistently been at work, repairing his eyes. Now, after a month's passage, his eye injuries were entirely healed. Furthermore, he sensed an enhancement in his ocular power. The potency contained within his eyes had visibly increased compared to before. With the acquisition of the Senju cells, not only was the threat of blindness averted and his eye damage repaired, but his ocular power had also risen. This was not difficult to comprehend. After Uchiha Madara merged with the Senju cells, he transformed his eyes into Rinnegan, indicating that the Senju cells indeed have a beneficial effect on the Sharingan. Although his eyes were not eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and thus could not evolve into Rinnegan, a certain degree of enhancement in ocular power was still achievable. As footsteps approached, he turned to see Uchiha Yakomi, adorned with the insignia of the security department, making his way over. Chief, Yakomi respectfully addressed as he neared Uchiha Fugaku. Within the security department, he referred to Fugaku as captain, yet within the clan, he addressed him as chief. What is it? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Uchiha Yakumi remained silent, casting a glance around. No one else was present. Uchiha Fugaku, having acquired the physique of the clan from the mountains, possessed heightened perception, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most adept ninjas at concealing their presence to approach undetected. Chief, Uchiha Chizu has accepted a mission outside the village. As a member of the security department, Uchiha Chizu was required to report to the department before embarking on village missions. Just moments ago, he had gone to inform the security department. The registration office housed individuals he trusted. Thus, once Uchiha Chizu accepted the mission, he was immediately aware. Finally, a mission has been assigned. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This traitor lurking within the Uchiha clan had been a thorn in his side, making him restless. Now, an opportunity had arisen to eliminate this internal threat. Chief, allow me to lead the team to eliminate this traitor. Uchiha Yakumi emanated a chilling aura. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for such turncoats, longing to see them suffer 1,000 deaths. Uchiha Chizu was an elite jonin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, making him more formidable than ordinary elite jonin, and he might possess hidden powers. Thus, it was prudent for me to take action personally. While Uchiha Fugaku understood Uchiha Yakumi's sentiments, he shook his head, declining Yakumi's request. The assassination of Uchiha Chizu must not fail. Otherwise, the third Hokage would undoubtedly become wary. Moreover, as a traitor concealed within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chizu might have received certain advantages from the third Hokage and could very well wield potent forbidden techniques. Only when he, possessing the strength of a shadow, takes action will it be sufficiently secure. This time, I shall leave a shadow clone behind and quietly depart from the village. You must provide cover for me and ensure that my absence remains undisclosed. Understood. Uchiha Yakumi respectfully replied. After Uchiha Yakumi departed, Uchiha Fugaku prepared for his journey, but found himself in a dilemma. He might be away for 2 to 3 days, and merely leaving a shadow clone was not entirely safe. It could easily be discerned by Uchiha Makoto, who was accustomed to his presence. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. Makoto. Upon entering the backyard, he found Uchiha Makoto clad in an apron, gracefully tending to her meticulously cultivated flowers with a watering can. The droplets sparkling in the sunlight accentuated her delicate figure, resembling a beautiful painting. What is it? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's call, Uchiha Makoto set down the watering can and approached him. I need to leave the village for a while, Uchiha Fugaku stated, deciding it was best to inform Uchiha Makoto after careful consideration. How long will you be gone? Uchiha Makoto inquired. 2 to 3 days. This time, I will quietly exit the village, leaving a shadow clone behind for cover. I need your assistance in concealing my absence, Uchiha Fugaku explained. Since it was impossible to keep this from Uchiha Makoto, he resolved to confide in her, asking for her help to mask his departure. Quietly leaving the village? Uchiha Makoto's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, but then quickly relaxed as she spoke. Do not worry. I will ensure everything is well concealed. From her husband's intent to stealthily leave the village, she sensed something extraordinary. However, understanding that he must have his reasons for silence, she chose to support him as a wife rather than probe for answers. This matter must remain confidential. Not even Itachi and Sasuke should be informed, Uchiha Fugaku emphasized. Rest assured, I understand. I am, after all, a jonin. Uchiha Makoto replied with a gentle smile. A man with black hair, a slight stubble on his chin, and in his late 20s, approached the entrance of Konoha. He was Uchiha's son, a spy concealed within the Uchiha clan. Son, out on a mission? Greeted a member of the guard at the entrance of Konoha warmly upon seeing Uchiha Senator. Yes. I have taken on a task, and will be away for 2 to 3 days. Despite the guard's friendly demeanor, a fleeting pang of guilt washed over Uchiha's son. But he quickly regained his composure. Though he felt remorse for leaving his companions, this was an assignment entrusted by the third Hokage. A ninja should prioritize missions over personal feelings. The third Hokage had tasked him with monitoring the Uchiha clan to prevent any potential threat to the village. Everything was for the sake of the village. It's getting late, you should set off. We'll drink together when you return from your mission, a familiar guard said. All right, let us drink together upon my return. Uchiha's son replied with genuine cheer. At the tender age of 12, he accompanied his mother back to the Uchiha clan, where he has now resided for a full 16 years. Over this span, he forged numerous bonds with friends who stood by him through thick and thin, truly experiencing the warmth of the Uchiha family. Occasionally, he could not help but ponder how much better life would be if things were different. However, such a scenario was never a possibility. Prior to his return to the Uchiha clan with his mother, he had already accepted a mission from the third Hokage, with the intent of serving as an insider within the Uchiha family. With a swift movement, he exited the Hidden Leaf Village, vanishing into the surrounding forest. After a day's journey, Uchiha arrived at a port along the coast of the Land of Fire. The task he had undertaken was to eliminate a band of pirates who had been pillaging at sea. According to intelligence, this pirate crew included several rogue ninjas, led by a defector from the Mist Village, while the other ninjas were gathered by this leader from among the drifters. Apart from the leader, the other ninjas were of relatively low rank, mere genin and chunin. Hence, it fell upon him alone to undertake this mission rather than forming a team of 3 or 4. Upon meeting the employer at the dock, he employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary crew member, boarding the vessel bound for the Land of Water. The pirates have arrived. Midway through their journey, a ship swiftly approached the cargo vessel, propelled by the wind. On its deck stood dozens of armed individuals, clad menacingly. Panic erupted among the crew of the cargo ship as they desperately paddled. However, laden with goods, the cargo ship could not match the speed of the pursuing vessel and was soon overtaken. One by one, the armed assailants nimbly leaped onto the cargo ship, seizing control. Those who dared to resist were met with ruthless violence. Uchiha sprang into action. With a kunai in each hand, he advanced towards the attackers. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood gushed forth, splattering the deck like vibrant red paint, creating a tapestry of crimson blossoms. Before him, these assailants stood no chance, as he effortlessly severed their throats. There are ninjas aboard, witnessing their comrades fall one after another. Some of the rogue ninjas among the pirates charged towards Uchiha. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Even the rogue ninjas posed no challenge to Uchiha, as he swiftly pierced their hearts or sliced their throats with his kunai. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from using ninjutsu, as it was entirely unnecessary. In his presence, the distinction between these drifters and ordinary pirates was negligible. They could hardly withstand even a single strike from him. He is a jonin from the Hidden Leaf. As his transformation technique dissipated, he revealed the attire of a jonin, which only experienced ninjas could don. The remaining assailants, filled with dread, hastily retreated to their own ship. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Waves of flames surged toward them, engulfing the pirates, who writhed in agony upon the deck. The flames engulfed the deck, igniting it fiercely. Suddenly, a man emerged from the sea, landing gracefully upon the pirate ship's deck. Adorned with a raindrop-shaped forehead protector, a deep scar marred its surface, signifying his identity as a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. He was the only one among the pirates possessing the strength of a jonin. Upon his arrival, he immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet. The ocean surged towards the deck, extinguishing the flames before coalescing into a water dragon that lunged at Uchiha Senator. At last, he had appeared. Upon seeing the man, a cold glint flickered in Uchiha-sen's eyes. He had been suppressing his true power, presenting only the capabilities of a jonin to lure out his opponent. Now that he had succeeded in drawing him out, there was no need to hold back any longer. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A fire dragon, even larger than the water dragon, materialized, evaporating the water dragon and charging forth, embers trailing behind it towards the man. Meanwhile, Sun swiftly ascended the pirate ship, propelling himself towards the figure on the deck. An elite jonin. The man gasped in astonishment at the might of Uchiha-sen's fire jutsu. Being at sea, he had anticipated that his own water techniques would be more formidable. However, to his dismay, the opponent's fire jutsu surpassed his water jutsu in power. The disparity could only be attributed to the fact that Sen's strength eclipsed his own. He was indeed an elite jonin. Evading the residual flames, he contemplated retreat. Yet, Uchiha-san had no intention of allowing him to flee. Seizing the moment while the man dodged, he leapt onto the pirate ship, closing in on him. The battle erupted, but it was short-lived, concluding with Uchiha-sen's inevitable victory. The gap between an elite jonin and an ordinary jonin could not be bridged merely by the advantage of terrain. Moreover, Uchiha-san was a distinguished elite jonin, having awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, rendering him even more formidable than the average elite jonin. Task accomplished. Uchiha's son returned to the dock aboard a small boat, then set his course back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. Choosing to halt his journey, he kindled a campfire, settling down for the night in a clearing within the woods. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. The sound of footsteps echoed in the night. Someone was approaching. Instinctively alert, he activated his Sharingan, peering into the direction of the noise. The individual did not conceal their chakra fluctuations. It was evident from the immense chakra emanating from them, far surpassing his own. As an elite jonin, he possessed a substantial reserve of chakra, yet the presence before him boasted a quantity several times greater. In the darkness, the overwhelming chakra radiated like a beacon. The individual approached leisurely, each step upon the dry branches producing a crisp sound that resonated deeply within him, as if treading upon his very heart. Sensing an intangible pressure, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He contemplated making a swift retreat, yet the opponent's aura had already ensnared him. Any hint of deviation would undoubtedly invoke a fierce reprisal. As the figure approached, the formidable clarity granted by the Sharingan allowed him to discern the face before him, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. The clan leader? The individual before him was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. A long-held perception within him shattered. After lurking within the Uchiha clan for over a decade, he had come to regard this leader as lacking the gravitas expected of one in such a high position, deeming his abilities rather mediocre. Despite hailing from the legendary Uchiha lineage, he had merely achieved the status of an elite jonin, a stark contrast to the clan's illustrious reputation. However, in that moment, he realized his grave misjudgment. He had severely underestimated the prowess of this clan leader. Possessing such an immense chakra, the pressure he exuded was overwhelming, suggesting that he could very well be of Hokage caliber. His heart sank with an ominous premonition upon encountering him. Feigning calmness amidst his growing anxiety, he queried, "Clan leader, what brings you here?" "It has been a long 16 years of your arduous efforts within the Uchiha clan." Standing a distance away, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was as frigid as ice. Directed unyieldingly at Uchiha Senator, the cold malice he radiated was unmistakable, sweeping towards Uchiha's son like a biting wind. Allowing a mole to infiltrate the clan for a full 16 years spoke volumes of the previous generation's negligence. Now, he was indistinguishable from his predecessor, and it was his responsibility to rectify those failures. "Clan leader, what are you implying?" Uchiha Sen's complexion turned pale as he desperately sought to justify himself. "There is no need for your deflections. My assertions are backed by irrefutable evidence," Uchiha Fugaku replied, his demeanor unyielding and icy. Ultimately, his true identity had been uncovered. Realizing further attempts at justification would be futile in the face of Uchiha Fugaku's conviction, Uchiha's son ceased his defense. He had long been plagued by the fear of his true allegiance being revealed, often awakening in terror amidst dreams. Now, the day of reckoning had finally arrived. Though you possess only half of the Uchiha bloodline, the clan has never treated you poorly. Is this how you choose to repay the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha's son with palpable disdain. The Uchiha clan had always regarded him equally, never withholding their benevolence. They had even safeguarded the young Uchiha's son, ensuring he remained in a relatively secure position. Otherwise, the 12-year-old Uchiha son might not have survived the tumultuous battlefields of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. While his ascent to elite jonin was indeed attributable to his own talent and diligence, it was undeniably also due to the nurturing support of the Uchiha clan. Compared to the path of an elite jonin among commoners, Uchiha Sen's journey had been undeniably more facilitated. All this, however, had culminated in the emergence of a traitorous insider. "I recognize my shortcomings towards the clan. I am deeply sorry," Uchiha's son confessed, his face etched with shame as Uchiha Fugaku's words evoked haunting memories. He recalled the moment when his father fell in battle and his mother brought him back to the Uchiha clan. While the Uchiha clan remained indifferent to outsiders, they extended considerable care to their own kin. It was the protection afforded by the Uchiha clan that allowed him to survive the brutal battlefield of the Shinobi World War. Conceal your feigned sincerity. Had you possessed even a modicum of remorse, you would not have willingly acted as a traitor, lurking within the Uchiha clan for 16 years. Allowing matters to escalate to this point, Uchiha Fugaku coldly remarked, "Though I feel guilt, I harbor no regrets," Uchiha Izumi replied, shaking her head. Konoha requires peace. All my actions have been in pursuit of Konoha's tranquility. The Uchiha clan cannot bring peace to Konoha. Only the third Hokage, embodying the will of fire, can bestow true peace upon the village. The will of fire? A smirk curled at the corners of Uchiha Fugaku's lips, revealing a hint of derision. Another individual brainwashed by the third Hokage's ideology. The Hokage's ability to manipulate is indeed formidable. Even as an adversary, he could not help but admire the third Hokage's methods, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality, subtly ensnaring minds. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were similarly affected, and now Uchiha Izumi stood before him, ensnared in the same web. The third Hokage is nothing but a duplicitous politician, incapable of representing the will of fire, let alone delivering genuine peace to Konoha. You dare to insult Lord Third Hokage. Angered by Fugaku's words, Uchiha Izumi glared fiercely at him. Insult? It is merely the truth. Do you know what the third Hokage has done behind closed doors all these years? Uchiha Fugaku scoffed. He manipulated public opinion to force Konoha's White Fang to take his own life, deliberately allowed the rogue ninja Orochimaru to escape, leaving the village with a grave threat, and clung to the Hokage position without selecting a fifth Hokage. Do not insult Lord Third Hokage any further. Enraged beyond measure, Uchiha Izumi's three-tomo rapidly rotated within her eyes, her ocular power reaching its zenith as she unleashed her most formidable genjutsu. Thud, thud, thud. A series of massive metal wedges descended from the heavens, piercing Uchiha Fugaku's body, pinning him in place and inflicting intense agony upon him. Using genjutsu before me? A sneer graced Uchiha Fugaku's lips. Against anyone outside the Uchiha clan, even a formidable shinobi of the Kage level could find some efficacy in genjutsu through the Sharingan. Yet, before one endowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, this was undoubtedly a foolhardy decision. With a swift motion, his eyes transformed, the tomo and rings intricately embedded, each region adorned with a black dot in a complex pattern. A strange and terrifying power emanated from his eyes, causing the metal wedges that had impaled him to snap. In an instant, he shattered Uchiha Izumi's genjutsu and regained his mobility. Not only that, he pulled Uchiha Izumi into the true illusion of his right eye's ocular technique. You have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As the genjutsu was dispelled, Uchiha Izumi stared in horror at the unique pattern of Fugaku's eyes, distinct from an ordinary Sharingan. Having infiltrated the Uchiha clan for 16 years, how could he not understand what the Mangekyo Sharingan was? That eye, far surpassing the ordinary Sharingan, possesses an unparalleled power that rivals even the would-release Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. Since Uchiha Madara's time, such an eye had not re-emerged within the Uchiha clan. To his astonishment, this eye has resurfaced, and it has manifested in Uchiha Fugaku, whom he deemed unworthy of the clan leader position due to his seemingly ordinary strength. As a bearer of the Uchiha bloodline, you must have desired to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Today, I shall satiate your curiosity regarding this eye by executing you with it. Uchiha Fugaku declared coldly. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sensing an intense sense of danger, Uchiha Chihiro's skin prickled, and he braced himself against Uchiha Fugaku, swiftly forming hand seals. A colossal roaring fire dragon emerged, its fiery head raised, and its flaming body thrashing as it lunged toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Fugaku remained motionless, devoid of any hand seals, regarding Uchiha Chihiro with a disdainful gaze, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Only when the enormous fire dragon was nearly upon him did he extend a finger. An identical massive fire dragon materialized, colliding with the approaching one. Boom. The two titanic fire dragons clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion, both dissipating into nothingness. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Fire release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Uchiha Chihiro unleashed a series of powerful ninjutsu he had mastered, yet all were effortlessly countered by Uchiha Fugaku with the same techniques. Without hand seals. Gazing at Uchiha Fugaku with trepidation, Uchiha Chihiro's forehead was slick with cold sweat. It was not that the hand seals were executed too swiftly to discern. Uchiha Fugaku simply did not require them to utilize his ninjutsu. Given the speed at which his opponent unleashed techniques, had Uchiha Fugaku harbored the intent to kill, Chihiro would have already perished beneath the onslaught of his jutsu. He had attempted to flee, but no matter the direction he chose, his adversary would appear before him in an instant. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, devoid of any glimmer of hope for survival. Is this the power contained within the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Chihiro asked despairingly. Even a shadow-level powerhouse could not simplify a technique that typically required hand seals into one that did not, coupled with the seemingly instantaneous movement. The only explanation could be that his opponent had activated the rumored Mangekyo techniques. Indeed, this is the power harbored by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. Kill me. Please kill me. Uchiha Chihiro felt despair engulf him. He had attempted to defeat Uchiha Fugaku and had tried to escape, yet both endeavors had proven futile. He understood that survival was beyond his grasp today, and his heart was heavy with hopelessness. Now, he only wished for a swift end, hoping for a merciful release from his torment. It is time. Observing Uchiha Chihiro nearing the brink of mental collapse, having endured sufficient agony, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to conclude this battle. In an instant, as if teleporting, he had been standing at a considerable distance from Uchiha-sen just moments before. And now he found himself directly before him. With a swift motion, a sharp branch extended from his right hand, piercing Uchiha-sen's body. Subsequently, it began to grow within him, sprouting numerous branches that penetrated his internal organs, emerging from various parts of his body. The wood-release Kekkei Genkai? As an elite jonin, Uchiha-san possessed a vitality superior to that of ordinary ninjas. Despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he did not succumb immediately. He stared in disbelief at the branch that had impaled him, realizing that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed mastered the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Indeed, this was the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Uchiha Fugaku stated. With the current concentration of his bloodline, he was incapable of wielding the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. However, the true illusion could turn the impossible into the possible. Within this authentic illusion, the concentration of the wood-release bloodline was enhanced, enabling the once unattainable technique to be utilized. Spare my mother. At the brink of death, Uchiha-san came to the harrowing realization that the clan leader's depth of concealment was far greater than he had imagined, possessing even the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Yet, this was no longer his concern. He now only hoped that his mother's safety would not be jeopardized due to his status as an insider. You need not worry. The Uchiha clan will not exact their wrath upon her because of you. Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. Uchiha-san was an individual unto himself, and his mother was distinct from him. He would not direct his ire towards her. Furthermore, harming Uchiha-sen's mother could potentially arouse the third Hokage's suspicion regarding Sen's demise. Thank you. Relieved, Uchiha-sen's body slumped weakly to the ground. He closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, dispelling the ocular technique of the true illusion. The traces of battle that had been left behind vanished, leaving only the grotesque wounds on Uchiha-sen's body. His internal organs were pierced in multiple places, and he was utterly lifeless. Uchiha Fugaku approached, removed Uchiha-sen's eyes, and subsequently destroyed his brain to prevent any memory-seeking ninja from extracting information from his corpse. With a swift motion, he vanished into the darkness. Only the lifeless body of Uchiha-san, now bereft of its eyes, lay on the ground, beside a crackling campfire. Uchiha-sen's body could not be taken away, for he needed the third Hokage to witness that Uchiha-san had perished under the wood-release's insertion technique, thereby absolving the Uchiha clan of suspicion. They would not suspect that the Uchiha clan had discerned Uchiha-sen's traitorous identity and subsequently orchestrated his assassination. The following noon, Uchiha Fugaku stealthily returned to Konoha, replacing himself with the shadow clone he had left behind, thus concluding his mission to eliminate the traitor. This endeavor had taken a total of 3 days, a duration that would be unmanageable for an ordinary ninja shadow clone to sustain. Fortunately, after attaining the status of a shadow, his chakra had grown immensely, allowing his shadow clones to persist for an extended duration without dissipating. Furthermore, with the assistance of Mikoto Uchiha and Ayame Uchiha to conceal him, he remained undetected, and the third Hokage was oblivious to his departure from the village. Father, you promised me that you would accompany me for ninja training today. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the young Uchiha Sasuke came running. Rest assured, having made a promise to you, I shall not go back on my word, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile. At that moment, the youthful Uchiha Sasuke, with his raven-black hair and dark eyes, possessed a complexion as fair as that of a girl. Were he to let his hair grow long and don a skirt, he might easily be mistaken for a girl. The previous day, Sasuke had requested his father's company for training, and to conserve chakra, the shadow clone had postponed the training to today. After the dissolution of the shadow clone, he had retained the memories of that time. The duo arrived at the backyard, which had been specially designated as a training ground for practicing ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Standing over 10 meters away from a target, Uchiha Sasuke formed hand seals, his cheeks puffing out as he exhaled. A fireball materialized, striking the target from a distance. With a whoosh, flames engulfed the target, which blazed fiercely like a torch, emitting crackling sounds. In terms of ninjutsu talent, he certainly fell short compared to Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku mused. For lower-tier ninjutsu, Itachi could successfully master them upon his first attempt, achieving a high degree of proficiency. However, Sasuke could not replicate this. He required a considerable amount of practice before reaching similar proficiency. From this, it was evident that Itachi's ninjutsu talent surpassed that of Sasuke. This was also a reason why the previous incarnation placed greater emphasis on Itachi. Nevertheless, to dismiss Sasuke entirely and assert that his talent was inferior to Itachi's would be an egregious error. In Fugaku's view, the strength of a ninja was not solely dictated by ninjutsu talent. It also encompassed physical prowess, genjutsu ability, and the density of their bloodline limits. While Sasuke may not excel in ninjutsu talent compared to Itachi, he was certainly not lacking in other areas. Particularly in terms of bloodline limit density, he surpassed Itachi. For Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. "Father, how was my execution of the great fireball technique?" Sasuke inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Your proficiency is quite commendable. You have done well. As a reward, I shall teach you a new ninjutsu today," Fugaku exclaimed with a smile. "Observe closely, pay careful attention to my hand seals. The ninjutsu I am about to teach you is called Phoenix Fire Technique, which allows the creation of multiple fireballs to strike several targets." As Fugaku executed the hand seals, fireballs erupted one after another, striking various targets and reducing them to ashes. The ensuing moments were spent under Fugaku's guidance as Sasuke diligently practiced. "Fugaku, Sasuke, it is time for dinner." In the evening, Mikoto Uchiha entered the backyard, gently calling out to the two individuals present. Upon witnessing her husband instructing Sasuke in the art of ninjutsu, she immediately comprehended that he had returned from outside the village. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Her husband's departure had not been revealed, and he was safely home. "Come, dinner awaits." Uchiha, Fugaku, and Mikoto exchanged a knowing glance, subtly nodding in acknowledgement of his return. 2 days later, the lifeless body of Uchiha Izumi was discovered and brought back to Konoha. Once returned, the corpse was promptly taken to the analysis room, entrusted to the most skilled ninja in the art of dissection. Several hours later, a group of weary men and women emerged from the analysis chamber. Leading them was a man with long yellow hair, clad in a green vest and draped in a red cloak. This individual was none other than Kid Yamashiro, the clan leader of the Yamashiro family. "Leader Kid, the Hokage requests your presence." An Umbu ninja appeared beside him, summoning Kid. Under the guidance of this Umbu operative, Kid Yamashiro entered a room where the third Hokage was engaged in contemplation, puffing on a pipe. Upon Kid's arrival, the third Hokage set aside the pipe and inquired, "Have you managed to extract Uchiha Izumi's memories from before his demise?" Though even the Umbu members were unaware of Uchiha Izumi's true identity, this certainly did not apply to him. Uchiha Izumi had been his embedded informant within the Uchiha clan, having infiltrated for a full 16 years. Upon receiving news of Izumi's death, his first thought was that the identity of the informant had been compromised, leading to a reckoning by the Uchiha clan. Thus, when Izumi's body was returned, he immediately tasked Kid Yamashiro, the most adept in analysis, with examining the remains. "The cerebral tissue has been damaged. It is impossible to retrieve any memories. I was unable to access his recollections," Kid reported, shaking his head. While he sensed the third Hokage's profound concern regarding Izumi's death, he did not dwell on it. Though Izumi was a member of the Uchiha clan, he was equally a part of Konoha and held the status of an elite jonin, making him an invaluable asset. It was only natural for the third Hokage to take this matter seriously. Cerebral tissue damaged? The third Hokage pondered. The destruction of such tissue would undoubtedly diminish the intelligence that could be gleaned. Conversely, this indicated that Izumi harbored crucial information regarding his death, knowledge that the enemy would prefer to remain concealed. If the Uchiha clan were indeed responsible, the presence of the Sharingan would have been revealed during the conflict. To prevent the leakage of this vital information, they would have had to inflict damage to the brain. In this light, the Uchiha clan's culpability seemed highly suspect. Yes, in addition to the damaged cerebral tissue, his eyes were also removed, he'd responded. What was the cause of death? The third Hokage was not surprised by the removal of the eyes. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan were both exceptionally powerful bloodline limits. Through certain means, it is even possible to cultivate individuals who possess the desired bloodline limits. Even if one cannot utilize these abilities personally, they can be gifted or sold to others. Any foe who slays Uchiha Chi would not spare his precious eyes. From this alone, no valuable information can be derived. The cause of death was a wound to the chest, inflicted by a sharp object, which subsequently resulted in numerous spikes emerging from within the body, causing extensive damage. Yamashiro Kaichi detailed this observation. The wood-release bloodline limit? A sharp glimmer shone in the eyes of the third Hokage. Based on the description, it is evident that these injuries were inflicted by the wood-release technique, specifically the wood-release cutting technique. Indeed, the injuries mirror those sustained by the previously slain Umbu member, leading to the conclusion that they were caused by the same wood-release technique. This could either be the work of the same individual or that of another who wields the wood-release bloodline limit. Yamashiro Kaichi pondered. Is it possible that this was a ruse to frame someone else? After a moment's reflection, the third Hokage inquired. If these injuries were indeed caused by wood-release, then this matter would have no connection to the Uchiha clan, and it would not be a case of Uchiha Chi's identity as an insider being exposed, resulting in a purge by the Uchiha family. However, if it were a setup, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly bear significant suspicion. Thus, the critical question is whether the inflicted injuries were a mere disguise to mislead. The likelihood of such a deception is minimal. Yamashiro Kaichi shook his head. Based on the muscle reactions observed on Uchiha Chi's corpse, all injuries were likely inflicted in the final moment of life. Apart from the wood-release cutting technique, it is challenging to achieve such a ruse. Furthermore, Uchiha Chi bore no other injuries, only this singular fatal wound, indicative of a swift and lethal strike. The assailant must possess considerable strength, likely at the level of a Kage. From this deduction, it can be inferred that the one who killed Uchiha Chi is the same individual responsible for the demise of the Umbu squad. I understand. You may leave now. Restore the body and return it to the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage gestured for Yamashiro Kaichi to depart. It can be largely concluded that Uchiha Chi's death was merely an unfortunate incident, a result of an assault by a hostile ninja rather than a consequence of an insider's identity being revealed and facing retribution from the Uchiha clan. As for the emergence of someone within the Uchiha clan who possesses the wood-release bloodline limit, that is implausible. The Uchiha clan lacks the relevant techniques, and most importantly, they do not possess the cells of Hashirama. Inside a coffin lies a body covered in white cloth, the remains of Uchiha Chi that have been returned. Chi, open your eyes. A silver-haired elderly woman leaned over the coffin, weeping inconsolably, calling out Uchiha Chi's name with a heart-wrenching cry. She is Uchiha Chi's mother, Uchiha Miko. Around her, those familiar with Uchiha Chi, except for those on duty, have gathered. Among them are those who had made plans to return from a mission with Uchiha Chi to share a drink. Alas, this promise can never be fulfilled. Uchiha Fugaku and other high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan have also arrived, their expressions grim. The demise of an elite jonin is no trifling matter for the Uchiha clan. Prior to this, they convened a family meeting to address the gravity of the situation. Mistakes bear consequences. As Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon the heartbroken elder, Uchiha Miko, a flicker of compassion stirred within him, yet he swiftly quelled it. Everyone must atone for their transgressions. Otherwise, the distinction between right and wrong would become blurred. Uchiha Chihiro, having betrayed the Uchiha clan as an insider during the tenure of the third Hokage, must face the ultimate punishment, death. Though it is pitiable to witness the grief of an elderly mother, the fate of the Uchiha clan, which would meet its tragic end 2 years hence, deserves equal sympathy. The presence of traitors such as Uchiha Chihiro, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi had only exacerbated the clan's plight, culminating in the fateful night of annihilation. To alter the course of the Uchiha's demise, these traitors must be eradicated one by one. A meeting concerning Uchiha Chihiro's death was held at the Hokage office. Within the meeting room, numerous gazes fell upon Uchiha Fugaku. Some were inscrutable, expertly concealing their inner emotions. The Uchiha clan had always prided themselves on their strength. Now, As they suffered the loss of an elite jonin, there were those who relished in their misfortune. Nonetheless, the Uchiha clan's formidable power deterred any desire for conflict. Others, such as the head of the Shimura clan, Shimura Daisuke, displayed unabashed ridicule, his lips curling in a smirk, his eyes gleaming with scorn. The animosity between the Uchiha and Shimura clans was well known to both sides, leaving no room for subtlety. A rare few gazed upon the Uchiha with sympathy, but they were few and far between. Amidst the vilification propagated by the upper echelons of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan's reputation had plummeted. Though he endeavored to rehabilitate the clan's image since assuming this body, the time was too brief to alter the deep-rooted perceptions formed over the years. The topic of today's meeting was clear to all present. Following the ambush of an Umbu team by a would-release Kekkei Genkai user, yet another elite jonin had fallen victim to the same foe. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage drew the attention of all attendees before speaking. Esteemed Hokage, began Hyuga Hayashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan, his white eyes piercing. This would-release Kekkei Genkai user has repeatedly targeted Konoha's shinobi, indicating a significant hostility toward our village. We must take this matter seriously. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, with his characteristic pineapple hairstyle, concurred, stating, "Indeed, it is imperative that we regard this threat with utmost seriousness." An elderly man, his hair silver and spectacles perched upon his nose, added gravely, "This matter warrants our attention." He was Mito Gatin, one of the three advisors, a figure of considerable influence within the village. "I shall instruct the Umbu to gather intelligence on this individual and monitor their every move." The third Hokage nodded in agreement with this perspective. A ninja possessing the would-release bloodline limit, coupled with a profound animosity towards Konoha, indeed warrants serious attention. Hokage-sama. This individual appears to be targeting our ninjas on missions outside the village. Until he is eliminated, the safety of our ninjas engaged in tasks away from the village remains at risk. I request the selection of elite ninjas from our ranks to form a 12-member elite team to eradicate this would-release bloodline ninja, Uchiha Fugaku proposed. Hokage-sama. I concur with clan leader Fugaku's assessment. This would-release ninja has clearly set his sights on Konoha's shinobi, and we must swiftly assemble an elite team to locate and eliminate him, remarked a silver-haired man, the head of the Hitaki clan, Hitaki Shinhiro. His agreement with Uchiha Fugaku stemmed both from a recognition of the imminent threat posed by the would-release ninja and a sense of obligation to the previous favor owed to the security division. I too agree, added Hyuga Hayashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan. While the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had little camaraderie, their rivalry was fueled by Konoha's status as the foremost clan. His support was driven by the disturbing news regarding the extraction of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The would-release ninja evidently targeted bloodline limits, and as the Hyuga clan also possessed a bloodline limit, they too could be in jeopardy. Although the Hyuga had the caged bird seal to destroy their Byakugan upon death, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders, the would-release ninja was backed by Orochimaru, who possessed extensive knowledge of sealing techniques, leaving no guarantee of absolute security. I oppose this notion. At that moment, a dissenting voice emerged. The speaker, clad in a brown kimono and possessing a tall, slender figure, was Shimura Daisuke, the head of the Shimura clan. With a cold smirk directed at Uchiha Fugaku, he articulated his reasons for opposition. This would-release ninja undoubtedly possesses strength at the level of a Kage. To eliminate him, every member of the 12 selected must be elite jonin. Given the village's demanding missions, reallocating such a number of elite jonin would undoubtedly impact the village's operational success and, consequently, its reputation. Furthermore, even if we manage to encircle and slay this would-release ninja, it is likely that fewer than half of the 12 would survive, making the cost exceedingly high. In truth, his opposition was also rooted in another reason. The would-release ninja was evidently fixated on Konoha's bloodline limit users, whereas the Shimura clan did not possess such a lineage and thus would not attract his attention. Naturally, this rationale could not be openly expressed, as doing so would provoke public ire. Clan leader Shimura raises a valid point. Deploying 12 elite jonin would severely affect the village's mission completion rate, and even if successful, the price paid would be exorbitant. As soon as Shimura Daisuke concluded, the bespectacled head of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi, promptly voiced his agreement. The Oil Woman clan is closely allied with the Shimura clan. Thus, following Shimura Daisuke's opposition, they were the first to voice their support. Indeed, this would affect the completion rate of the village's missions and tarnish its reputation. Even if the extermination were successful, the price to pay would be steep. Too steep, in fact. The ninjas participating in the meeting engaged in fervent discussion, many harboring concerns. Daisuke's final remark had a significant impact. Should a 12-member extermination team be formed? It would necessitate the selection of elite jonin from among them or their clan. Faced with a high casualty rate, no one could guarantee the safety of their own elite jonin or that of their clan. This caused them to hesitate. Uchiha Fugaku cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Daisuke. It was evident that becoming the head of a clan was no simple feat. With just a few words, he stirred doubt and indecision among those present. He spoke up, acknowledging that extermination would indeed exact a heavy toll, but if left unchecked, the village would inevitably suffer further losses. This time, a member of the Uchiha clan was slain. Next time, it might not be a member of the Uchiha, but perhaps one from the other clans present. Fugaku's words bore some truth. Indeed, the next victim could very well be one of us. The adversary has set their sights on the village, and further casualties are certain. The din of conversation rose again, clearly indicating that Fugaku's words had made an impact. While Fugaku spoke lightly, if the resolution to exterminate the would-release bloodline limit users were passed, how many of his clan members did he intend to send to partake in the extermination? Sensing the tide turning, Daisuke hastily interjected. Since this matter was proposed by the Uchiha clan, we shall not shy away from our responsibilities. We will dispatch our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku declared. Although young, Shisui already possesses elite jonin strength, and sending such a talent should sufficiently demonstrate our sincerity, should it not? Daisuke found himself at a loss for words in the face of Fugaku's formidable resolve. He had indeed heard of Uchiha Shisui's prodigious reputation. The Uchiha clan's willingness to send forth such a talent showcased their unwavering determination and sincerity. As for the fact that Uchiha Shisui was an insider within the Uchiha clan, such confidential information was unknown to him. Ahem, this matter requires careful deliberation. The sudden withdrawal of so many personnel would severely disrupt the village's operations. The third Hokage coughed lightly from his seat. While Fugaku may not be concerned, he was. Uchiha Shisui, aside from being a member of the Uchiha clan, was also completely loyal to him, a pawn he had embedded within the Uchiha. Even though Shisui had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and reached a strength on par with Hokage, the enemy possessed the would-release bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Should he fall during the extermination, the loss would be catastrophic. I find the suggestion of clan leader Fugaku quite commendable. While orchestrating a siege indeed incurs significant costs, one must ponder how other ninja villages would perceive our Konoha if we turn a blind eye. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzō, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Moreover, it was astonishing to discover that his perspective stood in stark contrast to that of the Shimura clan head, Shimura Daisuke. Danzō supported Fugaku's proposal because, based on certain intelligence, he had surmised that Uchiha Shisui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and exhibited strength on par with Hokage. Shisui's loyalty to the third Hokage implies that his prowess bolsters the third's influence, a scenario Danzō was keen to avoid, as he harbored a long-standing rivalry with the Hokage. Thus, he conceived a plan to ensure that Uchiha Shisui would perish alongside the would-release Kekkei Genkai ninja, while simultaneously acquiring Shisui's eyes. Upon hearing Danzō's unexpected endorsement of Fugaku's proposal, Daisuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was disconcerting to find his viewpoint at odds with that of Danzō, creating a discordant note within their clan. One would have hoped that Danzō could have consulted beforehand to spare Daisuke this awkward predicament. Konoha's ability to instill fear in the other four great ninja villages has never relied on mere reputation, but rather on its formidable strength. Conversely, should Konoha suffer excessive losses from targeting the would-release Kekkei Genkai ninja, it could draw unwelcome scrutiny from the other villages. The third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Danzō, his gaze laced with a subtle warning. After decades of interaction, the Hokage was acutely aware of Danzō's thoughts. He would never permit Uchiha Shisui to engage the would-release Kekkei Genkai ninja, especially now that he had finally acquired a ninja of Kage caliber. To refrain from retaliating against provocation would only embolden the adversary. If they dared to eliminate an elite jonin this time, they would surely attempt an assassination in Konoha next. In response to the Hokage's veiled warning, Danzō exhibited no signs of retreat. How intriguing it was to witness dogs turning against each other. Observing the quarrel between the third Hokage and Danzō, Fugaku found it amusing. A mere suggestion had instigated a clash between two seasoned figures, something he had not anticipated. Initially, his intent in proposing the plan was to facilitate Uchiha Obito's elimination of Uchiha Shisui. Of course, the inverse, Shisui vanquishing Obito, would also be a welcome outcome. However, achieving this goal now appeared increasingly unlikely, given the Hokage's unequivocal opposition. Nonetheless, witnessing the discord between the Hokage and Danzō was a satisfactory outcome in itself. Hokage-sama, Danzō-sensei, I have a suggestion, Nara Shikaku spoke up, hesitating briefly as he sensed the tension in the air, unwilling to become embroiled in their dispute. What suggestion do you have? Both the third Hokage and Danzō turned their gazes toward Shikaku. The threat posed by the wood-release bloodline limit ninja must be taken seriously. Forming an elite team of 12 upper ninjas to hunt him down would incur significant costs. Thus, I propose a more moderate solution. I suggest offering a substantial bounty for this wood-release bloodline limit ninja, enticing the underground forces to take action against him. Under the scrutiny of the two prominent figures, Nara Shikaku felt considerable pressure and steeled himself to speak. Offer a bounty. Shimura Danzō furrowed his brow. His true intention was to have Uchiha Shisui confront the wood-release bloodline limit ninja. If they resorted to a bounty, that objective would be unattainable. Nevertheless, proposing a bounty is not without merit. I support this suggestion. Before Danzō could object, an elderly woman, adorned with a pair of beaded earrings on each ear, voiced her approval. She was Koharu Uchiha, one of the 3 advisors of Konoha. She wished to avoid the internal discord arising from the conflict between the third Hokage and Danzō. Thus, she decisively endorsed this middle ground approach. This resolution would not only alleviate the friction between the two parties, but also refrain from favoring either the third Hokage or Danzō. Indeed, it is a commendable idea. I concur, Mito Kazumi added, understanding Koharu's perspective. Since both advisors are in agreement, let us proceed with this plan. Allocate 50 million from the village's treasury to issue a bounty on the wood-release bloodline limit ninja. The third Hokage agreed. His aim was to prevent Uchiha Shisui from confronting the wood-release bloodline limit ninja, and issuing a bounty did not conflict with that objective. So he saw no reason to oppose it. With the Hokage and both advisors in agreement, Danzō's objections were rendered irrelevant, and the proposal for the bounty was approved without surprise, marking the conclusion of the meeting. Regrettably, the intended objective remained unfulfilled. On the way back, Uchiha Fugaku felt a slight sense of disappointment, as he had not been able to orchestrate a deadly confrontation between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Obito. He had anticipated this outcome. The third Hokage would certainly strive to prevent a lethal clash between Uchiha Shisui and the wood-release bloodline limit ninja. The bounty is futile, he mused, shaking his head slightly at the outcome of the discussions. In his view, offering a bounty on the wood-release bloodline limit ninja was entirely ineffective. Although there were some powerful rogue ninjas in the underground black market, none possessed the strength to confront someone of Kage level. Those brave enough to accept the task would likely be non-existent, even with the bounty amounting to 50 million. Had Kakuzu not been slain by him, perhaps the substantial bounty would have tempted him to take the risk, considering he had once assassinated the first Hokage. Alas, Kakuzu had been fixated on him prior and was thus eliminated. The measures taken were insufficiently potent. If a few more elite upper ninjas were to perish, the third Hokage would inevitably be compelled to agree to deploy Uchiha Shisui, even against his better judgment. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Today, those who had opposed him, Shimura Daisuke and Yamanaka Shizun, were clearly suitable targets for his designs. In a clandestine underground hideout, Uchiha Obito, his face concealed by a spiral mask, questioned, "Konoha has placed a bounty on me. For more than a month, he has resided in the hidden mist village. The fourth Mizukage has fallen under his illusionary control, allowing him to implement a series of bloody policies under the guise of the fourth Mizukage's authority. This is an act of vengeance, a retribution against the entire hidden mist village for the death of Ren. He intends for the entire village to pay the ultimate price for her demise. Countless ninjas have perished beneath the weight of these sanguinary policies over the past month, and he had been in high spirits. However, upon his return, he learned that Konoha had placed a bounty on his head. Indeed, Konoha has issued a staggering bounty of 50 million, the highest ever recorded. How fortunate, don't you think? Someone remarked with a hint of malicious glee. What transpired? Uchiha Obito inquired, His instincts told him that significant events must have unfolded during his absence. An elite jonin named Uchiha-sun had been slain, and Konoha suspects your involvement, hence the bounty. The half-white face of Zetsu informed him. Someone has framed me. Obito frowned slightly beneath his mask. He regarded the bounty with disdain. In the underground black market, no one possessed the power to threaten him. Those who sought to claim the bounty were merely courting death. Furthermore, he wielded spatial abilities, rendering him unafraid of encirclement. Even against multiple Kaga-level opponents, he could escape unscathed. Yet, being falsely accused undeniably soured his mood. Have you determined who framed me? No. Apart from a wound that appears to have been inflicted by the wood release, with cloning technique, Uchiha-sun bore no other injuries. Were it not for my knowledge that you had been in the hidden mist village all this time, I too might have suspected you, Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Can you confirm that the wound was caused by the wood release, with cloning technique? Obito asked. It cannot be confirmed. I did not have the opportunity to examine the body up close. Zetsu's black half-face responded. It seems I must visit Konoha to investigate this matter thoroughly. I cannot allow someone else to bear the blame. Additionally, I wish to speak with Uchiha Shisui to see if he can be recruited into the Akatsuki. Obito resolved. With a hum, a vortex materialized, and Obito's form twisted like flowing water, vanishing into the swirl. In the dead of night, at the Uchiha clan cemetery, gravestones stood in orderly rows. A vortex appeared out of thin air, and with it, the masked Obito emerged in the graveyard. His gaze traversed the gravestones until it fell upon one that bore his name, a strange smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Earth release, earth flow divide. Approaching Uchiha-sen's grave, he executed the earth release technique, and the earth split open, raising Uchiha-sen's coffin from the ground. Opening the coffin, he tore away Sen's clothing to inspect the wounds on the corpse. Indeed, they were inflicted by the wood release, with cloning technique. He was slightly taken aback. The wounds on the body were all too familiar to him, the very marks of the wood release technique he frequently employed. Aside from myself, only Kurozu can wield the wood release ninjutsu, but it certainly cannot be him. This implies that there exists another individual, apart from us, who possesses the ability to perform wood release. Aside from the Senju cells in my possession, the only other bearer of those cells must be him. The face concealed beneath his mask bore a mocking smile, as he began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the user of the wood release technique. Beyond him, the only ones capable of acquiring Senju cells are the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Among these elite, someone must have pilfered the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama to conduct research related to Senju cell transplantation. This revelation indicates that the one who assassinated Uchiha Madara was indeed a member of Konoha, a betrayal from within. The upper echelons of Konoha have always been adept at internal strife. It was similar to the fate that befell Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, who was driven to his demise due to such infighting. Contemplating Kakashi, his expression behind the mask grew complex, a mix of nostalgia and resentment. Although Kakashi was forced to kill Rin, the undeniable truth remains that he failed to protect her, a transgression he could never forgive. Shaking his head to suppress the tumult of emotions, his gaze turned icy. Whoever you are, since you dare to frame me, be prepared to face the consequences. A swirling vortex materialized, and his figure vanished from the graveyard. When he reappeared, it was before a dilapidated house situated on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. This old structure, long neglected, now appeared quite battered. It was once his home, where he had lived with his grandmother. In the past, it had been a source of warmth, but now it lay desolate. He had departed from Konoha, and his grandmother had succumbed to her age and overwhelming sorrow. After lingering for a while, he finally left, making his way to the residence of Uchiha Shisui. Having previously resided within the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of Shisui's whereabouts. Additionally, he had received intelligence from Kurozu that Shisui was currently in the village. Who could it be? In his bedroom, Uchiha Shisui suddenly awoke with a start. He rolled over and reached beneath his pillow to retrieve his katana, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The heightened vigilance cultivated during his tenure as an Umbu ninja, combined with the acute perception befitting a shadow-level warrior, alerted him to the anomaly, rousing him from his slumber. Quite an impressive alertness. Standing within the bedroom, Uchiha Obito feigned an air of profundity. It's you. The formidable vision granted by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan enabled Uchiha Shisui to discern the identity of the unexpected visitor in his room, his voice tinged with astonishment. How did you infiltrate Konoha? The entire village is enveloped by a vast sensory barrier, making it exceedingly difficult for even a shadow-level ninja to slip through undetected. For others, evading detection to infiltrate Konoha is a formidable challenge, but for me, it is not insurmountable. After all, I once lived here. Uchiha Obito spoke enigmatically. You once lived here? Who exactly are you? Uchiha Shisui questioned, uncertainty clouding his judgment. The revelation that this individual had once been a resident of Konoha, that he had once belonged to the village, left him utterly astonished. My name is Uchiha Madara. The right eye of Uchiha Obito transformed into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he spoke with a voice laden with age. As an actor, he was clearly immersed in his role. At this moment, he believed himself to be Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure who once dominated the ninja world and was the only one capable of contending with the first Hokage decades ago. What? You are Uchiha Madara? No, it cannot be. Uchiha Madara existed in the same era as the first Hokage. You cannot possibly be him. Uchiha Shisui's face displayed sheer astonishment. Uchiha Madara, an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, was a figure from that era, the only one who could rival the first Hokage. Yet, Uchiha Madara had passed away many years prior. How could the person before him possibly be Madara? However, if this individual were not Uchiha Madara, how could he possess a kaleidoscope Sharingan? According to clan records, since Madara's time, no one in the family had awakened such an eye. You should be familiar with Kakuzu, right? Sensing Shisui's shock and knowing he had begun to believe, Uchiha Obito pressed on. He possesses a certain extraordinarily powerful forbidden technique and wields the strength of a shadow. His true age is unknown, but it is said to be quite advanced. Uchiha Shisui recalled the information he had seen. Naturally, he was not young, as he belonged to the same era as myself and Hashirama. I remember he attempted to assassinate Hashirama. However, Hashirama remained his usual benevolent self and did not kill him. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day, Obito reminisced. A person from the same era as the first Hokage? Shisui was taken aback. The man before him claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and while he harbored doubts, he was somewhat convinced regarding Kaku being from the same era. This was due to the information he had analyzed, which suggested the other's considerable age. Even a mere insect can live for such a long time. How could I not? Had the first Hokage not sustained severe injuries in our battle, he too would have likely lived to this age. Obito declared with an air of dominance. What was your purpose in infiltrating my residence? Shisui inquired, still skeptical of Obito's identity as Uchiha Madara. Among the current Uchiha clan, you are the only one I find worthy. What say you? Are you interested in joining the organization I am establishing? Obito extended an invitation. Join your organization? Impossible. Shisui firmly rejected. Although the other was a senior member of the Uchiha clan, he was an enemy of Konoha, and there was no way he would join an organization founded by him. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Joining my organization offers you only benefits, not drawbacks. Obito insisted. You are an enemy of Konoha. I cannot join your organization. Even if you are indeed a senior member of the Uchiha clan, Shisui replied resolutely. Your eyesight must be beginning to decline, I presume? If this continues, your eyes will suffer permanent blindness, and even the most skilled medical ninja will be unable to heal them. Join the organization I have established. I possess a method to prevent your eyesight from deteriorating. Uchiha Obito extended this enticing offer, confident that once Uchiha Shisui attained the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be unwilling to relinquish it. Konoha lacks the capability to remedy the side effects of utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only he possesses the means to heal them. If you seek to restore your vision, you must align yourself with him. Do you possess a way to halt the decline of my sight? Uchiha Shisui inquired, surprised. He had indeed noticed that each time he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength waned. Although the decline was not yet severe, if this persisted, it was likely he would suffer the blindness the other had mentioned. He had speculated that this was a side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and now his suspicions had been confirmed. His condition was not unique. It was a common side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naturally, otherwise my eyes would have succumbed to blindness long ago. Obito continued to tempt him. Join my organization. Once you do, you will be able to utilize your eyes without restraint. While the prospect of avoiding blindness was indeed tempting, Uchiha Shisui resolutely declined. To betray Konoha merely to preserve his eyesight would render him no different from his short-sighted clansmen, who prioritized their family's interests above all else. He was a person of noble ideals, fighting for the peace of Konoha, His ambitions forbade such treachery. Is that so? What a pity. Obito's tone turned frigid. Shisui's determination was unwavering, with not a hint of hesitation. The likelihood of him being swayed into the organization had dwindled significantly. Since he refused to join, we shall be adversaries. Would release. Cutting's technique. A green light coalesced in Obito's palm as a sharp branch extended, resembling a lethal blade. Armed with this branch, he approached Shisui, emanating a palpable aura of malice. Tsukuyami. Aware of the danger posed by Uchiha Madara, Shisui's eyes spun rapidly as he wielded the Jinjutsu Tsukuyami. Unlike other Sharingan illusions, his Tsukuyami was unique. It did not require eye contact to activate, rendering it an almost insurmountable illusion. However, much like in their previous encounter, his once invincible Tsukuyami faltered again. Although the opponent stood directly before him, he appeared as an illusion, like a flower in a mirror or the moon reflected on water, as if he did not exist at all. Useless, your Jinjutsu has no effect on me. Obito chuckled lightly. At that moment, he was enveloped in the ethereal state of Kamui. While Shisui's Jinjutsu was indeed peculiar and deceptive, it could not reach him. In a sense, his technique countered Shisui's shadow clone technique. Realizing that Tsukuyami was ineffective against Obito, Shisui drew his katana and formed a one-handed seal. In an instant, numerous figures appeared around him. Every silhouette appeared indistinguishable, rendering it impossible to discern which was the clone and which was the original. You ought to know that beneath these eyes, one can effortlessly differentiate between a clone and the true entity. Ignoring the clones, Uchiha Obito surged towards the true Uchiha Shisui. The branch in his hand plunged mercilessly towards Shisui's form. With a soft thud, the branch pierced Shisui's body. However, the instant it made contact, the figure dissolved into mere wisps, a mere clone. A clone? Impossible. How could it be a clone? Obito's voice was laced with astonishment. With the keen insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was inconceivable to confuse a clone with the original. He was certain he had struck the true Uchiha Shisui, yet inexplicably, his attack had only met with a clone. Here, every incarnation of myself is both a reality and an illusion. The voice of Uchiha Shisui echoed from various directions. In the art of body flicker, he possessed prodigious talent, having devised his own unique variant, known as the Shisui-style body flicker technique. By employing this technique, he could instantaneously swap places with any of his clones. Thus, every clone was a reality, yet simultaneously not a reality. Swish! All incarnations of Uchiha Shisui sprang into action, launching their blades toward Obito from various angles. Thud, thud, thud. Obito retaliated with his branch against the onslaught of Shisui's clones, yet each time he struck, it was merely a clone that fell. Even if, in the preceding moment, he could perceive the sharp edge of the blade slicing through the air, the next moment it would transform into yet another clone. Though he continuously dispatched clones, new ones sprang forth, rendering his efforts futile. He found himself at a disadvantage. Humph. Young one, you have provoked my ire. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, employing the ethereal power of Kamui to disregard the attacks, creating distance between himself and the multitude of Uchiha Shisui. In the air before him, a vortex materialized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From this swirling void, an array of shurikens shot forth, each affixed with an explosive tag. Kamui connected to a specific space, allowing him to render objects absorbed into that space motionless at will. He could draw in moving objects and release them, just as he did with these shurikens adorned with explosive tags. Even more astonishingly, he could unleash ninjutsu that had been absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags ignited in a cacophony of detonations. The bedroom, indeed the entire building, collapsed amidst the explosions. Dust soared skyward, transforming the area into a desolate ruin. Rubble, shards of tile, and splintered wood lay haphazardly strewn together, resembling a heap of refuse. Amidst the debris, Uchiha Obito stood calmly, the ethereal nature of Kamui ensuring his safety from harm. Suddenly, from the direction of what had once been the bedroom, the rubble was upheaved, revealing a colossal skeleton. This immense skeleton was composed of numerous green bones, its upper half towering several meters high. In the midst of a green skeletal figure stood Uchiha Shisui, unscathed yet shedding blood tears from his eyes. Susanoo, Uchiha Obito uttered in a flat tone, naming the ocular technique Shisui was employing. He felt no surprise at Shisui's survival. A member of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan was not easily vanquished. However, he harbored a twinge of envy towards Shisui's use of Susanoo, a technique he could not wield due to his incomplete vision. The only way to reclaim that ability would be to retrieve the Sharingan residing within Kakashi, who is engaged in battle. It is Shisui fighting against an adversary. The figure behind the spiral mask is an enemy. What is the enormous green skeleton enveloping Shisui? The commotion of the fight alerted the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Witnessing their prodigy battling the foe, some rushed to join the fray. "Stay back," Shisui urgently called out. Obito's ocular technique was exceedingly strange. Even a multitude of ordinary ninjas could not harm him, while he could effortlessly slay them. But it was too late. Would release, cutting technique. Obito, concealed by his mask, smirked as branches sprouted from both hands. Ignoring the attacks, he turned and lunged at two approaching Uchiha clan members. Despite their shared lineage, he showed no mercy, having once been capable of striking down his own teacher. With a piercing sound, the sharp branches pierced the bodies of the two Uchiha, subsequently sprouting numerous offshoots that erupted from various parts of their forms. The eyes of the two Uchiha grew vacant as they fell lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching them, Obito relinquished his grip on the branches, allowing two more to grow, advancing toward another pair of Uchiha. "Stop!" Shisui bellowed. A colossal green hand of Susanoo extended, reaching for Obito. Yet, Obito's form became ethereal, evading the grasp of the giant hand. Again, he wielded the branches to eliminate the remaining two Uchiha. "Do not approach him. Maintain your distance and utilize ninjutsu together." Having witnessed the earlier bizarre events, the other Uchiha grew acutely aware, refraining from reckless proximity. They distanced themselves and unleashed their ninjutsu from afar. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. A barrage of fire techniques was unleashed, raining down upon Obito's position. Let this be the end for tonight. Obito observed the increasing number of Uchiha arriving and decided to retreat. Although ordinary Uchiha posed no threat, the sheer number present made it impossible for him to eliminate Shisui. "You will regret denying me." His gaze lingered on Shisui one last time. With a hum, a vortex manifested, distorting his form as he plunged into it, vanishing without a trace. Confirming that Uchiha Obito has indeed departed, Uchiha Shisui dispelled his Susanoo. Upon doing so, he noticed a slight decline in his vision. The words spoken by his adversary rang true. If this continued, he would ultimately succumb to blindness. "Shisui, who was that adversary just now?" A throng of Uchiha clansmen encircled him. That individual was none other than the would-release bloodline limit ninja opposed to Konoha, Uchiha Shisui stated. Withholding the identity of Uchiha Madara. On one hand, he harbored doubts about the identity of his foe. On the other, such significant information warranted reporting to the Hokage, who alone should determine its disclosure. Did he truly slay Uchiha Chiharu? He has just taken the lives of 4 of our clan members. Many clansmen were incensed, yet a few were entirely focused on a different matter, eagerly inquiring, "Shisui, what jutsu did you employ earlier? Have you awakened?" They were the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. While ordinary clansmen knew little of the Mangekyo Sharingan, these high-ranking members were well aware. The jutsu Shisui had just executed bore an uncanny resemblance to the Susanoo mentioned in the clan's most confidential records. This incited their suspicions that Shisui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power not seen in the clan since Uchiha Madara. "Indeed, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan," Shisui conceded, as the inability to conceal the truth became apparent. "Wonderful news. Our Uchiha clan has finally produced another member with the awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this truly the case?" The upper echelon of the Uchiha clan was filled with excitement and exhilaration. The ordinary clansmen, upon learning of Shisui's awakening, were swept into a frenzy of enthusiasm. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, seemingly pleased by Shisui's awakening, yet internally he sighed. Uchiha Shisui was reluctant to publicize his newfound power. He also hesitated to promote Shisui, for this was not necessarily a fortuitous development. The revelation of Shisui's awakening would likely incite calls for a coup within the clan. If Shisui were aligned with the Uchiha clan, it might not be entirely detrimental. With Shisui's Eye of the Heavens deception, combined with his Mangekyo Sharingan, the likelihood of a successful coup would increase significantly. Alas, this was a wolf with its fangs turned outward. The following morning, shortly after Uchiha Fugaku had risen, a clansman arrived to report. "Chief, The elder and third elder request a clan assembly. A young man addressed Uchiha Fugaku with politeness, yet lacking in respect. In his 20s, of average height, with a refined countenance, he bore the quintessential pride of the Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Fugaku recognized him as Uchiha Kai, a member of the factions aligned with the elder and third elder. Clearly, those factions did not hold him, their chief, in high regard. So eager are they? Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh. He was acutely aware of the reason behind the elder and the third elder's eagerness to convene the clan meeting. It stemmed from Uchiha Shisui's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which had ignited their hopes for a coup d'etat. Thus, they were impatient to gather and deliberate on the matter of rebellion. However, little did they know that the very Uchiha Shisui they held in such high regard had already aligned himself with the third Hokage, becoming a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Perhaps it was time for a candid discussion. With a resolution forming in his heart, he made his way towards Uchiha Kaido. Upon returning, he would inform the elder and the third elder of his consent to hold the clan meeting, albeit with the stipulation that only the elders would be allowed to participate. Only the elders will be permitted to attend the meeting? Uchiha Kaido exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the clan leader, while agreeing to the meeting, would impose such a peculiar condition. Considering the intentions behind the elder and the third elder's summons, and the fact that a greater number of influential figures within the higher echelons supported their faction, it would indeed be more advantageous for their side if all the upper echelons of the clan were present. He hastily retorted, "Clan leader, the elder and the third elder wish for a full clan meeting with participation from all senior members." How audacious! What place do you have to voice your opinion here? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Uchiha Kaido. "Please forgive me, clan leader. I was merely..." Under the intense scrutiny of Uchiha Fugaku's icy glare, Uchiha Kaido felt a chill wash over him, his entire being succumbing to a sense of dread. Panic surged within him, causing his body to tremble and his speech to falter. In that moment, he felt as though he was being targeted by a terrifying presence far more powerful than himself. The last time he had felt this way was on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, when an elite Jonin had set his sights on him. Had it not been for the intervention of an elite Jonin from his clan, he would not have survived that encounter. Now, this feeling had resurfaced, even more intense than before. "Remember your place. You are merely a messenger here, and you have no right to speak." Uchiha Fugaku's voice was frigid as he reprimanded him. "Yes, clan leader, I shall remember," Uchiha Kaido replied hastily, though he felt a sense of suffocation rising within him. Yet, under the weight of fear, he complied. "Simply convey my message to the elder and the third elder. Should they have any grievances, they are welcome to address them during the meeting," Uchiha Fugaku stated coldly, then gestured for him to depart. The previous persona had been far too weak, to the extent that a mere ordinary clansman dared to voice dissent. He was not the former self and would not tolerate such behavior. Uchiha Kaido fled in a panic, but before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the clan leader's residence, his heart filled with frustration and resentment. As a member of the faction aligned with the elder and the third elder, he felt utterly humiliated. He was determined to relay this incident to the elder and the third elder. They would surely stand up for him. Half an hour later, at the Nana shrine, the elder Uchiha Shaka, the third elder Uchiha Shur, the second elder Uchiha Mamoru, and the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku arrived in succession. Such an imposing presence from the clan leader. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku arrived, the emaciated elder Uchiha Shana, bearing a scar on the left side of his face, spoke in a sardonic tone. Upon returning, Uchiha Taka recounted his encounter at the patriarch's residence, embellishing the tale to the third elder. Learning of Uchiha Taka's experience, a surge of anger welled within him. Uchiha Taka represented both himself and the third elder in their dealings, and Uchiha Fugaku's blatant humiliation of Uchiha Taka was a clear affront to their dignity. Indeed, the patriarch exuded a certain authority, yet it was regrettably confined to his interactions with the clan members. Why did he not display such prowess during the village meetings? The hawk-nosed third elder, Uchiha Shur, added his voice, perceiving Uchiha Fugaku's derision of Uchiha Taka as a direct provocation towards him and the elder. Although the patriarch held a position of power, he and the elder were also esteemed figures within the clan, their status not significantly inferior to that of the patriarch, rendering them impervious to his taunts. "Humph, I have yet to inquire how you manage your subordinates, yet you dare to confront me first," Uchiha Fugaku retorted coldly. Had he been his predecessor, He would have sought to quell tensions for the sake of clan unity, striving to minimize the issues at hand. However, he was not his predecessor, and he understood that yielding would only embolden the adversary. His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over Elder Uchiha Shana and Third Elder Uchiha Shure. How dare a mere clansman challenge my words? Is this how you govern your subordinates? Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's resolute demeanor, Elder Uchiha Shana and Third Elder Uchiha Shure were consumed by fury, responding with vehement voices. It is not for you to dictate how we manage our subordinates. Even if he were in the wrong, it is not your place to intervene. They had grown accustomed to Uchiha Fugaku's previous concessions, and his newfound defiance ignited their ire like a powder keg. This is excessive. As members of the same clan, we should not allow our relations to become so strained. Let us remain calm, Elder Uchiha Sho interjected, eager to mediate. Moreover, our discussions today should not revolve around this matter. Acknowledging the pressing issues at hand, Elder Uchiha Shana and Third Elder Uchiha Shure exchanged glances, momentarily suppressing their anger. Though they were incensed by Uchiha Fugaku's provocations, they recognized that more critical matters awaited deliberation. Taking a deep breath, Elder Uchiha Shana turned his cold gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku and began, "Before we proceed with our discussions, I have a question. Why has the clan meeting been restricted to only the four of us?" Within the upper echelons, the majority supported him and the third elder, and having all the senior members present would be far more advantageous for their faction. You need not ask, I shall elucidate. For this is precisely the crux of our forthcoming discourse. The reason for limiting the meeting to just the four of us is that within the clan's upper ranks, Uchiha Fugaku's voice faltered momentarily as his eyes swept over the three elders, before he solemnly declared, "A traitor has emerged. A traitor has emerged. No, this cannot be true." The esteemed elder, Uchiha Shana, instinctively retorted. As a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan, which holds the honor of being Konoha's foremost family, how could there possibly be a traitor among us? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. The third elder, Uchiha C, vigorously shook his head in agreement. While the Uchiha clan members may possess a proud demeanor, they are imbued with a profound sense of familial honor. Thus, betrayal would be unthinkable. Though he would not be surprised to find traitors in other families within the village, the mere thought of a traitor arising from the Uchiha clan was a notion he could not accept. "Is there some misunderstanding, clan leader?" questioned the second elder, Uchiha Mamoru, his voice laced with skepticism. Despite differing opinions with the first and third elders on many matters, they were united in their disbelief regarding betrayal within their family. The members of the Uchiha clan are proud, honor-bound individuals who would never commit such an act of treachery. "Behold this scroll," Uchiha Fugaku declared, casting a pre-prepared scroll towards the three elders, who hastily exchanged it among themselves. Upon reading its contents, their expressions darkened, their foreheads veined with tension. An uncontrollable fury etched across their faces. "A traitor, this traitor." Elder Uchiha Shana leaned heavily on the table, his body trembling with overwhelming rage. He met a fitting end. It is a pity he escaped too lightly. The third elder, Uchiha C, had bloodshot eyes, brimming with intense hatred. How could he be a traitor? The second elder, Uchiha Mamoru, appeared somewhat dazed, the news impacting him profoundly. The scroll presented by Uchiha Fugaku contained investigative findings regarding Uchiha Chiyo. Like him, Chiyo was among the few rational clan members who did not support the coup, and they shared a close bond. Having recently mourned the loss of his companion, he could scarcely believe that Chiyo was, in fact, a traitor. For 16 long years, this white-eyed wolf had infiltrated the Uchiha clan. His demise was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Elder Uchiha Shana seethed. The mere thought that this individual had stealthily lurked within the Uchiha clan for such an extended period ignited his fury. 16 years had allowed for the leaking of countless confidential matters. "He shall not escape unpunished," Uchiha Fugaku stated coldly. "Upon confirming his treachery, I personally executed him. However, to avoid raising the suspicion of the third Hokage, I deliberately disguised his death as a casualty inflicted by a would-release Kekkei Jinkai ninja." Now that Uchiha Chiyo's traitorous identity had been revealed, the truth behind his demise no longer required concealment. As for whether the three elders themselves were traitors, or if any among them harbored treachery, Fugaku had already conducted a thorough investigation and dismissed such possibilities. Moreover, considering their positions, the three elders were inextricably linked to the interests of the Uchiha clan, sharing in both its triumphs and tribulations. Betraying the Uchiha clan would yield no advantage for them. As for the will of fire espoused by the third Hokage, it may still hold sway over some impressionable youths. Yet it is of no consequence to the three individuals present. Given their ages and experiences, they are impervious to such notions. Well done. Indeed, well executed. The eldest elder, Uchiha Shana, and the third elder, Uchiha Shur, exchanged surprised glances with Uchiha Fugaku. Over the years, under the relentless pressure from the higher echelons of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku had repeatedly compromised, surrendering the interests of the Uchiha clan time and again. Their dissatisfaction and disappointment were palpable. They deemed Uchiha Fugaku's character too feeble, unworthy of a leader. However, this time, his ruthless decisiveness in dealing with the traitor Uchiha Chizu had garnered their approval and respect. If Uchiha Chizu was indeed an insider, did it not imply that the third Hokage was already aware of their plans for a coup? Suddenly, the second elder, Uchiha Mamoru, turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Uchiha Chizu had been embedded within the clan for 16 years, and the notion of a coup had emerged several years prior. Chronologically, it was highly plausible that Uchiha Chizu had relayed the information regarding the coup intentions to the third Hokage. A chilling dread crept into his heart, penetrating deep within his being. The third Hokage was already privy to their coup plans. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Mamoru, the eyes of Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Shur widened in alarm, their expressions reflecting palpable panic. Recollections of their previous discussions on the coup during clan meetings surged forth, intensifying their sense of crisis and anxiety. Their long-conceived plans for a coup had been uncovered before they could even be set in motion. A profound sense of urgency enveloped them both. With Uchiha Chizu as an insider for a full 16 years, it was evident that the third Hokage had been informed of the dissent within the Uchiha clan from the very beginning. The reason for his inaction was likely to ensnare the entire Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, "Had I not utilized my position as clan leader to suppress the voices of dissent, allowing for murmurs of rebellion without any tangible action, the third Hokage would have seized the opportunity to eradicate the Uchiha clan long ago, and we would likely have ceased to exist." Cold sweat drenched the backs of Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Shur, their bodies feeling as though they had been caught in a downpour, yet they remained oblivious. Should a coup truly be launched, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Even they had to concede that under the third Hokage's preparedness, the chances of a successful coup were virtually non-existent. "Leader, you have personally dealt with the traitor Uchiha Chizu. Yet you mentioned that this meeting is attended solely by the four of us due to the presence of a traitor within the clan. Could it be that there are other traitors besides Uchiha Chizu?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the second elder Uchiha Mamoru inquired hastily. The third Hokage had been orchestrating plans for over a decade. Naturally, there were more traitors within the clan than just Uchiha Chizu. Uchiha Fugaku replied. In the midst of turmoil, the patriarch questioned the presence of traitors among their ranks. The tension was palpable as the elder Uchiha Shana and the third elder Uchiha clenched their fists, their eyes wide with disbelief. To their astonishment, aside from Uchiha Chi, there was indeed another traitor within the esteemed Uchiha clan. The once proud lineage now appeared riddled with betrayal. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku spoke gravely, revealing that, besides Uchiha Chi, another betrayer had been identified, Uchiha Shisui. The mere suggestion that Shisui could be a traitor was met with vehement denial. "No, this cannot be true. Shisui would never betray the Uchiha clan. He is our pride," exclaimed the elder Uchiha Shana, while the others echoed his disbelief. Uchiha Shisui, a rare genius of the clan, had recently awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The idea that such a prodigy could turn against his own was unfathomable to them. "I understand that this revelation may be shocking to you, but it is the truth. Uchiha Shisui has betrayed our clan and serves as an insider for the third Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku stated with a heavy heart. "Does the patriarch possess any evidence to support this claim?" inquired the second elder, Uchiha Mamoru, taking a deep breath. "Without solid proof, he could never accept that Uchiha Shisui was a traitor. Uchiha Shisui is a celebrated genius within our clan, and unless I had irrefutable evidence, I would not hastily brand him a traitor," Uchiha Fugaku replied. Though he was aware of Shisui's covert allegiance to the third Hokage, he lacked substantial proof. Anticipating the day he might need to expose Shisui's treachery, he had secretly gathered evidence and now possessed undeniable proof. "What kind of evidence has the patriarch collected?" Uchiha Mamoru asked, his breath heavy with urgency. His emotions were tumultuous. He yearned to see the evidence to confirm or dispel the allegations against Uchiha Shisui. Yet he also feared the possibility that such evidence would indeed brand Shisui a traitor. Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze towards the second elder, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 3 black tomos spun rapidly, a surge of ocular power emanating from his gaze, invading Uchiha Mamoru's consciousness. Patriarch, what are you doing? Uchiha Mamoru exclaimed in shock at the sudden activation of Fugaku's Sharingan, instinctively attempting to resist. However, the event unfolded too swiftly. He had no time to counteract before succumbing to the effects of Fugaku's ocular technique. Soon, a vivid image materialized in his mind. In the deep of night, a solitary figure stood amidst the woods, hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a white Hokage robe, his chin adorned with a tuft of white beard, he was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Approaching him from the shadows was another figure, youthful in appearance, bearing a large sword upon his back, Uchiha Shisui. Hokage-sama. Shisui greeted respectfully as he neared the 3rd Hokage. You have arrived, the 3rd Hokage replied, turning to face Shisui with a warm gaze, resembling a benevolent elder regarding a younger kin. After a brief pause, he inquired, what is the current situation within the Uchiha clan? There have been murmurs of upheaval, and it appears to be on the rise. Shisui hesitated before responding. On the rise? The 3rd Hokage's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, it is indeed on the rise, Shisui affirmed. Clenching his teeth, what is the cause of this escalation? The 3rd Hokage asked, his tone turning grave. From my investigations, it seems to be related to Uchiha Fugaku. Initially, he was vehemently opposed to the coup, yet for reasons unknown, his stance seems to have shifted. While he has not openly supported the coup, he no longer opposes it as resolutely as before, Shisui elaborated. Even he has begun to entertain thoughts of insurrection? The 3rd Hokage sighed deeply, then fixed his serious gaze upon Shisui. The situation within the Uchiha clan has become dire. Should the day come when they instigate a coup, on which side would you stand? Though I am a member of the Uchiha, I am equally a citizen of Konoha. If such a day were to arrive, I would stand with the village, Shisui answered without much hesitation. However, I will not allow such an event to transpire. If matters worsen, I will use my eyes to halt the Uchiha clan. Good, very good. You have not disappointed me. The 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Shisui's declaration, then sighed again. If only there were more individuals like you within the Uchiha clan. Despite the clamor for a coup, there are still many who cherish peace within the Uchiha, Shisui remarked. Then it is settled. Continue to monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan, but be cautious not to expose your intentions. The 3rd Hokage instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shisui replied. The 2 men parted ways, silently retreating into the night, and the scene concluded. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku suddenly activate his Sharingan against Elder Uchiha Sho, Elder Uchiha Shikudo, and Elder Uchiha Sui both stood up in alarm. Their eyes glowed with the Sharingan, bodies tense and poised, ready to confront Fugaku. Stop. This is a misunderstanding. At that moment, Elder Uchiha Sho, ensnared by Fugaku's jutsu, regained his senses and swiftly intervened. You should be able to discern whether this is an illusion, correct? Fugaku asked calmly, directing his gaze toward Elder Uchiha Sho. I can still tell the difference, Sho responded. The second Elder Uchiha Sho's eyes betrayed a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow. What could possibly have transpired? Observing that the assaulted second elder did not lay blame upon Uchiha Fugaku, the first Elder Uchiha Shana and the 3rd Elder Uchiha Sure took their seats once more. Filled with a sense of perplexity, the clan leader had just shared with me what he had witnessed through his ocular technique. Uchiha Sho's voice, tinged with unmistakable despondency, echoed in the room. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses formidable perceptive abilities, capable of retaining every detail of what is seen and sharing it with others. Moments ago, Uchiha Fugaku had imparted to him what he had observed. This was not an illusion. It bore a distinct difference from Jinjutsu. As a member of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Sharingan, he could affirm that the images he had seen were not mere illusions, but events that had genuinely transpired. Could it be? Witnessing the forlorn expression of Uchiha Sho, both Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Sure were engulfed by an ominous premonition. Meeting their gazes, Uchiha Sho spoke with a voice laden with grief. Uchiha Shisui is a mole planted within the Uchiha clan by the third Hokage. How could this be? The first elder Uchiha Shana and the third elder Uchiha Shur felt a seismic shock within their hearts. Uchiha Sho's assertion indicated that what he had witnessed was sufficient to confirm the traitorous identity of Uchiha Shisui. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within their hearts as they turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Clan leader, please allow us to witness this as well. Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, but repeatedly employed his ocular technique to share the memories he had seen with the two elders. Subsequently, the expressions on their faces shifted to one of sorrow, indignation, and despair as they murmured, "It is true, it is indeed true." Uchiha Shisui was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, a beacon of hope. Yet now, this very genius, who was meant to embody the Uchiha clan's aspirations, had been confirmed as a traitor, an agent of the third Hokage. The blow to them was insurmountable, causing their emotions to spiral out of control. After so many years, the Uchiha clan had finally produced a member who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, only to find that he was a traitor. Uchiha Sho lamented, feeling as though he had aged considerably in an instant. Even the only member to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in decades had betrayed the clan to align with the Hokage. Such a clan was devoid of hope, and he could harbor no expectations for it any longer. The Uchiha clan was finished. The first elder Uchiha Shana first wore a countenance of uncontrollable rage, which soon transformed into one of profound despondency. As a prodigy among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui represented the very essence of hope for the clan. Now that his treachery had been confirmed, the extinguishing of hope dealt a catastrophic blow to the Uchiha clan. The coup d'etat's plans had been exposed, and Uchiha Shisui had become a traitor. How could this be? The third elder Uchiha Shur wore a countenance of dismay. The Uchiha clan's coup had never even begun before it had already met its demise. The strength possessed by the leadership of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, inherently surpasses that of the Uchiha clan. Coupled with the presence of the traitor, Uchiha Shisui, the likelihood of a successful coup by the Uchiha clan is nearly non-existent. This reality serves as a profound blow to those, like Uchiha Fugaku, who have long sought to alter the status quo of their clan through political upheaval. The revelation of Uchiha Shisui's betrayal is undoubtedly disheartening. However, there is no need for excessive pessimism. Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze over the three elders, asserting that the Uchiha clan is not solely represented by Shisui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The elders abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. Could it be that there exists another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan within their ranks? Indeed, Fugaku confirmed with a nod. There exists yet another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan, besides Uchiha Shisui, who is the other clan member that awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The elder Uchiha Shana hastily inquired. "It is I," Fugaku declared, his eyes manifesting a unique pattern comprising a circle, tomo, and 3 black dots, emanating an enigmatic and formidable power. The revelation that their clan leader had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ignited a fervor among the three elders. The betrayal by Uchiha Shisui had left them in utter disillusionment, fostering feelings of despair. Yet, the sight of another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan liberated the elders from their despondent thoughts. While Shisui's treachery still cast a shadow of sadness, their outlook had shifted from one of hopelessness to a more hopeful perspective. "I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan for over a decade, originally intending to reveal it alongside the emergence of another pair within our clan, thereby intimidating the Konoha leadership and restoring the Uchiha clan's former glory. Alas, while another pair has indeed emerged, it belongs to a traitor of our clan," Fugaku sighed. "Over the years, our clan leader has endured humiliation and borne the weight of our misunderstandings." The elder Uchiha Shana and the third elder Uchiha Shur expressed their remorse. Throughout the years, they had struggled to comprehend Fugaku's repeated concessions under the pressures from Konoha, which had led to their frustration. Now, they finally understood his motivations. He had been biding his time, amassing strength while awaiting the emergence of another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Once 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan were revealed together, they would be powerful enough to instill fear in the Konoha leadership, solidifying the Uchiha clan's position within the village. It was infuriating, however, that the other pair belonged to a traitor. "If you can comprehend this, it would be most fortunate," Fugaku nodded. The notion of enduring humiliation served as a compelling explanation for the perceived weakness exhibited by his predecessor in the face of Konoha's pressures. fundamentally altering the elders' impression of him. We have misjudged our clan leader over the years. We ask for your forgiveness. Henceforth, the three of us elders are wholly committed to supporting you, they declared, gazing at Fugaku with newfound respect and reverence that had never before graced their eyes. Prior to this, even the second elder, Uchiha Shu, would occasionally exhibit a degree of negligence when confronting Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. As for the first elder, Uchiha Shu, and the third elder, Uchiha Su, they openly opposed Uchiha Fugaku. However, upon learning of Uchiha Fugaku's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan and recognizing the sacrifices he had endured for the clan over the years, the three elders found themselves completely convinced of his leadership. There was no need for concern. After all, my performance over the years has indeed been somewhat disappointing. Observing the subservient demeanor of the three elders, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. The reason he disclosed the matter of the traitor and his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan to the three elders today was to subdue them, who held positions just below his own, and to seize complete control over the Uchiha clan. It appears that the outcome has been favorable, as the three elders have exhibited clear signs of allegiance. Leader, Uchiha Shd has betrayed the Uchiha clan. He must pay for his treachery with his life. It is imperative to eliminate the traitor, Uchiha Shd, Uchiha Shin declared vehemently. That is indeed my intention. During the last village meeting, I sought to have Uchiha Shd participate in the encirclement of the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja, hoping to eliminate him. Regrettably, the third Hokage intervened, Uchiha Fugaku explained. Nonetheless, the endeavor was not entirely in vain. As the number of casualties at the hands of the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja increases, the third Hokage will inevitably be compelled to deploy Uchiha Shd, he continued. Is the leader planning to continue masquerading as the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja to eliminate Leaf Village shinobi? Uchiha Sho inquired. I intend to eradicate those shinobi who harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan while disguising the deeds as those of the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja. This strategy not only eliminates our enemies, but also pressures the third Hokage to send forth Uchiha Shd, Uchiha Fugaku articulated. Eliminating enemies of the Uchiha clan while forcing Uchiha Shd to engage in combat with the formidable wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja is indeed a sound strategy. Both Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Su concurred. The meeting concluded there. It was evident that Uchiha Shd might not be the sole traitor within the clan. The three elders were to conduct thorough investigations among their subordinate clan members to identify any potential traitors. Furthermore, the contents of the meeting were to be kept strictly confidential from the general clan members, disclosed only to those deemed absolutely trustworthy. After a lengthy discussion among the four, Uchiha Fugaku reassured, "Rest assured, we shall maintain the utmost confidentiality regarding today's meeting and diligently scrutinize our subordinates." The three affirmed respectfully. As the four exited the Nanga shrine, they parted ways. It is certain that today's meeting will mark a significant turning point for the Uchiha clan. From this day forth, Uchiha Fugaku would wield complete authority over the Uchiha family. While the identity of the internal informant, Uchiha Shd, had been revealed, Uchiha Fugaku chose not to disclose the identity of Uchiha Itachi as an informant after careful consideration. Revealing this would undoubtedly prompt the three elders to take action against Uchiha Itachi. It is not that he refrains from taking action due to the paternal bond, and setting aside the fact that he shares no true father-son relationship with Uchiha Itachi. Even if such a relationship existed, Itachi's future actions would render any concerns moot. His apprehension lies in the realization that disposing of Uchiha Itachi now would thwart his ambition to elevate his own eyes to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Subsequently, he would turn his attention to the antagonistic ninjas of the Uchiha clan, compelling the third Hokage to dispatch Uchiha Shisui to confront Obito Uchiha. He mused silently. He harbored considerable trepidation regarding Uchiha Shisui's ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami. Were it not for dire necessity, he would prefer to avoid confronting Shisui directly. The most effective means to eliminate Uchiha Shisui would be to utilize Obito Uchiha as a pawn. Obito's Kimui has the capability to isolate himself within a separate space, making it, to a certain extent, the nemesis of Shisui's Kotoamatsukami. By leveraging Obito, he stood a high chance of successfully eliminating Shisui. Naturally, if he could indeed compel the third Hokage to send Shisui against Obito, he would stealthily follow, seizing Shisui's eyes after his demise. The first target would be the head of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka sure take. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Yamanaka clan had maintained a close relationship with the Senju clan, and during the last village meeting, Yamanaka Shurtake had allied with Senju Daisuke to oppose him. Not only during the last meeting, but in previous gatherings, Shurtake had frequently clashed with him. He had long desired to eliminate this individual, a mere clan leader. Foolishly meddling in the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans was merely courting death. In a chamber within the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage puffed on a pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Hokage-sama. A figure abruptly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee, bearing a large sword on his back and donning an animal mask. It was Uchiha Shisui. Last night, your battle with the wood-release Kekkei Genkai ninja and the awakening of your Mangekyo Sharingan has been exposed? Setting down his pipe, the third Hokage inquired. The opponent is formidable. In dire circumstances, I resorted to using my Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, Shisui replied. Having encountered him twice. Do you feel confident in eliminating this would-release Kekkei Genkai ninja? Asked the third Hokage. No, I lack the assurance to eliminate him. Furthermore, during our battle yesterday, Uchiha Shisui paused before continuing. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage's shock was palpable, his aged face betraying his astonishment. In his youth, he had witnessed the legendary rise of both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. These two had been almost deified in that era, which was the origin of the title god of shinobi bestowed upon Senju Hashirama. To suddenly hear someone claim to be Madara was utterly astounding. Impossible. He cannot be Uchiha Madara. Madara was slain by the first Hokage. This individual is certainly not Madara. He shook his head vehemently. I also believe that this individual is not Uchiha Madara. However, during battle, he exhibited the unique Mangekyo Sharingan characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui remarked, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan? The third Hokage was taken aback. Besides Shisui, there exists another who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, this individual not only possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, but has also transplanted the first Hokage's cells, enabling him to perform would-release techniques. Although I have long sensed the formidable nature of this individual, I did not anticipate the extent of his terror. Possessing both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the bloodline limit of would-release. How did you encounter him last night? Are you aware of his intentions for infiltrating Konoha? It appears that he sought to invite me to join his newly formed organization, but I declined. Uchiha Shisui said. I never expected that he would possess two such powerful bloodline limits. The third Hokage's expression grew unusually grave. Judging by the actions of this individual, he seems to have fixed his sights on Uchiha Shisui, and with his failed recruitment, an attack on Shisui in the future is highly probable. Though I have great faith in Shisui's abilities, I do not believe he can contend against an opponent who possesses both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the would-release bloodline limit. With this thought, he spoke. It appears he has already set his sights on you, but given your current strength, your chances of victory against him are slim. Indeed, the prospects are not promising. Beneath the mask, Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly. The battle from last night had confirmed for him that his chances of winning against this opponent were minimal, as his ocular techniques were countered. You must enhance your strength swiftly, otherwise, your next encounter with him could be fatal. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. However, I have reached a bottleneck with my current abilities. Uchiha Shisui's brow knitted in concern. Uchiha Madara was able to contend with the first Hokage through the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, indicating that the potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan should extend far beyond this. Within the Uchiha clan, there ought to be ocular techniques developed based on the Mangekyo Sharingan. You can request to borrow such scrolls from Uchiha Fugaku. After some contemplation, the third Hokage stated. Initially, he did not wish for Uchiha Shisui's strength to grow too formidable. Although Shisui had been brainwashed, he could not guarantee that he would not rebel. However, the threat posed by someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara compelled him to find a way to enhance Uchiha Shisui's strength. Due to the coup d'etat, my relationship with Uchiha Fugaku has become somewhat strained, making it challenging to borrow such scrolls. Relying on Itachi for assistance would also be futile. Currently, I am the only one in the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyo, and Uchiha Fugaku would easily deduce that I am the one seeking to borrow them. Uchiha Shisui shook his head. These scrolls are of utmost importance to you. They are something you must acquire, even if it requires unconventional means. The third Hokage asserted. Unconventional means? Uchiha Shisui's brow furrowed. He comprehended the third Hokage's implication. if normal methods were insufficient to borrow the scrolls. Then infiltration and perusal of the scrolls became the only option. Do not bear any psychological burden. Only by becoming stronger can you better protect Konoha. Everything you do is for the sake of Konoha, comforted the third Hokage. After Uchiha Shisui departed, an elderly man leaning on a cane emerged from an adjacent room and entered the chamber where the third Hokage resided. The old man, with his right eye and hand wrapped in bandages, emanated an aura of coldness. It was Shimura Danzō. Third Hokage, you are nurturing a potential threat. Danzō remarked bluntly as he entered the room. I am fully aware of my actions. I do not require your reminders. The third Hokage retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. The Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. Do you not fear cultivating an uncontrollable enemy with such actions? Danzō's voice was icy. Unlike others of the Uchiha clan, he is loyal to Konoha, not to the Uchiha family. He will not become our adversary, the third Hokage asserted. You are blinded by appearances. He bears the blood of the Uchiha clan and can never betray it to stand by our side. One day, you shall face the consequences of your folly, Danzō warned. What, then, do you propose we do? The third Hokage asked, noncommittally. While he is yet to grow to the level of Uchiha Madara, eliminate him with the aid of that Mokuton bloodline user to prevent future troubles. Danzō's eyes glinted with malice. To kill him is your solution? The third Hokage regarded Danzō with derision. Do not think I am unaware of your true intentions. You covet his Mangekyo Sharingan, do you not? Should he perish, those eyes shall naturally return to Konoha. Knowing denial would be futile, Danzō did not refute the claim. Indeed, he had his sights set on Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. He is my subordinate. Even if he were to rebel one day, it is I who shall execute him. I forbid any actions against him. This is both a command and a warning, the third Hokage stated solemnly. Third Hokage, you will come to regret this, Danzō scoffed coldly, turning to leave with his cane. In the courtyard, Uchiha Itachi was playing with Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, why hasn't Shisui brother visited in a long time? Sasuke inquired, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity. He has been quite busy recently and has no time to come by. When he is free, he will visit, Itachi explained with a somewhat forced smile. Shisui was indeed burdened with heavy duties, but this was not the true reason for his absence. The actual cause lay in their father's attitude towards the internal coup within the clan, which had soured Shisui's relationship with him. Not only Shisui, but Itachi also felt considerable disappointment towards their father's stance on the coup. However, unlike Shisui, who could distance himself, Itachi was unable to evade their father as he lived in this household, striving to spend as little time at home as possible. It was only due to pressing matters that he had returned home this time. I see, Sasuke said, drooping his head, visibly disheartened. As noon approached, Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in a dark-hued dress and possessing a gentle demeanor, entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Itachi accompanying Sasuke, she smiled warmly and inquired, Itachi, what would you like to eat for lunch today? The weasel was preoccupied with tasks, seldom at home. Today, however, was a rare occasion devoid of obligations, and she resolved to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Itachi. Mother, I have just received my mission reward. Shall we dine out? Itachi had long anticipated this moment. Upon hearing her inquiry, he responded promptly. Itachi has received his mission reward. Very well, let us allow him to treat me and Sasuke to a meal at a restaurant. Without hesitation, Mikoto Uchiha acquiesced. Dining out? Brother, I want to eat fishball soup, Sasuke exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the prospect of a meal outside. Eagerly gazing at Itachi. No problem, Itachi replied, affectionately ruffling Sasuke's hair. Soon after, the three departed their residence, heading towards the dining district. Not long after their departure, an individual approached the estate, skillfully evading the vigilant guards and infiltrating the premises. This person was none other than Shisui Uchiha. Itachi's suggestion to dine out was a deliberate ploy to divert Mikoto and Sasuke, facilitating his clandestine entry. Once inside the estate, Shisui made his way directly to Fugaku Uchiha's study, having gleaned from Itachi that the most probable location of a secret chamber lay within. Upon entering the study, he began to search diligently for any concealed compartments. As a member of the Umbu, he was well trained in such pursuits, adept at uncovering hidden spaces. After a brief period, he identified the location of the secret chamber. Pushing aside a bookshelf and revealing the floor beneath, he ignited a flare he had brought with him and descended the stairs into the hidden room. Upon entering, he quickly noticed a bookshelf to his right and hastened towards it. Advanced Fire Release Technique Scroll. Wood Release Technique Scroll. Advanced Jinjutsu Scroll. His gaze swept across the titles of the scrolls, and soon enough, he spotted what he sought. A scroll titled Secret Techniques of the Sharingan, evidently pertaining to the arcane arts of the Sharingan. A seal. He grasped the scroll, only to discover that it bore a protective seal. This was a precautionary measure to thwart theft. Attempting to forcibly open it without the means to dispel the seal would result in its self-destruction. Sharingan. Activating his Sharingan. The seal on the scroll became vividly apparent before his eyes. With the enhanced vision granted by the Sharingan and his knowledge of seals, he successfully unraveled the scroll's protection and unfurled it. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the scroll with anticipation. Transcription Seal. The first secret technique that caught his eye was the transcription seal, and he perused its description. This technique allowed the specific ocular power to be sealed within the eyes of oneself or others, which could then be activated after a designated period or upon fulfilling conditions set by the caster. It was a special ocular technique developed based on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. After reviewing the description, a smile crept across his face. This was an exceedingly practical technique. If mastered, it would prove to be significantly beneficial, even for someone of his current strength, which had reached that of a Kage. With the recording ability of the Sharingan, he swiftly inscribed this secret technique. He then turned his gaze to the second secret art, Izanagi. According to the description, this is the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, a formidable yet immensely costly jutsu, classified as forbidden. It is deemed forbidden because each application of this technique necessitates the permanent blindness of one eye as its price. The effects of this technique are directly proportional to its severe repercussions. Once activated, it allows the user to reverse any inflicted harm, even death, for the duration of its efficacy. Although the cost is exorbitant, the power of this technique is indisputable. Uchiha Shisui marveled at the existence of such a forbidden technique within the Uchiha lineage. After recording this secret art with his Sharingan, he continued his exploration. In the afternoon, Uchiha Fugaku returned from the security department. Welcome back. Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward to assist him in removing his outer garment. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned up, and she wore a dark long dress, exuding a gentle and serene demeanor. A smile graced her face, and her voice carried a note of joy, indicating her delightful mood. What good fortune has befallen you to be in such high spirits? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. It seems Itachi just distributed the mission rewards. He treated Sasuke and me to a meal at a restaurant this noon. It's a pity you were at the security department. Otherwise, our family of 4 could have dined together, Uchiha Mikoto replied. That is indeed unfortunate, Uchiha Fugaku expressed with a hint of regret, though internally, he felt no such remorse. He harbored little fondness for the white-eyed wolf that was Uchiha Itachi, and typically opted to avoid him whenever possible. And what of Itachi and Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke is practicing in the backyard, and Itachi received a mission this afternoon and has already departed, Uchiha Mikoto informed. Oh, Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged, making his way to the backyard. There, he observed the small figure of Uchiha Sasuke diligently training his shuriken throwing. His technique had matured significantly, exhibiting a fluidity in movement. Moreover, his accuracy was commendable, hitting the target's bullseye 9 times out of 10. Well done. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Given Uchiha Sasuke's age, such performance was already worthy of genius status. Aware of Uchiha Sasuke's immense potential, he had never slackened in his supervision and guidance. Under his diligent mentorship, Uchiha Sasuke had markedly surpassed his peers. Not wanting to disrupt Sasuke's practice, Uchiha Fugaku quietly departed the backyard and returned to his study. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the bookshelf against the wall. At that moment, on the wooden floor beside the bookshelf, lay an almost invisible strand of hair. This hair should have been resting beneath the supports of the bookshelf. Yet it had now detached from its place. This indicated that the bookshelf had been disturbed. It could have been moved by Uchiha Mikoto during her cleaning. Or perhaps someone had intruded into their home and accessed the secret chamber. He moved the bookshelf aside and unveiled a wooden panel, revealing the staircase to the hidden chamber. Lighting a lamp, he descended the stairs into the secret room, holding the light aloft as his gaze swept across the space. To the left, on a weapons rack, 3 exquisite ninja blades forged from rare chakra metal lay undisturbed. Approaching the bookshelf on the right, his eyes fell upon the scrolls it held. These scrolls contained precious ninjutsu collected by the Uchiha clan, possessing a potency far surpassing that of ordinary techniques. As he scrutinized the scrolls, he noted that none were missing. Could it be that Mikoto had merely shifted the bookshelf while tidying up? The absence of any loss left him puzzled. If nothing was amiss, it was most likely that Uchiha Mikoto had moved the bookshelf during her cleaning. Activating his Sharingan, he sought to employ its formidable insight to further examine the hidden chamber. A revelation struck him. One of the scrolls had been tampered with. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, he detected an anomaly. This chamber, being secluded, had not received assistance in its upkeep, and it was improbable for him to clean it frequently. Inevitably, dust would accumulate on the scrolls. Yet, through the lens of his Sharingan, he observed that one scroll bore significantly less dust than the others, and faintly visible on its surface was a handprint. He took the scroll in hand and scrutinized it, discovering that it contained secrets pertaining to the Sharingan. Although the seal remained intact, this did not imply it was unbreakable. His sealing technique was not particularly advanced. It was reasonable to conclude that the seal had been undone and then reapplied. The likelihood of an Uchiha infiltrating the chamber was considerable. His brow furrowed. The scroll detailed techniques related to the Sharingan, accessible solely to those who possessed it. While outsiders might harbor interest in these secrets, it was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan members who would be most intrigued. Thus, the intruder who rifled through this scroll was likely one of Uchiha lineage. Earlier that day, Uchiha Itachi had treated him to a meal at a restaurant. Reflecting on Mikoto's recent words, his frown eased, though a chill lingered on his countenance. Given that someone was at home, the chance for the intruder to access the hidden chamber and examine the scrolls was quite slim. Although Mikoto had ceased her duties as a ninja, she was still a jonin, making it quite challenging for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Therefore, the intruder must have seized the opportunity presented by Uchiha Itachi's outing. When the house was unoccupied, the timing of the meal seemed too fortuitous. He did not believe Itachi's hospitality coincided with the burglar's intrusion by mere chance. In his view, the two events were not only connected but profoundly intertwined. If his suspicions were correct, Uchiha Itachi's invitation to dine out was orchestrated to facilitate this thief's entry. The members of the Uchiha clan, and with the protection of Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha sneered softly. If Itachi were indeed involved, deducing the identity of the thief would not pose much of a challenge. Within the Uchiha family, the only one capable of receiving assistance from Itachi would likely be Shisui Uchiha. This thief must undoubtedly be Shisui Uchiha. Although the clan possesses formidable secret techniques derived from the Sharingan, these techniques are shrouded in secrecy due to their severe side effects. Known only to myself and the three elders, how could Shisui have come to know of them? While I can ascertain that the thief is Shisui, a lingering doubt remains in my heart. This infiltration of the secret chamber was clearly purposeful, with Shisui fixating from the outset on the scroll of Sharingan techniques. However, it stands to reason that Shisui should be unaware of the existence of such techniques. If the three elders would not divulge the information regarding the Sharingan techniques to Shisui, then who could have done so? A possibility dawned on Fugaku. The third Hokage, being a disciple of the second Hokage, who had spent much of his life battling the Uchiha clan, would undoubtedly possess profound knowledge of their secret techniques. It is highly plausible that the third Hokage learned of the Uchiha's Sharingan techniques from the second Hokage. Perhaps Shisui's act of thievery was even executed at his behest. Interested in our Uchiha clan's Sharingan techniques? How fortuitous, for I too harbor a keen interest in the Book of Seals. A cold glimmer shone in Fugaku's eyes. The Book of Seals, overseen by successive Hokages, contains numerous scrolls of forbidden techniques. These techniques are sealed away due to either their extreme difficulty or their significant side effects, which can lead to dire consequences if mishandled. Despite the formidable challenges and severe repercussions, those who manage to master them can wield tremendous power. The fourth Hokage earned his illustrious title of the Yellow Flash by successfully mastering the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Raijin, which is recorded in the Book of Seals. Similarly, Orochimaru's ability to transfer his consciousness into other bodies, thus attaining eternal life, stems from his mastery of the reanimation technique, also derived from the Book of Seals. Once mastered, these techniques offer immense might, and thus, despite their grave side effects, many yearn for the knowledge contained within the Book of Seals. The Flying Raijin and the Eight Gates. Naturally, Fugaku held a profound interest in the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals, particularly the Flying Raijin and the Eight Gates technique. The Flying Raijin, being one of the rare space-time ninjutsu, granted the fourth Hokage his illustrious title of Yellow Flash. Its potency is beyond question. Meanwhile, the Eight Gates technique. With its pinnacle achiever, Might Guy, who was able to injure the Sage of Six Paths after opening the Eighth Gate of Death, showcases its formidable strength. I wonder if I possess any aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. Among these two forbidden techniques, the one with the highest difficulty of mastery is undoubtedly the Flying Raijin. This is a ninjutsu that demands an exceptionally high spatial aptitude. Without such a talent, even a lifetime of practice may yield little achievement. A prime example is the personal guard of the fourth Hokage, Naruto, alongside his counterparts, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino. Due to their direct affiliation with the fourth Hokage, they were entrusted with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it is evident that their spatial abilities are not particularly strong throughout their lives. They could only manage to execute the technique in unison. Their flexibility and mobility pale in comparison to that of the fourth Hokage, rendering them incapable of utilizing it effectively in combat, relegating it merely to a means of transportation. Uchiha Fugaku is uncertain of his own spatial aptitude. Yet if he were to acquire the Book of Seals, he would undoubtedly endeavor to explore this potential. He wishes to ascertain whether he possesses the requisite talent for space manipulation and if he can master the Flying Thunder God technique. In contrast to the stringent requirements of the Flying Thunder God technique, the Eight Gates release demands significantly less innate ability. As a forbidden technique, it does entail a certain degree of difficulty in practice. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, only two individuals, Might Guy and his father, Might Dway, have managed to cultivate this forbidden technique to the point of unlocking the Eight Gates. Although their talent in ninjutsu is rather lacking, their aptitude in taijutsu is commendable, surpassing that of many other ninjas, which has enabled them to reach the Eighth Gate. However, the fact that several individuals have successfully learned the Eight Gates release indicates that, while challenging, it is considerably less difficult than the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Fugaku possesses a fair degree of confidence in his taijutsu talent. He does not believe his abilities in this regard are inferior to those of Might Dway and Might Guy. He is convinced that he too can achieve mastery of this technique. The dilemma, however, lies in the adverse effects associated with this forbidden technique. While the Eight Gates release is immensely powerful, it exacts a toll on the body, particularly upon opening the Eighth Gate. One may attain strength many times greater than that of a Kage, but at the cost of one's life. Might Dway succumbed to death after opening the Eighth Gate. And had it not been for Naruto, who possesses strength at the Sage of Six Paths level, Might Guy would have faced a similar fate. The side effects are indeed severe, yet he possesses a method of circumventing them. His profound interest in this forbidden technique stems from his ability to evade the inevitable fatal repercussions of opening the Eight Gates. Indeed, he can avoid the certain death that follows. The method to achieve this is surprisingly simple. Instead of performing the technique in reality, he would execute it within a true illusion. Within this true illusion, all damage inflicted upon the enemy is reflected upon their physical form, while any harm they inflict upon him does not affect his body. In such a scenario, even if he were to perish while utilizing the Eight Gates release, his physical body in reality would remain unscathed. This unique strategy to evade the side effects of the Eight Gates release is accessible only to him, as he alone possesses the ocular technique that enables the true illusion. With the combination of true illusion and the Eight Gates release, Uchiha Fugaku gazes forward with anticipation. The combination of true illusion and the Eight Gates technique undoubtedly forms a highly suitable alliance, poised to significantly amplify his power. This presents a remarkable opportunity. He has long sought a chance to acquire the forbidden knowledge of the Eight Gates technique. Now, with the third Hokage dispatching Uchiha Shisui to pilfer the secrets of the Sharingan, the incident of theft has unfolded, marking the perfect moment to seize the Book of Seals. He emerged from the secret chamber, calling out, "Who was on guard duty today? Did anyone notice any suspicious individuals?" Soon, the news of the breach at the Uchiha clan's estate spread throughout the family. Before long, the entirety of Konoha was aware of the incident. Numerous rival clans took the opportunity to mock the Uchiha, as the head family's estate, heavily guarded, had been infiltrated in broad daylight, a monumental embarrassment for the Uchiha clan. The Sarutobi clan witnessed the return of the third Hokage, who had just left the Hokage Tower. Suddenly, a young man with silver hair, wearing an umbu mask, appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, I have just received word that Uchiha Fugaku's secret chamber has been breached. though the extent of the loss is still unclear. He was Hatake Kakashi, a prodigy who made history by becoming a jonin at the tender age of 12. I see, the third Hokage replied, his voice calm and unperturbed. He had already learned of the incident from Uchiha Shisui hours earlier. Furthermore, he had instructed Shisui to transcribe the secrets of the Sharingan that he had obtained, preserving them for safekeeping. Although the Uchiha's Sharingan techniques held no utility for him, they were of considerable collectible value. Hokage-sama, I suspect there may be outsiders infiltrating the village. Should we not bolster the guard at the scroll room? Kakashi inquired. There is no need for that. The third Hokage shook his head in refusal. The current guard is sufficient, and given our heavy workload, we cannot afford to allocate more personnel. Kakashi was unaware of the truth behind the matter, yet he understood that the perpetrator was Uchiha Shisui himself. There were no outsiders in the village. Thus no reason to increase security at the scroll room. In the dead of night, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, wearing a spiral mask, stealthily approached the Hokage tower under the cover of darkness. His presence was meticulously concealed. Even sensory-type ninjas could only detect him when in close proximity. He was, in fact, Uchiha Fugaku disguised as Uchiha Obito. As a shadow-level powerhouse, his ability to mask his presence was already formidable. After merging with the body of White Zetsu, adept at information gathering and concealment, he had become even more proficient in remaining undetected. Earlier that day, as his secret chamber was infiltrated, he felt a surge of anger. Yet he recognized this as an opportunity to steal the Book of Seals. Who would suspect that in his fury, he would not investigate the breach, but instead head to the Hokage Tower to commit theft? At the entrance of the Hokage Tower, 4 ninjas stood guard, vigilant at their posts. Faced with the exceptionally adept Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed an unparalleled ability to conceal his presence, even the perceptive ninja among the quartet failed to detect his approach. It was not until Uchiha Fugaku drew within a mere 20 meters that the sensing ninja became aware of his proximity. Who goes there? The sensing ninja wished to exclaim. But before he could utter a sound, he was ensnared by the technique of Nirvana retreat. Uchiha Fugaku formed the necessary hand seals, and in the darkness of night, white feathers fell from the sky like ethereal illusions. The 4 ninjas, including the sensing one, felt their consciousness wane as they succumbed to the ground. Nirvana retreat, a complex and formidable genjutsu, could simultaneously ensnare multiple targets. While its potency was generally manageable by Chunin and Jounin, in the hands of one of Hokage level and an expert in illusionary arts, its efficacy was amplified to extraordinary heights. Though all 4 guardians at the entrance of the Hokage building were elite Jounin, they could not withstand the might of this genjutsu and fell, one by one, to the earth. Prior to their descent, he swiftly approached and gently caught each of them, laying them down softly. Entering through the Hokage building's entrance, he stealthily infiltrated the structure. Having visited the Hokage building numerous times, he knew that the chamber housing the scrolls of sealing techniques lay at the very top. He ascended the stairs silently. At the second-floor landing, a hidden Umbu ninja lay in wait, vigilant in the shadows. An experienced Jounin, he had undertaken numerous covert missions, his instincts honed by the crucible of battle. Suddenly, a sense of alertness surged within him, and his gaze darted downward along the stairs. Although he heard no sound, the instincts forged in the crucible of danger warned him of an impending threat. He trusted this intuition, for it had saved him on countless occasions. In a swift motion, he peered down the staircase and immediately beheld a figure adorned with a spiral mask. To his astonishment, the exposed right eye of this individual glimmered crimson, a Sharingan. Alarm surged within him, and instinctively, he sought to avert his gaze. As an Umbu operative, he was acutely aware that the Sharingan could weave illusions through eye contact. Thus he resolutely avoided direct eye contact. However, it was already too late. The genjutsu had activated the moment their gazes met. His mind dulled, body weakened. He tumbled toward the ground. With a swift motion, Uchiha Fugaku caught the descending Umbu ninja just before he hit the ground, gently placing him down. He then continued his ascent up the stairs. He had refrained from lethal action against the 4 guardians at the Hokage building entrance and this individual, as his objective was to stealthily infiltrate the Hokage building and steal the scrolls of sealing techniques. Bloodshed would only attract the attention of keen-nosed ninjas, risking premature exposure. Ascending the staircase, he encountered more Umbu operatives concealed in the shadows. With the formidable insight granted by his Sharingan, he consistently detected the Umbu ninjas before they could sense him, silently dispatching them with his illusions. The guards within the Hokage Tower were evidently exceedingly vigilant. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he had already encountered numerous Umbu ninjas in succession. Were it not for his exceptional skills, even an elite Jonin might have faced failure in infiltration. Ascending to the topmost level, he silently made his way toward the scroll room. Along the way, he occasionally crossed paths with Umbu ninjas concealed in the shadows, tasked with guarding the premises. After dispatching several more of these stealthy defenders, he finally arrived at the threshold of the scroll room. The scroll room was a chamber ensconced in barriers and secured by locks. Due to the protective enchantments adorning the walls, techniques such as earth release could not penetrate. To gain entry, one could only resort to unlocking the door or creating a commotion to breach the walls. Standing before the door, he pressed his ear against it, straining his hearing to the utmost. There was a sound of breathing. Someone was inside. The presence of breath behind the door indicated that there were individuals within the scroll room. Besides the sealed books, this chamber housed numerous vital scrolls, making it a place of immense importance. To safeguard the scroll room, the third Hokage had evidently dispatched Umbu ninjas to lie in wait. This posed a dilemma. Unlocking the door would undoubtedly alert the Umbu within. His brow furrowed in concern. As a ninja, he possessed the skill to pick locks. Although he lacked the key, unlocking the scroll room's door was not beyond his capabilities. Even if the lock was more intricate than a standard one, he was confident in his ability to open it. The complication lay in the fact that any attempt to unlock it would generate noise. Though the sound would be exceedingly faint, it would be impossible to evade the keen senses of a ninja, and the Umbu within the scroll room would surely take notice and raise the alarm. This left him in a quandary. He could neither enter without unlocking the door nor unlock it without drawing attention to himself. The door was wooden. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. After melding with the white Zetsu's body, he had acquired the wood release bloodline limit. Although the concentration of this bloodline was somewhat diminished, rendering him incapable of performing wood release techniques, he still possessed certain traits of the wood release bloodline. He had previously experimented and found he could exert some degree of control over naturally grown trees. The door being wooden, he surmised he could effectuate a silent breach. With this thought, he pressed his hand against the door and activated his wood release bloodline limit. Consequently, a hole sufficient for passage appeared in the wooden door. Shrouded in darkness, this opening went unnoticed by the ninjas inside the scroll room at first. Swiftly, he slipped through the aperture into the chamber. What? The ninja within the scroll room immediately sensed something amiss and was about to call out. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku promptly activated the illusion technique with his Sharingan, causing the ninja inside the scroll room to feel disoriented, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, catching the falling ninja's body and gently laying him down. He then surveyed the scroll room. The expansive chamber, spanning several hundred square meters, boasted multiple bookshelves and a platform. Upon each bookshelf lay numerous scrolls, and on the platform rested an exceptionally large scroll. Upon beholding this immense scroll, Uchiha Fugaku found himself unable to divert his gaze. This grand scroll was none other than the Book of Seals, a secret scroll containing a plethora of forbidden techniques. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed within the Hokage building. Infiltrators. The once tranquil atmosphere of the Hokage building erupted into chaos, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The presence of unconscious individuals had been discovered. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the fallen Umbu ninja had been found. Within the Hokage building, each guard was an Umbu ninja stationed at intervals, while others were tasked with patrolling the area. It was likely that the patrolling Umbu had stumbled upon the incapacitated ninja and raised the alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the platform housing the Book of Seals. He swiftly removed the scroll and sealed it within a storage scroll. With a forceful rupture, the walls of the scroll chamber gave way, and he emerged, landing deftly on the ground before swiftly fleeing into the distance. Do not let him escape. Pursue. Upon hearing the commotion and witnessing the figure emerge through the broken wall, over a dozen Umbu ninjas shouted in unison, launching into a chase. Even more Umbu ninjas joined the pursuit, resulting in a cacophony reminiscent of disturbing a hornet's nest. Split up and encircle him, one figure commanded. As dozens of Umbu ninjas followed in hot pursuit, the group quickly divided into 3 smaller teams, with one team trailing behind while the other 2 flanked left and right to surround the fleeing figure. Additionally, some ninjas approached from the front, having heard the ruckus and rushed to the scene. In a fleeting moment, the fleeing figure was on the verge of being encircled. Suddenly, he dashed toward a seemingly abandoned house with a locked exterior, swiftly breaking through the door and entering within. Surround the house and deploy barriers to prevent any earth release techniques. Within moments, the dwelling was encircled. Among them were skilled ninjas adept in barrier techniques, effectively thwarting any attempt to escape underground with earth release. "The rest of you, follow me inside," commanded the Umbu ninja squad leader, leading the remaining members into the house to conduct a thorough search. However, despite scouring every room, they failed to locate the individual who had entered moments prior. They had lost all trace of their quarry. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the pursuit, a figure had slipped away from the chasing group, disappearing without a trace. This figure was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, disguised as an Umbu ninja. The original figure that had burst through the wall was merely Fugaku's shadow clone, disguised as Uchiha Obito. Once inside the house, unnoticed, the shadow clone was promptly dispelled, thus vanishing without a trace. In the late hours of the night, the aged third Hokage, plagued by insomnia, was abruptly roused from his light slumber. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was amiss. The commotion emanating from the village caused his countenance to shift, prompting him to hasten toward the source of the disturbance. As he traversed partway, he encountered Hatake Kakashi, adorned with an animal mask and silver hair, approaching him with urgency. "Lord Hokage," Kakashi exclaimed, "the Hokage Tower has been infiltrated, and the scroll of seals has been stolen." "What?" The third Hokage's expression darkened. The forbidden techniques inscribed within the scroll of seals were invaluable. If they fell into the wrong hands and could not be recovered, the repercussions would be dire. He quickly inquired, "Have the culprits been identified?" "A multitude of Umbu ninjas are in pursuit. I came to report to you, Lord Hokage. Earlier today, there was a theft at the Uchiha clan, and now this evening, the Hokage Tower has also been breached. We suspect the thief to be the same individual from earlier today," Kakashi speculated. "Are you suggesting this thief is the one who infiltrated the Uchiha estate today?" The third Hokage's expression grew peculiar, a sense of frustration brewing within him. The thief responsible for the earlier incident was Shisui. It was inconceivable that he could have also infiltrated the Hokage Tower to steal the scroll of seals. Clearly, the two thefts were perpetrated by different individuals, coincidentally occurring in close succession, yet this did not provide sufficient clarity. It was utterly implausible to claim that Shisui, who had infiltrated the Uchiha compound, could also have stolen the scroll of seals. This matter will be discussed later. Come, let us proceed. They hastened toward the source of the clamor, and soon the third Hokage and Kakashi arrived at the house that had been cordoned off. "Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage," the ninjas on site respectfully addressed the third Hokage. "Have the perpetrators been apprehended?" The third Hokage inquired urgently. "Lord Hokage, the individual who infiltrated the Hokage Tower vanished after entering this house," the Umbu squad leader reported, his voice tinged with anxiety. He had been tasked with guarding the Hokage Tower that night, and the occurrence of such an incident placed a heavy burden of responsibility upon him. "Vanished?" The third Hokage's expression darkened ominously, suppressing his fury. "Is it possible they escaped utilizing earth release techniques? I immediately dispatched someone to deploy barrier techniques to prevent any such escape. The assailant should be unable to utilize earth release to flee. Our search of the premises revealed signs of recent activity. This abandoned house appears to have served as a temporary refuge for the intruder," the Umbu squad leader explained, acutely aware of the palpable tension radiating from the third Hokage. Though the third Hokage had aged and his prowess had diminished, he remained a formidable presence, instilling a sense of pressure even in seasoned elite shinobi. "Have we discerned the identity of the intruder?" Internally cursing his subordinates, the third Hokage maintained a facade of his usual measured demeanor, though his expression was somewhat strained. The individual clad in a scarlet cloud-patterned black robe, adorned with a spiral mask, must be that renowned would release bloodline limit ninja, the captain of the Umbu squad remarked. "That would release bloodline limit ninja?" The third Hokage pondered in realization. According to the intel provided by Uchiha Shisui, the would release bloodline limit ninja refers to himself as Uchiha Madara and possesses a formidable space-time ninjutsu. It is highly likely that he escaped using this technique. Only someone with mastery over space-time ninjutsu could evade such a tight encirclement. He even suspected that after the confrontation with Uchiha Shisui the previous night, the individual did not depart from Konoha, but rather concealed himself within this dilapidated house. The reason for his lingering presence must be the desire to seize the sealing book. With his prowess in space-time ninjutsu, leaving should have been a trivial matter. Why return here? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, yet he swiftly deduced the reason. The individual must have returned to retrieve certain items hidden away in this location, stealthily making his way back to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku exchanged places with the shadow clone he had left behind. Fugaku, what transpired? Uchiha Makoto, clad in pajamas and revealing a considerable expanse of fair skin, emerged from the bedroom, lazily rubbing her eyes. I am uncertain. I have dispatched someone to investigate, and news should arrive shortly. Uchiha Fugaku replied, shaking his head. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the breach of the secret chamber and had yet to rest. Consequently, Uchiha Makoto was unaware of his earlier departure. Clan leader. Voices of the clan members resonated outside. It was the relative Fugaku had sent to gather information. Uchiha Fugaku stepped outside and inquired of the messenger, what has occurred? The Hokage Tower was infiltrated moments ago, and the sealing book was stolen, yet the thief managed to evade capture. The messenger reported. The Hokage Tower was also breached. It seems the same individual who infiltrated the Uchiha clan today is responsible. Uchiha Fugaku feigned astonishment. Dispatch a team of clan members to join the search. Understood. The messenger complied and departed, while Uchiha Fugaku returned indoors. To infiltrate the Uchiha clan by day and the Hokage Tower by night. Such audacity. Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Uchiha Fugaku's conversation with the messenger had not been hushed, and thus she had overheard. Indeed, such audacity. Uchiha Fugaku affirmed. The following day, news of the theft at the Hokage Tower spread throughout Konoha. The shock it instigated far surpassed that of the Uchiha clan's loss, especially considering the Hokage Tower's stringent security. The disappearance of the sealing book was akin to a seismic bombshell. Anyone aware of the sealing book's significance would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Although the higher-ups in Konoha might have taken preventive measures and backed up the contents of the sealing book, they could not prevent the forbidden techniques contained within from leaking. Once these forbidden techniques were disseminated, they would no longer remain exclusive to Konoha, resulting in a substantial loss for the village. Without any unforeseen circumstances, the village assembly was promptly convened once more. Lord Hokage, the would-release bloodline limit ninja, has become exceedingly audacious. Just yesterday, they infiltrated the Uchiha clan during the day and later breached the Hokage's office to steal the Book of Seals. I once again implore you to form a 12-member elite Jonin team to pursue the fleeing would-release bloodline limit ninja and eradicate them, Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed. His face a canvas of fury. His anger was a blend of feigned outrage and genuine indignation, primarily directed at Uchiha Shisui, who had trespassed into the secret chamber, and the third Hokage who had orchestrated Shisui's actions. However, lacking evidence, he was powerless against both Uchiha Shisui and the third Hokage. Thus, he chose to exert pressure on the third Hokage to dispatch Uchiha Shisui to confront Uchiha Obito. Lord Hokage, Elder Fugaku speaks the truth. We cannot continue to tolerate the would-release bloodline limit ninja. It is imperative that we assemble a task force for their extermination. Hyuga Hayashi, with his eyes entirely white, voiced his agreement. Given the recent actions of the would-release bloodline limit ninja, it was evident they had set their sights on the secret techniques of various clans within the village. Among the ninja clans of Konohagakure, the Hyuga clan's prowess was only surpassed by that of the Uchiha clan. With the Uchiha clan already victimized, the Hyuga clan was likely to be the next target. Hence, he was fully supportive of the village's efforts against the would-release bloodline limit ninja. Not in a hurry to speak, Shimizu Daisuke cast his gaze towards Shimizu Danzō, who sat closely beside the third Hokage, pondering whether to support or oppose the proposal. This initiative had been put forth by Uchiha Fugaku, and as the head of a family opposed to the Uchiha, he was expected to dissent. However, from the previous meeting, it was clear that the elder of his clan, Shimizu Danzō, was in favor of this matter. At that moment, he noticed Shimizu Danzō subtly nodding his head. Though the movement was slight, it was indeed a nod. With this, his mind was set, and he formulated his opinion. Lord Hokage, the Book of Seals contains numerous forbidden techniques that must not fall into the hands of outsiders. I too believe we should form a 12-member elite Jonin team to pursue them. Although he was the head of the Shimizu clan, Danzō, as a Konoha advisor, held a higher position within the clan. Thus, it was only natural to follow Danzō's lead in such matters. It was indeed a rare occurrence for opinions to align so harmoniously, devoid of dissent. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Shimizu Daisuke. Their agreement was so uncommon that it could be described as exceptional. Yet, he was not surprised, for the true authority of the Shimizu clan lay with Shimizu Danzō. During the last village meeting, for various reasons, Danzō had shown support for his proposal. Indeed, the would-release bloodline limit ninja could no longer be allowed to roam free. Lord Hokage, I concur with the formation of a 12-member elite Jonin extermination team. I too support the formation of a 12-member elite Jonin extermination team. The heads of various clans began to voice their opinions in succession, with the majority expressing support. Some had close ties to the Shimizu clan, sharing in their endeavors, while others felt the palpable threat posed by the would-release bloodline limit ninja. The Uchiha clan and the Hokage's office have been successively plundered, and it is uncertain whether their clan will be the next to suffer. Upon hearing that the majority of those present chose to agree, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly. A significant portion of the attendees had already voiced their support for the formation of a 12-member elite Jonin squad. And even as Hokage, he found himself compelled to consider their opinions. Moreover, he himself felt acutely aware of the threat posed by the would-release bloodline limit ninjas. Although there were no casualties last night, the theft of the Book of Seals was an exceedingly grave matter. Contemplating this, he spoke up. Since everyone is in agreement, we shall form a 12-member elite Jonin squad. Participants must possess elite Jonin strength. Does anyone have any recommendations? I recommend Uchiha Shisui from my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku immediately replied. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's suggestion, the third Hokage felt a surge of irritation. This man was indeed intent on recommending Uchiha Shisui once more. Uchiha Shisui had been thoroughly indoctrinated by him and was completely loyal. Naturally, he did not wish for Shisui to undertake excessively perilous missions. With a serious expression, he feigned concern for talent. Although Uchiha Shisui possesses sufficient strength, he is still rather young. Does clan leader Fugaku have any other recommendations? Shisui has worked in the Anbu for many years, and his experience is on par with that of other ninjas. I believe he is capable of assuming this role. Uchiha Fugaku insisted, disregarding the third Hokage's counsel. His intent in proposing the formation of a 12-member elite Jonin squad to eliminate the would-release bloodline limit ninjas was to pit Uchiha Shisui against Uchiha Obito. Third, I understand your desire to protect the prodigy, but excessive protection will only dull his edge. This mission presents an excellent opportunity for tempering. Perfectly suited for a young man like Uchiha Shisui, Shimura Danzō remarked, casting a glance at the third Hokage. Though he did not comprehend Uchiha Fugaku's rationale for recommending Uchiha Shisui, it was evident that his thoughts aligned with his own. Then our first candidate shall indeed be Uchiha Shisui. The third Hokage's facial muscles twitched momentarily, but he ultimately chose to acquiesce. Uchiha Shisui belonged to the Uchiha clan, and with the endorsement of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, it was difficult for him to obstruct this matter. After much discussion, the roster of 12 was finalized. This elite squad consisted of 1 individual of Hokage level and 11 elite Jonin, comprising both ninjas from clans and those from civilian backgrounds. A combination of 1 Hokage level ninja and 11 elite Jonin constituted the most formidable ninja team in history. In addition, the intelligence networks of the Anbu and Root would be fully mobilized to track the whereabouts of the would-release bloodline limit ninjas. Upon discovery, the 12 would promptly set forth. As Uchiha Fugaku exited the Hokage's office, his anger over Uchiha Shisui's infiltration of the secret chamber had somewhat subsided. At last, he had managed to arrange for Uchiha Shisui to confront Uchiha Obito. Initially, he had intended to incite the third Hokage into agreeing to form a 12-member elite Jonin extermination squad by eliminating adversaries such as Aburame Shibi and Shimura Danzō, who were opposed to the Uchiha clan. Yet, it was unexpectedly the theft of the Book of Seals that led to this situation, consequently placing Uchiha Shisui within this perilously high mortality team. His objectives have been completely fulfilled. However, the outcome of the impending clash remains uncertain. As for his dealings with Yamanaka Shiwa, they must be postponed. Although his aims have been realized, he does not intend to let Yamanaka Shiwa, an adversary of the Uchiha clan, escape unscathed. The timing for action, however, must be delayed. Currently, Konoha is actively searching for Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Should he act now, he could easily be mistaken for Uchiha Obito and face a relentless pursuit from this 12-member elite Jonin squad. This interval could be well utilized to study the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. The very thought of the Book of Seals stirs a flicker of eagerness within him. Should he master the Flying Thunder God technique and the Eight Gates Release technique, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. At that juncture, the number of those capable of standing against him among the shadow-level shinobi would be exceedingly few. In the White Zetsu base, Uchiha Obito inquired in a calm tone, "Has Konoha formed a 12-member elite Jonin squad to deal with me?" Indeed, in addition, they have dispatched numerous Umbu and Root ninjas to gather information about you, replied the half-white face of Zetsu. While the White Zetsu clone may not possess remarkable strength, it excels in stealth and intelligence gathering, thus learning of Konoha's decision shortly after it was made. It appears they are resolute in their intent to eliminate me, Uchiha Obito remarked, his voice devoid of panic, showing no concern for what is undeniably a significant threat even among shadow-level shinobi. If one were to remove the mask from his face, they would surely observe a look of disdain etched upon his features. With the ocular prowess of Kamui, he harbors no fear of being outnumbered. Therefore, even upon learning of Konoha's formation of the 12-member elite Jonin squad, he remains unfazed. Konoha's determination to confront me stems from my infiltration, does it not? That is part of the reason, but there is another. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the Book of Seals has been stolen, and you are suspected to be behind it, the half-black face explained. The loss of the Book of Seals represents a tremendous blow to Konoha. Hence, they have assembled an elite Jonin squad to eliminate you. Suspected to be my doing? Uchiha Obito's expression turned cold beneath his mask. The forbidden techniques sealed within the Book of Seals, while reasonably proficient, do not concern him. After all, he has inherited the true teachings of Uchiha Madara and lacks for neither secret nor forbidden arts. It is evident that he has been framed. Someone must have disguised themselves as you to steal the Book of Seals and set you up, the half-white face of Zetsu stated. Has that individual who framed me been located? Uchiha Obito inquired. Not yet. Ever since the death of Uchiha Izuna, that person has not made any further moves. Do you suspect that this individual impersonated you to steal the Book of Seals? The half-black face asked. There is a significant possibility that it is indeed that person. The voice of Uchiha Obito carried a chilling tone, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Although the troubles brought by Konoha did not concern him greatly, he was decidedly irked by the repeated framing he had endured. This individual who had persistently cast the blame upon him must be swiftly identified and eliminated. I shall intensify my investigations. Unless this person refrains from further actions, I will eventually uncover their identity. The pale half of his face asserted. What actions are being taken by Konoha? This time, the Umbu and Root have joined forces, resolutely determined to seek you out and eradicate you. Even though our movements are shrouded in secrecy, there is a substantial risk of Konoha discovering something. Should they expose the Akatsuki's hideout, it would spell trouble. Since they wish to probe into my affairs, I shall allow my information to be disclosed, Uchiha Obito coldly stated. If Konoha continues its relentless search, it could indeed lead to the exposure of the Akatsuki's hideout. We cannot permit them to proceed unimpeded. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. To annihilate this elite 12-man Jonin squad from Konoha, sending them a warning that would deter any further provocations. The one framing you likely seeks to provoke a confrontation with Konoha. If that occurs, it would grant them their desired outcome, the pale half of his face remarked. In order to prevent the Akatsuki's hideout from being revealed, it is imperative to issue a warning to Konoha. As for the individual who has framed me, they will inevitably be discovered, and when that time comes, I shall eliminate them. Uchiha Obito exuded a murderous intent. Do not underestimate this elite 12-man Jonin squad. It includes Uchiha Shisui, who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The black half of his face cautioned. Having him around would be fortuitous. We can eliminate him as well. Uchiha Obito replied. Uchiha Shisui has explicitly refused to join the Akatsuki. Since he cannot be brought under my command, he must be disposed of. Are you confident? The black half inquired. Though I too possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, I have implanted Hashirama cells within me, which means I do not suffer the same side effects as he does. Moreover, my Kamui is, in a sense, the nemesis of the ocular techniques he wields. Uchiha Obito declared with confidence. I will proceed to the Land of Rivers, and at that time, I will disseminate my information. Once you reach the Land of Rivers, I will relay the message, the pale half agreed. With a hum, a black vortex materialized, and Uchiha Obito's figure vanished into its depths. Do not perish. If you do, it would cause me considerable distress. Gazing at the direction in which Uchiha Obito had disappeared, a peculiar smile gradually crept across Setsu's face. Uchiha Obito was an exceedingly vital piece in his game. Should he fall, it would adversely affect his plans. Locking the door to his study, Uchiha Fugaku descended into the concealed chamber located beneath it. Following the recent incident of infiltration, he had transferred the precious scrolls and weapons from this chamber to a backup location. The current chamber, having undergone slight modifications, was repurposed into a training room. Illuminating the chamber, he retrieved a sealing scroll and began to unravel its contents. With a puff of smoke, a colossal scroll materialized in his grasp. The very sealing book pilfered from the Hokage's office. The intricate seals upon it were undeniably complex. Gazing at the scroll, he beheld the exquisite intricacies of its seals. Such a significant artifact as the sealing book would undoubtedly be safeguarded by formidable seals. Without knowledge of the method to unravel these seals, any attempt to forcibly open it would result in immediate self-destruction due to the seal's mechanisms. He found himself pondering how Naruto Uzumaki had managed to abscond with the sealing book and break its seals. The very thought of Naruto, a mere genin, successfully extracting the sealing book from the scroll room and subsequently unbinding its seals struck him as absurd. If there were no hidden machinations behind this, he would find it utterly implausible. To him, it appeared to be a meticulously orchestrated scheme, aimed at allowing Naruto to gain legitimate access to the art of sealing and learn forbidden techniques from the sealing book. Otherwise, how could a mere genin like Naruto possibly succeed in stealing the sealing book from the scroll room? Even he, with power rivaling that of a Kage, had nearly faltered in his own attempt to seize the sealing book when detected. The scroll was safeguarded by 5 layers of seals, and unraveling them would undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time. Activating his Sharingan, he scrutinized the flow of chakra within the seals, embarking on a cautious endeavor to decipher them. The entire process demanded immense patience and meticulousness, for even the slightest misstep could trigger the self-destruct mechanism, resulting in the book's destruction. At long last, after 3 days of tireless effort, he successfully dismantled the 5 seals, liberating the sealing book from its constraints. Eagerly, he unfurled the book, his gaze fixed upon its contents. The first forbidden technique that met his eyes was the multi-shadow clone technique. This advanced version of the shadow clone technique allowed the creation of an extraordinary number of clones, potentially in the thousands. The reason this jutsu was enshrined within the sealing book was due to its immense chakra consumption. A moment's inattention could pose life-threatening risks to the practitioner. The shadow clone technique was already sufficient for his needs. The multi-shadow clone technique was ill-suited for him. Despite his strength reaching the level of a Kage, the chakra he possessed, while vast compared to ordinary ninjas, was not sufficient for the demands of the multi-shadow clone technique. Only someone like Naruto, with an exceptionally large chakra reserve, would be apt to master such a technique. Turning the pages, he beheld the second forbidden jutsu, the 4-symbol seal. This powerful and intricate sealing technique utilized the cyclical nature of the 4 symbols to confine malevolent forces, boasting formidable sealing power. Its classification as a forbidden technique stemmed from its immense potency and the high difficulty of mastery. Only those with exceptional talent in sealing techniques could aspire to learn such a formidable art. As an option, it ultimately depends on whether my sealing technique talent is sufficient. He continued to flip through the pages, encountering various forbidden techniques before his eyes. In total, there were over a dozen forbidden arts, several of which he had heard of, alongside many others that were entirely unfamiliar to him. After perusing the entire sealing book, he arrived at the section detailing the Flying Thunder God technique and began to read it meticulously. Indeed, it demanded an exceptionally high spatial talent. The opening words indicated that to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, one must possess a remarkable aptitude for space. Prior to acquiring the sealing book, he had harbored such suspicions, and now they were confirmed. The Flying Thunder God technique. Continuing to read further, he discovered that the first step in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was the drawing of its unique chakra seal. This seal possessed spatial attributes. For the practice of various attribute ninjutsu, only those with the corresponding chakra can successfully learn and unleash their respective powers. The same principle applies to this chakra seal. Only those endowed with a heightened spatial talent can accurately draw such a seal. The second step of practice involves sensing spatial coordinates. Once the chakra seal is successfully drawn, It transforms into spatial coordinates, becoming the key to activating the Flying Thunder God technique. With the spatial coordinates established, the next task is to sense their presence. This step also necessitates an enhancement of spatial talent. Without an exceptional aptitude, one would be unable to perceive the existence of spatial coordinates. The third step is to establish a connection with the spatial coordinates and to invoke the power of space. This marks the final stage of the practice. If accomplished, the initial success of the Flying Thunder God technique is achieved. However, even achieving this step does not equate to wielding the technique as effortlessly as the second or fourth Hokage did. To reach such proficiency, one must delve into the depths of the Flying Thunder God technique to an extraordinary level. After thoroughly studying the Flying Thunder God technique and ensuring he had committed all details to memory, he commenced the first step of his practice, drawing the Flying Thunder God seal. Taking out a kunai, he began to attempt to inscribe the seal on the handle of the weapon. A black line appeared on the kunai's handle, extending forward. Suddenly, the extension halted, and the black line gradually faded, ultimately disappearing entirely. This indicated that his attempt to draw had failed. Failure, failure, failure. He repeated the endeavor of inscribing the chakra seal time and again, yet each attempt ended in disappointment. After several hours with little progress, he paused in his efforts. It seemed evident that he lacked the talent for spatial manipulation, or perhaps, although he possessed some aptitude, it was not sufficient to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. The drawing of the chakra seal, the simplest of the three steps, had consumed hours of his time with no discernible improvement. This underscored a singular truth. His spatial talent was indeed limited. The Flying Thunder God technique is not suited for me. Unless I can find the corpse of an individual with exceptionally high spatial talent to undergo a process of corpse refinement. Shaking his head, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to temporarily abandon the cultivation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Individuals possessing such extraordinary spatial aptitude are exceedingly rare, which explains why, over the years, only the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage have mastered this technique. With minimal expectations, he felt no overwhelming disappointment as he turned to the section of the Book of Seals that detailed the 8 gates of Duinjia, preparing to study this forbidden technique. The 8 gates of Duinjia allows one to temporarily gain immense power by unlocking the pathways that restrict chakra within the human body. The potency of this technique is contingent upon the practitioner, capable of exponentially amplifying their strength. Thus, the effects vary significantly among different individuals. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates of Duinjia formation, granting the user a power surge that can exceed that of a Kage by several dozen times, albeit at the grave cost of death, as it consumes the user's life force entirely. The training consists of 8 steps, each representing the unlocking of one gate. This forbidden technique is classified as such primarily due to the physical toll it exacts. Aside from the inevitable death that accompanies the opening of the 8th gate, the first 3 gates exacerbate the body's energy consumption, while the 4th to 7th gates not only increase energy depletion, but also inflict bodily harm. The severity of the damage is proportional to the individual's physical strength. The stronger the body, the less severe the resulting injuries. Commencing the first step, he focused on unlocking the first gate. This gate, located in the left side of the brain, restricts chakra. Thus, the first step of the 8 gates of Duinjia training involves unsealing this chakra gate. Generally speaking, even individuals like Uchiha Fugaku, who are classified as Kage-level ninjas, find it challenging to fully harness their physical capabilities. However, unlocking this gate enables one to bypass cerebral restrictions and unleash their full physical potential. Following the prescribed method for unlocking the first gate, he embarked on his training. An hour later, a faint crack resonated in his mind as if some restriction had been lifted. Suddenly, he felt an extraordinary clarity of thought and an unprecedented lightness of body. In an instant, he appeared against one wall of the chamber, and with another swift motion, he materialized at the opposite wall. His form darted rapidly within the confines of the chamber, moving so swiftly that only afterimages were discernible. This velocity was evidently superior to his usual speed, and his body felt as if an oppressive weight had been removed. The successful unlocking of the first gate marked a significant milestone in his training. He had indeed opened the first gate. Moments later, he paused and sealed the gate he had just unlocked. The first door opened, and although it was the easiest to unlock, the fact that I could master it in an hour indicates my commendable aptitude for the 8 gates technique. A faint smile graced his lips as he felt satisfied with his progress. Unlike the Flying Thunder God technique, the 8 Gates technique suited him well. He believed that with continued practice, he could reach the level of Might Guy and unlock the 8th gate. Unfortunately, the toll it took on his physical stamina was considerable. After taking a breath, he realized that the effort had already drained a significant amount of his energy. Indeed, the 8 Gates technique demanded rapid physical consumption as its price to attain a power far exceeding his usual capabilities. A winding path stretched ahead, flanked by dense trees. This was a trade route, occasionally traversed by merchant caravans. At this moment, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, wearing a spiral mask, ambled forward. It was Uchiha Obito, appearing in the land of rivers. Suddenly, 2 figures erupted from the ground, each wielding a long blade, slicing towards Uchiha Obito from either side. The 2 figures passed by Obito, their blades viciously grazing his form, capable of cleaving him in twain. However, the blades seemed to pass through an illusion, leaving no trace of contact. Though the 2 figures had anticipated this, they could not suppress their astonishment, swiftly turning to face Uchiha Obito, weapons at the ready. At the same time, silhouettes emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling Obito in an instant. 12 individuals comprised the elite shinobi squad from Konoha. Have they come? Obito halted, a cold smirk curling beneath his mask. Even when surrounded by 12 elite shinobi, he displayed no sign of alarm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Lightning release, false darkness. No words were exchanged. Only a chilling atmosphere lingered. At the moment of encirclement, the assault commenced. Wave after wave of powerful ninjutsu rained down upon Obito, who found himself engulfed in a tempest of attacks. Dust swirled around him, obscuring his figure. When the dust settled, the ground where he stood had caved in, forming a vast crater. Yet within that crater, Uchiha Obito remained unscathed, even his clothing intact. Is this all you've got? Obito scoffed, and with that, his form sank into the earth, disappearing from the 12's sight. When he reemerged, it was beside one of the shinobi. Would release, cutting technique. A sharp branch sprouted from his hand, lunging towards the unsuspecting ninja. As an elite shinobi, the man reacted with remarkable speed, twisting away to evade. Yet, even with such swiftness, Obito's response was swifter still. As the sharp branch shifted direction, it appeared in the path of the fleeing individual, piercing through their body. Blood gushed forth, creating a gaping wound that inflicted severe damage. More perilously, the branch embedded within their flesh was poised to grow, sprouting numerous offshoots. In such a case, the person's body would be riddled with holes, akin to a tattered sack, sealing their fate. At that moment, a figure materialized beside them, leaving a trail of afterimages, wielding a short blade to sever the branch. This figure was Uchiha Shisui, renowned for his mastery of body flicker technique, enabling him to move with astonishing swiftness. With a sharp crack, the branch was cleaved, halting its transformation. The elite jonin, who had been pierced, was granted a temporary reprieve, yet he staggered back. A fragment of the branch still embedded in him, sweat beading on his forehead as he left a trail of blood on the ground. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shisui redirected his blade toward Uchiha Obito, yet it passed through him without resistance. No need to rush. Once I deal with them, it will be your turn. With a glance at Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito's form sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Byakugan. Perception. An elite jonin of the Hyuga clan employed his Byakugan to seek out Uchiha Obito, while another elite jonin from the Yamashiro clan utilized their sensory abilities, both ultimately failing. Neither the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan nor the sensory prowess of the Yamashiro clan could unveil Uchiha Obito's presence. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito materialized silently behind an elite jonin, piercing through their body with a sharp branch. This time, Uchiha Shisui was unable to intervene in time. The elite jonin's body was riddled with numerous holes, their eyes frozen in shock, collapsing to the ground. Kakuzu, having arrived a moment too late, struck at Uchiha Obito with fury, wielding his short blade. The fallen individual was named Moonlight Kakuzu, an elite jonin of the Moonlight clan. Although aware of the extreme danger and high mortality rate of this mission, none could have anticipated the swift loss of a comrade. Hey! Uchiha Obito retreated a step, narrowly evading the short blade, ignoring the furious glares directed at him. He emitted a cold chuckle before sinking back into the earth. At the moment of attack, he will revert from that phasing state. Let us pair up, and provide mutual support, shouted a man with a pineapple hairstyle. He was a member of the Nara clan, known for their high intelligence and strategic approach to combat. He had observed Uchiha Obito's evasion of Uchiha Shisui's attack and deduced that the phasing state would dissipate upon striking. With a hum, Uchiha Obito reappeared silently behind another individual, poised to strike with a sharp branch. However, at that instant, another person nearby swiftly intervened. With a whoosh, they drew a kunai and hurled it at Uchiha Obito. Should he continue his assault, he would be pierced by the kunai. With a hum, Uchiha Obito resumed his phasing state, opting to abandon the attack. Such rapid detection. He stood still, his expression tinged with surprise. He had not anticipated that the flaw in the phasing ability would be discovered so swiftly. Truly, a team composed entirely of elite jonin possesses remarkable battle experience. He remained unflustered. Although his adversaries had identified the flaw in the phasing, it did not equate to their ability to counter it. The phasing remained unbreakable. As long as he was enshrouded in the power of Kimui, none of their attacks could harm him. With a swift hand seal, he unleashed the wood release, Hell's chaotic thorns. Thorny trees erupted from the ground, spiraling upward, launching rapid assaults toward the 11 opponents. Their expressions shifted alarmingly as they scrambled to evade. However, the appearance of the thorny trees was too sudden and their assault too swift. A member from the Sarutobi clan, an elite jonin, failed to evade in time and was impaled by the sharp tip of a thorny tree, lifted into the air. A massive wound tore through his body, blood cascading down the thorny tree. He violently expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, collapsing helplessly. The ranks of Konoha diminished once more, leaving only 10. Damn it! Another comrade slain, and Uchiha Shisui's face contorted in rage. His eyes had transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the original bearer of these eyes, despite lacking the cells of Hashirama, he did not experience the decade-long intervals that others did when employing the Kotoamatsukami. Yet, each attempt to activate it consecutively had ended in failure. Uchiha Obito was exceedingly cautious, remaining in a phasing state for the majority of the time, denying Shisui the opportunity to utilize Kotoamatsukami. I shall engage him. You assist me from the sidelines. Employing his unique body flicker technique, multiple silhouettes emerged around him. Each was corporeal, yet each was also an illusion, surrounding Uchiha Obito from various angles. Buzzing with tension, Uchiha Obito chose not to confront Uchiha Shisui directly, burrowing into the earth to evade him. Compared to Uchiha Shisui, whose kaleidoscope Sharingan granted him strength akin to that of a Kage, the others were significantly weaker and thus more vulnerable to ambush. With a clatter, Uchiha Obito re-emerged, gripping a metallic chain in his hand. In his phasing state, he slipped past one adversary. In the fleeting moment after passing, he dispelled his phasing state and swung the metal chain. The unfortunate individual was instantly ensnared, drawn toward him. With a swift thrust from a sharp branch that sprouted from his other hand, he pierced through the heart of the ensnared foe, ending their life. Konoha's forces were reduced to a mere 9. Ignoring the approaching Uchiha Shisui, Obito once again submerged underground, advancing toward his next target. The massacre continued unabated, one by one. The remaining members, apart from Uchiha Shisui, fell to their demise. Half an hour later, the battlefield bore witness to a grim scene, littered with lifeless bodies in various states of decay. This was an exceptionally brutal conflict. From the original 12, only Uchiha Shisui remained, the last survivor. Now, it is your turn. Gazing upon Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito's exposed right eye flickered with a crimson glow, a cold smirk playing upon his masked visage. You are doomed. Uchiha Shisui's eyes mirrored the scarlet brilliance, yet his expression twisted with rage, his voice seeping through clenched teeth. One by one, his comrades fell before him, fury erupting like a volcano. Shisui's body flicker technique. A multitude of identical figures emanated an overwhelming aura of menace, surging towards Uchiha Obito. Fire style, exploding wind dance. Uchiha Obito distorted the space around him with his divine might, unleashing a ferocious gale. A massive fire serpent erupted from his mouth, engulfed by the turbulent winds. A spiraling fire vortex materialized, rapidly assaulting its surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, Uchiha Shisui's replicas were ensnared, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, all of Uchiha Shisui was consumed within the fiery maelstrom. In the aftermath, charred trees stood as mere remnants, The ground transformed into a desolate expanse of blackened earth. Uchiha Obito stood at the epicenter, his gaze directed towards the next horizon. There, a colossal green half-skeleton loomed, Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui resided within the confines of Susanoo. Blood tears streaming from his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chest plate of Susanoo opened, unleashing a barrage of verdant chakra arrows aimed directly at Uchiha Obito. Thud, thud, thud. The ground beneath Uchiha Obito was forcefully gouged, forming a massive crater, yet he remained unscathed. Futile. Your attacks cannot reach me, yet I can strike you. He regarded Uchiha Shisui with disdain, confident in his invulnerability afforded by his divine might. In a flash, he darted towards Susanoo. Boom. One of Susanoo's colossal hands descended, shattering the earth, mud flying in all directions. Nevertheless, he remained unaffected, closing in on Susanoo, disregarding its defenses as he breached its interior. The dissolution of Susanoo's protection proved useless. Uchiha Shisui dispelled Susanoo and engaged in fierce combat with Uchiha Obito. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A myriad of formidable ninjutsu erupted from both combatants, battering their surroundings with relentless ferocity. After a prolonged exchange, splat, a serpentine thorn tree pierced Uchiha Shisui's body. A gaping wound appeared, entrails mingling with blood as he hung suspended upon the tree. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Obito approached the ensnared Uchiha Shisui step by step, exhibiting no signs of injury. Even his attire remained immaculate. Uchiha Shisui was formidable, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his prowess surpassing that of an average Kage. Yet, Uchiha Obito was stronger. The combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the wood-release bloodline limit augmented his strength beyond that of Uchiha Shisui. Furthermore, Uchiha Shisui's Kotoamatsukami was countered by the phantasmal nature of his divine might. Thus, in the end, he emerged victorious. Your eyes now belong to me. Approaching Uchiha Shisui, he discovered that Shisui's heart had ceased to beat. He was utterly deceased. A smirk graced his lips as he extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers poised to pry into Shisui's eyes. Those magnificent Sharingan, a kaleidoscope of power, represented the greatest prize of this battle. Suddenly, an unforeseen event unfolded. The lifeless body of Uchiha Shisui, once suspended in the trees, vanished without a trace. Impossible. A profound shock reverberated within Uchiha Obito. As the possessor of the Sharingan, he could not have mistaken what he had seen. It was indisputably Uchiha Shisui, not merely a shadow clone. A wave of intense peril washed over him, prompting him to activate his Kamui. Yet, before the process could initiate, a chakra-infused short blade pierced through his back. The blade, imbued with tremendous sharpness, penetrated his body. The damage was exacerbated by the chakra's overwhelming destructive force, rapidly dismantling his bodily cells. What should have been a mere puncture wound felt as if he had been stabbed multiple times, leaving him severely injured. Fortunately, at that moment, the intangibility of Kamui finally activated, rendering his body ethereal. Blood dripped from his back and chest, a testament to his grievous wounds. With a pallid visage, he cast a glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, the seemingly deceased Uchiha Shisui stood behind him. The massive wound inflicted by the thorn tree had vanished entirely. Yet the pattern of his right eye's Sharingan had inexplicably faded to a stark white, devoid of pupils, resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Izanagi, as one who had inherited the true teachings of Uchiha Madara, he recognized at once the residual effects of the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Izanagi, at the cost of permanent blindness in one eye, allowed the wielder to reverse any harm, including death, for a limited time. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Shisui had mastered such a technique, nor could he fathom Shisui's audacity to sacrifice a Sharingan to invoke it. A sense of failure washed over him as regret etched itself upon Shisui's features. Having infiltrated the head of the clan's secret chamber and acquired the secret of the Sharingan, he had sealed Izanagi within his right eye, establishing the conditions for its activation upon his death. Just moments ago, he had been slain, and Izanagi had automatically activated, resurrecting him. He understood that his opponent would undoubtedly seek to claim his Sharingan, eager to dispel the intangibility and extract it from him. This was his prime opportunity for a counterattack. He initially aimed to turn the tide and strike down his adversary, but had failed. Although he had significantly injured his opponent, he had not succeeded in delivering a fatal blow. With a swift motion, he lunged at Uchiha Obito, the short blade dancing through the air as he forsook all defense. In the state of his Izanagi, he could reverse all damage, including death, for a fleeting moment. Thus he abandoned any pretense of defense. I underestimated you. To think you would be willing to sacrifice an eye. Stepping back to distance himself from Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito clutched his chest, his voice heavy with shadows. A swirling vortex manifested, and he vanished into its depths. Upon the activation of his Izanagi, for a limited duration, one could disregard any harm. Uchiha Shisui, at the cost of one of his Sharingan, could extend this time potentially beyond 10 minutes. Given his severe injuries, engaging in further combat was unwise, prompting his decision to retreat for the time being. Had he departed, or was he lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the expiration of his Izanagi's effect? With his remaining left eye scanning the surroundings, Uchiha Shisui felt a surge of vigilance. He produced a sealing scroll, swiftly encapsulating the corpses of the 11 elite shinobi who had perished in battle within it. Subsequently, he departed hastily. The mission had failed. This extermination endeavor concluded in defeat. Were it not for his possession of the forbidden technique Izanagi, he too would have perished here. The first gate, the gate of opening, was unsealed. Uchiha Fugaku's left cerebral chakra gate was released. The constraints within his brain dissipated, accelerating his bodily energy expenditure, liberating his physical capabilities entirely, and enhancing both his attack power and speed. The second gate, the gate of rest, was opened. The right cerebral chakra gate of Uchiha Fugaku was released. The limits on his physical fatigue were abolished, further hastening the consumption of his bodily energy. His body began to restore stamina through the overexertion of energy, alleviating the fatigue caused by accelerated energy depletion. The third gate, the gate of life, was opened. The chakra gate at the center of Uchiha Fugaku's hands was released. The consumption of his bodily energy intensified, causing his body to engorge with blood, emanating a green energy from his surface, thereby augmenting his attack power and speed further. The fourth gate, the gate of wounds, was opened. The first chakra gate directly beneath the gate of life was unsealed. Uchiha Fugaku's bodily energy depletion escalated once more, increasing his attack power and speed yet again, albeit at the cost of sustaining bodily injuries. The fifth gate, the gate of limit, was opened. The second chakra gate descending from the gate of life was unsealed. The consumption of Uchiha Fugaku's bodily energy surged yet again, enhancing his attack power and speed once more. The green energy enveloping his body thickened, and his injuries worsened. The sixth gate, the gate of view, was opened. The third chakra gate descending further was released. Uchiha Fugaku's bodily energy expenditure continued to escalate, further amplifying his attack power and speed. The green energy surrounding him grew denser, his blood vessels expanded, protruding from his skin, and his injuries intensified. With a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku opened all 6 gates, his entire being ignited in a blaze of green flames, radiating a terrifying aura. After a moment of experiencing this state, he closed the 6 activated chakra gates, panting heavily. A faint pain coursed through his body, a reminder of the injuries inflicted by opening the 4th, 5th, and 6th gates. In addition, a cool sensation flowed within him, targeting the areas of pain. This was the regenerative property derived from the senju cells acquired after refining the remains of white zetsu, mending his bodily wounds. Under normal circumstances, the forthcoming training would not proceed as swiftly as before. In just a few days of rigorous practice, he had advanced his mastery of the 8 gates to the 6th gate. This rapid progress was attributed to his status as a shadow-level ninja, whose physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. It was akin to having spent over 30 years laying the groundwork for the cultivation of the 8 gates. However, upon reaching the 6th gate, the advantages of his formidable physique had been maximized. Yet, this was the standard expectation. Uchiha Fugaku mused that subsequent training would necessitate considerable time to refine his physical form before any further enhancements could be realized. Nonetheless, he possessed an extraordinary method for rapid advancement, which was precisely why he chose to pursue the 8 gates. Real illusion, transforming his eyes into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku produced a mirror and activated the ocular technique of real illusion with his right eye. Unlike previous applications of this technique, this time the subject of the jutsu was none other than himself. The surroundings remained unchanged. Yet the familiar sensation of control revealed to Uchiha Fugaku that he was indeed ensconced within the real illusion. This technique was pivotal to the 8 gates. His choice of this forbidden technique stemmed from the belief that it complemented him exceptionally well, primarily due to the presence of the real illusion. His confidence in his ability to swiftly attain the eighth gate was similarly founded upon the existence of this ocular technique. Physical enhancement, Uchiha Fugaku declared, as his words resonated. An inexplicable force enveloped his body, altering his physical strength. It was as if he had undergone years of relentless training, resulting in a noticeable increase in his physical fortitude. Within the realm of the real illusion, he could optimize and enhance himself to a certain degree. He could break conventional boundaries, performing jutsu without hand seals, and elevate the concentration of his would-release bloodline limit, allowing him to execute would-release techniques that were otherwise unattainable in reality. Naturally, enhancing his physical strength was also within his reach. With the augmentation of his physical prowess, the conditions for rapidly mastering the 7th and 8th gates of the 8 gates, which had previously been hindered by insufficient strength, were now fulfilled. This was the method he conceived to swiftly attain the 7th and 8th gates. Not only could he rapidly master these gates, but he could also utilize the 8 gates without adverse effects, even activating the 8th gate. Another reason he believed that the 8 gates suited him so well was due to his ability to resurrect infinitely within the real illusion. With this boundless revival capability, he could employ the 8 gates without repercussions. Even the activation of the 8th gate, the death gate, would come at no cost. Furthermore, the real illusion's ability to inflict genuine damage on adversaries placed them at a severe disadvantage once ensnared within its grasp. Regrettably, it was likely that the power unleashed upon activating the 8th gate would not rival that of Might Guy's, at least not in the short term. The 8 gates of Doujia is a forbidden technique that exponentially enhances the physical strength of its user, with the ultimate potency being contingent upon the inherent robustness of their body. This disparity in power between Might Guy and his father, Might Dai, after unlocking the 8 gates, exemplifies this principle. Although the true illusion can augment physical strength to a certain extent, it is not without its limitations. It cannot perpetually enhance one's capabilities. Were it capable of unlimited growth, one could easily rival the Sage of 6 Paths, rendering any adversary inconsequential. He estimated that his augmented physique might rival that of Might Dai, yet it still fell short of the peak prowess exhibited by Might Guy. Therefore, it would be implausible for him to directly attain the formidable strength equivalent to Might Guy's ability to strike down 6 Paths Obito. To reach such an echelon in reality, he must engage in prolonged physical training. Within the realm of true illusion, enhancing spatial aptitude and studying the Flying Thunder God technique is feasible, though unnecessary. In the domain of true illusion, he is inherently capable of spatial movement, rendering the use of the Flying Thunder God technique superfluous. He resolved to commence the training of the 7th gate of Doujia. Taking a deep breath, he initiated his practice of the 7th gate. This gate, known as the Gate of Shock, is the final threshold before the Door of Death. Once activated, it causes the user to emit blue steam due to the evaporation of sweat. In this state, one's combat prowess surges dramatically. Might Guy effortlessly defeated the Akatsuki member Haiden, who possessed significant power in this very state. An hour later, he exited the true illusion. The consumption of his ocular power during its use was considerably slower. Yet even so, he could only persist for an hour each day. Fortunately, having refined the body of White Zetsu, using the Mangekyo Sharingan no longer bore side effects. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to employ the true illusion with such frequency. After a refreshing bath, Uchiha Fugaku felt some alleviation from the fatigue induced by the 8 gates. The duration of his activation of the 6th gate in reality was brief, and the physical damage incurred was not severe. Thanks to the regenerative abilities derived from the cells of Hashirama, he anticipated that his injuries would heal within 2 to 3 days at most. Uchiha Fugaku. The elders have come to pay a visit. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Uchiha Mikoto, adorned in a kimono, approached. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully behind her as she spoke gently. 3 visitors at once. Uchiha Fugaku discerned the unusual nature of their visit and rose to proceed to the reception room. Clan leader. In the reception room, the elders, Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Mamoru, and Uchiha Shure, stood upon his arrival, addressing him with respect. Following the previous meeting, the trio recognized that only Uchiha Fugaku could genuinely lead the Uchiha clan to greatness, and thus they pledged their unwavering allegiance to him. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku firmly established his dominion over the Uchiha clan. What has transpired? Once the four were seated and a soundproof barrier was established, Uchiha Fugaku inquired. The necessity for all three to visit indicated that a matter of great significance had arisen. Just moments ago, Uchiha Shisui had returned to the clan. The elder Uchiha Shana's voice revealed a palpable disdain for Uchiha Shisui. Initially, he had high hopes for this prodigy of the Uchiha clan, yet upon discovering his identity as a traitor, his admiration turned to loathing. Have they returned without encountering the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja? Uchiha Fugaku expressed his surprise. He had intended to tail this elite squad of 12 jonin, hoping to reap the benefits from their endeavors. Unfortunately, the squad had discreetly departed the village through special channels, denying him the opportunity to follow. According to the reports, their mission had failed. They encountered the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja, but were outmatched, resulting in the demise of all but one. It appears they did encounter them, yet miraculously survived. Uchiha Fugaku lamented. Uchiha Obito possessed both the wood-release Kekkai Genkai and the Mangekyo Sharingan, making him an extraordinarily formidable opponent. While he was not surprised by the mission's failure, he was taken aback by the fact that Uchiha Shisui had returned alive. Attempting to eliminate Uchiha Shisui through Uchiha Obito's hands proved unsuccessful. He lost the sight in his right eye, though he claims it was due to injury. I suspect he invoked Izanagi, remarked the second elder, Uchiha Marito. No wonder. Uchiha Fugaku realized. If he had previously speculated that Uchiha Shisui had stolen the secrets of the Sharingan, he was now certain of it. The audacity of Uchiha Shisui was remarkable. Sacrificing a Mangekyo Sharingan to utilize Izanagi was a bold move. What should we do next, Patriarch? The elder Uchiha Shana's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With Uchiha Shisui injured and one eye lost, his strength would undoubtedly wane, presenting a prime opportunity to eliminate him. There is no need for us to act. That would release Kekkai Genkai ninja. Will take care of Uchiha Shisui for us. Uchiha Fugaku countered. Uchiha Obito was not one to be trifled with. After surviving an ambush, he would surely turn his wrath on the sole survivor, Uchiha Shisui. The only lament was for Uchiha Shisui's remaining Mangekyo Sharingan. However, with Uchiha Shisui having mastered Izanagi, the difficulty of obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan had increased manifold, making it exceedingly challenging for even Uchiha Obito to seize it. The following day, as expected by Uchiha Fugaku, a village meeting was convened. The attendees were shocked and enraged to learn that nearly the entire elite Jonin squad had perished, with only Uchiha Shisui surviving. And the mission had ended in failure, failing to eliminate the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja. Proposals emerged for vengeance against the 11 fallen Jonin, advocating for the formation of a stronger ninja team to strike back at the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja. Others argued that the strength of the wood-release Kekkai Genkai ninja was too formidable, suggesting a pause in actions against them. The debate raged on, with neither side able to sway the other. The once mighty Konoha had fallen to such depths. During the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound sense of melancholy as he acutely perceived the decline of Konoha. The village was at its zenith during its founding, with figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara capable of overwhelming the other four great ninja villages, leaving them gasping for breath. In subsequent eras, there were moments of prosperity as well. The pinnacle of strength was represented by the legendary three ninjas, Konoha's White Fang and the Yellow Flash, who fearlessly battled the four great ninja villages simultaneously. However, this very strength instilled a sense of threat among the higher-ups of Konoha, led by the third Hokage. In a bid to solidify their status and interests, these leaders resorted to cunning political maneuvering. The unfortunate outcome was the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, the disintegration of the legendary three ninjas, one defector, and two departures from Konoha. The Yellow Flash, who would later become the fourth Hokage, was also compelled to seal the Nine Tails at the cost of his own life due to the inaction of the third Hokage and Danzō Shimura during the Nine Tails incident. Coupled with their distrust of the Uchiha clan, which ultimately prevented their involvement in the battle, had these formidable forces still existed, even Uchiha Obito would have found it impossible to withstand them. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The disgraceful tactics employed by Konoha's leadership, led by the third Hokage, to fortify their own positions have undeniably precipitated Konoha's decline, rendering them the principal architects of this downfall. It would be ideal if they could set aside their biases against the Uchiha clan in the face of external threats, but such a hope seems implausible. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in despair. He longed for the Konoha leadership, spearheaded by the third Hokage, to relinquish their prejudices against the Uchiha clan due to external adversities. Yet he remained skeptical. Even if they could temporarily ease their biases, once the external threat dissipated, they would undoubtedly revert to targeting the Uchiha clan, just as they had with Konoha's White Fang. Thus, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership under the third Hokage is irreconcilable. It can only reach a conclusion through the annihilation of one party. This is not a matter of the Uchiha clan disregarding the greater picture, but rather a reflection of the corruption that has taken root within Konoha's leadership, necessitating a radical cleansing. The meeting extended for several hours without yielding a consensus, ultimately leading to the decision to reconvene at a later date. Upon departing from the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Fugaku walked through the streets, reflecting on the fact that out of 12 individuals, only members of the Uchiha clan returned alive, a stroke of fortune for the clan leader. A voice tinged with sarcasm interrupted his thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku turned to locate the source of the sound, and there stood Danzō Shimura and Aburame Shibi, with Danzō being the one to speak. Given the relationship between these two and the Uchiha clan, it was evident they were not there to praise him, but rather to insinuate something deeper. If the Shimura clan has something to say, please do so directly, Danzō remarked. The mission failed, everyone else perished, and only Uchiha Shisui returned alive. Is it true luck, or merely a cowardly retreat? Danzō spoke with a meaningful tone, unaware that Uchiha Shisui was an insider working for the third Hokage and had a strained relationship with Uchiha Fugaku. Upon witnessing the demise of his esteemed clan's elite shinobi during a mission, only Uchiha Shisui managed to return from the 12-member elite shinobi team, causing considerable discontent. The fact that all others perished while Uchiha Shisui survived raised grave suspicions. Should he indeed have fled in the face of danger, he must be met with severe punishment. The oil woman, Shimi, adjusted her sunglasses and chimed in, suggesting that if either of the two held doubts, they should convey them to the Hokage, who would thoroughly investigate Uchiha Shisui. To voice such claims without evidence could tarnish their reputations, Uchiha Fugaku remarked coolly. It was evident that they had misidentified their target in their pursuit of Uchiha Shisui. He lamented that he wished Shisui had not returned alive, yet alas, his hopes had proven futile. We shall certainly inform the Hokage of our suspicions. Should any truths emerge, not only will Uchiha Shisui face retribution, but you and the Uchiha clan will also bear the consequences, Shimi said coldly. Go ahead if you wish. Uchiha Fugaku retorted with a derisive smile, unperturbed. Even if they were to relay their suspicions to the third Hokage, it was unlikely that an investigation would ensue. And even if an inquiry did take place, the findings would undoubtedly favor Uchiha Shisui, shielding him and the Uchiha clan from any repercussions. Even if Uchiha Shisui had indeed fled, abandoning his comrades to save his own life, the third Hokage would likely cover for him, as Shisui was one of his own. Let us see if you still find amusement in this situation, Shimura Daisuke scoffed. The leadership of Konoha, under the third Hokage, had long sought to suppress the Uchiha clan, and by rallying a few more individuals to request an investigation, they would seize the opportunity to further their agenda. Should it be revealed that Uchiha Shisui had indeed fled, both he and the Uchiha clan would face dire consequences. Even if Shisui was innocent of cowardice, they could still slander him, manipulating public opinion against the Uchiha, reminiscent of their previous campaign against the Leaf's White Fang. Given Uchiha Shisui's fragile mental fortitude, he might even resort to suicide, much like the White Fang had done. It would be prudent to gather more allies. With only the two of you, convincing the Hokage to agree to an investigation may prove challenging, Uchiha Fugaku advised. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed be concerned about Uchiha Shisui facing false accusations that might implicate the Uchiha clan. However, on this occasion, he felt no such apprehension, for the third Hokage would never conspire against Uchiha Shisui. Just wait. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's unwavering confidence, Shimura Daisuke's face flickered between shades of anger and distress, while Shimi's expression remained inscrutable, her demeanor growing colder. With nothing further to discuss, Uchiha Fugaku took his leave, reflecting on the irony that, amid external threats, these two still engaged in internal strife. He resolved to eliminate them, for their presence would only serve as a blight. In the Hokage office within the Hokage building, Daisuke Shimura, Shiwi Aburame, and several clan heads closely associated with the Shimura family appeared in this place. "What brings you here?" inquired the third Hokage, who was smoking a pipe, his mood considerably sour. The complete failure of the assassination mission against Uchiha Madara, resulting in the deaths of 11 elite jonin, weighed heavily on his heart. Compounding his discontent was the fact that, although Uchiha Shisui had survived, he had permanently lost the sight in one eye. Shisui was his strongest ninja, whose prowess heavily relied on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, with one eye irreparably blind, his strength would undoubtedly decline. He had urgently summoned Tsunade. Yet he felt uncertain whether she would return to Konoha to treat Shisui's eye, given the rift that had formed between them due to his past actions to consolidate his power. Lord Hokage, only Uchiha Shisui returned alive among the 12 elite jonin, and we find this rather suspicious. We request an investigation into Uchiha Shisui, Daisuke Shimura stated, casting an expectant glance at the third Hokage. He was confident that, given the third Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha clan, he would surely consent to an inquiry into Shisui. "You have greatly disappointed me." The third Hokage did not acquiesce as Daisuke had anticipated. Instead, his expression darkened, revealing a stern demeanor. To cast suspicion on a comrade without any evidence, to harbor distrust towards one's allies, was a grave transgression. Uchiha Shisui was his informant within the Uchiha clan. How could he permit an investigation that would jeopardize Shisui? However, Lord Hokage, although I lack evidence, all others perished, and only Uchiha Shisui survived. This is indeed suspicious. Witnessing the unexpected response from the third Hokage, Daisuke hurriedly clarified. He could not fathom why he had presented a pretext to suppress the Uchiha clan to the third Hokage, yet found him disinclined to pursue an investigation against Shisui, contrary to his expectations, causing him to feel flustered. "Lord Hokage, we too find this matter rather dubious." Despite sensing the third Hokage's displeasure, it was too late to retreat. Other clan heads, including Shiwi Aburame, voiced their agreement. To be suspicious of a comrade who has returned alive is not the path you should tread. With a piercing gaze fixed upon them, the third Hokage's expression turned icy as he issued a stern warning. "I do not wish to hear such words again today, nor do I want such rumors to circulate outside. Should an investigation into Uchiha Shisui reveal unfavorable findings, covering it up would require immense effort. Thus, the optimal course of action was to refrain from any investigation from the outset." Under the third Hokage's sharp gaze, Daisuke and the others could not help but shudder. A multitude of questions and confusion swirled within them, yet ultimately, they found themselves responding, "Yes, we understand. We shall never allow such rumors to circulate outside." Though the third Hokage typically presents a gentle and amiable demeanor, beneath that facade lies a chilling indifference. When angered, his wrath is truly fearsome. "Depart now," the third Hokage commanded, his expression once again softening to its usual benevolence, as if the stern visage from moments ago had never belonged to him. He gestured for the group to leave. "Yes," they replied hurriedly, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they exited the Hokage's office. Once outside, they exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with confusion and frustration. It is an undeniable truth that the third Hokage harbors disdain for the Uchiha clan. After all, the suppression of the Uchiha family by the leadership of Konoha, under his direction, has been evident over the years. It is truly perplexing why the third Hokage would deviate from his usual stance to ardently defend Uchiha Shisui, a member of the Uchiha clan. Shortly after Shimura Daisuke and the others arrived at the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Fugaku had already received the news. The advantage of overseeing the security department is that one swiftly becomes aware of events occurring within the village. He must be feeling quite vexed. Uchiha Fugaku thought with a smirk. It is clear that Shimura Daisuke and the others' request to investigate Uchiha Shisui would inevitably end in failure, possibly even resulting in a reprimand from the third Hokage. There is no way the third Hokage would conduct an investigation into Uchiha Shisui. It is impossible to suppress the Uchiha clan through him. Fugaku could easily envision the frustrated expressions on the faces of Daisuke and his companions. "Keep a close watch on their movements, and report to me immediately if they leave the village," he instructed, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Yaomi in the office. "Understood," Uchiha Yaomi replied, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the captain's intentions to monitor the movements of Shimura Daisuke and Yamanaka Shimi. At the white Zetsu base, a whirlpool appeared, revealing the figure of Uchiha Obito. His shirt was torn at the chest, stained with fresh blood. "You were actually injured?" The half-black face inquired, surprise evident in its tone. Uchiha Obito's prowess was well known. Possessing both would release and the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had received the true teachings of Uchiha Madara, mastering various secret techniques. His strength nearly rivaled that of the Kage, and even when beset by multiple elite shinobi, he could easily escape unscathed. Yet, unexpectedly, he had sustained injuries while clashing with the 12 elite jonin of Konoha. I was careless. I did not anticipate that Uchiha Shisui would possess Izanagi and would resort to treachery. Once I recover from my injuries, I will kill him. Uchiha Obito's voice was calm, but the undertone of intense murderous intent was unmistakable. Since assuming the guise of Uchiha Madara, he had not suffered such a significant setback in a long time. The last time he faced a similar defeat was during the Nine-Tails Rampage, when his teacher, the fourth Hokage, had inflicted considerable suffering upon him with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, his teacher had fared far worse, as both he and his wife perished on that fateful night of the Nine-Tails attack. This matter must be temporarily put on hold. News has arrived from the Hidden Mist Village. Due to your absence in reinforcing the illusion cast on the fourth Mizukage, there are signs that he may be breaking free from the Jinjutsu, reported the half-white face. Signs of breaking free from the illusion? Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow beneath his mask. He had meticulously prepared for an extended period to control the fourth Mizukage with this illusion. If he were to escape it, regaining control would prove exceedingly difficult. We must hasten there. Otherwise, in just 2 or 3 days, the fourth Mizukage will surely break free from the Jinjutsu. The half-black face asserted. Let him live a little longer, Uchiha Obito replied coldly. Controlling the fourth Mizukage is of utmost importance. It is the key to his revenge against the Hidden Mist Village and to avenge Rin, leaving no room for error. Compared to this matter, everything else must take a back seat. Within the space formed by the true illusion, Uchiha Fugaku was training in the 8 gates of Duinjia. The 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, is now open. The 4th chakra gate opened downward in a straight line, and Uchiha Fugaku emanated a blue steam, produced by evaporating sweat. A powerful aura irradiated from him, making him appear overwhelmingly formidable. As a consequence, his body was continuously suffering damage. His muscles and meridians were being torn apart moment by moment. His skin flushed, displaying an eerie crimson hue. Blood vessels bulged to their limits, entwining his body like vines. With the day tiger, he unleashed a rapid punch, compressing the air, which burst forth like a cannon. A colossal white tiger became visible, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged forward. Boom! The chamber, constructed of hard rock, was utterly obliterated under the assault of the white giant tiger. The ceiling vanished, revealing the sky above. The 8th gate, the Gate of Death, is now open, standing amidst the ruins of the chamber. Uchiha Fugaku activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. The blue steam dissipated, replaced by crimson vapor, a result of evaporating blood. His hair stood upright, transformed to a vivid red, while the surface of his body displayed a web-like cracking. The already formidable aura surged once more, becoming even more terrifying, a presence that would send shivers down the spines of even the strongest shadows, compelling them to flee. Within him, muscles were tearing, bones were shattering, and his life was burning like a firework, brilliant yet fleeting. The 8th gate of Duinjia, at the cost of death, granted a moment of explosive brilliance akin to a firework. Uchiha Fugaku thrust his fist forward, compressing the air with immense force, rendering the invisible visible as it spread forth beneath his strike. In the air, a massive, straight line appeared. The attack extended beyond the chamber, plowing through the ground like tofu, creating a vast, straight chasm, as though a colossal blade had sliced through. The life of Uchiha Fugaku burned brightly, the crimson steam coalescing into a dragon shape, transforming into his final surge of power. He unleashed this ultimate energy with a forceful kick against the ground. Boom! The terrifying might radiated from the epicenter of the chamber, spreading outward like a web. Everything in its path was obliterated, leaving the entire residence in ruins. At the center lay a profound pit, within which Uchiha Fugaku lay, having succumbed to death as his life force was expended. Should one gaze upon him through the lens of insight, they would discover that his bones and muscles were shattered beyond repair. Buzz! The injuries on Uchiha Fugaku's body vanished, and even his garments appeared pristine once more. Within the realm of true illusion, he possessed the ability to resurrect indefinitely. The deadly consequence of opening the 8th gate of the 8 gates was trivial in comparison to his capabilities. What astonishing destructive power! Standing amidst the wreckage, Uchiha Fugaku beheld the devastation wrought by his mastery of the 8th gate. Even he could not help but feel a shiver of awe at the sheer force of destruction. Having achieved mastery over the 8 gates, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply as he emerged from the illusion. The ability to open the 8th gate signified his complete command over this technique. His training in the 8 gates had reached its conclusion. In the short term, enhancing the power of the 8 gates seemed unattainable. Any further improvement would necessitate a prolonged dedication to physical training, a path that promised to be arduous and lengthy. In high spirits, Uchiha Fugaku stepped outside into the courtyard, allowing the warm sunlight to bathe him. Within the courtyard, Uchiha Sasuke diligently practiced his ninjutsu, his youthful face reflecting utmost seriousness. Observing Sasuke's dedication brought a smile to Fugaku's face. Under his guidance, Sasuke exhibited remarkable diligence, his growth and strength noticeably surpassing that of his peers. Father, noticing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke paused and sprinted towards him. Indeed, you have made progress, praised Uchiha Fugaku. The compliment filled Sasuke with joy, akin to the sweetness of candy, and after a brief respite, he eagerly resumed his training. Fugaku felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Children truly thrive on praise, and the previous educational methods had proven inadequate. With the awakening of the Rinnegan, Sasuke had also manifested spatial ocular techniques, indicating his considerable aptitude for space manipulation, making him well-suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. Watching Sasuke immerse himself once more in training, Uchiha Fugaku mused. While his own spatial talent was limited and ill-suited for the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke's potential in this domain was quite promising, suggesting he could indeed master it. Though Sasuke would awaken the spatial ocular techniques later in his journey, he could initially pursue the Flying Thunder God technique as an interim measure. Fugaku believed that with the mastery of this technique, Sasuke's strength would undoubtedly eclipse that of his contemporaries, rivaling even the prowess of Uchiha Itachi, or perhaps even surpassing him at the same age. The Flying Thunder God technique is shrouded in secrecy. Even if taught to Sasuke, it cannot be wielded openly. Contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Acquiring the skill, yet being unable to utilize it prominently undoubtedly constrained Sasuke's potential. However, his expression soon relaxed. There will come a time when such an opportunity arises. A confrontation between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, led by the 3rd Hokage, is inevitable. One side must ultimately fall. Should the Uchiha clan be vanquished, all would be lost. Conversely, if the leadership of Konoha collapses, the Uchiha clan will ascend to power, and he shall become the new Hokage. The Uchiha and Senju clans jointly established Konoha, with the Senju clan having produced 2 Hokages, and subsequent Hokages have also been closely linked to them. Yet, the Uchiha clan has yet to have a single member assume the role of Hokage. It is time for one to emerge from their ranks. As for whether they will garner the support of other clans, once the leadership of Konoha falls, the other clans will undoubtedly rally in support. Such was the circumstance that brought Danzō to the position of acting Hokage. Once he claims the title of Hokage, he can then openly allow Sasuke to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Clan leader. A clan member approached along the corridor and leaned closer to Uchiha Fugaku, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing the words of this clan member, Fugaku's smile faded, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. To the west of the Land of Fire lies a village known as Shurha Village, where 3 figures emerged, clad in high-collar trench coats and wearing sunglasses. They bore a large container on their backs. Despite their identical attire, they differed in height and build. These 3 were Aburame Shibi and 2 other elite shinobi from the Aburame clan. With impassive expressions, they approached Shurha Village. The Shurha clan is the most populous in this village, which is also the source of its name. Within the Land of Fire, apart from Konoha, numerous ninja clans and factions exist. They either maintain cooperative relationships with Konoha or the feudal lords, securing permission to reside within the Land of Fire through such alliances. The Shurha village is home to one such ninja clan. Who are you? The approach of Aburame Shibi and his companions stirred the inhabitants of Shurha village, prompting 3 men and 1 woman to confront them with caution. Lord Danzō has commanded that the Shurha clan dispatch 5 young members to join the route. Aburame Shibi declared coldly. Unthinkable. We shall not send any more clan members to join the route. One robust middle-aged man suddenly became agitated. Years prior, under the influence of Danzō's position as a Konoha advisor, the Uchiha clan had sent 5 young members to join the route. However, these 5 members severed all ties with the Uchiha clan upon joining, vanishing without a trace. Until recently, a root ninja arrived to inform that 5 members of the Shikaku clan had perished and demanded that the Shikaku family send 5 more members to join root. Given the fate of the previous 5, the Shikaku clan resolutely refused the root ninja's request. Unexpectedly, just days later, Danzō dispatched another envoy. Today, 5 of you must accompany us. Should you resist, we shall be compelled to select and forcibly take you, spoke Yonoshimi coldly. Absolutely not. There is no way you will take even one of us today. We shall fight. The 4 warriors' expressions were filled with fury, their eyes seemingly ablaze. One drew a kunai and lunged at a high-ranking Yono clan shinobi. Another hurled a multitude of shuriken, targeting another Yono shinobi. A third utilized earth release techniques, transforming the soil into small rocky projectiles that hurtled toward Yonoshimi like bullets. The last invoked a tunneling technique, burrowing underground to ambush Yonoshimi from beneath. In the face of the 4 attackers, Yonoshimi and her 2 companions remained unperturbed, their expressions devoid of emotion, save for one high-ranking shinobi who sprang into action. With a low hum, a swarm of black insects erupted from a container on the shinobi's back. Some intertwined to form a barrier, deflecting the shuriken and rocky missiles, while others surged toward the assailant wielding the kunai. The shinobi then delivered a swift kick, sending the one who emerged from the ground flying. Subsequently, the black insects coalesced into 4 streams, attacking the 4 assailants like a swarm of wasps. The speed of the insects was blinding. The 4 could not evade and were quickly enveloped. As they were bitten, they emitted agonizing cries, collapsing to the ground in torment. Moments later, the insects retreated back into the container, leaving the 4, bloodied and motionless, uncertain of their fate. Yonoshimi and her 2 companions, their demeanor unchanged, strode into the village. Clang, clang, clang. The village erupted with urgent alarm bells. One after another, figures rushed toward the village entrance, and upon witnessing the fate of their 4 comrades, they furiously surrounded the Yono trio. Though the weakest among them possessed the strength of a high-ranking shinobi, the strongest boasted elite shinobi capabilities. While they were not insignificant in their own right, they were no match for Yonoshimi and her companions. Under the relentless assault of the insects, the Shikaku clan ninjas fell one by one, crying out in pain, bloodied, and ultimately silenced. We shall take these 5. After subduing the resistance, Yonoshimi and her companions lifted 5 unconscious Shikaku youths, encased in the swarm of insects, and made their way out of the village. Some gazed on with resentment, others with rage, yet none dared to rise in defiance. The disparity in strength was too vast. Resistance would be futile and only exacerbate the casualties among the Shikaku clan. Thus, they were left to allow Yonoshimi and her companions to depart with the 5 unconscious youths. Exiting the village, Yonoshimi and her comrades set their course back to Konohagakure, having performed such missions before. To align oneself with Shimura Danzō, mere verbal expressions are insufficient. It necessitates the dispatch of clan members to infiltrate the roots, as well as tangible contributions to Shimura Danzō's endeavors. For instance, the recent suppression of disobedient minor ninja clans exemplifies this. With the renown of Shimura Danzō, how did many members of the roots come to be? A significant number emerged in such a manner. Suddenly, the trio came to an abrupt halt, their eyes hidden behind sunglasses fixed intently ahead. Before them stood a solitary figure, almost imperceptible until they approached, and the trees no longer obscured the view. Clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, the figure wore a spiral mask that revealed only the right eye. Could it be Yura would release Kekkai Genkai Ninja? The pupils of Oil Girl Shirwei contracted sharply beneath his sunglasses. The would-release Kekkai Genkai Ninja was a shadowy powerhouse, capable of turning the tide against an assault from at least 12 elite jonin, killing 11 while allowing only 1 to escape. The realization that they had encountered such an individual sent Shirwei's heart plummeting. Their prospects today appeared dire. What? This person is a would-release Kekkai Genkai Ninja. Upon hearing Shirwei's words, the other 2 jonin from the Oil Girl clan displayed a rare flicker of fear upon their otherwise impassive faces. The Oil Girl clan was adept at concealing their emotions and maintaining a calm demeanor, but such composure faltered in the face of terror. Is this the manner in which the forces aligned with Konoha assert their dominance? Uchiha Obito mocked. He was not the true Uchiha Obito, but rather Uchiha Fugaku in disguise. Having learned of Oil Girl Shurei's departure from the village, he had stealthily followed. Witnessing the entire process of Shurei and his companions assaulting Ishikuru village and abducting 5 youths from the Ishikuru clan. Previously, he had likened Shurei to a wood-boring insect, a comparison that now seemed remarkably prescient. Willing to become a pawn of Shimura Danzō, extorting forces allied with Konoha, was tantamount to tarnishing the reputation painstakingly established since the village's inception. The analogy of Shurei as a wood-boring insect was indeed fitting. Scatter and flee. Acknowledging that they stood no chance against the wood-release Kekkei Genkai ninja, Shurei and his companions diverged, each fleeing in a separate direction. As for the 5 youths they had captured, they were forsaken, left behind in their haste. In a flash, Uchiha Fugaku appeared dozens of meters away, intercepting one of the Oil Girl clan's jonin and blocking his path. I will fight you. The jonin's face turned pale, despair rising within him at the sight of Uchiha Fugaku standing in his way. Secret technique, infestation. A swarm of black insects erupted from the jar on his back, surging toward Uchiha Fugaku like a dark cloud. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku did not need to form hand signs. He had successfully executed the ninjutsu. A torrent of flames erupted forth, radiating intense heat and crashing forward like a rolling wave. A horde of black insects descended like a deluge, consumed by the fiery waves that enveloped them, turning them to charred remnants that emitted a foul odor, cascading from the heavens as if it were a rain of darkness. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Yet, neither Uchiha Fugaku nor the elite shinobi of the Oil Woman clan had the heart to behold it. The shinobi of the Oil Woman clan prepared to employ the technique of insect clones, hoping to divert Uchiha Fugaku's attention while he concealed himself. However, before he could execute his plan, Uchiha Fugaku had already closed the distance, his right hand wielding a sharp branch. With a swift motion, the branch pierced through his body, and from within him, several more branches sprouted, leaving behind a multitude of bloody orifices on his surface. Helpless, he plummeted from the tree, crashing to the ground with a thud, while Uchiha Fugaku had long since vanished, pursuing 2 others. How could he be ahead of me? The remaining shinobi of the Oil Woman clan, panic-stricken, leaped between the trees, desperately fleeing forward. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he halted abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, a wood-release bloodline limit ninja had appeared before him, his exposed right eye fixated upon him. From that gaze, he discerned a hint of mockery. Beneath the mask, the face of his adversary likely bore a smile, ridiculing his futile struggle. Secret technique, poison insects. A swarm of toxic insects erupted from the jar on his back, all darting towards Uchiha Fugaku. These venomous creatures were lethal. Even a seasoned shinobi would find themselves incapacitated if bitten. Yet, he understood that these insects would be of no consequence to his opponent, a being of significant power. Without hesitation, he turned and fled in the opposite direction. However, just a few steps into his escape, he felt a sharp pain in his back as if pierced by a keen blade. Accompanied by this pain, he also felt discomfort in his chest, abdomen, and sides. His movements faltered, and he stiffly turned his head to glance behind him. The wood-release bloodline limit ninja had not been hindered by the swarm of insects. He was now directly behind him. This would be the last image he saw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oil Woman Shimi, pale-faced, sprinted away, glancing back intermittently to ascertain if anyone was in pursuit. Upon seeing that no one was following, a flicker of joy surged within him. Though he knew that the absence of the wood-release bloodline limit ninja pursuing him meant that he had likely turned his attention to his 2 clan members, who were undoubtedly in grave peril, he still felt a glimmer of hope for his own survival. Suddenly, the space ahead of him warped. To his horror, the wood-release bloodline limit ninja materialized from thin air. Space ninjutsu. His hair stood on end, and his pupils constricted violently beneath his sunglasses, extinguishing all remnants of joy within him. The realization struck him with despair. The wood-release bloodline limit ninja possessed the ability to manipulate space. No matter how swift he was, he could never outpace spatial ninjutsu. He had nowhere left to run. Secret technique, insect sphere. A multitude of chakra-sensitive insects surged forth from the container behind him, akin to bees escaping their hive. Guided by chakra, they flocked towards Uchiha Fugaku. The secret technique. The great bug-eater, unleashed its own swarm, as specially cultivated insects emerged from his body, capable of infiltrating the enemy, devouring their flesh and chakra, rapidly expanding in size to rupture their bodies. These insects mingled with the chakra-sensitive ones, using them as a guise to stealthily approach Uchiha Fugaku. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A fiery blaze erupted in a linear trajectory from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, undulating with the movement of his head. Not a single insect could draw near. They were incinerated beneath the flames, reduced to char, and plummeting to the ground. With a swift movement, Uchiha Fugaku crossed several meters, closing in on Yamanaka Shirotami. Sharp branches sprouted from his hand, lunging towards Yamanaka Shirotami. The sharp branch pierced Yamanaka Shirotami. However, instead of reacting like a typical human, Yamanaka Shirotami disregarded the injury and clung fiercely to Uchiha Fugaku. In an instant, Yamanaka Shirotami's body disintegrated, transforming into countless insects. This version of Yamanaka Shirotami was entirely composed of bugs, a mere insect clone. Insects swarmed over Uchiha Fugaku, enveloping him entirely. Some were toxic, others absorbed chakra, while others consumed flesh and chakra, growing larger in the process. Just as it seemed Uchiha Fugaku was on the brink of peril, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Uchiha, ensnared by the insects, dissipated into a wisp of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Several meters away, Yamanaka Shirotami, who had concealed himself after deploying the insect clone, was taken aback. That was a shadow clone. Where was the true opponent? A profound sense of danger arose within him, compelling him to flee his hiding place. At that moment, a streak of green rushed towards him with great speed. Before he could evade, he was struck by this green object. It was a sharp branch, firmly grasped in Uchiha Fugaku's hand. With the formidable insight of the Sharingan, Yamanaka Shirotami's insect clone could not elude his gaze. Realizing that the Yamanaka before him was merely a clone, he swiftly engaged in a struggle between his shadow clone and the insect clone, while he sought out Yamanaka Shirotami's true form. Yamanaka clan head. Have you ever considered the consequences of opposing the Uchiha clan all these years? With a flick of his hand, Uchiha Fugaku removed his mask, casting a mocking glance at the severely injured Yamanaka Shirotami. It's you. Blood trickled from Yamanaka Shirotami's chest as he gazed in horror at Uchiha Fugaku, who had unveiled his face. The enigmatic, formidable ninja of the wood release Kekkai Genkai, who had brought misfortune to the village, was indeed Uchiha Fugaku. How could this be? No, it cannot be you. Yamanaka Shirotami shook his head vehemently. The wood release Kekkai Genkai user was a terrifying powerhouse, having faced an assault from 12 elite Jonin and slain 11, with only one managing to escape. He could hardly believe that such a formidable and terrifying figure would be Uchiha Fugaku, who had, under years of oppression, become weak and submissive. It was beyond his comprehension, and he was unwilling to accept it. How audacious for a mere insect-controlling clan to dare oppose the Uchiha clan. He wondered who bestowed upon them such courage. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a tone of disdain. He refrained from clarifying that he was not a would-release bloodline limit ninja, as allowing Oil Woman Shirwei to perceive him as one and perish in terror would undoubtedly be more satisfying. Uchiha Fugaku, you have slain fellow villagers. The Hokage and Danzō-sama will not let you go. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's contemptuous remarks, Oil Woman Shirwei's forehead throbbed with rage. He glared at Uchiha Fugaku and shouted angrily, "No, it is I who will not let them go." The coldness in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes was chilling, imbued with an icy resolve. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, would inevitably culminate in the downfall of one side. Enough. It is time for your journey to end. Uchiha Fugaku activated his would-release ninjutsu, causing sharp branches to pierce through Oil Woman Shirwei's body, which suddenly sprouted numerous offshoots. One branch, under Uchiha Fugaku's control, plunged from Shirwei's throat into his brain, obliterating his neural tissues and eliminating any possibility of extracting memories from him. Oil Woman Shirwei's face reflected horror and fury, his body bleeding profusely, before he collapsed in weakness. Thus, Oil Woman Shirwei and the two Jonin of the Oil Woman clan met their demise. From another perspective, the three of them, too, perished, albeit in a different scene. They found themselves confronted by Uchiha Fugaku, their faces filled with dread, and attempted to flee in different directions. However, before they could escape, an eerie phenomenon transpired. Their bodies became rigid, immobilized in place. Then, with a series of sickening sounds, grotesque puncture wounds appeared on their bodies, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining their surroundings crimson. They fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before becoming still. The peculiar manner of their demise was due to their entrapment within Uchiha Fugaku's ocular Jinjutsu. From the moment they encountered him, they had unwittingly succumbed to this reality-altering illusion. Unlike Itachi's Tsukuyomi, this Jinjutsu meticulously replicated the real environment, rendering it more vivid and far less detectable. Even if they had sensed something amiss, their abilities were insufficient to break free from such a powerful Jinjutsu, as it was an art contained within the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and those lacking the strength of a Kage had no hope of escape. Furthermore, this Jinjutsu possessed a characteristic absent in Tsukuyomi, the ability to ensnare multiple targets simultaneously, drawing all three into its grasp. Seeing one another only deepened their oblivion to the illusion. Thus, the reputation of Konoha was tarnished in this manner. Uchiha Fugaku cast a fleeting glance at the 5 unconscious youths from the Ishikura clan before vanishing into the depths of the forest. After a considerable time, the 5 boys gradually regained consciousness, and, upon discovering the lifeless forms of Yuninja Shimi and his 2 companions, were gripped by panic, hastily retreating to Ishikura village. Upon their arrival, they relayed the grim news of Yuninja Shimi's demise to the Ishikura clan, prompting an immediate dispatch of individuals to investigate the matter. After some deliberation, the Ishikura clan ultimately resolved to report this incident to Konoha. In a dimly lit room, Danzō Shimura sat cross-legged, his right hand and eye shrouded in bandages. The faint glow of the light cast a somber shadow over his already brooding demeanor. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and soon a man clad in a bug-faced mask entered, kneeling on one knee. "Lord Danzō, we have just apprehended a ninja from Ishikura village. From him, we learned that the head of the Yuninja clan and 2 of their elite jonin were ambushed and killed while returning from a mission. Dead." Danzō raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. 2 elite jonin is one matter, but Yuninja Shimi, as the clan leader, possesses strength that surpasses the average elite. It is perplexing that such an individual could perish during what seems to be a routine task. Do we know who was responsible for their deaths? The masked man inquired. According to our interrogation of the Ishikura ninja, the 3 were likely killed by a wood-release jutsu, suggesting they fell victim to a user of that bloodline limit. Lord Danzō, the Hokage will undoubtedly investigate the deaths of the 3. If an inquiry is initiated, our coercive summons of the Ishikura clan may be exposed. We cannot allow the 3rd Hokage to learn of this, Danzō stated solemnly. His relationship with the 3rd Hokage was one of both collaboration and rivalry. Revealing this incident would surely provide the Hokage leverage against him. What shall we do then? The masked ninja asked. You will lead a team to Ishikura village, ensuring that the clan, and indeed the village, remains forever silent, Danzō replied, his tone flat, yet chilling. The entirety of Ishikura village, comprising hundreds of souls, would be sacrificed without hesitation to conceal the truth. Furthermore, the bodies of Yuninja Shimi and his companions must be disposed of to prevent any recollection of their memories from being searched. And how shall we address the Hokage? The masked ninja inquired. Inform him that a wood-release bloodline user attacked Ishikura village, and that Yuninja Shimi and his companions attempted to intervene but were slain, Danzō instructed. Understood. The masked ninja nodded in acknowledgement before departing the room. Shortly thereafter, he, along with dozens of elite root ninjas, stealthily exited Konoha, making their way towards Ishikura village. Beneath the cloak of night, a massacre unfolded. The faces of the root ninjas, concealed beneath their masks, were as cold as ice as they unleashed a relentless slaughter upon Ishikura village. The air was filled with the haunting cries of despair, voices of women, children, and the elderly echoed in a chilling cacophony that pierced the night, resonating with helplessness and desolation. In no time, hundreds met their tragic end. Soon after, a great conflagration erupted, consuming the village and obliterating all traces of the battle. The flames, fierce and relentless, could be seen from afar. In the backyard, Uchiha Fugaku, having returned to Konoha, was diligently practicing his martial arts. His hands and feet were bound with weights, and he donned a weighted vest. With every movement under this burden, his stamina was taxed doubly. In just a brief moment, beads of sweat began to glisten on his forehead. Pausing his training, he accepted a towel from a maid and wiped the perspiration away. Patriarch, I have just received word. The Shaka family has been annihilated. A female Uchiha clan member announced upon her arrival. Annihilated? When did this happen? Uchiha Fugaku asked, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The Shaka family was a small clan of ninjas residing in the village. Although they had faced an attack from the Oil Girl trio, resulting in casualties, they had not been exterminated. How could such a tragedy have occurred so suddenly? It happened last night. The entire Shaka village has been destroyed. The female Uchiha replied. Do you know which force was responsible? Fugaku inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. It is said to have been the work of a would-release bloodline limit ninja. Moreover, the head of the Oil Girl clan and 2 elite oil ninjas were also caught in the crossfire and met their demise. She explained. The cleaning up of hostile ninjas against the Uchiha clan was a closely guarded secret, and she evidently was unaware of it. Shaku village was obliterated by a would-release bloodline limit ninja, and the head of the Oil Girl clan, along with 2 elite oil ninjas, were also killed. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as uncertainty gripped him, followed by a dawning realization. He had only targeted the trio from the Oil Girl clan and had not destroyed Shaka village. Who then could have orchestrated such devastation? The answer lay with the root. To conceal the forced conscription of Shaka village, Shimura Danzō dispatched root ninjas to annihilate it. How ruthless! Fugaku inhaled sharply, taken aback by Danzō's mercilessness in wielding the sword against an entire village. Though he was already aware of Danzō's numerous nefarious deeds, the revelation of such an atrocity still sent chills down his spine. The darkness of Konoha was indeed aptly named. Fugaku mocked inwardly. Recognizing the sheer brutality and callousness of Danzō, who commanded the root and engaged in various shadowy activities beneath the surface of Konoha, it was fitting to refer to him as the darkness of the village. In light of such a sensational incident, a village meeting was convened once more, centered around the horrific massacre and the would-release bloodline limit ninja responsible for it. The massacre of the village has been characterized as a counterattack by the would-release bloodline limit ninja, retaliating against the encirclement orchestrated by Konoha. The previous debate has resurfaced. Should a more formidable team of ninjas be assembled to hunt down the would-release bloodline limit ninja, or should actions be postponed? Both sides fervently defend their positions, with neither able to sway the other. Even among the higher echelons of Konoha, a divergence of opinions has emerged between the 3rd Hokage and the 3 advisors. Ultimately, this gathering of the village could not forge a unified stance. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent throughout, almost as if invisible. The presence of an external enemy is not necessarily a detriment for the Uchiha clan, as it diverts the attention of Konoha's leadership, led by the 3rd Hokage, away from them, albeit only temporarily. Once the external threat dissipates, the focus will inevitably shift back to the Uchiha clan. Casting aside the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku, along with Uchiha Mikoto and their son Sasuke, strolled into the bustling commercial district of the village. The lively street stretched ahead, flanked by shops teeming with customers. There were noodle shops, snack stalls, and barbecue restaurants, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. Uchiha Mikoto, holding Sasuke's hand and walking beside Fugaku, radiated happiness. The joy of shopping as a family filled her heart, though she lamented that Itachi was on a mission and could not join them. Ahead lay a sushi restaurant, from which a delightful fragrance emanated. Upon catching a whiff of this enticing aroma, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, I wish to have the bonito rice ball." Uchiha Mikoto affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair and turned to Fugaku with a smile, suggesting, "Fugaku, shall we take a break at this establishment?" "Certainly." Fugaku nodded in agreement. The trio entered the sushi restaurant, found a long table, and ordered Sasuke's favorite bonito rice ball along with the chef's special recommendation. After enjoying their meal and resting sufficiently, they departed from the sushi shop and continued their leisurely stroll along the street. Come. Place your bets. Single, I bet single. Double, I bet double." The raucous sounds of a nearby casino reached their ears, intermingled with a woman's fiery voice. As they passed by the casino, the curtain was drawn back, revealing 2 women emerging from within. One had long golden hair, an impressive figure that could scarcely be contained, dressed in a loose green garment adorned with a diamond pattern on her forehead. The other was a young woman with short black hair, clad in dark clothing and cradling a pet that resembled a pig. Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Mikoto gasped in surprise upon recognizing the golden-haired woman, quickly transitioning to a tone of astonished respect. Having studied medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital and spent time with Tsunade, she held profound admiration for her medical skills. "Oh, Mikoto, is it?" The golden-haired woman clearly remembered Uchiha Mikoto and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lady Tsunade. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated momentarily before addressing the two figures before him, none other than the legendary Tsunade, known as the legendary sucker, accompanied by her devoted aide, Shizen. Regarding Tsunade, he held no ill feelings. Compared to the seemingly benevolent yet insidiously cunning third Hokage, Tsunade was undoubtedly more straightforward. However, as the head of the Uchiha clan, his demeanor could not be warm or welcoming. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly, and her voice turned cold as she acknowledged him. The long-standing animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans was deeply ingrained, while she could maintain a calm demeanor in the presence of common Uchiha members. Her instinctive aversion to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was palpable. "Lady Tsunade, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave now," Uchiha Mikoto remarked, recognizing the tension between Tsunade and Fugaku. Although she greatly admired Tsunade and wished to converse further, her concern for her husband took precedence. "Very well," Tsunade nodded, and the two parties parted ways, heading in opposite directions down the street. "What brings her back?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered as he walked. Due to various circumstances, Tsunade had spent nearly all her time away from Konoha, rarely returning. What could have prompted her sudden return? Was it related to the wood release bloodline limit? Fugaku recalled that wood release was the bloodline limit of Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and it was only natural for her to be concerned. Perhaps it was also connected to Uchiha Shisui's recent blindness. Shisui was a trusted confidant of the third Hokage, and with one eye permanently lost, the Hokage must be anxious. It would not be surprising if he summoned Tsunade back to Konoha to heal Shisui's sight. Could it even be cured? Logically, using the forbidden technique Izanagi should result in permanent blindness. Yet, Tsunade was renowned as the greatest medical ninja in the world of shinobi. Perhaps she possessed a method for healing. "Lady Tsunade, where are we headed next?" Shizune inquired, holding her pet with a look of resignation. As expected, Tsunade had lost all her money again, but fortunately, Shizune had stashed away a little, or else they would have no funds for a meal. "To the Hokage Tower," Tsunade replied, her expression a mixture of complexity as her gaze fell upon a towering, iconic structure that was clearly the Hokage's office. Before long, the two entered the Hokage Tower and arrived at the Hokage's office. "Tsunade, you're back." The third Hokage greeted her with a warm smile, his face bearing the marks of age, exuding kindness and benevolence. "Master," Tsunade responded, her expression shifting slightly at the sight of the Hokage's gentle demeanor. Though she felt no warmth, only a hint of distaste. She understood that beneath her teacher's kind facade lay another face, one of cunning and ruthlessness. The face of a calculating politician. Her departure from Konoha had been spurred not only by the losses of her comrades, but also by the painful realization of her teacher's true nature, which was difficult to accept. "Years have passed since my last visit. Has the Hidden Leaf Village undergone significant transformations?" The third Hokage engaged in casual conversation, fostering a warm atmosphere. He had grown accustomed to this approach, subtly dulling others' vigilance and cultivating an amiable persona to lay the groundwork for his own objectives. Indeed, the changes are considerable. Tsunade, feeling some impatience, responded somewhat coldly. "Who is the ninja you mentioned in your letter as having lost vision in his right eye? Bring that person here." "Very well." The interruption of the atmosphere seemed to leave the third Hokage slightly displeased, yet, with his level of composure, he would not allow it to show. He addressed the Umbu ninja outside. "Go fetch Shisui." Before long, Uchiha Shisui arrived. Due to the absence of any active mission, he was not clad in the traditional Umbu attire, but wore a black outfit adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Noticing the emblem on Shisui's attire, Tsunade's brow furrowed, and she coldly stated, "My rule is to refrain from treating members of the Uchiha clan, as you are undoubtedly aware, Master." Tsunade, although Shisui hails from the Uchiha clan, he is distinct from other clan members. He is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, the disciple of the second Hokage, and his devotion to Konoha is no less than yours or mine. The third Hokage hastily interjected, "The descendant of my great-uncle's disciple?" Tsunade's expression momentarily softened with nostalgia, her heart wavering. She had heard of Uchiha Kagami, who was indeed a true pacifist among the Uchiha. He had inherited Kagami's will, joined the Umbu, and had been contributing to Konoha's welfare, losing his eyesight in a battle against a formidable foe that threatened the village. Perceiving Tsunade's shift in demeanor, the third Hokage continued to persuade her. He lost his sight while battling a formidable enemy that posed a threat to Konoha. Tsunade's respect was palpable. After a moment of hesitation, she finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall make an exception this once. She approached Uchiha Shisui, meticulously examining his right eye before employing her medical ninjutsu. A green luminescence emanated from her hands, enveloping Shisui's blind eye. The verdant glow penetrated into the damaged eye, transforming into a soothing essence that flowed toward the injured area, with formidable restorative and healing capabilities akin to the waters of life. It nourished and healed the afflicted part of Shisui's eye. After a considerable time, the green light dissipated, and Tsunade withdrew her hand. Shisui, how do you feel? The third Hokage inquired with urgency, concerned for Shisui, his most trusted and formidable subordinate. I can already perceive some light. Shisui replied with a hint of astonishment. He was genuinely surprised by the efficacy of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Many skilled medical ninjas within the village had attempted to heal his eyes, but none had succeeded. Yet, it was Tsunade's treatment that brought about a change in his sightless right eye. Tsunade, is it truly possible to heal it? The third Hokage gazed at Tsunade with keen anticipation. It is beyond healing. The crystalline structure is completely damaged, and the nerves are entirely necrotic. Even I can accomplish only this much, Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at Uchiha Shisui's blind right eye, shaking her head in despair. This eyeball has succumbed to total decay, and it is irrevocably lost. It must have been the result of a secret technique from the Uchiha clan that cost the use of the Sharingan. I recommend a replacement. Having engaged with the Uchiha clan for an extended period, the Senju clan was well aware of the intricacies of the Sharingan techniques. A replacement eye? The words filled the third Hokage with disappointment. Shisui's eye was a Mangekyo Sharingan. How could any replacement ever compare to the original? The prospect of healing faded, and the surprise on Uchiha Shisui's face melted into disillusionment. It was unexpected that even the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world could not restore it. This eye likely held no hope of recovery. Sensing the profound disappointment of the third Hokage regarding the irreparable eye, Tsunade contemplated thoughtfully. The very fact that the third Hokage was so eager to restore it indicated that this eye was exceptionally remarkable. Even a standard Sharingan would not elicit such fervent concern from a man of his stature. The only reasonable conclusion was that this eye was indeed extraordinary. It was a Mangekyo Sharingan. As this realization dawned on her, she could not help but scrutinize Uchiha Shisui again. Although he was still but a youth, he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly, the Uchiha clan had produced a prodigy, having done all she could. She shifted her focus and inquired, Master, I have heard whispers of a wood-release Kekkei Jinkai user emerging in the ninja world. My return to Konoha was primarily to gather information about this individual. Are you aware of this? The third Hokage responded with a mix of surprise and comprehension. Tsunade's visit, ostensibly to treat Shisui's eye, seemed to be a mere pretext. Her main intention was undoubtedly to inquire about the wood-release user. I learned of this by chance, he admitted. Tsunade nodded. The wood-release Kekkei Jinkai belonged to her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. With the emergence of someone capable of utilizing wood-release, her interest was piqued. This person claims to be Uchiha Madara, the third Hokage stated. Uchiha Madara? He cannot possibly still be alive. Tsunade furrowed her brow, firmly believing that Madara was beyond existence. We also suspect this individual is not truly Madara. However, he indeed possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan and the ability to use wood release. We suspect he may have acquired wood release through the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, perhaps as a product of Orochimaru's experiments or in collusion with him. The third Hokage elaborated. Associated with Orochimaru? It seems I must pay him a visit. Master, I must take my leave, Tsunade declared resolutely, preparing to depart with Shizune. Are you truly leaving? Would it not be better to stay in the village for a while longer? Recognizing Tsunade's intent to leave Konoha, the third Hokage urged her to reconsider. Initially fearing that Tsunade and others would threaten his position, he resorted to certain measures to force them to gradually leave the village. However, now that the village faces formidable adversaries, he finds himself in a contradictory position, hoping that Tsunade could remain and lend her strength to the village. With Orochimaru's whereabouts uncertain, I must embark on a journey to locate him swiftly. Tsunade resolutely declined. The actions of the third Hokage had left her disheartened. As long as he remained in power, she would never engage in the affairs of Konoha. A conflict erupted between the members of the Uchiha and Hinata clans, resulting in a violent altercation that caused substantial damage to the streets, totaling a loss of 500,000 in public property. This was undoubtedly the fault of the Uchiha clan. Thus, I shall release the 2 Hinata members and detain the 3 Uchiha members for 15 days, demanding reparations and fines from the Uchiha totaling 1 million. An individual from the Sarutobi clan clashed with 2 from the Tsukiyakari clan, sustaining injuries and currently recovering in Konoha Hospital. The Tsukiyakari members acted in self-defense and will be released without charges, while the injured Sarutobi member will not be detained given their current condition. In the office of the head of the security forces, Uchiha Fugaku adhered to the principle of suppressing the Sarutobi, Uchiha, Mito, and Tsukiyakari clans, reviewing security cases occurring within Konoha. The establishment of the security department was originally intended to isolate the Uchiha clan, positioning them in opposition to the other clans. However, he has since utilized it to create difficulties for the Sarutobi, Uchiha, Mito, and Tsukiyakari clans while extending goodwill to those clans he wishes to ally with, yielding satisfactory results. Aside from the Hitaki clan, several other families have demonstrated clear goodwill toward the Uchiha clan, thus reinforcing his conviction in the correctness of his strategy. Knock, knock, knock. Following the sound of knocking, Uchiha Yaoi, with dark brown hair, entered the office. Captain, the body of Yamanaka Shimi has been dealt with. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. Merely destroying the brain tissue does not guarantee that information concerning him will remain confidential, especially with the existence of the reanimation jutsu. Fortunately, only Orochimaru currently possesses this forbidden technique, and it is not known within Konoha. Konoha would never seek Orochimaru's assistance. Even if he were to reanimate someone, Konoha could never trust it. After all, those reanimated are entirely under Orochimaru's control, akin to his puppets, making it exceedingly simple to frame someone. Nevertheless, this remains a latent threat. Thus, once Yamanaka Shimi's body is returned to the village for burial, he dispatched someone to secretly dissolve the remains with a corpse-disintegrating liquid to prevent reanimation. He had treated Uchiha Chizu's body in the same manner. Naturally, the optimal approach would have been to destroy the body at the scene. However, that would not indicate that it was killed by a would-release bloodline limit user. So he was compelled to wait until the body was returned to the village for burial before destruction. Additionally, news has just reached the entrance of Konoha that Tsunade and her companion Shizune have departed the village. Uchiha Yaoi continued. Departed? Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief. Tsunade, being a formidable figure of the Hokage level, would undoubtedly impact his plans to eliminate the adversarial Uchiha clan should she remain in the village. Currently, her departure from the village indicates her disinterest in village affairs, which is indeed fortuitous. Has there been any movement from Shimizu Daifuku's side? None. He has been exceedingly cautious of late, remaining within the village, likely out of fear of being targeted by the would-release bloodline limit ninjas. Uchiha Yakumi shook his head. The notion that he fears to leave the village complicates matters. An attack within the village would easily expose them. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. The harvest festival is approaching, and the feudal lord's estate will host a celebration. According to our intelligence, the Shimizu clan seems to have some connection with the feudal lord's faction, as they send representatives to the celebration each year. The connection with the feudal lord's faction surprised Uchiha Fugaku, prompting thoughts of Danzō's acting Hokage tenure. It was indeed the support from the feudal lord that facilitated Danzō's ascension to the position. Initially, it was believed that Danzō was the most suitable candidate at the time, but this underlying relationship was unforeseen. Typically, it is Shimizu Daifuku who attends the celebrations, though occasionally Danzō himself makes an appearance. Uchiha Yakumi paused before stating, this occasion should be no exception. However, it remains uncertain who will represent them at the celebration. Regardless of who attends, it presents an opportune moment for action. Uchiha Fugaku's furrowed brow relaxed, his voice imbued with a hint of murderous intent. If Shimizu Daifuku attends, it would be a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Conversely, if Shimizu Danzō were to go, it would be an even rarer chance. Shimizu Danzō seldom leaves the village, spending most of his time within Konoha, and even then, he is predominantly located in the heavily guarded route base. Should Shimizu Danzō decide to attend this time, it would present an excellent opportunity to eradicate him. Keep a close watch on Shimizu Daifuku and Shimizu Danzō's movements. Once either is spotted leaving the village, Report to me immediately. Understood. Uchiha Yakumi replied before departing. Days later, in a tatami room of the Shimizu clan, Shimizu Danzō sat cross-legged, seemingly deep in thought. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as the tall, slender Shimizu Daifuku entered the room, bowing respectfully to Danzō before sitting cross-legged himself. Lord Danzō, you summoned me? Although he is the head of the Shimizu clan, Danzō's unique position as one of Konoha's 3 advisors, wielding control over the vast root organization, places him in a superior status. In a few days, the harvest festival will commence. You are to visit the feudal lord's estate and represent the Shimizu clan at the celebration, commanded Danzō. Attend the harvest festival? Lord Danzō, perhaps this year it is unnecessary? A pained expression crossed Shimizu Daifuku's face. The wood-release bloodline limit ninjas have now set their sights on Konoha. While not all departing ninjas have been attacked, a select few have, such as the recent incident involving the oil user, Yoshimi, and 2 others. Yet no one could guarantee that they would not be targeted or fall victim to an attack. In light of preserving his own life, he resolved to remain in Konoha for the time being. It was imperative to maintain favorable relations with the daimyo, as this was crucial for his aspiration to ascend to the position of Hokage, coldly declared Shimura Danzō. However, Shimura Daifuku, a ninja with the wood-release bloodline limit, appeared troubled. Should Danzō succeed in becoming Hokage, it would undoubtedly benefit both the Shimura clan and himself, and he would be more than willing to assist. Yet, with the looming threat of a wood-release bloodline limit ninja, venturing outside the village could spell danger, and he hesitated to leave. There was no room for negotiation. You must go. If you are truly unwilling, then we shall have to appoint another clan leader to undertake the task. Danzō's icy gaze fixed on Daifuku, his words laced with menace. He would not permit anyone to jeopardize his plans to become Hokage, not even a clan member. Anyone who dared to hinder his progress would find themselves cast aside without hesitation. Lord Danzō, I am willing to go. At Danzō's words, Daifuku's expression changed dramatically. He ceased to resist and promptly acquiesced. He understood Danzō's character and knew that his words were not mere threats. Danzō would indeed take such action, and the likelihood of success was substantial. Within the Shimura clan, Daifuku's standing as clan leader was not as formidable as Danzō's, and he had far fewer supporters. If Danzō were to convene a clan meeting to depose him, the chances of it passing were high. Then prepare yourself. We must depart swiftly, Danzō commanded, his tone initially stern before softening. I will dispatch an elite team from Root to protect you along the way. Even if you encounter a wood-release bloodline limit ninja, they will buy you time, significantly increasing your chances of survival. Thank you, Lord Danzō. With the assurance of elite Root ninjas providing protection, Daifuku felt a measure of relief. While absolute safety could not be guaranteed, at least his chances of escape were markedly improved. After all, there was only one would-release bloodline limit ninja, and with the elite ninjas from Root to distract them, his odds of survival were undeniably better. Within the dense forest, a dozen figures were making their way. They formed a standard protective formation, 2 at the forefront, 3 on both the left and right flanks, and 5 behind, creating a tight circle of protection around the individual at the center. The person at the center, slender and tall, was Shimura Daifuku, en route to the daimyo's estate to partake in the harvest festival. Please, let us not encounter anything. We must not encounter anything. Despite the heavy protection, Daifuku felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. This unease intensified as they distanced themselves from Konoha. He remained vigilant, on high alert at the slightest rustle. And unbeknownst to him, his back had become damp with cold sweat. Suddenly, a rustling sound. To the left, the leaves of a tree were shaking violently, as if something were lurking within the dense foliage. His body tensed suddenly, vigilant and alert towards the tree. Whoosh! A skilled ninja emerged from the roots, his right hand sweeping forth as 4 shurikens soared towards the tree, embedding themselves into the dense foliage. A monkey screeched in agony, plummeting from the branches. Struck by one of the shuriken, it fell to the ground, rolling a few times before falling silent. It was merely a monkey. Relieved upon confirming this, Shimura Daisuke waved his hand, signaling the group to continue their journey. After their departure, a face gradually materialized upon the trunk of a tree, resembling a wooden carving. It was an extremely pallid visage, adorned with gray-green hair and eyes that were yellow and inhuman. This was one of the many manifestations of white Zetsu. The audacity of someone impersonating him and annihilating a village incensed Uchiha Obito, who was far away in the hidden mist village. He urged Zetsu to swiftly identify this imposter. Consequently, Zetsu dispatched additional clones to investigate. I wonder if they will appear, White Zetsu mused quietly. It was surmised that the individual impersonating Uchiha Obito was likely to ambush the departing Leaf Village ninjas. For this reason, Zetsu sent numerous White Zetsu clones to trail the departing Leaf ninjas. He himself was one of these clones, tasked with shadowing Shimura Daisuke and his companions. With the technique of insect body technique, he melded his physical form with the earth and flora, enabling him to move silently and swiftly in pursuit of the already departed Daisuke and his entourage. Several hours later, after an extended period of heightened concentration and travel, Daisuke's group began to show signs of fatigue. Let's take a break, Daisuke declared, aware that they could not continue any longer lest their exhaustion lead to a lack of focus and diminished combat effectiveness. Though reluctant to pause mid-journey, he issued the command. Over a dozen individuals halted in a relatively open area of the forest, replenishing themselves with water and sustenance, restoring their expended energy and spirit. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a dry twig snapped beneath a foot. The group tensed, their gazes shifting towards the source of the sound. Several dense trees obscured their view, the noise emanating from behind them. Another crack resounded, and faint footsteps could be discerned. With their keen hearing, they recognized the sound as human footsteps, not those of an animal. There was a person lurking behind those trees, not an animal. Who goes there? Daisuke called out loudly. As if in response to his call, a figure emerged from behind one of the trees. Clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, the figure wore a spiral mask that obscured most of his face, revealing only his right eye. Within that eye, a faint red glow was visible, but it quickly dissipated. The shock of encountering a would-release bloodline limit ninja registered on Daisuke's face. His breath quickened, his heart raced, and his legs trembled involuntarily. The situation of those accompanying him, members of the Shimura clan, mirrored his own, with some even appearing more distressed. Only the root ninjas, dispatched to safeguard him, had undergone rigorous and, one might say, brutal training. Even in the face of formidable foes, their emotional responses were minimal. Such a multitude of protectors suggested that he was indeed a significant target. Disguised as Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fugaku gazed mockingly at Shimura Daisuke, altering his voice. With so many ninjas leaving the village, why, pray tell, have you set your sights on me? Shimura Daisuke's expression darkened, revealing his anger and frustration. Aware that the departing ninjas might encounter the would-release Kekkei Genkai users, he had initially resolved not to leave the village. Yet, under the coercion of Danzō, he had reluctantly departed. Little did he anticipate such ill fortune would befall him. Uchiha Fugaku offered no reply, only a chilling smile as he advanced step by step towards Shimura Daisuke. This animosity stemmed from the fact that Daisuke was the head of the Shimura clan, which stood in opposition to the Uchiha clan. Stop him. As the would-release Kekkei Genkai user approached with a sinister grin, Daisuke realized that they would not be spared. He instructed those who had accompanied him. Since they had already encountered danger, their only recourse was to devise a means of escape, allowing others to engage the would-release Kekkei Genkai users to buy him time. Understood. Despite knowing they faced a formidable enemy, the elite root ninjas, dispatched by Shimura Danzō, bravely charged forward. The members of the Shimura clan accompanying him, however, displayed visible hesitation. They understood that should they proceed, their chances of survival would be slim. If I can escape alive, your families will be cared for, Daisuke promised, seeing their uncertainty. Do not forget your vow, clan head. Encouraged by Daisuke's assurance, the Shimura clan members steeled themselves and charged toward the would-release Kekkei Genkai users. Given their already slim chances of survival, they opted to fight for the promise of a more substantial compensation for their families. With a swift motion, Daisuke turned and retreated, his figure quickly vanishing into the depths of the forest. Uchiha Fugaku chose not to pursue him, but instead regarded the determined group of over 10 individuals converging upon him. Sixth gate of the 8 gates, open. Green chakra enveloped Uchiha Fugaku, igniting his form in emerald flames. He faced the oncoming assailants, unleashing a barrage of punches into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The high-velocity punches sliced through the air, igniting into fiery projectiles. They manifested as a flurry of flaming fists, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, launching toward the assailants. Cries of agony erupted as several individuals were caught off guard, struck by the blazing fists. The areas impacted by the fiery blows bore charred marks, their bodies hurtling backward like discarded sacks. The points of contact crumbled under the force of the flames, bones shattering as if pounded by a hammer against stone. Unable to restrain himself, he expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. This was the forbidden technique inscribed in the stolen Tome of Seals. Several Jonin and elite Jonin employed their skills to thwart the onslaught of fiery fists, yet they found themselves in a rather precarious situation. One elite Jonin from the Root organization spoke gravely, acknowledging that the would-release bloodline limit ninja possessed formidable strength, and now, having mastered the 8 Gates of Duinjia, their power had undoubtedly been further augmented. In a flash, Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly appearing beside a gravely injured individual who lay helpless on the ground. With a swift thrust, a sharp branch sprouted from his hand, piercing through the body of this unfortunate soul, ending their life. Almost instantaneously, he darted towards another severely wounded person, employing the same lethal branch to deliver a fatal blow. Stab after stab echoed in succession. Each strike claimed the lives of those who had been critically injured and could not evade the fiery fists. Throughout this chaos, the Jonin and elite Jonin attempted to impede him. However, Uchiha Fugaku, being of the shadow level, possessed exceptional speed. Upon unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 Gates of Duinjia, his swiftness increased exponentially. Even elite Jonin found it challenging to keep up with his movements, let alone hinder him. Having dispatched several gravely injured foes, Uchiha Fugaku did not relent. He charged towards a middle-aged man of the Shimura clan, who possessed the strength of a Jonin. With a deadly branch in hand, he lunged at the man. The middle-aged man felt his hairs stand on end, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, before he could escape, the sharp branch had already pierced through his body. The branch emerged from various points of his form, devastating his internal organs, including his heart, resulting in his immediate demise. Uchiha Fugaku then lunged at his next target, a Jonin from the Root organization. As Uchiha Fugaku prepared to strike this Root Jonin, a resolute elite Jonin from the same organization acted decisively, embodying the ruthless ideology instilled in them since childhood, that the mission supersedes all, willing to sacrifice themselves and their comrades for the cause. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's attack on the Root Jonin, he swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Sharp rocks erupted around the Root Jonin, rising like a phalanx of stone spears, enveloping both Uchiha Fugaku and the Root Jonin within their grasp. With a series of piercing sounds, numerous stone spears punctured the body of the Root Jonin, leading to his immediate death, not at the hands of Uchiha Fugaku, but rather by the jutsu of his own comrade. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku found himself besieged by a multitude of stone spears. In a swift motion, he pivoted on his left foot, executing a rapid 360-degree spin with his right, severing all incoming stone spears. Then, his gaze fell upon the Root's elite shinobi, akin to a ferocious beast fixating on its prey. In that fleeting moment, the Root shinobi felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, an all-encompassing chill enveloping him. Even after enduring brutal trials, his numbed psyche could not suppress a flicker of trepidation that arose within him at that instant. This became his final sentiment. Illusion of the demonic shackles. Uchiha Fugaku unleashed his Jinjutsu, and massive metallic wedges pierced through the shinobi's body, rendering him immobile. Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a radiant green light, approaching him to drive a sharp branch into his flesh. With muffled sounds of puncturing, the remaining elite shinobi and several others met their demise. All those who sought to thwart Uchiha Fugaku's progress perished. Buzz. The space around Uchiha Fugaku warped, and then he vanished entirely. He must have escaped, thought Shimizu Daifuku as he sprinted, erasing his traces to evade being tracked by the would-release bloodline limit ninja. Despite his efforts to conceal his path, his speed remained unimpeded, and he had covered considerable distance in that time. He believed that unless faced with an exceptionally skilled tracker, it would be challenging to uncover his whereabouts. Suddenly, his countenance turned pale, disbelief washing over him as he gazed ahead, his voice quivering slightly. The traces along the way had been obliterated. How could he possibly catch up so swiftly? Before him stood Uchiha Fugaku, cloaked in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a spiral mask, as if he had been waiting there for an eternity. You thought erasing your tracks would allow you to evade my pursuit? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly, Facing Shimizu Daifuku and his group of over 10, he refrained from ambushing them one by one. Instead, he emerged from his hiding place. This was a deliberate act to draw their attention toward himself, allowing him to simultaneously unleash his true Jinjutsu on all of them. As the caster of the true Jinjutsu, he possessed numerous advantages, one of which included the ability to discern the positions of his foes at any moment. Spare me. I am from the Shimizu clan. Shimizu Danzō is one of the 3 advisors. Killing me will not benefit you. It will only exacerbate the conflict between you and Konoha. Having failed to escape, Shimizu Daifuku's mind raced as he sought an opportunity for survival. You previously inquired why I had set my sights upon you. I can now answer that question. Gazing at Shimizu Daifuku, who pleaded for mercy, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of delight as he spoke. Why target me? Shimizu Daifuku's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask the question upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's mention of it. Simply because we are adversaries, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a cold smirk. Impossible. You must be mistaken. I have never wronged you, nor does the Shimizu clan harbor any enmity towards you. Shimizu Daifuku insisted, shaking his head repeatedly, feeling a profound sense of injustice. The other party had undoubtedly erred. He only provoked those he could contend with. He would never invite such a formidable foe upon himself. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku cast a cold smile as he removed the mask from his face. Within this illusionary space, he and Shimura Daisuke were the only ones left alive. With no hope remaining for Shimura, who had cared for the Uchiha clan over the years, it was only fitting that Fugaku allowed him to die with clarity. The notion of letting Shimura pass away in ignorance felt too lenient, ensuring that his own identity remained concealed. Fugaku found it more gratifying to grant Shimura a clear understanding of his fate. Uchiha Fugaku, you are Uchiha Fugaku. Upon seeing him, Shimura Daisuke's expression shifted rapidly between astonishment, shock, horror, bewilderment, and despair. The wood-release Kekkei Genkai Ninja, a source of turmoil for Konoha, was indeed Uchiha Fugaku. The overwhelming surprise and shock morphed into fear and realization, as Shimura understood the depths of Fugaku's concealment and the reason he had targeted him. Given the relationship between the Shimura and Uchiha clans, it would have been odd if Fugaku had not set his sights on him. Then came a profound sense of despair. Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly not let him escape. He had no chance of survival. Death was certain. Well, I have revealed what you wish to know, with the truth unveiled. You must feel content to meet your end, Fugaku stated with a smile, stepping closer to Shimura, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloping him. Uchiha Fugaku, I curse you. One day, your identity will be exposed, and when that day comes, there will be no place for you or the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Shimura uttered venomously. That day shall never come. Not only will it never arrive, but one day, my Uchiha clan will ascend to rule Konoha. Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. It is time for the Uchiha to reclaim their rightful place. Fugaku replied with a smile. The figure of the wood-release Kekkei Genkai Ninja was merely borrowed. Even if his identity were to be revealed one day, it would merely be that of the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Fugaku. Vacuum Great Sphere. Suddenly, Shimura, seemingly resigned and desperate, rapidly formed hand seals. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a massive projectile of high-pressure wind capable of shattering human flesh, aimed at Fugaku. Seeing Shimura's sudden attack, a hint of mockery flickered in Fugaku's eyes. Sixth gate, the gate of view, open. A green light enveloped him, exponentially increasing his speed. With a swift movement, he evaded the high-pressure sphere and appeared beside Shimura. With a piercing sound, sharp branches penetrated Shimura's body, devastating multiple organs, including brain tissue. Shimura Daisuke was slain, and Fugaku successfully avoided any memory extraction. As for Shimura's corpse, it would only be disposed of once it was transported back to Konoha for burial. If the body were to be obliterated, how could one shift the blame onto the wood-release bloodline limit ninja? At last, it has appeared. On a tree, a visage of a human emerged, unmistakably that of White Zetsu, who had been tracking Shimura Daisuke and his companions. He gazed with palpable excitement at Uchiha Fugaku, who was masquerading as Uchiha Obito. Were it not for the knowledge that Uchiha Obito was currently in the hidden mist village, he might have truly believed it to be him. Such an impressive technique of concealment. I was utterly unaware of your presence until you revealed yourself. I eagerly await the moment I behold your true visage. His feet were entwined with the roots of the great tree. swiftly relaying the discovery of the imposter back to the White Zetsu base through several underground channels entwined with the water veins. Suddenly, an expression of sheer astonishment crossed White Zetsu's face. Before him, the counterfeit Uchiha Obito's right eye transformed into a crimson hue, within which a dark pattern faintly manifested. It was unmistakably a Mangekyo Sharingan, distinct from those of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui. Astonishingly, a third individual possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan had emerged. The shock was overwhelming. He could hardly fathom that this impersonator harbored such a secret. Initially perceived as a minor nuisance to Uchiha Obito, he turned out to be a formidable figure equipped with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Gush, gush, gush. Grievous wounds appeared successively on the bodies of Shimura Daisuke and his companions, some bearing charred burns while others were pierced by sharp instruments. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Their bodies collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to stillness. Dead. With White Zetsu's perceptive abilities, he could distinctly sense the life force within those individuals fading. They had all perished. To him, the scene was profoundly eerie. The individual masquerading as Uchiha Obito revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, and suddenly, the expressions of the group turned vacant, only for them to die in a bizarre succession shortly thereafter. Remarkably, apart from unveiling his Mangekyo Sharingan, White Zetsu had not witnessed the imposter strike at all. Such a method of demise, even he found chilling, sending shivers down his spine. It was a visual technique. The peculiar manner in which these individuals met their end could only be attributed to the ocular prowess of the one impersonating Uchiha Obito. It was his eye technique that had caused their deaths. Yet, while he had witnessed the aftermath, he remained oblivious to the method by which this imposter had executed the killings, nor did he comprehend the nature of the ocular technique employed. Uchiha Obito's community is renowned for its strangeness, yet in his estimation, the peculiarity of this foe's ocular technique surpassed even that. This individual undoubtedly possessed Uchiha blood. Was he a member of the Uchiha clan, or merely a lost descendant? White Zetsu pondered the true identity of this imposter masquerading as Uchiha Obito. The opponent adeptly wields the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which unmistakably indicates it is not a mere transplant, but rather an inherent possession. It is beyond doubt that they possess the Uchiha bloodline. However, determining whether they belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha remains ambiguous. During the Third Great Ninja War, numerous individuals from various clans mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving open the possibility that this individual could be one of those who mysteriously disappeared. The dialogue between Uchiha Fugaku and Shimura Daisuke transpired within a realm of genuine illusion, rendering him incapable of hearing or seeing anything. Gate of life, open. Suddenly, as Uchiha Fugaku gazed down at the corpses scattered around him, he was enveloped in a radiant green light. With a series of green afterimages, he swiftly darted towards a tree, the very tree where White Zetsu concealed himself. Oh no, I've been discovered. White Zetsu gasped, startled. Despite his overwhelming shock, he managed to maintain his composure, preventing any leakage of his chakra. To his dismay, however, the imposter posing as Uchiha Obito had found him. Despite his usual expertise in concealing his presence, with agility, he descended into the earth along the tree trunk, seeking to escape. Yet, just as White Zetsu began to burrow underground, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly kicked the tree, severing it and thwarting White Zetsu's escape through the trunk. Subsequently, he employed the shadow clone technique, directing a clone to grasp the upper half of the fallen tree, preventing it from making contact with the ground. As a being of exceptional strength, his sensory perception was already highly acute, and having melded with the remains of the clan in the mountains, his awareness was further heightened. Though adept at concealing his presence, White Zetsu found it impossible to evade detection before Fugaku. The severed tree hung suspended in midair, unable to touch the ground, thus thwarting White Zetsu's use of the fleeting technique to burrow below. Without hesitation, White Zetsu emerged from the tree, diving towards the earth like a diver, intent on descending. For him, the ground was akin to an expansive ocean, a realm in which he could navigate freely. Before White Zetsu could touch the ground, Uchiha Fugaku, enveloped in a green aura, swiftly appeared beside him. His right hand, resembling an iron claw, seized White Zetsu's throat, preventing him from delving into the earth. Indeed, it was a White Zetsu. Releasing the 8 gates, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the captured White Zetsu, feeling a surge of joy rather than surprise. Although White Zetsu had witnessed his attack on Shimura Daisuke and others, Fugaku was unconcerned, as White Zetsu could not discern his true identity through battle. Moreover, their earlier conversation had taken place within a genuine illusion, imperceptible to White Zetsu. After previously refining White Zetsu's remains, he had successfully halted the blindness of his Sharingan, but had been unable to acquire Wood Release or White Zetsu's ninjutsu. He had long sought the opportunity to capture a White Zetsu alive, to extract from him the unique techniques that belonged solely to White Zetsu. Additionally, he wished to experiment, to see if refining multiple White Zetsu corpses could enhance his Wood Release bloodline limit, enabling him to wield the Wood Release. Now, with a White Zetsu so willingly presenting itself, how could he not be elated? Baiju possesses a means of long-distance communication and must have already relayed the situation back. There exists a resonance among Baiju, making it impossible to transfer this particular Baiju. However, even for Uchiha Obito, utilizing Kimui to arrive would require time. Thus, I must extract the secrets of these ninjutsu during this window and then eliminate Baiju. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku's right eye transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. The hypnotic ability of the Sharingan activated, specifically through the Mangekyo variant. Baiju, whose expertise lies in stealth and intelligence gathering, could not withstand such potent hypnosis. The struggling body ceased its resistance, and the expression in its eyes grew vacant. Demonstrate the Mayfly technique for me. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, releasing the hypnotized Baiju. Instantly, Baiju formed hand seals and executed the Mayfly technique, submerging into the earth before resurfacing. Under the formidable insight and recording capability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the hand seals and the flow of chakra within Baiju's body during the ninjutsu execution were meticulously documented. Perform the transformation technique and assume my appearance. Uchiha Fugaku instructed after confirming the accuracy of the Mayfly technique's recording. At his command, Baiju formed hand seals, and soon his body began to morph, rapidly taking on Uchiha Fugaku's likeness. However, due to Fugaku's mask, his facial features remained concealed and unaltered. Following this, the chakra also underwent a transformation. Each individual's chakra is unique, possessing subtle distinctions that perceptive ninjas can detect. Now, Baiju's chakra mirrored that of Uchiha Fugaku perfectly. Ultimately, even his clothing and mask were altered through the transformation technique. Having replicated the entire process of hand seals and chakra manipulation, Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized the transformed Baiju. The transformation technique was impeccable. The chakra fluctuations and physical form were indistinguishable from his own. Unless one shared an intimate relationship with him and knew of his hidden birthmarks or scars, they would be unable to see through this transformation. Revert the transformation and employ the spore technique. Uchiha Fugaku continued to command. Baiju complied, forming hand seals, and conjured a spore that was nearly invisible. Under the infusion of chakra, this minuscule spore rapidly expanded and soon materialized into a perfect replica of Baiju. This newly formed Baiju was not under hypnosis and seemed to have inherited the memories of the original. Upon appearing, it immediately attempted to use the Mayfly technique to burrow underground. In a swift motion, Uchiha Fugaku approached and crushed the throat of this newly emerged Baiju, then turned to face the original. After manifesting another Baiju, the original's chakra was nearly depleted, rendering it incapable of performing any ninjutsu. Fortunately, all desired ninjutsu had been acquired. He gazed at this Baiju and posed his final inquiry. Where is Baiju's base? Or rather, where do numerous Baiju congregate? Under the influence of hypnosis, White Zetsu was about to reveal the location of the White Zetsu base. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A soft sound resonated within White Zetsu's head, akin to something shattering. His body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his vital essence extinguished. A seal was in place. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly discerned that White Zetsu's mind bore a seal similar to the tongue curse suppression mark. The moment he attempted to divulge forbidden information under hypnosis, it triggered an immediate fatal consequence. It was apparent that interrogating this newly spawned White Zetsu would have been futile. No, it likely would have been impossible. Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of the White Zetsu he had just slain, only to shake his head in resignation. The newly created White Zetsu's mind contained no such vulnerabilities. A creature that had survived for over a millennium, astute and cunning, would undoubtedly anticipate such a seal. This seal likely possessed replicative properties, and the newly spawned white Zetsu's mind would similarly harbor a comparable seal. It was time to depart, otherwise he might encounter Uchiha Obito. And now was not the moment to confront him. He began to seal both white Zetsu corpses within a scroll, preparing to erase his traces and withdraw. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, leading to a more effective escape method: the insect technique. Forming the necessary hand seals, he executed the insect technique he had just replicated. Uchiha clan members with the Sharingan could copy ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, yet they were incapable of replicating secret techniques and bloodline limit jutsu. This was not due to the ineffectiveness of the Sharingan in copying such techniques, but rather because the requisite physical constitution was lacking. Even if copied, one could not perform them. Having assimilated the essence of the white Zetsu corpses, he possessed the necessary constitution, making the execution of the technique a trivial matter. Indeed, as he activated the technique, his form began to sink into the earth. The ground transformed in his perception into a vast ocean, allowing him to swim through it with ease. With a soft sound, he vanished into the depths, swiftly retreating from the underground. The insect technique was inherently a stealth technique, leaving no trace during the process of infiltration, and its speed of movement was astonishingly rapid. Through this method, he could withdraw without leaving any evidence behind. Soon after Uchiha Fugaku's departure, two figures emerged from a swirling vortex. One figure possessed a head of gray-green hair, eyes of an unnatural yellow hue, and skin of an eerie pallor. Indeed, it was a white Zetsu. The other figure, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds and wearing a spiral mask, was none other than Uchiha Obito. The location from which the white Zetsu had vanished was precisely here. Upon stepping out, the white Zetsu spoke. Revealing his partnership with Uchiha Obito was due to his ability to sense the positions of other white Zetsus, allowing for the precise location of the imposter posing as Uchiha Obito. However, just as they were nearing their destination, the connection between him and the white Zetsu that had detected the imposter abruptly severed. The white Zetsu that had spotted the imposter had either been isolated in some manner, cutting off their connection, or had been slain. It seemed they had been discovered and eliminated. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings, failing to locate the corpse of white Zetsu. However, he did come across the lifeless forms of Shimizu Daisuke and others. He approached them, crouching down to examine the wounds on their bodies. As he inspected the injuries, his expression darkened beneath his mask, brooding with an intensity that could almost conjure rain. Most of the wounds were inflicted by the wood release cutting technique, indicating that the imposter had once again framed him. Their deaths would inevitably be attributed to him. While he was indifferent to the grudges held by Konoha, being unjustly maligned in such a manner filled him with profound displeasure. "I shall uncover the identity of the one impersonating me." Uchiha Obito's voice resonated with a menacing tone, his exposed right eye transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Under the formidable scrutiny of the Mangekyo Sharingan, even the faintest traces were magnified exponentially. A different perspective unfolded before him, revealing a series of footprints that had tread upon the hardened trees and stones, previously invisible to the naked eye. He followed the imprints, intent on tracking down the one who dared impersonate him. Yet, moments later, he halted, his countenance darkening ominously beneath the mask. No traces were left behind. The signs he had just discovered bore no indication of a retreat. The impersonator had departed without a single remnant, leaving him utterly unable to pursue them. "I too have found no traces," White Zetsu remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. He sensed that the departure had been executed with such meticulousness that not a single mark remained. If he had employed the technique of ephemeral insects, it would have been achievable. This led him to question whether the adversary possessed similar skills. However, it was impossible for the individual to wield such a technique since it was a bloodline limit, inaccessible without the corresponding lineage. "Humph, may I never cross paths with you." With the enemy having withdrawn, lingering here served no purpose, and he could not afford to be absent from the hidden mist village for too long. Uchiha Obito snorted disdainfully, a vortex materializing before him as he plunged into it, vanishing from sight. White Zetsu, who had accompanied him, stood in shock, rooted to the spot. Uchiha Obito had forgotten him, leaving him behind in this place. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku had returned to Konoha after employing the technique of ephemeral insects for his journey. His shadow clone was still stationed at the Konoha Guard Department, and he entered the premises. "Captain, you have returned." Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yakomi, who had been aiding his shadow clone, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, dispelling the shadow clone, Uchiha Fugaku was briefed on the events that transpired during his absence. He had dealt with several security cases, had lunch in the office, and attended to mundane matters, none of which were noteworthy. Captain, was it successful? Knowing the purpose of Uchiha Fugaku's departure, Uchiha Yakumi inquired softly. It has been resolved. Once Shimizu Daisuke's body is returned for burial, I will take care of the matter. Uchiha Fugaku instructed. The Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Fugaku, exhibited a glimmer of satisfaction as he nodded in acknowledgement. I took note of it. After spending some time in the guard department, the sky darkened, and Uchiha Fugaku departed from the premises, returning to his residence. Upon his arrival, he was greeted joyfully by Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku replied, a smile gracing his features. However, at that moment, another voice echoed through the air. Father. The speaker was a boy with black hair tied at the back, none other than Uchiha Itachi. His expression was cold, and his tone somewhat stiff. Itachi, you're back. Uchiha Fugaku felt an instinctive aversion rise within him. A brainwashed wolf, deluding himself with noble aspirations, striving for the peace of the village. Yet oblivious to the fact that he was merely a tool of slaughter in the hands of the third Hokage. Nevertheless, he merely nodded. It was not yet the time to sever ties completely. He would wait until Uchiha Shisui's death had provoked Itachi into awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. As Uchiha Fugaku entered his study, a knock soon echoed at the door. Come in. Furrowing his brow, he already knew who was on the other side. The door swung open, and Uchiha Itachi stepped into the study. Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi hesitated before speaking. Father, Shisui's right eye has completely lost its sight. Even Lady Tsunade cannot heal it. She suggested the possibility of replacing the eye, and considering compatibility, it would be best to transplant a Sharingan. Is there a Sharingan available within the clan? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smirk internally. To think he would seek a Sharingan from me. This must surely be the third Hokage's orchestration. He doubted that the third Hokage lacked Sharingan. During the Third Shinobi World War, many of the Uchiha clan's eyes had gone missing, some taken by enemies, while others were seized by their own kin. Both the third Hokage and Shimura Danzō must possess a few Sharingan. However, it was not difficult to comprehend. The Sharingan that had fallen into the hands of the third Hokage and Danzō could not be used openly. Hence, they sought the Sharingan from him. The head of the Uchiha clan. There are no Sharingan available within the clan. I will keep this matter in mind. If any clan members perish in battle, I will consult their families. If consent is granted, I will arrange for the transplant of the deceased clan member's Sharingan to him. Naturally, he had no intention of providing Sharingan to aid the enemy, thus using the lack of available Sharingan within the clan as an excuse. I understand. I will convey this to Shisui, Itachi replied, fully aware that this was merely his father's evasion, unwilling to grant Shisui a Sharingan. His heart burned with indignation at his father's callousness towards Shisui, yet he suppressed his anger. Recognizing that arguing with his father would serve no purpose and would only distress his mother and Sasuke. Father, I am leaving now. He rose to his feet and turned to exit the study. Clenching his fist, the veins in his arms subtly protruded as he struggled to suppress his rage. Itachi, where are you going? Dinner will be served shortly. I am just heading over to Shisui's place. You need not wait for me. Outside. The voices of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itachi echoed. As their conversation faded, Itachi ventured further away. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku did not proceed to the security department. Instead, he remained at home. He entered his study and made his way to the secret chamber, which had been transformed into a training room. Unsealing the room, he retrieved a scroll containing sealed items and lifted the seal, revealing the corpses of 2 white Zetsus within the chamber. Commencing the fusion, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The patterns within his left eye spinning rapidly. A pitch-black vortex materialized. Uchiha Fugaku grasped one of the white Zetsu corpses and swiftly hurled it into the black whirlpool. As the vortex dissipated, both white Zetsu corpses appeared in a space filled with a dark liquid, submerging within it. Beneath the surface of the liquid, the 2 corpses began to dissolve rapidly. A substance resembling, yet distinct from, cells, possessing bloodline characteristics, was extracted, flowing from the vessels of his left eye. Once released, this biological material coursed through his body, reacting with the cells throughout. He experienced a familiar sensation, one he had encountered twice before. A burning warmth enveloped him. causing sweat to pour forth, quickly soaking his garments. The cells throughout his body underwent rapid transformation, their shapes and structures subtly altering. In a brief moment, the two white Zetsu corpses completely melted away, and the production of biological material ceased, leaving the sensation of heat to dissipate. Uchiha Fugaku sensed a distinct change within his body compared to before. After the fusion of the first white Zetsu corpse, his cells had become more active, enhancing his recovery abilities. Now, this vitality and regenerative capacity had been further amplified, filling him with an invigorating energy that made him yearn for a brief return to slumber, perhaps to train with Mikoto in the morning. He pondered whether his wood-release bloodline limit had improved, curious if he could now perform wood-release techniques. With this thought, anticipation blossomed within Uchiha Fugaku. If he could execute wood-release without the aid of real illusions, it would greatly facilitate his role as Uchiha Obito, eliminating the need to ensnare every adversary within a genuine illusion. Wood-release, cutting technique. Forming hand signs, Uchiha Fugaku invoked the wood-release technique commonly employed within real illusions. A transformation materialized in his palm as a green branch sprouted, extending over 1 meter in length. He observed the growing branch with keen interest. After the initial fusion of the white Zetsu corpse, he had attempted to utilize the wood-release cutting technique, achieving this very step at that time. However, subsequently, the branch withered and shattered, resulting in the failure of the technique. Yet it did not vanish. After a brief moment, a smile graced Uchiha Fugaku's face. The branch that had sprouted did not wither and vanish as it had previously. The technique of wood-release grafting had not failed. He reached out and tapped the branch, noting its sturdy texture, reminiscent of striking metal. Coupled with its sharp tip, it could undoubtedly pierce flesh with ease. After observing for a while, the branch still did not disappear, only wilting and shattering upon the dissolution of his jutsu. Success. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. After refining 3 white Zetsu corpses, the potency of his wood-release bloodline limit had been enhanced, allowing him to perform wood-release grafting techniques even outside the realm of true illusions. However, the most significant gain was not merely the ability to execute wood-release without relying on true illusions, but rather the confirmation that refining corpses with similar bloodline limits could amplify the strength of his own. With this knowledge, he could enhance the power of his existing bloodline limit, rendering it even more formidable. If he could acquire a sufficient number of white Zetsu corpses, he would be able to continuously augment the strength of his wood-release bloodline, potentially reaching levels comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. He could hardly contain his excitement. Although he had previously speculated on this possibility, he now held absolute certainty. Provided he had enough white Zetsu corpses, he could undoubtedly elevate the potency of his wood-release to rival that of Hashirama Senju. Suppressing his exhilaration, he returned to his experiments. He wondered if he could perform other wood-release techniques beyond grafting. The methods for executing other wood-release techniques were already etched in his mind, and he began to recall them, attempting to manifest these jutsu. After a brief moment, he had tested them all. Ultimately, he discovered that the wood-release techniques he could currently perform included wood clone, wood transformation, wood shadow clone, wood binding technique, and wood-release grafting. The characteristics of these wood-release techniques were their lower rank and diminished power. Although he was now capable of executing wood-release techniques, they were merely these weaker variants. This indicated that his current wood-release bloodline limit was not particularly strong, even slightly inferior to that of Orochimaru's test subject, Yamato. The primary issue lay in the low potency of white Zetsu's wood-release bloodline limit. Apart from a select few, most white Zetsu were incapable of performing wood-release due to their insufficient strength. I should also test those 2 techniques. Uchiha Fugaku recalled the other 2 jutsu extracted from the white Zetsu, aside from the floating technique, and resolved to experiment with them as well. Upon performing the transformation technique and forming the necessary hand seals, his body began to change. His skin became exceedingly pale, his eyes morphed into an eerie yellow, and his hair transformed into a grayish-green hue, causing him to appear slightly shorter. He had become a white Zetsu. Taking a mirror, stored within his secret chamber and required for executing true illusions, he gazed at his reflection. Before him, in the mirror, he beheld his reflection, his visage, physique, and every detail had transformed into a perfect imitation of white Zetsu, nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. Perhaps he could blend seamlessly into the ranks of white Zetsu. But he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head. There existed a certain awareness among white Zetsu, enabling them to sense one another's presence. Although he could mimic their appearance flawlessly, establishing that intrinsic connection with his counterparts would prove exceedingly difficult, rendering him susceptible to exposure. He formed hand seals and initiated the final ninjutsu he had extracted from white Zetsu. A small protrusion emerged from his palm, soon detaching and morphing into a minuscule, nearly invisible spore. Infusing it with chakra, the spore expanded rapidly, ultimately transforming into a perfect replica of himself, indistinguishable in every detail. The chakra expenditure was considerable, consuming a full third of his chakra reserves. Having witnessed white Zetsu nearly depleting his own chakra while performing this technique, Uchiha Fugaku understood the immense cost associated with it. Yet, even after his own attempt, he remained somewhat astonished by the extent of chakra consumed. As a figure of considerable power, his chakra reserves were substantial, and the loss of a third underscored the technique's hefty toll. Such a significant consumption of chakra explained why it was necessary to harness the vast reserves of tailed beasts for mass production. A realization dawned upon Uchiha Fugaku. One of the Akatsuki's objectives in collecting tailed beasts was likely to manufacture these white Zetsu clones. He reached out to touch the spore clone, feeling its flesh-like texture. Even when applying force capable of inflicting damage, it would not dissipate, but instead merely leave a bruise. This clone, entirely composed of flesh, would leave a corpse in the event of its demise, differing little from the original aside from its considerably diminished strength. The substantial chakra expenditure was likely due to the energy required to generate the flesh and blood. Uchiha Fugaku speculated that the creation of blood cells relied entirely on chakra. And since the formation of flesh was exceptionally nutrient-demanding, substituting chakra for such consumption would naturally lead to significant depletion. Thus, the production of this clone was inherently chakra-intensive. Despite the considerable chakra cost and inferior combat capability, the spore clone was superior to shadow clones in various aspects. However, the spore clone bore a notable drawback. Upon its demise, it would not relay the information acquired during its existence back to the original. Nevertheless, there existed a method to partially mitigate this limitation. Uchiha Fugaku placed his hand upon the spore clone, allowing chakra to flow back from the clone into his body. Concurrently, the clone rapidly diminished in size, ultimately shrinking back to the size of a spore and vanishing within him. In that instant, a surge of memories flooded his mind, recollections from the span of the clone's existence. Through this process of reabsorbing the spore, he could achieve results akin to those of shadow clones. The spore clone should possess the wood release Kekkei Genkai. If I were to refine my spore clone using corpse refinement, could it enhance the strength of my wood release Kekkei Genkai? Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku was struck by an unusual thought. Though this notion felt exceedingly bizarre, bordering on the absurdity of self-destruction, if successful, it would undoubtedly lead to a rapid augmentation of the wood release Kekkei Genkai's potency. Spore technique. He cast the spore technique once more, summoning another spore clone. With a mere thought, this spore clone met its demise. As the original, he held absolute control over the spore clone, capable of deciding its life or death at will. He could also establish prohibitive measures, causing the spore clone to perish upon breaching these constraints. The white Zetsu clone that had suddenly exploded previously must have triggered one of these prohibitions. Engaging in corpse refinement, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He initiated the process, and a black vortex materialized. He cast the spore clone into the vortex, awaiting the effects of the corpse refinement on the spore clone. However, after a brief moment, the spore clone submerged in the inky liquid exhibited no signs of change or dissolution. It was utterly impervious to refinement. Summoning the corpse refinement space to expel the spore clone's remains, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. The refinement had failed. Could it be that the spore clone, sharing my flesh and blood, rendered the corpse refinement ineffective against me, the wielder of this ocular technique? A hypothesis formed in his mind. Regardless of the reason, the method of enhancing the Kekkei Genkai through the refinement of his spore clone was unviable. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had conceived a swift means to elevate the Kekkei Genkai's strength, only to find it impractical. He stored the remains of the spore clone in a sealing scroll for future use and exited the hidden chamber. He had completed his tests. Although the method for quickly enhancing the wood release Kekkei Genkai proved unworkable, the refinement of the two white Zetsu corpses yielded satisfactory results. In a stone chamber within the underground space, Shimura Danzō's face was clouded with concern. After Shimura Daisuke and his group departed from Konoha, they had severed all communication. Sensing something amiss, he had dispatched individuals to search along their route. As no news had yet returned, he had a foreboding feeling that Daisuke and his party were likely in grave peril. Lord Danzō, we have received news. A root ninja, known by the codename Insect and wearing a bug mask, entered the stone chamber, holding a small scroll. He cradled the scroll in his hands and approached Shimura Danzō, presenting it to him. Danzō accepted the scroll, dispelled its seal, and unfurled it. The contents were encrypted through a special method. Yet Danzō knew how to decipher it, and soon interpreted the information within. It reported the discovery of Shimura Daisuke and his companions, all deceased, in a forest over 500 miles from Konoha. Many individuals bear the marks of having fallen victim to the lethal arts of wood release, leading to suspicions that they were slain by ninjas possessing the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Upon perusing the contents of the scroll, Shimura Danzō's countenance darkened ominously. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible, clearly indicating his surging wrath. Shimura Daisuke, the head of the Shimura clan, had met his demise at the hands of these wood-release ninjas. Although the intended targets may have merely been the Leaf Village ninjas situated nearby, rather than a deliberate attack against the Shimura clan, it evidently jeopardized both his and the clan's interests. No, this was a calculated strike against the Shimura clan, or perhaps even a personal affront directed at me. Suddenly, the only visible part of his face, his eyes, glimmered with a fierce light, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The attempt on Shimura Daisuke's life was no mere coincidence, but a targeted assault. This conclusion stemmed from the prior deaths of Yamanaka Shimi and two elite ninjas from the Yamanaka clan, who, although not members of the Shimura clan or the Root, held connections to both. Thus, it was nearly certain that the wood-release Kekkei Genkai ninjas had set their sights on his lineage. Why would they specifically target me? Do they harbor a grudge? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Shimura Danzō furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was highly probable that the wood-release ninjas bore animosity toward him, yet identifying the exact individual responsible proved to be a formidable challenge. After decades at the helm of Root, his hands were stained with too much blood, and he had amassed a multitude of enemies. This was precisely why he had remained entrenched within the Leaf Village, ensuring that Root's members provided stringent protection and rarely ventured beyond its borders. Over 10 days had elapsed since the news of Shimura Daisuke's death reached the Leaf Village. Initially, it sparked considerable unrest, as he was the leader of one of the village's prominent clans. Indeed, he was the highest-ranking individual to have fallen to the wood-release Kekkei Genkai ninjas thus far. However, the populace is notoriously forgetful. Although some still occasionally mention the incident, the fervor surrounding it has significantly waned. Following the burial of Shimura Daisuke's body, it was swiftly handled by individuals dispatched by Uchiha Fugaku, thus eliminating the possibility of his being reanimated through the impure world reincarnation technique. In the rear courtyard of the estate, the diminutive figure of Uchiha Sasuke was diligently training, while Uchiha Fugaku engaged in weighted physical training beside him. Ever since the demise of Shimura Daisuke, he had refrained from taking action, or rather, had not been afforded the opportunity to do so. Those clan heads who had previously allied with the Shimura clan and fervently opposed the Uchiha clan had all retreated within the confines of the Leaf Village. Clearly, they had become wary. As Uchiha Fugaku trained, his thoughts drifted. Shimura Danzō, having ascended to the leadership of Root, was undoubtedly astute. It was highly likely that he deduced the targeted nature of the wood-release ninjas' actions following the attacks on Yamanaka Shimi and Shimura Daisuke, prompting the allied clan heads to remain within the village as a precaution, mastering the art of disguise should he employ assassination tactics. Success could be achieved even within the village's confines. The art of disguise would allow him to masquerade as someone close to the target, facilitating proximity to the objective before executing the assassination. With his formidable strength, employing stealthy assassination tactics would likely yield him a high probability of a swift kill. For him, the challenge does not lie in executing the assassination itself, but rather in how to safely extricate himself thereafter. If the assassination can be carried out without alerting others, he might adeptly disguise himself and depart unscathed. However, should he attract attention, escape would become exceedingly troublesome. After all, he does not possess the mastery of space techniques. Unlike Uchiha Obito, who can effortlessly maneuver through dimensions. Achieving a silent assassination against Shimura Danzō would prove exceedingly difficult. It is highly likely that Shimura Danzō has now implanted Hashirama's cells and possesses the Sharingan, thus attaining strength comparable to that of a Kage. Executing a silent assassination on him is nearly impossible. Furthermore, should any commotion arise, he would be confronted with a multitude of elite root ninjas encircling him, alongside powerful figures from the village arriving in haste. Even he would find it daunting to escape under such circumstances. Though eliminating Shimura Danzō may be unfeasible, the heads of several families allied with the Shimura clan remain viable targets. A surge of murderous intent erupted within Uchiha Fugaku. After breaking into a sweat, he ceased his training. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke had already halted, and upon seeing Fugaku stop, he jogged over with a towel in hand. Uchiha Fugaku smiled as he accepted the towel and wiped away his perspiration. At that moment, he noticed a member of the Uchiha clan approaching him. Recognizing that the individual was seeking him, he walked towards them. Patriarch. The Uchiha clansman respectfully addressed him and presented a small scroll with both hands. Uchiha Fugaku reached out to receive it, not unrolling it immediately, but rather stowing it away. He exited the courtyard and entered his study, where he finally unfurled the scroll and dispelled its seal. The scroll had been sent by Uchiha Min, a loyal clansman who possessed elite Jonin strength and had previously participated in the ambush against Shimura Ryzen, Shimura Ichiro, and Shimura Sosuke. It had been some time since he last saw Uchiha Min, as he had assigned him a covert mission to infiltrate the Land of Water and monitor the situation in Kirigakure. There were already signs that the Mizukage intended to take action against the bloodline limit families of Kirigakure. Upon reviewing the contents of the scroll, a smile crept across Uchiha Fugaku's face. He understood that Kirigakure had likely fallen under the influence of Uchiha Obito, who would proceed to cleanse the bloodline limit families there. He planned to exploit the ensuing chaos to acquire the corpses of those with bloodline limits for the purpose of fusion, thus obtaining the corresponding bloodline limits. Now, the time had come. With Uchiha Obito controlling the Mizukage's actions and preparing to strike against the bloodline limit families of Kirigakure, the moment to venture forth and seize the corpses of Kirigakure's bloodline limit ninjas had arrived. It seemed prudent to delay any actions against the heads of families allied with the Shimura clan. As he reduced the scroll to ashes, Uchiha Fugaku mused to himself. This was the prime opportunity to obtain the corpses of Kirigakure's bloodline limit ninjas. He must hasten to the Land of Water, infiltrate Kirigakure, and seize the corpses of its bloodline limit ninjas. In comparison to this matter, all other concerns must be relegated to the background. Given that the wood-release bloodline limit can amalgamate enhancements of the same type, it stands to reason that other bloodline limits should also be capable of such fusion. It is imperative to procure a greater number of corpses possessing the same bloodline limit, as the resultant bloodline limit will undoubtedly be more formidable. Initially, he intended to gather merely a token specimen from various bloodline limit ninjas, but now, his objective has slightly shifted. He must acquire as many corpses of ninjas sharing the same bloodline limit as possible. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan should also be susceptible to enhancement through this method, should it not? Contemplating the fusion of similar types to augment the potency of the bloodline limit, Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts drifted to the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Now that he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, to elevate it to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he requires a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from individuals bound by blood relation. His target is none other than Uchiha Itachi. In terms of lineage, they share a father-son relationship. Thus, should he acquire Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, it would undoubtedly facilitate his attainment of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Might the fusion of similar types to enhance the bloodline limit serve as an alternative method to elevate the eyes to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? An idea blossomed within him. Imbued with a sense of potentiality, the Uchiha clan's lineage traces back to Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. Although Indra had a brother, Ashura, who did not possess the Mangekyo Sharingan but instead awakened the sage body, it follows that Indra would have no opportunity to acquire another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. In such circumstances, should not Indra's eyes have succumbed to blindness? However, in reality, Indra's eyes should not have lost their sight. His memories from a previous life, along with certain texts from the Uchiha clan, corroborate this assertion. Why is it that Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan does not lead to blindness, whereas the subsequent generations' Mangekyo Sharingan do? he surmised that it must pertain to the strength of the bloodline. As the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra's bloodline is of exceptional potency. The Mangekyo Sharingan he awakened is not merely an ordinary manifestation, but rather an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is precisely for this reason that Indra's eyes do not suffer from blindness. Therefore, enhancing the strength of the bloodline to directly attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seems highly feasible. If augmenting the bloodline strength can directly yield the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan could be bequeathed to Sasuke, granting him the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as well. He recalled that Sasuke obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and subsequently received the infusion of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra, which enabled him to acquire the Rinnegan. Should Sasuke be unable to attain the Rinnegan due to a lack of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be a significant loss. After all, he intends to cultivate Sasuke as his foremost combat asset. The following day, Uchiha Fugaku left a spore clone in his stead and quietly departed from Konoha. The spore clone, while lacking in combat prowess compared to him, bore an identical appearance. As long as it refrained from engaging in battle, even prolonged absence would not raise suspicion. Within Konoha, the occasions requiring his personal intervention are exceedingly rare. Even when faced with certain challenges, there were other members of the Uchiha clan who could intervene, rendering the presence of their clan leader unnecessary. A day later, Uchiha Fugaku appeared at the border between the land of fire and the land of water. The land of water, surrounded by the sea, lies across the waves from the land of fire. At this moment, his appearance and physique had undergone a transformation. He had disguised himself as a wandering ninja with long black hair, a katana hanging at his waist. This persona was borrowed from a would-be robber he had encountered on his journey, whom he had eliminated entirely from this world. Upon arriving at the coastal dock, Uchiha Fugaku searched for a merchant vessel bound for the land of water. As a ninja, he could indeed walk on water. But the vast expanse of ocean separating the two countries was too wide, and his chakra could not sustain such a prolonged journey. At the dock, he quickly spotted a merchant ship. Hurry, hurry, don't dawdle. I'm paying you handsomely, not to see you slacking off. A rather stout man with a goatee was overseeing the loading of goods onto the ship, his voice sharp as he reprimanded a few sluggish workers. Uchiha Fugaku approached and inquired, "Is this ship headed for the land of water?" "Yes, indeed. It sails for the land of water tomorrow. Are you looking to board?" The stout man scrutinized Uchiha Fugaku from head to toe, his face brightening with a smile. He called out to his workers, but became exceedingly cordial upon addressing the potential passenger. Such warmth was essential. Without it, how would one entice customers to part with their coin? "I intend to board your merchant ship to the land of water," Uchiha Fugaku affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. That will be 10,000 ryo." The man's grin widened, evidently pleased at the prospect of receiving money. Somewhat lewd in demeanor, his smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Uchiha Fugaku handed over the 10,000 ryo and received a wooden ticket, which would grant him access to the ship and a cabin for the journey. With the ship set to depart the following day, he found himself with some idle time, necessitating a search for an inn in which to spend the night. Although as a ninja he could endure the wilderness, he preferred a more comfortable lodging, should the opportunity arise. Departing the dock, he made his way into the adjacent town. The presence of the dock had rendered this town quite prosperous, bustling with various establishments, restaurants, casinos, and inns, alongside a few houses of ill repute where streetwalkers lingered. One such woman attempted to grasp his arm, but a mere glance from him sent her retreating. He was not Jiraiya, and had no interest in such frivolities. He halted before a well-decorated inn and stepped inside, securing a room as he followed the innkeeper to his accommodation. "Lady Tsunade, you must refrain from visiting the casino today. If you do, we might find ourselves without money for meals," the innkeeper cautioned. "What nonsense. Today I shall win back all that I have lost, and even come away with a handsome profit." "Lady Tsunade, are you truly serious?" At the corner of the corridor, the voices of two somewhat familiar women reached Uchiha Fugaku's ears, momentarily causing him to pause. The familiarity stemmed from having heard their voices before. It was evident from their conversation that the speakers were Tsunade and Shizune. His brief expression of surprise faded swiftly as he stepped around the corner, revealing Tsunade with her striking golden hair and imposing stature, alongside Shizune, who sported a neat bob and an elegant demeanor. As they passed each other, Tsunade and Shizune cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Fugaku before returning their focus elsewhere. To them, he was merely a wandering ninja, not worthy of their attention. Had he been a rogue ninja with a bounty on his head, they would have shown greater interest. Over the years, during their travels, they had sought out such rogue ninjas when in need of funds. Led by the innkeeper, Uchiha Fugaku entered the room arranged for him at the inn. A question nagged at him. What were those two doing here? Upon closing the door, he felt a twinge of unease. What had brought Tsunade and Shizune to this dock near the border of the land of fire and the land of water? Were they, like him, planning to set sail for the land of water? If they were bound for the same destination, would it complicate his intentions? Tsunade, being a prominent figure of the Hokage level, could indeed pose a significant inconvenience should a clash arise. Moreover, Tsunade had a keen interest in the would-release bloodline limit ninjas, and under his deliberate guidance, it was widely believed that these ninjas were connected to Orochimaru. It was highly probable that Tsunade was in pursuit of Orochimaru, who, if his conjecture was accurate, was currently in the land of water, similarly targeting the bloodline limit ninjas of Kirigakure. The likelihood of this scenario seemed increasingly plausible as he pondered the situation. Orochimaru's presence in the land of water was nearly a certainty. He had a subordinate named Kimimaro, who possessed the Shikatsumiyaku, and it was likely during this time that he ventured to the land of water to recruit him. Tsunade must have caught wind of Orochimaru's whereabouts, prompting her own journey to the land of water. While he had no direct conflict with Tsunade, an encounter with Orochimaru could indeed lead to trouble, he mused. Both he and Orochimaru were drawn to the bloodline limit of Kirigakure, and this could very well lead to a confrontation. He resolved to address that when the time came. Orochimaru was undeniably formidable, yet he inspired wariness rather than fear. With a cold smile, he dismissed the matter from his thoughts. The following day, Uchiha Fugaku checked out of the inn. Coincidentally, Tsunade and Shizune did so as well, setting off on the same day. Surprised, he cast a glance at them before silently making his way to the dock. Tsunade and Shizune, equally taken aback, also directed their gaze at Uchiha Fugaku as they proceeded towards the same destination. As their paths aligned, they inevitably found themselves walking down the same street. And to his astonishment, they boarded the same vessel. Merchant ships bound for the land of water set sail approximately every day or two, under identical departure times. Passengers typically board the same vessel. Lady Tsunade, it is rather peculiar that this wandering ninja chooses to journey to the land of water at such a time, Shizune quietly remarked as they boarded the ship and entered their cabin. Indeed, it is somewhat strange, Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the oddity surrounding this wandering ninja. Reports indicated that turmoil was brewing in the land of water, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Many wandering ninjas had withdrawn from the region, yet this particular ninja surprisingly ventured there amidst the unrest. 2 days later, the merchant ship arrived at the harbor of the land of water, where Uchiha Fugaku disembarked and swiftly vanished from sight. Similarly, Tsunade and Shizune descended from the ship and quickly disappeared into the bustling port. Although they found Uchiha Fugaku's masquerade as a wandering ninja somewhat unsettling, they chose not to dwell on it, as it bore no relevance to their mission. True to Uchiha Fugaku's suspicions, their purpose was to seek out Orochimaru, who had infiltrated the land of water, in pursuit of information regarding the would-release Kekkei Genkai ninjas. After a relentless journey, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at a quaint town near the village of Mist. He approached a modest dwelling and knocked rhythmically on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a plainly dressed girl who inquired, "Hello, whom do you seek?" "I hail from the land of fire, and have come to visit a friend," Uchiha Fugaku replied. The girl glanced around suspiciously before inviting him inside. Upon entering, Uchiha Fugaku dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true visage. Within the room, aside from the girl, stood a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's true appearance, the man also relinquished his disguise, respectfully addressing him as clan leader. This man, of average height and lean build with prominent eyebrows, was Uchiha Min, an elite jonin dispatched by Uchiha Fugaku to the land of water. The girl, with her long black hair tied back, was Uchiha Iori, the daughter of Uchiha Min. To minimize any potential exposure, the duo had assumed the guise of a father-daughter pair engaged in small trade. "Thank you for your hard work," Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged with a nod. "You honor me with your words," Uchiha Min replied promptly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Iori discreetly observed Uchiha Fugaku. Born into the Uchiha clan, her impression of the clan leader was rather average, as his public persona seemed overly fragile. However, accompanying her father on this mission had granted her insights into his true prowess, revealing that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan over a decade ago, making him the first to achieve this coveted power in the Uchiha clan since Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan has long endured humiliation and oppression in Konoha, exercising remarkable patience. What is the current situation? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. The latest intelligence suggests that due to relentless suppression from the Mizukage, the Kagaya clan has developed rebellious sentiments and is secretly procuring weapons, likely intending to instigate a rebellion in the near future, responded Uchiha Min. It appears that the timing could not be more fortuitous. Upon hearing of the Kagaya clan's plans for insurrection, Uchiha Fugaku smiled. The Kagaya clan's rebellion is destined to fail. It is inevitable. If even Uchiha Min can ascertain their secret weapon procurement, he cannot believe that the Mizukage, under Uchiha Obito's control, would remain oblivious to this information. Currently, the Mizukage, likely under Uchiha Obito's influence, might be biding their time, waiting for the Kagaya clan to initiate their rebellion in order to thoroughly eradicate them. This mirrors the plans of the third Hokage to deal with the Uchiha clan, forcing them into a coup, and then using that coup as a pretext to annihilate them. What is the situation with the Yuki clan? He asked. Similar to the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan has also faced continuous oppression from the Mizukage. However, there are no signs of impending rebellion. The Yuki clan operates with greater secrecy, and it cannot be ruled out that they are plotting something. Uchiha Min reflected on the intelligence gathered. The Kagaya clan possesses the Shikatsumiyaku and excels in taijutsu. They are all fervent warriors. To put it kindly, they lack strategic acumen. To put it bluntly, they are rather simple-minded. In contrast, the Yuki clan is far more astute, discreet, and their related information is scarce. Could they be planning something? A contemplative expression crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Min and his daughter. You have performed exceptionally well in this mission. The clan will reward you handsomely. Your task is complete. You should depart immediately and return to the clan. Upon hearing that the mission was over, Uchiha Min and his daughter sighed in relief. This mission has been excessively lengthy, lasting over half a year, and it was exceedingly perilous, venturing deep into the land of water for intelligence. Thankfully, it has concluded, and they can now return. After a moment of relief, Uchiha Min hesitated. Clan leader, perhaps we should let Iori return first while I stay behind to assist you. No, one of me is sufficient for what lies ahead. You must evacuate promptly. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in refusal. He anticipated that the acquisition of the corpse of a bloodline limit ninja would likely stir considerable commotion. If Uchiha Min and his daughter were to remain, they could potentially be caught in the turmoil, hence he decided it best for them to withdraw first. Understood. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's firm stance, Uchiha Min complied, and then he and Uchiha Iori began to gather their belongings, erasing any traces that might reveal their identities in preparation for departure. Soon, the two transformed their appearances and left the dwelling, making their way towards the dock at the border of the land of water. In the house, only Uchiha Fugaku remained. He resumed the guise of a wandering ninja, treating this house as his temporary refuge for the duration of his stay. In a quaint house within the town, there resided a solitary woman. She possessed a striking beauty, yet her skin bore a pallid hue, lacking the vibrant flush of life, resembling a mask affixed to her visage. How did she arrive here? Suddenly, her eyes transformed into golden slit-like orbs, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze. She had forged a pact with the serpent's lair, granting her the ability to summon the serpents of the lair for her own purposes. Upon her arrival, she had silently summoned numerous small snakes, dispatching them to gather information on her behalf. Just moments ago, one of these serpents detected a familiar chakra presence, none other than her former companion, Tsunade. This revelation stirred a sense of surprise within her. It had been many years since they last met. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit. A hint of nostalgia graced her features, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. She hoped that Tsunade was not there to thwart her plans. Otherwise, even an old ally would find themselves at her mercy. The chill in her eyes deepened, exuding an aura of menace akin to that of a venomous serpent. She had successfully mastered the technique of the undying rebirth, liberating herself from the shackles of mortality, granting her boundless time to pursue her interests. However, the only drawback was that this forbidden art required her to switch bodies every few years. Thus, she had developed a penchant for collecting children endowed with exceptional talents and bloodline limits to serve as her vessels. Her current quest in the land of water was to seek out a suitable container. Outside the town, Tsunade and Shizune approached, their purpose clear. According to their intelligence, Orochimaru was likely fixated on something within the hidden mist village and was currently lurking in its vicinity. They traversed from one small town to another around the outskirts of the hidden mist village, searching for traces of Orochimaru. Suddenly, Tsunade became acutely aware, her beautiful eyes narrowing with suspicion and intensity. In the direction of her gaze, a figure emerged from the ground, presenting itself before them. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, her long black hair cascading elegantly, her features undeniably captivating. Clad in somewhat masculine attire, she nonetheless carried it with an air of grace. "Tsunade, it has been a long time." The beautiful woman greeted them with an enigmatic smile. "Do I know you? Who are you?" Tsunade responded cautiously, perceiving an unsettling and dangerous aura emanating from this stranger. Not recognizing me? You must know this face." The woman paused, brushing her hand across her features, revealing a new visage. It was that of a man with elongated eyes and purple eyeshadow. Orochimaru. Upon seeing this face, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Then, as realization dawned, her expression shifted to one of shock as she regarded Orochimaru. "Have you completed that technique?" The woman's previous appearance was not merely a transformation. It seemed to be the true face of this body. The implications of Orochimaru's research into a forbidden technique sent a chill down her spine, as she understood he had succeeded. "Indeed, I have perfected the technique," Orochimaru replied, a hint of pride lacing his voice. "The resurrection technique inscribed in the Book of Seals is incomplete, an art that remains in its developmental stages." After dedicating over a decade of his life, he finally perfected this forbidden resurrection art by merging it with a secret technique obtained from an individual named Shinnō. Such a monumental achievement, if left unrecognized, would indeed be a lamentable fate. "You have lost your mind," Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide with apprehension as she gazed at Orochimaru, who had shockingly completed that cruel technique. Moreover, he had already executed a resurrection, occupying the body of a woman. "Ordinary humans are exceedingly fragile, be it ropes or branches, but I am different. I now possess eternal life." A morbid excitement flickered across Orochimaru's face. "Do not mention them." Tsunade's voice suddenly rose, interrupting Orochimaru as he spoke those haunting names. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she inquired, "Orochimaru, I have a question for you. What is your relation to the wood-release bloodline limit ninja? Did you come here because of that ninja?" Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade with a momentary look of bewilderment, realizing she was not here for the hidden mist village, but rather for him. He shook his head and replied, "You have mistaken the person. He has no connection to me. The wood-release bloodline limit ninja, notorious for causing considerable losses to Konoha, was a name he had certainly heard, and he was somewhat surprised to learn that someone else had delved so profoundly into the study of Hashirama's cells, even more so than himself. "Not connected to you?" Tsunade frowned, scrutinizing Orochimaru. She understood him well enough to know that his pride would deter him from lying. Yet, if this individual had no ties to Orochimaru, how then did he possess the wood-release bloodline limit? "Indeed, he is unrelated to me. Rather, I would say that in the realm of Hashirama's cell research, he surpasses me. I would be very interested to encounter him and discuss the intricacies of Hashirama's cells," Orochimaru remarked with keen interest. "Silence, Orochimaru." Tsunade's face flushed with anger upon hearing him reference Hashirama's cells, and she stomped her foot onto the ground. With that forceful step, the earth beneath her cracked and spread like a web, destabilizing Orochimaru's footing. Although the wood-release bloodline limit ninja had no connection to Orochimaru, his theft of her grandfather's corpse for research purposes was equally unforgivable. "While you may be uninvolved with the wood-release bloodline limit ninja, your act of stealing my grandfather's body is a matter we must address. Tsunade, your temper remains as volatile as ever." Orochimaru nimbly leaped away from the fissured ground, easily evading Tsunade's assault. He looked at her and stated, "Although I have conducted research on Hashirama's cells, I did not steal the body. To be precise, I had no opportunity to do so, as it had already been taken prior to my involvement." "Who?" Tsunade's forehead pulsed with rage, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Orochimaru. "Danzō," he replied, "long ago. He sought to glimpse the wood-release bloodline limit and secretly pilfered the corpse of Senju Hashirama." As this was mentioned, a hint of disdain appeared on Orochimaru's face. However, he was indeed ill-suited for research, having achieved little success over the years, which led him to seek my assistance. Coincidentally, I had a modicum of interest in this matter, and thus I accepted the task. Danzō's expression darkened, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fury. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, Tsunade glared fiercely at Orochimaru. I will deal with you first, and then return to settle accounts with Danzō. Are you certain you wish to engage with me? Your illness should still be lingering. Should we clash, you would undoubtedly suffer. Orochimaru smiled coldly. Moreover, this is the territory of the Hidden Mist Village. I believe it is prudent for us to cease hostilities here. With that, he employed a Doton technique, sinking into the earth. He was not afraid of Tsunade. Rather, a confrontation here would be detrimental to his forthcoming plans. Watching Orochimaru's form gradually descend into the depths, Tsunade remained motionless until he had completely vanished. Orochimaru was aware of her weaknesses. Combat was not in her favor, and indeed, this was not a suitable location for battle. In the realm of the Kagaya clan, a shadow moved stealthily beneath the ground, akin to swimming through the sea, arriving at this secluded place. This figure was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, disguised as a wandering ninja. Delving deep into the Kagaya clan's abode, Fugaku halted in a solitary courtyard, surrounded by vigilant guards, where an elderly man resided. The elder, with dark skin and robust limbs, though his hair had turned completely white, retained a formidable presence. He was undoubtedly an elder of considerable standing within the Kagaya clan. Despite his advanced age, "You shall do," Fugaku declared, emerging from the earth, his eyes transforming into the mesmerizing kaleidoscope Sharingan. Age indicated a significant decline in strength, yet high status suggested he possessed valuable secrets. Hypnotism. His eyes locked onto the elder's, initiating a hypnotic state. The elder's expression became vacant, succumbing to the trance. The guards surrounding the courtyard remained oblivious to the changes occurring within. Establishing a soundproof barrier, he inquired of the elder, "Is the Kagaya clan preparing to instigate a coup?" "Yes," the elder replied, his demeanor still vacant. Upon hearing the elder's response, Fugaku nodded. Uchiha men had indeed uncovered the truth. The Kagaya clan was poised for a coup. However, this also underscored the extent of the leaks regarding their plans. For a coup to succeed under such circumstances would be truly remarkable. "When do you intend to launch the coup?" Fugaku continued his questioning. 5 nights hence," the elder answered, devoid of emotion. 5 days is it? It seems I shall not have to wait long. A slight smile graced Fugaku's face as he spoke. "Now, hand over the scroll of the corpse bone path." The elder displayed faint signs of struggle, indicating a potential awakening from the hypnotic state. His identity was no ordinary one, and his capabilities were evidently substantial. Hence the swift emergence of resistance. With a swift motion, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, reinforcing the hypnosis. The elder's struggles ceased as he stood and approached a corner of the room, where he opened a hidden compartment in the wall and retrieved a scroll inscribed with the words Corpse Pulse Ninjutsu. After securing the scroll, Uchiha Fugaku employed the technique of ephemeral, descending into the earth and swiftly departing from the residence of the Kagaya clan. Moments after his departure, the elder's hypnosis was lifted, and he regained his senses. "What just happened? It seems I merely dozed off," he pondered, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. 5 nights later, the Kagaya clan's residence was ablaze with light. The expansive square was densely packed with numerous clan members, men and women, middle-aged and young, even adolescents. Their appearances were strikingly similar: dark skin, rugged features, and 2 red dots on their foreheads, with each cheek adorned by a bundle of tied black hair. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, their faces alight with excitement and bloodlust. Before them stood a tall, muscular middle-aged man, delivering a pre-battle speech. "Let the Hidden Mist Village recognize the might of our Kagaya clan. Let them fear us. Now is the time for them to understand our terror." Upon hearing his words, the Kagaya clan members erupted into gleeful, sinister laughter. Renowned for their prowess in physical combat, it seemed that perhaps their nutrition had primarily fortified their muscles, leaving their intellect somewhat lacking. Unbeknownst to them, this coup had already been anticipated by the Mizukage, and the Hidden Mist Village had long since assembled elite ninjas, poised to ensnare them. "Forward!" the middle-aged man bellowed. With his command, the throng of Kagaya clan members surged in unison toward a singular direction, the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. Among them was a child with white hair, his expression blank and moving unconsciously in sync with the throng. This child would later become the sole survivor of the Kagaya clan, Kimimaro. The Kagaya clan's encampment was not located within the hidden mist village, yet it was merely half an hour away. As they approached, their excitement intensified, their eyes shimmering with predatory anticipation, and they charged into the village without hesitation. Upon entering the hidden mist village, their fervor and madness escalated, igniting a fierce desire for destruction as they attacked anyone in their path. However, they were met not with panicked villagers, but with squads of elite ninjas from the hidden mist, fully prepared for their onslaught. Clearly, they had fallen into a trap. Kill! They shouted, undeterred by the ambush. With exuberant roars, they recklessly charged at the elite ninjas of the hidden mist, igniting a fierce and brutal battle. Cries of agony and shouts of rage echoed throughout the chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground and walls a deep crimson. The members of the Kagaya clan were perishing, and the elite ninjas of the Mist Village were meeting the same fate. From a distance, the scene resembled a battlefield of the damned, with the moonlight appearing tainted by the hue of blood. On a high ground outside the Mist Village, Uchiha Fugaku, disguised as a wandering ninja, concealed himself behind a rock, revealing only his face. He gazed intently at the unfolding battle, biding his time until it concluded, so he could infiltrate and seize the corpses of the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan was destined to falter. The primary reason for the leak of information was their reckless ambition to challenge the Mist Village with the strength of their clan alone. A clan's challenge against a village inevitably leads to defeat. In some respects, the Kagaya clan bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan, both possessing an unfounded confidence in their own prowess. Previously, the Uchiha clan had attempted a coup, challenging the Leaf Village with their collective strength. Suddenly, a sound akin to a snake's hiss pierced the air. Two grayish-brown venomous snakes lunged with bared fangs at the exposed face of Uchiha Fugaku. The unexpected ambush thrust Uchiha Fugaku into a precarious situation. However, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He swiftly withdrew entirely into the rock, evading the serpent strikes. The snake's fangs shattered upon striking the stone. In an instant, he darted out from the side of the rock, drawing his katana, its blade shimmering like a white flash. With a swift motion, he severed the front halves of the two snakes, their blood spraying forth from the wounds. Uchiha Fugaku quickly sidestepped to avoid the splatter, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the ninja world, few employed snakes as a means of combat. The presence of such an individual at this moment led him to a singular conclusion. It seemed that I am not the only one targeting the Kagaya clan. In the distance, a man with long black hair and a serpentine visage approached. His chakra fluctuations were expertly concealed, nearly imperceptible until he drew closer, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to sense his presence. Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow as he regarded the advancing figure. Possessing the sensory abilities of the Senju clan, he could only detect Orochimaru's chakra at such proximity, demonstrating the latter's exceptional skill in concealing his aura, truly befitting of a seasoned shadow. A glance at the two snakes he had slain illuminated why Orochimaru could detect his hidden presence. The snakes, being acutely sensitive to temperature, could sense the warmth emanating from a human body. It was evident that Orochimaru had utilized this sensitivity to discover his concealed position behind the rock. How intriguing it is that you recognize my identity, yet remain unafraid. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's reaction, Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, as though he had encountered something exceedingly amusing. Is it truly so humorous? A cold glint flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Although Orochimaru's ambush had not caused him any significant trouble, it had certainly left him feeling quite displeased. If it were an ordinary person who discovered that the assailant was Orochimaru, they would inevitably choose to endure in silence and flee from the scene. However, he was not an ordinary person. Orochimaru's strength was indeed formidable, but with his own prowess, he had no reason to fear. You should laugh a little more. You may not have the opportunity to do so again. As the words fell, Uchiha Fugaku's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Orochimaru. This was not merely an illusion created by astonishing speed. It was a genuine spatial relocation. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had already fallen prey to the true nature of the ocular technique. Under the cover of the night, even Orochimaru failed to detect that his eyes had transformed into a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku emerged behind Orochimaru, his blade flashing like a streak of white light as it slashed horizontally at Orochimaru's waist. The air was cleaved as if it were fabric, the sharpness of the blade sending a chill through Orochimaru's body. Utilizing spatial ninjutsu, Orochimaru's serpentine vertical eye narrowed slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Spatial ninjutsu could only be mastered by a select few endowed with the talent for manipulation of space. This wandering ninja had actually mastered such techniques. Although astounded by Uchiha Fugaku's sudden appearance, Orochimaru, a seasoned shadow-level ninja, reacted with remarkable swiftness. His body twisted and elongated like a strand of noodle, evading the downward strike of Uchiha Fugaku's blade with an uncanny arc. Subsequently, he slithered backward along the ground as a serpent would. The sixth gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of View, was opened. In the face of Orochimaru's bizarre evasive maneuvers, Uchiha Fugaku became enveloped in a green luminescence. Beneath this green radiance, his speed surged exponentially. The activation of spatial movement required time. Thus, for short distances, the 8 gates provided a swifter alternative. In a heartbeat, he caught up to the retreating Orochimaru, their paths crossing. In that fleeting moment, blood erupted from Orochimaru's waist. Moments later, his upper and lower body separated, propelled apart by inertia, landing some distance away. With a thud, the two halves of Orochimaru's body crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Then, a most peculiar scene unfolded. From the severed edge of his upper body, a pair of pale hands emerged, stained with blood. Following the hands were his head, torso, and legs. The entire process appeared slow, yet it transpired at a remarkable speed. In no time, a fully intact Orochimaru re-emerged, albeit covered in blood and repugnant slime. The 8 gates. How could you possess the 8 gates? He smiled sinisterly, then regarded Uchiha Fugaku with surprise, a sense of intrigue blossoming within him. The 8 gates. A forbidden technique sealed within Konoha's scroll of seals. How could his opponent be capable of this? However, he quickly formed a conjecture. He had heard that the scroll of seals had been stolen not long ago. It seemed to have fallen into their hands. Were you in league with the would-release bloodline limit users? At this moment, his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku was tinged with a hint of wariness. Apprehensive of the spatial ninjutsu recently exhibited by Uchiha Fugaku, and even more wary of the formidable forces behind him, Orochimaru regarded the situation with keen interest. Uchiha Fugaku, dismissing the blood on his blade, cast a dangerously scrutinizing glance at Orochimaru. His ambiguous response neither confirmed nor denied the suspicions raised. After the would-release bloodline limit, you now set your sights on the remains of the Kagaya clan? Orochimaru inquired, evidently intrigued by the power that Uchiha Fugaku commanded. That is not for you to know. Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly, exuding an aura of menace. I bear you no grudge, yet since you have chosen to confront me, you shall pay with your life. The moment the words left his lips, he transformed into a flash of green light, rapidly closing the distance towards Orochimaru. Holding his blade horizontally, he executed a swift strike aimed at Orochimaru's neck. How underestimated I have been. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glimmered ominously. The spatial ninjutsu displayed by his opponent indeed instilled a sense of caution, but as a seasoned shinobi who had faced countless battles, he was not easily intimidated. Opening his mouth, a sword of remarkable sharpness emerged, the Kusanagi, renowned for its ability to slice through anything. Gripping the hilt with his teeth, he twisted his neck like a serpent, deftly countering with a slash towards Uchiha Fugaku's blade. With a resounding crack, Uchiha Fugaku's sword was effortlessly severed. Yet the momentum of the Kusanagi did not wane, continuing its advance towards him. In a split second, Uchiha Fugaku discarded the broken blade. Shifting to the side to evade the lethal strike, he materialized beside Orochimaru, his fist igniting with flames as he delivered a powerful blow. The impact sent Orochimaru hurtling backward, landing some distance away before regaining his footing. However, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. The strike had felt akin to striking soft dough, leaving minimal damage. Indeed, Orochimaru swiftly recovered, displaying no signs of injury. Multi-snake hand. Orochimaru, with a cold gaze reminiscent of a serpent, extended his hand towards Uchiha Fugaku. His fingers transformed into numerous venomous snakes, bearing their sharp fangs as they lunged toward him. In response, Uchiha Fugaku unleashed a flurry of punches. The speed of his strikes ignited the surrounding air, sending forth fiery fists that crashed into the oncoming serpents. With a series of explosive sounds, the heads of the snakes erupted before reaching him. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku vanished from sight, reappearing next to Orochimaru, delivering a powerful downward kick. Anticipating Uchiha Fugaku's sudden appearance through spatial movement, Orochimaru had prepared. As Uchiha Fugaku materialized, he swiftly pressed his hands to the ground, summoning 3 colossal serpents that burst forth from the earth, their gaping maws wide enough to swallow a manhole. Lunging towards Uchiha Fugaku, the 7th gate opened. As the colossal serpent loomed, poised to engulf him, Uchiha Fugaku unleashed the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, emanating a formidable aura enveloped in azure steam. With a fierce thrust of his fist, he compressed the air, transforming it into a magnificent white tiger. The tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, lunging at the 3 massive serpents and Orochimaru. With a resounding crash, the heads of the 3 serpents shattered, their immense bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Orochimaru, too, was hurled backward by the sheer force of the impact, his form resembling a tattered sack as he landed far away. His body, now in tatters, gaped wide open in an exaggerated manner, as if it had been violently torn apart. From his mouth emerged hands, followed by a head, a torso, and legs. In no time, Orochimaru reappeared unscathed, as if reborn from the womb, coated in an unknown viscous substance. He slithered on the ground, his cold gaze fixated on Uchiha Fugaku, resembling an enraged viper. Despite being a seasoned shadow-level ninja, his repeated setbacks against this wandering shinobi soured his mood. "Banquet of serpents," he exclaimed, his mouth agape as countless venomous snakes poured forth, cascading in an endless tide, forming a colossal river of serpents rushing towards Uchiha Fugaku. The sheer horror of their numbers sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, leaving them numb with dread. Such a grotesque ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku mused, his brow furrowing. Setting aside the technique's potency, its appearance was indeed rather unsettling. With a powerful punch, he struck the serpent-laden river. A gigantic white tiger materialized, roaring as it charged into the serpentine deluge. With a series of explosive impacts, the white tiger shattered the vast river of venomous snakes, reducing them to a gruesome crimson paste. The ground was transformed into a gruesome path of sanguine flesh leading directly to Orochimaru. The residual shockwave forced Orochimaru to retreat several meters, his expression dark and his golden slit-like eyes gleaming with cold fury. Technique of the 8-headed serpent. Beneath his skin, a peculiar writhing motion occurred, as if something was struggling to break free. In the next instant, enormous white serpents erupted from within him. His form swelled exponentially, transforming into a terrifying creature with 8 heads and 8 tails. The 8-headed serpent technique, a forbidden art capable of metamorphosing him into a fearsome beast of immense power, was among the most destructive of his arsenal. "You have forced me to this extent." The 8-headed white serpent fixed its icy gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru's chilling voice resonating from within. Few could compel him to such lengths. It had been a long time since he had fought with all his might. With a thunderous movement, the transformed Orochimaru, now an 8-headed serpent, advanced towards Uchiha Fugaku, his massive form undulating ominously. The ground trembled beneath the massive form, revealing ravines reminiscent of parched riverbeds. What a formidable presence! A hint of solemnity crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face. The oppressive aura emanating from the 8-headed serpent, Orochimaru, felt as though a colossal mountain of flesh was advancing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 heads of the serpent surged forward, diving with tremendous force towards Uchiha Fugaku. Boom, boom, boom. The earth quaked violently under the impact of the 8 heads, resembling a cataclysmic earthquake. A vast expanse crumbled, transforming into a desiccated miniature lake. Yet, within this parched expanse, Uchiha Fugaku was nowhere to be seen, having vanished before the colossal heads could strike. Buzz. Uchiha Fugaku reappeared through space-time manipulation above the 8-headed serpent. With a swift motion of his fist, he compressed the air into a colossal white tiger, launching it towards the serpent. Bang! The white tiger was thwarted as the serpent's 8 mighty tails lashed out, striking the tiger with overwhelming force, causing it to dissipate into thin air. The 8-headed serpent, one of Orochimaru's most potent forbidden techniques, wielded terrifying power, capable of momentarily contending with tailed beasts. With such ferocity, it repelled the 7th gate of the 8 gates released formation initiated by Uchiha Fugaku. So, this is the technique of the 8-headed serpent? After the white tiger was repelled, Uchiha Fugaku was propelled backward by the recoil, landing several meters away. He gazed gravely at Orochimaru, who had transformed into the 8-headed serpent. Realizing that even with the seventh gate activated, he could not overcome this state of Orochimaru. He understood that his body's insufficient strength was a significant factor. The 8 gates released formation exponentially amplifies one's combat power and speed. The higher the base physical strength, the greater the enhancement upon activation. Despite the genuine illusion enhancing his physical form, there remained a considerable gap compared to Might Guy at his peak. Had it been Might Guy at his zenith activating the 7th gate, the 8-headed serpent of Orochimaru would likely have been unable to withstand the onslaught. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, opened. Without hesitation, he activated the 8th gate. His blood vaporized, and a crimson mist enveloped his body, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a blood-red hue. His muscles and veins tore apart, and fine cracks emerged in his bones. He endured unimaginable agony as his vitality burned rapidly, with immense pain coursing through him. Uchiha Fugaku directed his fists towards the 8-headed serpent, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each successive blow, the air compressed into visible projectiles, launching towards the serpent in a relentless assault. During this onslaught, the bones in his hands rapidly fractured. Madness. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's activation of the 8th gate, Orochimaru, now embodied as the 8-headed serpent, spoke with a hint of fear and panic. He had not anticipated such reckless fervor from his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Danzō, embracing death as a means to combat. Initially, he believed the Kagaya clan to be a collection of lunatics. Yet this wandering ninja, in comparison, appeared even more deranged. Boom, 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 in the face of the life-consuming assault unleashed by the 8th gate. Even the colossal and formidable body of the Yamata no Orochi could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its surface erupted as if buried beneath explosives, rapidly and densely bursting apart. Flesh and blood splattered, and the body disintegrated swiftly, reducing it to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Under the tremendous impact, a vast lake emerged in the vicinity, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood forming a great lake of carnage. Thud! Uchiha Fugaku's form collapsed, having exhausted his life force by opening the 8th gate, his body marred by ghastly fissures. Normally, he would succumb to death gradually. Even a ninja as adept in medical ninjutsu as Tsunade would find it nearly impossible to heal such wounds. However, this was a realm shaped by a tangible illusion, deviating from the ordinary. With a swift motion, the wounds on Uchiha Fugaku's body began to mend at a visible rate, even his garments restored to their former state. Ultimately, he stood once more, unscathed, as if time itself had reversed, restoring everything to its prior condition. Was the serpent slain? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell upon the lake of blood and flesh that had once been the Yamata no Orochi. His circumstances were unique. Even the activation of the 8th gate would not lead to his demise. Orochimaru's situation was similarly extraordinary, defying conventional understanding. Although the Yamata no Orochi had been reduced to fragments, he could not ascertain whether Orochimaru had perished. As he pondered this, a sudden rupture occurred within the remnants of the serpent, and a pale hand emerged from the fissure. Soon, the head, body, and legs followed, and Orochimaru reappeared, entirely unscathed. Having activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Danzō, he had somehow survived. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru acknowledged that although he had evaded death through various secret techniques, the continuous exertion had taken a significant toll on him. In comparison to me, you are the true monster. He regarded Uchiha Fugaku with a gaze reserved for a creature of nightmares. To his knowledge, activating the 8th gate invariably led to death. A certain Might Guy served as a prime example. Yet, this wandering ninja before him had defied that expectation and lived. Many feared him due to the peculiarities of his ninjutsu, labeling him a monster, but it was clear to Orochimaru that this wandering ninja deserved the title far more. I refuse to be called a monster by one such as you. Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. As he spoke, crimson mist enveloped his body once more. He activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Danzō again. Orochimaru's complexion paled, his scalp tingling with dread. He regretted provoking this adversary. Who could have anticipated that he would incite such a being? With a swift incantation, he unleashed his secret technique, causing his form to swell rapidly, transforming into a colossal white serpent. This magnificent creature rivaled the legendary Yamata no Orochi in size, adorned with numerous scales, each resembling a diminutive white snake. The ground trembled with thunderous roars as a terrifying battle erupted once more, unleashing devastating power that flattened the elevated terrain they occupied. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku had managed to obliterate Orochimaru's body multiple times. Yet, each time, Orochimaru resurrected, appearing unscathed, despite his attempts to incinerate Orochimaru with fire techniques. Aiming to reduce him to ashes, he lacked the mastery of the Amaterasu technique. Thus, even his most potent fire jutsu could not consume the colossal form that Orochimaru had assumed. As long as he could not reduce Orochimaru to mere cinders, the latter would always find a way to revive. Once again, he shattered the giant serpent's form, only to witness Orochimaru's complete restoration. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru beheld strange fissures emerging in their surroundings. The very world before them was disintegrating. Panic surged through Uchiha Fugaku as he realized the time limit of the real illusion technique had nearly reached its end. With his current ocular prowess, maintaining such a technique during fierce combat was not sustainable. With one final crack, the scenery before Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru transformed. The high ground, once completely leveled, reappeared, erasing all traces of their previous battle. What is happening? The sudden shift startled Orochimaru, who gazed around in confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, he quickly grasped the reality of the situation, understanding what had transpired just over half an hour ago. What a terrifying illusion. He regarded Uchiha Fugaku, who stood several meters away, with a mix of astonishment and apprehension. If his suspicions were correct, he had fallen into the illusion of this wandering ninja since more than half an hour prior. The realism of the illusion was so profound that even he, a figure of significant stature, had failed to notice his entrapment. Given that the space was fabricated by illusion, it was not difficult to comprehend how his adversary could unleash the eighth gate of death without consequence. This implied that the earlier combat had all transpired within the confines of the illusion. Was it merely a fabrication? As he pondered this, he became acutely aware of his own condition, his expression shifting to one of horror. The earlier battle was not a mere figment. The proof lay in the significant depletion of his chakra during the encounter, leaving him with scant reserves. If it had been an illusion, such tremendous chakra consumption would not have occurred. The preceding struggle was undoubtedly more than a simple skirmish within an illusion. Had he succumbed to death in the recent illusionary realm, the repercussions would have been dire. The mere contemplation of this notion sent a chill down his spine. His instincts warned him that being slain in that ethereal space would likely precipitate catastrophic consequences. While he may not be the strongest among the shadows, his prowess and self-preservation was undeniably unparalleled. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Orochimaru. Initially, he had intended to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Orochimaru. However, the latter's extraordinary resilience thwarted his attempts time and again. Despite having obliterated Orochimaru's form on numerous occasions, death had eluded him. Had he possessed a dojutsu akin to Amaterasu, he might have succeeded in vanquishing Orochimaru. To him, confronting a creature capable of resurrection with even a fragment of its flesh intact necessitated the might of such an inferno, one that could incinerate all traces of flesh and blood in order to ensure complete annihilation. In a certain sense, Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan indeed proved to be a formidable counter against Orochimaru, which explained why the latter had suffered significantly at Itachi's hands. He recalled the battle between Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi had failed to utterly extinguish Orochimaru, he had rendered him incapable of operating within the ninja world for an extended period. Were it not for Sasuke's intervention, resuscitation would have been a daunting challenge. His strength was certainly not inferior to that of Uchiha Itachi at the time, and arguably, he surpassed him. For Itachi could not wield his Mangekyo Sharingan as recklessly as he could. The reason he could not force Orochimaru into temporary obscurity, as Itachi had, lay primarily in Itachi's more effective abilities against Orochimaru. The recent illusion was no ordinary genjutsu. Are you a Kekkei Genkai ninja? When did such a formidable Kekkei Genkai emerge in the ninja world? Orochimaru inquired, his demeanor grave as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku. As night enveloped the surroundings, visibility diminished. The distance between him and Uchiha Fugaku was insufficient for him to discern the latter's eyes before being ensnared in the genjutsu, preventing him from realizing that Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru, Your era has long since passed, Uchiha Fugaku said with a cold chuckle. The legendary three shinobi had once carved a monumental reputation, yet now their renown had dwindled significantly. Arrogance suits you, but you indeed possess the merit to utter such words. Orochimaru replied, his expression darkening. Had he encountered such insolence in the past, he would have acted without hesitation. Yet now, despite his disagreement with Fugaku's assertion, he could not deny the latter's right to speak thus. You may depart, or do you wish to engage me in combat once more? Uchiha Fugaku warned, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The remains of the Kagaya clan are yours to claim. A flash of anger crossed Orochimaru's face, quickly transforming into a chilling smile as he began to sink into the earth. His chakra reserves were dwindling, no longer sufficient to sustain further conflict, compelling him to retreat. Once he sensed that Orochimaru had vacated the vicinity, Uchiha Fugaku redirected his attention to the battle between the Kagaya clan and the elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. His battle with Orochimaru unfolded within a realm of authentic illusions, resulting in no significant disturbance to the outside world. Thus, the Kagaya clan and the elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village remained engrossed in their relentless combat. Many members of the Kagaya clan had already perished, their lifeless bodies strewn across the streets. Yet, the remaining Kagaya warriors exhibited neither sorrow nor fear. Instead, they fought with fervor, as if those emotions had never graced their hearts. Among these warriors, the most formidable was a middle-aged man, the one who had delivered the pre-battle address before their departure. His body was adorned with bony protrusions, and he wielded a bone sword, effortlessly dispatching any elite ninja from the Mist Village who dared to approach him. The only one capable of challenging him was a young woman with long, auburn hair, who could spew corrosive acid and noxious mists from her mouth. This young woman was none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. After an arduous battle, the middle-aged man succumbed to Terumi Mei, who possessed the dual Kekkei Genkai, suffering grievous injuries that left his innards visible as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At this juncture, the surviving members of the Kagaya clan had dwindled to a mere few. It was time to act. Uchiha Fugaku's body sank into the earth, stealthily making his way towards the Hidden Mist Village. The Shikatsumiyaku, a bloodline limit that could trace its origins back to Kagaya Otsutsuki, held immense potential. This was evident from other bloodline limits linked to Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan could ultimately evolve into the Rinnegan, while the Hyuga clan SIs also had the potential to develop into the Rinnegan. He firmly believed that the Shikatsumiyaku harbored significant promise. As for the bloodline disease afflicting Kimimaro, he had previously investigated and found it to be an anomaly. Not every bearer of the Shikatsumiyaku was afflicted by this disease. Had the Kagaya clan been prone to such ailments, their existence would have been impossible. Silently, Uchiha Fugaku infiltrated the battleground beneath the Kagaya clan and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist. The mayfly technique allowed him to navigate underground as if swimming in water, effectively cloaking his presence. With his shadow-level ability to mask his aura combined with the mayfly technique's breath-canceling capabilities, even sensory-type ninjas would struggle to detect him. His prior detection by Orochimaru was due to the unique sensory abilities of the snakes under Orochimaru's control, which could sense temperature, an exceedingly rare capability. This individual's strength was nearing that of a shadow, and the potency of his Shikatsumiyaku was likely second only to the lone survivor, Kimimaro, among the Kagaya clan. He materialized beneath the corpse of the slain middle-aged man. The high intensity of the Shikatsumiyaku within the middle-aged man meant that a single body could equate to several ordinary clan members, making it ideal for his purposes. While the strength of the Shikatsumiyaku might not match Kimimaro's, it was preferable due to its reliability. He dared not use Kimimaro's body for his fusion process. After all, Kimimaro bore a bloodline disease, and should he inadvertently become afflicted through the fusion, it would be a regret too great to bear. Even the mere possibility of such a fate warranted complete avoidance. He seized the lifeless form of a middle-aged man and gradually dragged the corpse into the earth. With several members of the Kagaya clan still alive, the body went unnoticed, allowing him to successfully conceal it beneath the ground. After appropriating the middle-aged man's remains, he emerged from the depths next to another corpse belonging to a Kagaya clansman, a young man in his 20s. Whose life had been extinguished by a barrage of formidable water-style ninjutsu, leaving his body in a state of disarray. He chose this young man because prior observations indicated that he possessed strength approaching that of an elite jonin. At such a tender age, with potential for further growth. It was inevitable that he would ascend to the rank of elite Jonin given time. The latent potential indicated that his bloodline and physical constitution were not to be underestimated. With careful precision, he grasped the corpse from below and slowly drew it into the earth. The movement was painstakingly deliberate, without keen observation. One might overlook the gradual descent of the body into the ground. Fortuitously, he remained undetected and successfully concealed this corpse as well. In succession, he stealthily acquired 5 corpses of previously observed Kagaya clan members, all of notable strength. However, as the battle concluded, the prospect of further theft became increasingly challenging. For all remaining Kagaya clansmen had been vanquished, and the fighting had ceased. Once the conflict was over, the ninjas of Kirigakure commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield and transporting the bodies. Their attention shifted towards the remains, making any attempt at theft exceedingly difficult. He refrained from acting rashly, instead retreating with the 5 corpses to temporarily evade the village. Upon reaching the outskirts of Kirigakure, he sealed the 5 bodies within storage scrolls before re-entering in search of further opportunities for acquisition. It appeared they were preparing to gather the corpses for cremation. Re-entering the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku observed that all the bodies of the Kagaya clan were being collected into a singular location. After their betrayal and subsequent defeat, it was clear that Kirigakure would not extend the courtesy of individual burials. However, discarding the bodies carelessly was out of the question, as it could instigate pestilence and expose hidden secrets. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to amass them and incinerate them, subsequently burying the ashes beyond the city or disposing of them directly. Before long, all the bodies of the Kagaya clan were consolidated into a grotesque mound of remains. Buckets upon buckets of oil were brought forth, confirming Uchiha Fugaku's suspicions that Kirigakure intended to burn the bodies of the Kagaya clan. It seemed that the only option left was to seize them outright. With the village poised to incinerate the remains, the endeavor of theft had become futile. Direct confrontation was now the only recourse. Resolving himself, Uchiha Fugaku no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he erupted from the earth, appearing beside the grotesque pile of Kagaya clan bodies. Who goes there? Upon the sudden appearance of Uchiha Fugaku, the few missed village ninjas preparing to pour oil beside the heap of corpses gasped in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Fugaku darted towards them with lightning speed, swiftly incapacitating the group. Subsequently, he produced a sealing scroll and deftly performed a sealing technique on the mountain of Kagaya clan corpses. In an instant, the towering pile of bodies vanished, entirely sealed within the scroll held in Uchiha Fugaku's grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle had just concluded, and the area was still bustling with ninjas, including Terumi Mei, who had yet to depart. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of these ninjas, all of whom rushed towards the scene. The fastest among them was Terumi Mei, now possessing the strength of a Kage. She halted a little more than 10 meters away from Uchiha Fugaku, her elegant brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing as she gazed at him. She had not anticipated that, aside from the Kagaya clan, there would be other visitors to the hidden mist village tonight. Now in her early 20s, she bore a certain innocence compared to her more alluring self during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Whether she was more beautiful now or then is a matter of personal aesthetic preference. Some favor the mature woman, while others are drawn to the innocent type. I harbor no malice. I merely find your handling of the corpses rather wasteful, hence I have taken the liberty of collecting them for you. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a faint smile as he stowed the sealing scroll away. May I inquire what you intend to do with these corpses? Terumi Mei asked, gently adjusting her chestnut locks with a smile. That is not something I can disclose, Uchiha Fugaku replied, shaking his head. Then how about staying as a guest in the hidden mist village? Surely, that would not be an issue. Terumi Mei's smile remained, yet her emerald eyes glimmered with an icy chill. That is even less feasible, Uchiha Fugaku firmly declined. That is not a decision you can make. Terumi Mei maintained her smile, but her tone had turned frigid. The mysterious individual before her had appeared out of nowhere in the hidden mist village and had seized the Kagaya clan's corpses. There was no way she would allow him to leave unchallenged. Liquid dissolution technique. A torrent of corrosive liquid erupted from her mouth, surging towards Uchiha Fugaku like a river. Earth style, earth flow wall. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his hand against the ground, and a formidable earthen wall rose to shield him. However, beneath the corrosive liquid, the wall was swiftly dissolved. Uchiha Fugaku was not taken aback. The liquid dissolution technique was a bloodline limit ninjutsu capable of melting even Susanoo, making it reasonable that an ordinary Earth-style technique could not withstand it. He had not intended to rely on Earth-style to block Terumi Mei's assault. He merely sought to buy himself some time. With a subtle sound, he employed the insect technique, allowing his body to sink into the ground. As the earthen wall was obliterated and the acidic liquid engulfed him, he had successfully burrowed underground, swiftly distancing himself from the hidden mist village. The attempt to use the earth flow wall against Lady Terumi Mei's bloodline limit technique was utterly ludicrous. The formidable Lord Terumi Mei has decisively vanquished the enemy, leaving no trace behind. Observing the area where Uchiha Fugaku once stood, now immersed in corrosive acid, it is evident that he has vanished without a trace. The surrounding ninjas of the hidden mist village speak in tones of admiration. Yet, he has eluded capture. Terumi Mei shakes her head, her brow slightly furrowed. The adversary was not eroded by the acid. Rather, he utilized a form of earth-style ninjutsu to conceal his presence and escape underground. Setting aside other matters, the proficiency demonstrated in the art of subterfuge is indeed remarkable, explaining their audacity to infiltrate the hidden mist village and seize the remains of the Kagaya clan. Let this individual be rendered into a portrait and a bounty issued. In the distance, atop a dwelling, two figures are silhouetted against the night sky. One figure resembles a youth, adorned with green hair and violet eyes, a scar reminiscent of a stitched wound beneath his left eye. This youthful visage belongs to the fourth Mizukage. The other figure remains cloaked in shadows, shielded from the moonlight. Dressed in a red cloud-patterned black robe and donning a spiral mask, he is none other than Uchiha Obito, who currently manipulates the fourth Mizukage from the shadows. Their gaze is fixed upon the battlefield where the ninjas of the hidden mist clash with the remnants of the Kagaya clan. Since the onset of the conflict, the pair has remained present. Lin, I shall not spare a single one of those who have wronged you, Obito murmurs, a strange smile creeping beneath his mask as he observes the chaos. Whether witnessing the demise of the Kagaya clan or the ninjas of the hidden mist, his spirits are lifted. Both factions serve as targets for his vengeance, and this battle unfolds as a consequence of his clandestine machinations. As the combat concludes, the ground and walls are splattered with blood, the bodies of the Kagaya clan forming a grim mound, while the ninjas of the hidden mist also suffer grievous losses. His mood brightens further. The remains of the Kagaya clan have been stolen? Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku, disguised as a wandering ninja, abscond with the Kagaya remains and escape from Terumi Mei's grasp, his brow furrows momentarily. However, he soon relaxes. It is merely a corpse. Losing it matters little, as it was destined for incineration anyway. The Kagaya clan has been eradicated, and now the focus shifts to the Yuki clan. Unlike the Kagaya clan, composed of rather simple-minded individuals, the Yuki clan will not easily be provoked. Compelling them to rebel will likely prove challenging. Resting his chin upon his right hand, he ponders how to incite rebellion within the Yuki clan, with the ultimate aim of exterminating them. Suddenly, a masked ninja from the hidden mist SANBU swiftly approaches. Making a beeline for the fourth Mizukage, he vanishes into a vortex of energy. Mizukage-sama, we have just received word that the Yuki clan has slain the monitoring ninja and fled into the night. Their whereabouts currently unknown, reports the masked ANBU ninja. Defectors? Dispatch a pursuit team, regardless of the costs, commands the fourth Mizukage, under Obito's control. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The masked ninja acknowledges before departing swiftly to assemble a team for the search and eradication of the Yuki clan. In the shadows where moonlight fails to penetrate, Uchiha Obito reemerges. The audacity of his defection is startling, particularly as it coincides with the coup d'etat orchestrated by the Kagaya clan this very night. Simultaneously, the Yuki clan has chosen to betray their allegiances. To dismiss this as mere coincidence would be a delusion. It is evident that the Yuki clan must have been privy to the timing of the Kagaya clan's insurrection, seizing the opportunity to defect while the Kagaya clan diverted the attention of the Mist Village. A hypothesis began to form within him. This was no mere happenstance. Rather, the Yuki clan had cleverly manipulated the situation, exploiting the Kagaya clan's distraction to facilitate their own betrayal. He snorted disdainfully when compared to the Kagaya clan, whose intellect was decidedly lacking. The members of the Yuki clan exhibited a far greater cunning. Yet, how many would truly manage to escape? A cold smirk graced his lips. The Yuki clan, a vast lineage, could not possibly vanish without leaving traces. The signs of their exodus would surely be discoverable, leading to relentless pursuit. Under the relentless pursuit of the Mist Village, he believed that even if there were some who could evade capture, their numbers would be few. On the following day, a throng of ninjas surrounded the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. After the bodies of the Kagaya clan had been seized, the Mist Village crafted portraits of the disguised fugitive Uchiha Fugaku in their search efforts. It was not long before they pinpointed his location. However, Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated this eventuality and had vacated the premises that very night, never to return. Within that abode, he ensured that no traces remained that could reveal his identity or facilitate his tracking. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the forest, a small fire crackled. Beside the fire stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue ninja uniform, one hand clasping a fish speared on a branch, roasting it over the flames. The fish was succulent, its innards removed and seasoned with spices. Moments later, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Undeterred by the heat, the man took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor that burst upon his palate. After consuming the flesh and spitting out the bones, he quickly polished off 2 plump fish. This middle-aged man was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, who had disguised himself with transformation techniques. The identity of a wandering ninja was no longer viable. Thus he assumed a new persona, masquerading as a ninja from the Mist Village. The uproar caused by the seizure of the Kagaya clan's bodies had precluded any chance to search for Kimimaro, though he deemed it inconsequential. He held little regard for Kimimaro. Despite possessing a potent bloodline, he was afflicted with a hereditary illness. This rendered him unsuitable for the purpose of body fusion to cultivate as a subordinate. Even with Orochimaru's medical expertise, Kimimaro could only be sustained until his mid-teens. Should Kimimaro fall into his hands, his life expectancy would likely be even shorter. As Fugaku lacked Orochimaru's advanced medical skills, Orochimaru had already been driven away, and it was uncertain whether Kimimaro would again fall into his grasp. The likelihood of his demise at the hands of the Mist Village's pursuit seemed considerable. The corpses of the Kagaya clan that he had acquired sufficed. He set aside such concerns and began to contemplate the unique bloodline limit of the Mist Village, the Ice-Release bloodline. The Snow Clan is indeed astute. He has gleaned from the Mist Village ninja, he has disguised himself as that, during the coup orchestrated by the Kagaya clan. All members of the Snow Clan had already scattered and defected. This realization fills him with a touch of regret. The defection of the Snow Clan, especially in such a dispersed manner, renders it impossible to amass a significant number of corpses as the Kagaya clan had done. With a swift motion, he extinguishes the campfire and departs. The Mist Village ninja he is impersonating is involved in the search for the Snow Clan, making this identity convenient for him to seek out members of the Snow Clan within the Land of Water. Several hours later, he finds himself in a wooded area marked by the remnants of battle, evidenced by a few corpses strewn about. A confrontation had taken place here not long ago, with one side clearly belonging to the Snow Clan. His gaze sweeps across the ground, the trees, and the still frozen ice needles embedded in the corpses. The use of ice as a means of attack indicates that one party must be from the Snow Clan, and the ice's incomplete melting suggests that the battle occurred very recently. He resolves to pursue the direction from which they fled. Activating his Sharingan, the residual traces of movement become vividly apparent, and he hastens towards the path of their retreat. Within the forest, a massacre is unfolding. More than a dozen ninjas clad in Mist Village attire are relentlessly pursuing 5 individuals. Among the besieged, there are both men and women, including a small girl. The ground is littered with several corpses, including those of Mist Village ninjas, as well as others dressed distinctly from them. Ice Release, 1,000 ice needles. Among the surrounded, an elderly woman forms hand seals. Suddenly, a flurry of icy needles materializes from the moisture in the air, launching towards a specific direction. Scatter. Understanding the potency of such a ninjutsu, the Mist Village ninjas in that direction turn pale and hastily attempt to evade. With a sickening thud, one Mist Village ninja fails to escape in time, becoming impaled by dozens of icy needles. His body is riddled with bloodied punctures, one of which pierces his forehead, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Just as the elderly woman unleashes her icy ninjutsu, a Mist Village jonin closes in on her, lunging forward with a kunai aimed at her. Witnessing the old woman under attack, the others scramble to assist her, but each is ensnared by multiple Mist Village ninjas, rendering their escape impossible. In their frantic attempts to rescue her, some are caught off guard, suffering deep wounds from the mist ninjas. With a forceful thrust, the kunai plunges into the elderly woman's body, yet she retaliates, pushing the mist jonin back. Blood gushes forth, and her form falters. She casts a glance at the small girl sheltered behind her, her eyes betraying a sense of regret and defiance. Given her advanced age, she knows her days are numbered. And while she fears not death, her heart aches for her young granddaughter, who is likely to face a grim fate today. Grandma, the little girl, with porcelain skin and wide eyes, clutches a kunai, eager to join the fray. However, her lack of combat experience leaves her trembling in fear. As she witnesses her grandmother gravely injured, sorrow and worry cloud her gaze. Found it. Unbeknownst to anyone, Uchiha Fugaku had silently appeared atop a tree, his gaze fixed upon the distant battle. His expression remained impassive. Even upon witnessing the elderly woman wounded and the little girl grieving, he exhibited little emotional fluctuation. As a ninja, one must never allow compassion to overwhelm them, for such sentimentality would inevitably invite unnecessary troubles that could lead to one's own demise. Moreover, neither the elderly woman nor the little girl warranted his sympathy. The elderly woman, as a wielder of the ice release bloodline limit, had undoubtedly once tread upon the battlefield against Konoha, her hands stained with the blood of its people, including that of the Uchiha clan. Such individuals were naturally undeserving of pity. Although the little girl had never been to war, as a member of the Yuki clan, she had enjoyed the privileges bestowed by her lineage since birth. These advantages were not bestowed without cost. They were earned through the slaughter of ninjas from rival villages by her kin on the battlefield. 7 corpses of the Yuki clan, though of average strength and likely bearing weak bloodlines, still represented a commendable harvest. Concealed among the branches, Uchiha Fugaku patiently awaited the demise of the Yuki clan members at the hands of the Mist Village ninjas, intending to seize their bodies thereafter. Throughout the fray, he did not neglect to utilize his Sharingan to replicate the ice release techniques employed by the Yuki clan, though he could not wield them at present. Once he refined the bodies of the Yuki clan, acquiring their ice release bloodline limit, he would be able to do so. After more than 10 minutes, the battle neared its conclusion. 4 more from the Mist Village had fallen, leaving the Yuki clan with only the little girl and a middle-aged man. The man bore multiple injuries, his clothing nearly entirely soaked in blood. Weakened from excessive blood loss, he endeavored to break through while protecting the little girl. Yet each attempt ended in failure. Water release, water blade. A Mist Village ninja wielded a massive blade formed of condensed water, striking towards the little girl from behind. Ice release, ice wall. The middle-aged man hastily conjured a wall of ice to shield the girl from the water blade. However, he himself was struck by a barrage of water bullets, his body flung away as if it were a mere sack of flour. Upon crashing to the ground, blood poured forth from his wounds, staining the earth a vivid crimson. With great effort, he lifted his head to glance at the little girl before collapsing, utterly drained. Uncle Jinchio. The little girl trembled, clutching her kunai, her youthful voice laced with helplessness and sorrow. Only one remained. The remaining Mist Village ninjas turned their cold gazes upon the little girl, their eyes devoid of warmth, akin to wolves stalking their prey. One man stepped forward. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he approached her, gripping a bloodied knife, the blood from a Yuki clan member he had slain prior. Why? Why did you kill Grandma and Uncle Jinchio? The little girl glared at the advancing man, her large eyes filled with confusion and fury. In her tender years, she could scarcely comprehend why the once warm embrace of her home had vanished so abruptly, nor why these individuals sought to hunt them down. Before her very eyes, her grandmother was slain, and now even Uncle Jinchio had met the same grim fate. All her kin had been extinguished, leaving her utterly alone. The Snow Clan has betrayed us. All members of the Snow Clan deserve death, including you, the man declared coldly. As he spoke, he swiftly advanced towards the young girl, his blade poised to strike. With a clang, she, fueled by the instinct to survive, managed to parry the lethal blow with her makeshift weapon. Yet the force of the strike sent her hurtling backwards. The man pursued her as she fell, a cruel glint in his eyes as he raised his weapon once more to deliver a fatal blow to the girl on the ground. A terrified and despairing cry escaped her lips. With her grandmother and Uncle Jinchio gone, was her own demise imminent? Vivid images of cherished moments with her family flooded her mind, only to be replaced by haunting visions of her loved ones lying in pools of blood. Anger ignited within her, despair consumed her, and as these emotions reached a fever pitch, an icy chill radiated from her being. Suddenly, massive icicles erupted from the ground, piercing towards the assailant. What? The man was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, but he was far too close to the girl. A sharp icicle pierced his chest, impaling him upon the frozen spike. Blood flowed freely down the icy shaft as he collapsed, lifeless. The bloodline limit has awakened, observed Uchiha Fugaku, hidden among the trees, astonished by the sudden turn of events. If he was correct, this young girl had just awakened her bloodline limit. To be able to counterattack and slay a ninja from the Mist Village at the onset of her awakening, albeit through ambush, indicated her formidable ice release abilities, perhaps rivaling that of the boy named Haku, who was taken in by Zabuza Momochi. Damn it! The remaining Mist Village ninjas seethed with rage upon witnessing the death of their comrade, their fury igniting as yet another ally was felled. Attacked together. With faces flushed with anger, they lunged toward the girl, intent on vengeance. Before they could act, a figure suddenly appeared in the midst of the chaos, Uchiha Fugaku. Initially, he had planned to wait until all members of the Snow Clan were eliminated before claiming their bodies. However, witnessing the girl's extraordinary ice release abilities upon her awakening, he altered his course. It would be a grave loss for such a child with a bloodline limit to perish. Nurturing her as his own tool would maximize her potential. Who are you? The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku startled the Mist Village ninjas, halting their assault on the girl. Some remained wary of her, while the majority focused their caution on the newly arrived Uchiha Fugaku, clearly recognizing the greater threat he posed. Are you the wandering ninja? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had transformed back into the guise of a wandering ninja. The ninja from the Mist Village recognized him as the very one who had previously seized the remains of the Kagaya clan. Realizing that Uchiha Fugaku was indeed that wandering ninja, the Mist Village shinobi could not help but grow increasingly vigilant. The ability to pilfer the remains of the Kagaya clan and escape from Lord Terumi was no simple feat. Do you wish to live? If so, then follow me. Ignoring the wary gazes of the Mist Village ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku's attention turned to the little girl. He intended to take her under his wing and cultivate her as an ally. Of course, if the girl was unwilling, he would not force her. For a fruit that is forcibly plucked is never sweet. However, in that case, the girl would undoubtedly meet her demise. The little girl had managed to kill the previous Mist Village ninja primarily due to a surprise attack. Her inherent strength was not superior to that of the fallen shinobi. After all, she was still very young and had just recently awakened her abilities. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of Mist Village ninjas, her survival was improbable. Uncle, will you help me kill them? The little girl looked up in surprise at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Fugaku, and upon hearing his words, a glimmer of inexplicable light shone in her eyes. Her voice was youthful, yet carried a murderous intent that belied her tender age. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile, assuring her, as long as you agree to follow me, none of them shall survive. I will. The little girl declared with a newfound determination, her voice resolute. Excellent. Uchiha Fugaku's smile broadened. The Mist Village ninjas soon discerned that this wandering ninja intended to save the last remnant of the Yuki clan and seek vengeance upon them. Some began to employ water release techniques. Others hurled a barrage of shurikens, while a few prepared to engage in close combat. In an instant, the area around Uchiha Fugaku was besieged by a myriad of attacks. With a swift motion, Uchiha Fugaku vanished from his position and reappeared beside the little girl. In another blink, both he and the girl had disappeared, materializing several dozen meters away from the Mist Village ninjas. Now, unleash your water release techniques. Among the Mist Village ninjas, one of the Jonin quickly recognized Uchiha Fugaku and the girl standing at a distance. A Jonin shouted, prompting everyone to swiftly form hand seals and execute their water release techniques. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water shockwave. In a moment, numerous water release techniques converged, transforming into a massive torrent that surged toward Uchiha Fugaku and the girl. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, the little girl shut her eyes in fear. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained impassive, undeterred by the impending attack. However, this time he chose not to evade. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Cradling the little girl, he formed a hand seal with one hand. A tremendous blaze erupted from his mouth, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave, ferociously countering the myriad of incoming water release techniques. As soon as the two forces clashed, the multitude of water-based jutsu evaporated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the overwhelming flames continued their relentless advance, engulfing the ninjas from the hidden mist village. Alas, several of these ninjas were caught unawares and succumbed to the inferno. Their anguished and despairing screams echoed amidst the flames, transforming them into charred remains. While water jutsu typically counters fire jutsu, such a dynamic holds true only when the practitioners are of comparable strength. The disparity between Uchiha Fugaku and the ninjas from the hidden mist village was monumental. Consequently, the confrontation of their jutsu resulted in the evaporation of the water techniques by the fire techniques. What a terrifying display of fire jutsu! Of the more than 10 ninjas from the hidden mist village, only 5 managed to escape the fiery onslaught. The 5, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at their fallen comrades before turning their astonished eyes toward Uchiha Fugaku. The ability to obliterate their combined water techniques with fire jutsu spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. "Retreat," commanded one of the jonin without hesitation. Having suffered such significant losses from a single jutsu assault, they realized that this wandering ninja was far beyond their capability to contend with. "You shall not escape. I have vowed to eradicate every last one of you," Uchiha Fugaku declared, instantly closing the distance of several dozen meters to approach the 5. One ninja from the hidden mist, caught off guard, could not evade in time, and found his throat cut by Fugaku's kunai. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably from the ninja's neck as Fugaku seamlessly transitioned to the next target, plunging his kunai into the chest of another hidden mist ninja. Withdrawing the kunai, he darted toward yet another ninja. This particular jonin, sensing danger as the kunai hurtled toward him, hastily raised his blade to defend. However, Fugaku vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the jonin to pierce his heart with the kunai. "Flee, scatter." The remaining 2 ninjas from the hidden mist, devoid of any will to fight, were consumed by terror and bolted in opposite directions. Swiftly, Uchiha Fugaku flickered past both remaining ninjas. In the next moment, blood erupted from their bodies as they collapsed to the ground. Thus, all the ninjas from the hidden mist village were annihilated. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little girl had opened her eyes. She watched in silence as one after another of the hidden mist ninjas fell to Uchiha Fugaku's assault. Her gaze remained fixed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "The vengeance for my grandmother has been fulfilled, and the revenge for Uncle Jinshio is also avenged." Her grateful eyes turned towards Uchiha Fugaku, who had avenged her by eliminating these ninjas. Gently, Uchiha Fugaku set the little girl down, and she hurried over to the bodies of the elderly woman and the middle-aged man. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes reddened, yet she bravely stifled her cries. In her tender years, she was striving to appear strong, or perhaps to truly become strong. Uchiha Fugaku approached, producing a sealing scroll to collect the bodies of several from the Yuki clan. Accompanied by the young girl, he departed from this place using the ephemeral technique of the mayfly. Tsunade and Shizun returned once more to this location. With a stern expression, Tsunade made her way toward the entrance of the root organization S base. Her sole purpose for returning was to confront Shimura Danzō, the thief who had desecrated her grandfather's remains. In a secluded corner of the village lay an entrance leading underground, one of the access points to the root organization. The base was situated deep beneath the earth, firmly entrenched like the roots of a tree. "Do not approach," before Tsunade and Shizun could reach the entrance. For masked root ninjas emerged from their hiding places, blocking their path. Their demeanor was cold and unwelcoming, suggesting they either did not recognize Tsunade or, despite recognizing her, had no intention of treating her with any special consideration. "Get out of my way." Tsunade, fueled by anger, had little patience. Upon seeing the 4 obstructing her path, she lifted her foot high and brought it crashing down. The ground shattered beneath her force, sending fragments of earth and stone hurtling toward the 4 ninjas. They were sent sprawling as if struck by cannon fire. Ignoring the fallen ninjas, Tsunade advanced toward the entrance of the root base. Intruders. Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted, and more than 10 station root ninjas rushed out in response to the alarm. The air was thick with hostility as they surrounded Tsunade and Shizun. Moreover, the sound of urgent bells rang out from within the base. The root ninjas, alerted by the ringing, hurriedly made their way toward the entrance. Without hesitation, Tsunade pressed forward, weaving into the midst of her assailants before they could fully encircle her. She unleashed a flurry of kicks, elbows, and knee strikes. With her formidable strength, Tsunade transformed into an unstoppable force of combat. In mere moments, the group of root ninjas lay defeated at her feet. "Danzō, come out," she shouted, her face as cold as ice. Leaving Shizune outside, she strode boldly into the root base, confronting the ninjas who had just arrived at the entrance. They were no match for her, quickly falling before her onslaught. She pressed deeper into the passageway, venturing into the heart of the root base. Days later, Uchiha Fugaku camped by a river with a young girl possessing the ice release bloodline limit. Her name was Yuki no Natsu, a lone survivor from a branch of the Yuki clan that had fled. Though only 7 years old, she displayed a maturity beyond her years. After witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's formidable strength, she obediently followed him, understanding that only he could protect her from the pursuit of the Mist Village and ensure her survival in the Land of Water. The outcome had been quite satisfactory, and Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of contentment. Over the past few days, utilizing the Mayfly technique of White Zetsu, he had traversed the Land of Water like a ghost, guiding the young girl along with him. Connected to the several corpses previously acquired, he had amassed over 10 bodies of the Snow Clan. Furthermore, from one of the Snow Clan's corpses, he had obtained the ice release ninjutsu unique to them. However, his gains ended there. The members of the Snow Clan had either been slain and their bodies destroyed, or they had successfully fled the Land of Water, making encounters with them increasingly unlikely. It was time to depart. Uchiha Fugaku resolved to leave. This incursion into the Land of Water was intended to acquire the Bone Bloodline and the Ice Release. And now that he had secured both, it was indeed time to take his leave. The following day, in a coastal town within the Land of Water, Uchiha Fugaku, disguised as an ordinary person, entered the town with Yukino Natsu, approaching the town's dock. Ninjas from the Mist Village were stationed at the dock. From a distance, Uchiha Fugaku observed that several ninjas clad in Mist Village attire were entrenched at the dock. Anyone attempting to enter would undergo rigorous scrutiny. The stationed force was considerable, including 2 elite jonin. Utilizing the sensory abilities inherited from the clan in the mountains, Uchiha Fugaku quickly discerned the situation of the Mist Village ninjas at the dock. Altogether, there were over 50 ninjas stationed, with the strongest among them being the 2 elite jonin. A direct assault was out of the question, while his strength could easily contend with those Mist Village ninjas. The complication arose from the likelihood that the Mist Village would receive news and dispatch a multitude of ninjas to pursue him. If he were chased by a large number of Mist Village ninjas skilled in water jutsu on the sea, even he would encounter considerable difficulties. It appeared he could not leave directly by boat. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, contemplating. With the transformation techniques he had learned from White Zetsu, deceiving the Mist Village ninjas' inspections would not pose too great a challenge. The problem lay with Yukino Natsu. Anyone who had practiced chakra refinement techniques would inevitably exhibit chakra fluctuations, which could be used to distinguish between ordinary individuals and ninjas. As Yukino Natsu had studied chakra refinement, she would undoubtedly exhibit such fluctuations, making it impossible for the stationed Mist Village ninjas to overlook her. It was clear that leaving with Yukino Natsu directly by boat was unfeasible. He would have to board midway. Uchiha Fugaku devised a solution. With Mist Village ninjas guarding the dock, he could not embark from there and would have to enter the sea to wait and board a vessel at mid-journey. This way, he could evade the Mist Village ninjas. Fixing his gaze on a man who had just exited the dock, seemingly a dock worker, Uchiha Fugaku approached and inadvertently blocked the man's path. The man instinctively looked up, his gaze meeting Uchiha Fugaku's. Hypnosis. In that fleeting moment when the man's eyes met his, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes morphed into the Sharingan, ensnaring the man in a trance. He then led the hypnotized individual away from the dock to a secluded alley. What were the Mist Village ninjas searching for? Uchiha Fugaku inquired of the entranced man. He replied, with a vacant expression, that they were searching for the defector from the Snow Clan. Indeed, they were in pursuit of the rogue members of the Snow Clan. In the heart of Uchiha Fugaku, a realization struck. Indeed, the hidden Mist Village was actively searching for the defector of the Yuki clan. Naturally, among those searching should be he, the wandering ninja who had seized the remains of the Kagaya clan. When would a merchant vessel depart from the Land of Water to the Land of Fire? The day after tomorrow at dawn. That will suffice. You may leave now and forget what has transpired. Having acquired the information he sought, Uchiha Fugaku commanded. The man offered no response, his expression vacant as he turned to depart. Upon reaching the street, he paused in bewilderment. How did I end up here? A look of confusion crossed his face as he pondered how he had unconsciously arrived at a place he seldom visited. However, he harbored no suspicions and hastily exited the area. Those under hypnosis would forget their memories surrounding the experience, remaining oblivious to the fact that they had been hypnotized. 2 mornings hence, the sea lay shrouded in a thick mist, the horizon obscured in a blanket of white. Snap, snap, snap. Cradling Yukinatsu in one arm, Uchiha Fugaku traversed the surface of the sea. His feet seemed to tread the water as if it were solid ground, each step bringing him further into the depths. This distance should suffice. Upon reaching a certain point, he halted, deciding to wait for the merchant vessel to pass. Utilize your ice release to create a sheet of frost. He turned to Yukinatsu, who he held gently, speaking in a soft tone. Yes, my lord, she replied, a hint of delight in her voice as she felt her abilities finally being put to use. Crack, crack, crack. An icy chill emanated from her, and frost spread outward from beneath Uchiha Fugaku's feet across the sea's surface. Eventually, it manifested into a block of ice, roughly the size of a room, taking on an irregular shape. Though she had just awakened her ice-release bloodline limit and had yet to master the techniques, she was capable of some basic applications. Setting Yukinatsu down, Uchiha Fugaku and she stood upon the icy surface, awaiting the arrival of the merchant vessel. After more than an hour, a merchant ship emerged, cutting through the waves as it sailed forward. Here it comes. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fixed on the vessel, employing his sensory abilities to ascertain whether any ninjas from the hidden mist village were lurking aboard. Although he harbored no fear of the hidden mist, should the information leak, trouble would inevitably follow. What a surprise. As he sensed the situation aboard the ship, a flicker of astonishment crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face. Within the vessel, he detected a low but familiar chakra fluctuation, unmistakably belonging to Orochimaru. This caught him off guard. He had not anticipated encountering Orochimaru so soon after their last meeting. Should I reconsider? Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. With a figure as dangerous as Orochimaru aboard, the ship could hardly be deemed safe. He contemplated whether to forego this opportunity and wait for the next vessel bound for the Land of Fire. Yet, never mind, I shall take this one. Given the current circumstances, Orochimaru would likely refrain from causing a commotion. After weighing his options, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to board the ship, navigating the seas. Should any disturbances arise and he find himself surrounded by the ninjas of the hidden mist, even Orochimaru would likely find himself in a predicament. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Orochimaru would not stir trouble aboard the vessel. Certainly, the foremost reason for his decision to board the ship was his unwavering confidence in the face of Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru were to create a disturbance aboard, he possessed the strength to contend with him. With the cover of mist, Uchiha Fugaku stealthily approached the merchant vessel alongside Yuki no Natsu, ensuring not to alert the crew, and quietly boarded the ship. At that moment, within the confines of a cabin, Orochimaru suddenly wore a peculiar smile upon noticing the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku and Yuki no Natsu, or more precisely, recognizing the presence of Yuki no Natsu, who was unable to conceal her chakra. Having recently embarked on her ninja training, Yuki no Natsu was as conspicuous as a beacon under his perceptive gaze. Is she of the Yuki clan? He speculated with intrigue. He was well aware of the defection of the Yuki clan, and considering the current circumstances, it was highly probable that she was indeed one of them. He had found a promising specimen for his bone lineage, yet had not encountered a suitable candidate for ice release. His attention drifted to a child with white hair in the corner of the room, an exceptional member of the Kagaya clan with a superior bone lineage. After being repelled by a wandering ninja, he had thought his endeavors fruitless, yet by chance, he stumbled upon such a promising individual. He pondered whether there were any worthy candidates among the newcomers. However, it was not the right time to ascertain. He would wait until they reached the Land of Fire to make his move. Redirecting his gaze, he ceased to focus on them. Just as Uchiha Fugaku had surmised, he did not wish to create a commotion on the ship that might draw the attention of the Mist Village ninjas. Upon boarding the merchant vessel, Uchiha Fugaku and Yuki no Natsu entered the cabin. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on a door that sensed as if it belonged to an ordinary inhabitant. What is it? After a moment, a somewhat portly man opened the door, casting a suspicious glance at Uchiha Fugaku and Yuki no Natsu. He did not recognize either of them, and they were clearly not part of the ship's crew. May we come in for a moment? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes transformed into the Sharingan as he smiled. Please come in. The portly man fell into a trance, his expression becoming vacant. He stepped aside, inviting Uchiha Fugaku and Yuki no Natsu into the room. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku and Yuki no Natsu successfully boarded the ship and secured a place to stay. A day later, the merchant vessel had sailed far from the land of water and into the deep sea. Suddenly, a colossal ship, several times larger than the merchant vessel, appeared ahead. The ship gleamed in a water-blue hue, adorned with a massive raindrop emblem on its sails. It was unmistakably a vessel belonging to the Mist Village. The ship sped towards the merchant vessel, signaling with its flags for it to halt and submit to inspection. Beyond the docks, the Mist Village had dispatched ships to scour the waters in search of the Yuki clan, and this was one such ship on the hunt. This is troublesome. Within the cabin, Uchiha Fugaku cracked a window open slightly, gazing at the approaching vessel emblazoned with the Mist Village insignia, his brow furrowing in concern. To my surprise, I encountered the search ships of the hidden Mist Village. It seems that a commotion is inevitable. With ninjas from the hidden mist guarding the dock and intercepting vessels at sea, it is evident that the hidden mist harbors a lethal intent towards the Yuki clan. This is hardly surprising, considering that the one orchestrating events from the shadows is Uchiha Obito, who harbors immense hostility towards the hidden mist. The demise of the Yuki clan, as well as that of the hidden mist ninjas, is something that Uchiha Obito would relish. Everyone, come to the deck for inspection. The merchant ship, upon receiving the command from the hidden mist ninjas, dared not resist and swiftly halted. The ninjas soon boarded the vessel, demanding that all aboard congregate on the deck, where one by one they began their searches. Upon reaching the deck, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze roamed until it fixated on a striking woman and a child with white hair. To his astonishment, they had fallen into his grasp. His eyes lingered briefly on the white-haired boy. The woman was none other than Orochimaru, and the child, known as Kinshiki. Unexpectedly, this child, possessing the Shikatsumiyaku, had ultimately ended up in Orochimaru's hands. However, Orochimaru was destined to be disappointed, for Kinshiki bore the bloodline disease, rendering him unsuitable as a vessel. It appears my involvement may no longer be necessary. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Although the hidden mist ninjas were in search of the Yuki clan, they would undoubtedly not overlook Kinshiki, a member of the Kagaya clan. Thus, there was no need for him to intervene. Orochimaru would act before he could. You too, come here for inspection. A hidden mist ninja barked at Orochimaru and Kinshiki. Having spent many days at sea hunting the Yuki clan, he was quite irritable, and his tone was far from courteous. Humph. The woman disguised as Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he extended his hand. A venomous snake darted from his sleeve, sinking its fangs into the ninja's neck. The hidden mist ninja's complexion instantly turned a shade of dark blue, white foam bubbling from his mouth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground.